Title: Marvel. The Silver Superman's journey begins with the departure of Japanese entertainment. Author: Brother Kelp. Synopsis: Lin Yang, after finishing the last bite of his old jar of pickled cabbage noodles, finds himself unexpectedly granted a one-way ticket to the Marvel Universe. Upon arrival, he hears Tony Stark audaciously declaring his identity as Iron Man on the television. Before he can even voice his incredulity at this absurd crossing of worlds, the system presents him with a lavish gift package for the Silver Superman. Thus, he promptly sends Japan into eternal submersion, before soaring into the sun for a nap. After securing a seaside villa on Earth, he recalls that Scarlet, which is still suffering under Hydra's grasp. Without hesitation, he storms into the base to rescue her, proclaiming, "The experiments are feeble. Allow me to teach you the art of chaos magic." Nick Fury arrives with a request for registration, but his gaze swiftly shatters the Skrull impersonator. "Who allowed aliens to oversee my Earth?" After dismissing S.H.I.E.L.D., the Ancient One suddenly knocks at his door. "Young man, would you be interested in a magic enhancement course?" Lin Yang grins. "A contract?" "I am a contract." Chapter 1. The cross-dimensional catastrophe triggered by instant noodles and the newbie gift package. The rich aroma of pickled cabbage beef noodles mingled with the buzzing warmth of the computer fan, enveloping Lin Yang's face. After slurping the final strand of noodles, the heat caused him to wince. His gaze remained glued to the screen, captivated by the fierce battles unfolding in the game, while his free hand fumbled for a napkin on the table. Ah, this tanginess is truly authentic. Just as his fingertips brushed the napkin packet, a sudden blinding flash engulfed his vision. It was not a mere game effect. The very light of the world seemed to be siphoned away. Complete darkness, utter silence. Even the scorching broth in his mouth instantly lost its warmth and presence. What the hell? The sensation of weightlessness lasted less than half a second before his seat transformed from a gaming chair to something cold and hard, slightly slippery beneath him. A blaring horn and the cacophony of voices surged into his ears like a volume knob turned suddenly to maximum. Lin Yang stumbled, barely managing to regain his balance. He shook his head and opened his eyes wide. The pickled cabbage beef noodles had vanished, the computer desk was gone, and even his cozy little room, resembling a doghouse, had disappeared. In its place stood a narrow, cold, damp alleyway, flanked by overturned trash bins exuding an indescribable sour stench. In the distance, towering skyscrapers rose sharply, their stark architecture contrasting with the unfamiliar attire of passers-by and vehicles on the street, exuding an air of foreign sophistication. Where the hell am I? Is this still my homeland? He propped himself up and brushed off the muck clinging to his backside, muttering to himself, as was his habit. Narrowing his eyes, he stretched his neck to gaze toward the main road at the alley's mouth. A massive electronic billboard was looping news coverage, and amidst the flickering images, a man with a charming little mustache, clad in an exquisite suit, wore an expression of both world weariness and nonchalance as he stood amidst the wreckage of a press conference. Addressing a multitude of microphones, he proclaimed with both clarity and bravado, "I am Iron Man." The image froze, and applause erupted. Lin Yang's jaw dropped, nearly hitting his own foot. Tony Stark? No way. Marvel? I actually crossed over? What kind of ludicrous crossing is this? Can eating instant noodles activate a time-space tunnel? The overwhelming absurdity and a hint of indescribable excitement had yet to fully settle when an exceptionally simplistic, emotionless blue screen abruptly projected itself onto his retina, and a cold stream of information flooded into his mind without warning. Detecting compatible soul, time-space coordinates locked. Marvel Universe, Earth 10086. Loading Silver Superman template. Loading complete. Enjoy your experience. Enjoy my foot. Lin Yang instinctively retorted. Yet in the next instant, an indescribable sense of power erupted from every cell within his body like an explosion. His vision sharpened immensely. He could see the flapping frequency of a fly clinging to a glass window several kilometers away. He could hear the whispers exchange between couples a few streets away and detect countless previously overlooked scent molecules in the air. He could even feel the rotation of the planet beneath his feet and the boundless energy of the sun beckoning above him. He gently clenched his fist, the air crackling slightly between his fingers. Good grief. This sensation. Could I punch through the earth? My super brain tells me that I seem to be a bit ridiculously powerful right now. But he tentatively leaped, and his body instantly shot upward, landing soundlessly on a fire escape platform 5 stories high. Impressive. After the initial shock, an indescribable restlessness and a sense of indifference brought on by near omnipotence began to intertwine within him. He stood aloft, surveying the city, both familiar and strange. Tony Stark had just declared his identity, indicating that time was still on his side and trouble was plentiful. "Brother, this golden robe you've donned has truly burdened me," Lin Yang remarked with a smirk, feeling the power surging within him like a star in a frenzy. "I wish to experience the common man's plight in disguise, yet you have propelled me into the role of the Jade Emperor. What on earth am I supposed to do now?" An unbidden thought crashed into his mind, laced with a hint of mockery and undeniable dominance, that I ought to do something to commemorate this historic ascension, right? Before crossing over, I had no power. Now that I do, can I not alleviate some burdens from the Scarlet Witch? His gaze seemed to penetrate continents and oceans, precisely locking onto a direction. Supervision, superhearing, supercognition. All abilities instantaneously sketched a vivid outline of that island and the vibrant life thriving upon it. Decided then, let me cleanse this universe. Rid it of its filth, he slightly lifted off the ground, his body levitating. In the next moment, a sonic boom erupted as he vanished from sight, hurtling toward a certain eastern island at a speed beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, he found himself hovering above the island. Below lay a bustling metropolis, interwoven highways, and throngs of people. Lin Yang took a deep breath, though his lungs no longer required air. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and seemingly at random, unleashed a punch toward the sprawling island below. There was no sound, or perhaps the sound had yet to reach its destination. A force beyond the complete grasp of physical laws cascaded from above. The earth shattered like brittle cookies, layers crumbling and collapsing, as terrifying pressure bore down upon the geological structures beneath. Billions of tons of seawater surged back, raising a colossal wall that connected heaven and earth, utterly engulfing a race that should not have existed. The massive tremor even reached global seismic monitoring stations, with needles wildly oscillating, recording an unprecedented, indefinable energy eruption. There's no time to mourn my departed mentor. I feel a bit drowsy. That instant noodle seemed to have a hypnotic effect. I should find a place to catch some sleep first. He looked up, his gaze fixated on the brightest source of light in the sky. Let me soak in the sun for a bit and see what lies within. Once again, his figure blurred, transforming into a streak of light, shooting directly out of the atmosphere. Ignoring the impending colossal waves and the global shock and panic brewing on the planet behind him, he sped towards the blazing star. Diving into the corona, he sought out the most energetically vibrant and comfortable area. Feeling enveloped by a warm energy flow, potent enough to vaporize any matter on Earth in an instant, he comfortably squinted his eyes, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring. Splendid. He adjusted into a cozy position, surrendering to slumber amidst the fierce flames of the star. Chapter 2. A capable secretary is essential, and a good fight is worth watching. Lin Yang emerged from the sun, his bones crackling with a symphony of sounds reminiscent of firecrackers. Wow, how delightful. After soaking in this solar sauna for what felt like an eternity, my experience points haven't budged an inch. Master, is your max level account a tad too generous? Not even a hint of growth or joy to savor. Floating in the tranquil expanse of space, hands on his hips, he directed his grievances towards the sun. Subpar. Must leave a negative review. The service is lacking. Despite his complaints, a fleeting thought prompted him to abandon any pretense. In an instant, he vanished. With an unreasonable, pure speed, he tore through the atmosphere, the scenery before him stretching and freezing in a dizzying blur, more disorienting than low-quality VR. Goodness, this super speed is exhilarating. Yet this dynamic vision is almost a burden, almost made me nauseous. Wait a minute, doesn't the Silver Superman get nauseous? He shook his head, his extraordinary vision akin to a high-powered astronomical telescope combined with radar scanning, swiftly sweeping over the planets below. A torrent of information flooded his mind, filtered instantaneously by his brain, comparable to a quantum computer. This one won't do. It's as impoverished as a church mouse. This one's style is too tacky, not befitting my stature as the future cosmic emperor. This is the one. His gaze settled on a cliffside mansion along the Malibu coastline. Wow. Facing the sea with spring blossoms. It's a hallmark of a successful individual, or rather, a successful villain. Let me see who the owner is, an arms dealer, drenched in blood, with a myriad of sins. You are the one. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang silently descended onto the expansive seaside terrace of the villa. His speed was such that the armed guards patrolling the area merely sensed a gentle breeze. Oblivious to his presence, the corpulent man, adorned with a gaudy gold chain suitable as a dog leash, was lounging with a scantily clad companion on the sofa, surrounded by unmentionable powders and bottles. Lin Yang strolled over to him as casually as if he were returning home. "Hey there, buddy, looks like you're quite busy." Lin Yang greeted with a cheerful grin. The arms dealer, startled, shot up, his gaze falling upon the unfamiliar Eastern lad clad in shorts and flip-flops, igniting a furious outburst. "Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? Kill him." Only then did the nearby guards belatedly raise their weapons. Lin Yang, hardly glancing at them, merely eyed the guns and muttered, "Oh dear, how dangerous. Toys like these are for children. Melt them down." In a silent instant, the metallic barrels melted as if exposed to a blowtorch, dripping into molten iron on the exquisite carpet, releasing a foul odor that made the guards yelp in pain, hopping about. The arms dealer froze mid-motion, his eyes wide with terror, cold sweat cascading down his face, forgetting the cigar that had slipped into his lap. He stared at Lin Yang, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Lin Yang approached him, patting his greasy face, maintaining an air of nonchalance. "Buddy, I'd like to discuss something with you. I've taken a liking to your house. From now on, it belongs to the Lin family. If you have any objections, I usually prefer to engage in friendly yet in-depth discussions with my hot vision." The arms dealer, gazing into Lin Yang's seemingly smiling yet profoundly unfathomable eyes, felt his soul shudder as he shook his head vigorously. "Very good. The wise recognize the times. Although you don't quite fit the wise description." Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction, pointing towards the door. "So, what are you waiting for? Take your little friends and gracefully exit my sight. 3 seconds to disappear. Point 1. Before he could finish, a panicked group scrambled out of the villa, their speed rivaling that of Olympic sprinters, with the female companion losing a shoe in her haste. Ugh, such lack of manners. Leaving trash behind while fleeing. Lin Yang scoffed, snapping his fingers, and a gentle breeze swept through, instantly cleansing the room of dust, foul odors, and the ostentatious decor, transforming it into a bright and refined space. He flopped onto the supremely soft sofa, crossing his legs. "Ah, this is the life. But such a vast house, all to myself, doesn't that seem a bit lonely? No, I need to find a secretary. A capable one, indeed." With that thought, his super brain operated like a high-tier search engine, rapidly retrieving the information he sought from the global data pool. Wanda Maximoff, Hydra, Sokovia. Base experiments, oh, and a related death record. Pietro Maximoff perished in an experimental accident. Twins reduced to a singleton. Truly heart-wrenching for those who hear and mourn for those who listen. But well, saves on salary. After all, the landlord has no surplus. Lin Yang stroked his chin. "All right, it's settled then. You should be the future Scarlet Witch. Pikachu. No, Wanda Pica." In an instant, he blurred once more, unleashing pure speed, the air emitting a soft whimper as it was compressed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a cold, damp underground laboratory, reeking of disinfectant and metallic chill. Several lab coats were gathered around an experimental pod, recording data, within which lay a red-haired girl, her brow furrowed, pale-faced, electrodes attached to her forehead, exuding a pitiful aura. Adjacent to her was another pod, its door charred and damaged, empty save for ominous remnants. Ahem. Lin Yang cleared his throat, successfully capturing everyone's attention. "Excuse me, just here to check the water meter." "Oh wait, wrong set. I'm here for recruitment." The personnel in the lab whirled around, stunned at the arrival of such an incongruous intruder. "Who are you?" The lead scientist gasped, reaching for the alarm button. "Ugh, why does no one listen?" Lin Yang sighed, a flash of crimson light glimmering in his eyes. Whoosh, a nearly invisible beam of heated vision sliced through the air, narrowly missing the scientist's fingers, melting a perfect hole in the metal control panel before him, the edges. Glowing red with molten heat, the scientist's hand froze mid-air, his face paling in terror. "Now that's more like it. A harmonious society, civil exchanges." Lin Yang strolled nonchalantly to Wanda's pod. Gazing at the unconscious girl, he glanced at the empty, charred chamber beside her, shaking his head. "Look at this. What have you done to this poor girl? And you've even caused a death. What kind of institution are you running? Do you understand labor laws? Do you comprehend safety production regulations? Do you even pay your 5 insurances and 1 fund? Heartless employers deserve to be hung out to dry. He extended a single finger and gently tapped against the specially reinforced glass canopy. Bang! The glass shattered with a resonant sound, yet all fragments defied the laws of physics, floating in midair without a single piece touching the girl within. Wanda jolted awake, her brown eyes wide with a mix of fear, profound sorrow, and confusion as she gazed at Lin Yang. Who are you? Her voice was weak and hoarse, reminiscent of an injured kitten. Me? Just a benevolent passerby, a handsome fellow moonlighting as a Gold Star HR, dedicated to rescuing fallen. Oh, saving distressed maidens from peril. Lin Yang grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and perhaps, in the process, securing myself a chief secretary. With that, his expression shifted, and his eyes emitted a powerful crimson heat vision once more. Boom! Thunder. Crack. The laboratory instantly transformed into a scene of devastation. Instruments exploded, flames soared, walls crumbled, and the load-bearing columns groaned in agony. The lab-coated scientists screamed, clutching their heads and fleeing, while the alarms finally blared to life, sounding like tardy schoolchildren. Lin Yang completely disregarded the apocalyptic scene behind him as he effortlessly tore away all of Wanda's restraints and sensors, pulling her to her feet. The girl's body trembled slightly from weakness and shock, the firelight in the lab casting flickering shadows on her pale face. Why? Save me. She looked at this unfamiliar, powerful man, her voice laced with immense confusion and a hint of fragile hope. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the vacant, charred chamber, tears silently trailing down her cheeks. I already mentioned I need a secretary, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. I see you possess remarkable potential. You are a rare magical talent destined for the noble task of maintaining world peace and serving me tea. Wanda stared at him in a daze. Lin Yang paused, his gaze sweeping from her tear-streaked face down her slender neck, fragile shoulders, and delicate waist, all the way to her straight legs, his eyes unabashedly filled with pure admiration and assessment. Wanda followed his gaze, glancing at herself, marked by the lab's remnants and faint pinpricks. A bitter, self-mocking smile tugged at her lips. Am I worth it? Her voice was as light as a feather. Lin Yang withdrew his gaze, meeting her moist eyes with a casual yet resolute tone. It doesn't matter if you're worth it. What matters is whether I want it. He extended his arm. Come, let me show you your new accommodations. A 5-star seaside abode, far superior to this wretched laboratory. Wanda hesitated for a brief moment, a tangle of immense sorrow and newfound bewilderment intertwining, compelling her to instinctively grasp his AR in the next instant. The surroundings twisted and elongated before reforming in an instant. The sounds of explosions, the heat, and the acrid scent of smoke vanished, replaced by the fresh sea breeze, warm sunlight, and the rhythmic sound of ocean waves. They stood on the terrace of a Malibu villa, the ground beneath them polished, and before them stretched an endless expanse of azure sea. Wanda was awestruck by the instantaneous transcontinental journey, rendered speechless by the luxurious surroundings and the enigmatic man, enveloped in a profound sense of unreality. Where is this? Your new home. For now, it's mine, but perhaps it will be yours in the future. Work hard, young lady. Lin Yang released her, walked to the refrigerator, and tossed her a bottle of water. Stick with me, and all your meals and lodging are covered. No one will conduct experiments on you again, I promise. He took a sip from his drink, observing her still dazed and sorrowful. As for your abilities, chaos magic, right? Such potential wasted by those ignorant Hydra fools. First, rest and adjust, though there's no time difference to adjust to. Later, I'll give you proper training to show you what true secretary skills entail. With that, he waved his hand and strolled towards a master bedroom, humming a little tune, Us Common Folk, Today is Truly Delightful, leaving Wanda to stand alone on the terrace. The sea breeze tousled her red hair, and the sunlight warmed her cold skin. She clutched the bottle of water tightly, gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky, then glanced down at the lingering marks of her restraints on her wrist. The agonizing pain from her brother's death still tore at her, yet this man's playful banter, immense strength, and his words, "It simply depends on whether I want it," shone like a blinding light, brutally piercing through her desolation. Slowly, she sank to her knees, burying her face in her arms, her shoulders trembling as she wept silently, mourning the lost and grappling with this absurd yet unknown new beginning she was forced to accept. Chapter 3. The Chaos at SHL and the new secretary training course. just as Lin Yang led Wanda away from the ravaged Hydra base in Sokovia, battered by heat vision and explosions, global intelligence. Agencies were elevating their alert levels to the highest tier, particularly at S.H.I.E.L.D. The Triskelion headquarters was in disarray, akin to a disturbed beehive. Where are the energy readings? The satellite images? Pull them up. I need to know what in the world that thing is. Nick Fury, the one-eyed commander, despite having a prosthetic eye, seemed ready to erupt as he roared at the busy agents in the command center. The massive screen displayed a perpetually blurry, wildly shaking satellite image, a fleeting red light cutting through the Earth's atmosphere from the direction of the sun in a manner that defied all physical laws, lingering only briefly before reappearing in Eastern Europe, after which a cataclysmic explosion erupted in the heart of Sokovia. The energy release patterns utterly incomprehensible. What sent shivers down their spines was that the global earthquake monitoring network had detected a brief yet extraordinarily intense seismic source, pointing towards the waters where the Japanese archipelago once lay. Now, that area was left with only surging waves and scattered debris. The once thriving island nation had vanished. Director Maria Hill approached with a pale complexion, her tablet trembling in her hands. The Energy Analysis Department is completely baffled. This level of energy exceeds all our understanding. In Japan, we've lost all signals. One person, one entity, an entire base destroyed in an instant, possibly even a nation. Phil Coulson stood beside Fury, his usually gentle demeanor etched with shock and disbelief. This is nothing short of divine retribution. Divine retribution? Fury's single eye glinted with cold resolve. I suspect it is some form of extraterrestrial technology or supernatural force beyond our comprehension. Find him, or it, immediately. Deploy all available resources. I want to know who he is, what he intends, and whether we can stop him. The entire Citadel apparatus whirred into action like a finely tuned machine. Agents hustling, analysts racking their brains, satellite cameras frantically adjusting angles in an attempt to capture the elusive red light. Yet, all their efforts seemed futile and laughable in the face of such overwhelming speed and power. Meanwhile, at the Malibu coastal villa, a different scene unfolded. Lin Yang had finally swapped out his signature flip-flops and shorts. Now clad in a tailored black casual outfit that exuded luxury, it perfectly accentuated his tall, athletic frame. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his muscles were defined and exuded a sense of explosive potential. Neither cumbersome nor lacking in palpable terror, he possessed black hair and black eyes, a striking visage adorned with a semblance of perpetual, subtle amusement at the corners of his mouth. Yet, within the depths of those eyes, there occasionally flickered a fierce, indifferent brilliance reminiscent of distant stars. He sat with his legs crossed on the terrace sofa, savoring the sea breeze, a glass of soda resting before him. Opposite him, Wanda had changed into a clean, casual outfit. Her pallor lingered, though her spirit seemed somewhat revived. Cradling a cup of hot water in her hands, her gaze wandered, still ensnared by the grief of losing her brother and the enormity of her altered circumstances. "Hey, Miss Secretary, come back to us." Lin Yang snapped his fingers, drawing Wanda's attention back to the present. "Since accommodations and meals are taken care of, we ought to commence your training, shall we? We can't have you merely serving tea every day. That would be a waste of your talents." Wanda lifted her head, confusion flickering in her eyes. "Training? Indeed. We will harness your superpowers. Chaos magic," Lin Yang replied, taking a sip of his soda. "Your potential is boundless. Yet those fools at Hydra have reduced it to mere microwave functions. It's akin to using a priceless artifact as a mere table leg. It's a travesty." Upon hearing the term chaos magic, Wanda's body stiffened, a glimmer of fear flashing in her eyes. She instinctively tightened her grip on the cup, her knuckles paling. I don't want to use it," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling slightly. It killed Pietro. It's cursed. I can't control it." Lin Yang set his soda down, leaning forward to meet her gaze. His look had shifted from playful to earnestly serious. "Listen, Wanda," he spoke with steady conviction. "Power itself is neither good nor evil. It is akin to a knife. A chef wields it to create culinary delights, while a criminal uses it to inflict harm. Chaos magic is formidable, even perilous, but that does not mean you should fear it or flee from it." His eyes glimmered with a faint, fiery red intensity, like a living flame dancing within him. "Do you see this? My heat vision, at full throttle, could vaporize an entire city. Yet, I use it now to... He paused, deftly igniting a cigar from the box on the table with that flicker of flame. Light a cigar. Though I do not smoke, it serves to illustrate my point. Wanda watched in astonishment as the flame flickered and vanished. Fear of power leads to being subjugated by it. Lin Yang continued, his tone resolute. Do you wish to forever dwell in the shadows of Pietro's death, shackled by that memory and fear for the rest of your life? Or do you wish to rise, seize control, and assert to that wretched chaos magic, who is the true master? Proclaim to yourself who the sovereign of your body and soul truly is. Wanda stared at him, his words striking her heart like a hammer. The image of her brother's tragic demise resurfaced, accompanied by that destructive, uncontrollable crimson energy. Yet, simultaneously, the unwavering confidence and commanding aura emanating from this man ignited an unprecedented stir within her. She feared that power, yet it undeniably resided within her. Can I really? Her voice remained faint, yet within the stillness, a minuscule flicker of resolve began to take root. Remove the can from that question. Lin Yang grinned, his demeanor returning to its previous playful charm. I possess a keen intuition. If I say you can, then you shall. If you cannot, then I would have wasted my time hiring you as my secretary. He rose and approached the edge of the terrace, gazing at the waves crashing against the cliff below. Once you've rested enough, we will commence. The first step is not to focus on controlling the magnitude of energy. Rather, feel it. Imagine it as a disobedient cat within you. You must first caress it and allow it to grow familiar with you, rather than immediately attempting to sew intricate patterns with it. Wanda observed his silhouette, then glanced at her own hands. Fear still lingered, yet a fragile yet unwavering determination began to quietly blossom within her. She slowly set down her cup, inhaled deeply, and attempted to close her eyes, seeking to sense the dormant, both fearsome and familiar crimson energy within her. Lin Yang did not turn back, but his heightened senses distinctly perceived the chaos magic within Wanda beginning to flow, albeit sluggishly and awkwardly, like a trickling stream. A smile crept onto his lips, exactly like that. Take your time. There's no rush. The moment you can harness it to brew me a cup of perfectly warm coffee, that will signify your first step. Wanda kept her eyes shut, yet the corners of her mouth subtly curved upward before quickly settling back into concentration, focusing on the restless energy within her. The sea breeze swept across the terrace, sunlight bathing the two of them. One sought to master fear, while the other leisurely supervised. Meanwhile, at the distant headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., his casual actions had plunged them into an unprecedented state of panic and turmoil. Chapter 4: The Confrontation. No more pretense. This Earth is under my protection. The iconic black Chevrolet Suburban of S.H.I.E.L.D. sped along the breathtaking Malibu coastline, ultimately halting before an extravagantly luxurious cliffside villa that commanded a breathtaking view of the sea. As the door swung open, Nick Fury, his expression darkened, emerged alongside Phil Coulson, who endeavored to maintain his signature affable smile, and Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit. Her red hair meticulously styled, her gaze sharp as a blade. As the trio came to a standstill, a clear, mocking voice emanated from a hidden speaker at the villa's entrance, its volume perfectly calibrated as if the speaker stood right beside them. Well, the leadership of S.H.I.E.L.D. has come to pay a visit, and you've brought along a beauty? Welcome. Please, come right in. The terrace barbecue is ready and plentiful. By the way, Ms. Romanoff, a gentle reminder. The arc of your right eyebrow is approximately 0.3 millimeters higher than the left. My super eyesight seems to be triggering a bit of OCD. Do remember to use a ruler next time you apply your makeup. An almost imperceptible ripple flickered across Natasha's icy demeanor, yet her professional composure quelled the impulse to touch her brow. Fury's single eye narrowed further, while Coulson's smile became somewhat strained. The sensation of being thoroughly seen before even meeting was a pressure like none they had ever experienced. They traversed the excessively opulent, yet somewhat starkly empty hall, arriving at the expansive terrace overlooking the endless Pacific. Lin Yang lounged leisurely in a well-tailored black casual outfit, which perfectly accentuated his tall, robust physique. Beside him stood Wanda, the young red-haired girl, seemingly just finished with some training, beads of sweat glistening at her temples. Upon noticing their arrival, she instinctively took a cautious step back behind Lin Yang, her eyes brimming with vigilance. A hovering grill was automatically rotating skewers, their savory aroma wafting through the air. Lin Yang gestured towards an empty chair beside him with a smile. Make yourselves comfortable, please. Wanda, Could you fetch some drinks for our esteemed guests? There are a few bottles of expired yogurt in the fridge. Let's not waste them. Fury did not take a seat. Instead, he stepped forward, his keen eye locking onto Lin Yang. Mr. Lin, I believe you are aware of the reason for our visit. Your recent actions have significantly disrupted the global strategic balance and the nature of your abilities. Stop right there. Lin Yang interrupted, lazily waving his hand. First, feel free to address me more casually. Lin Yang will suffice. He paused, a playful smirk curving his lips. Or, you may also call me Superman. I find that moniker quite fitting, straightforward, wouldn't you agree? Superman. Fury pondered the term, his scrutiny intensifying. Indeed, Superman. Lin Yang picked up a perfectly grilled skewer, taking a bite while speaking with an air of casual authority. Transcending humanity, shortened to Superman. No fault in that. Very well, Director Fury, continue your performance. I am listening. Lin Yang replied, suppressing his irritation at being interrupted. Fury, in a deep voice, stated, regardless of how you refer to yourself, Mr. Lin, the abilities you have displayed constitute an unprecedented and unpredictable threat to global security. We believe that individuals with extraordinary capabilities, such as yourself, must be subjected to appropriate oversight and constraints to ensure oversight. Lin Yang interjected, as if he had heard an utterly absurd joke, bursting into laughter. He casually discarded the remains of his skewer, which landed perfectly in a trash bin 10 meters away. Are you still half asleep? What do you intend to use for oversight? Your outdated satellites that constantly spy on my windows? Or perhaps the emergency protocol regarding the green behemoth stored in your archives? Or is it that antiquated pager in your pocket? He stood up and walked to the edge of the terrace, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the entire ocean and sky. Wake up, Director. The fact that I can calmly enjoy this sea breeze and grilled skewers with you is not due to the prowess of your S-H-I-E-L-D, but simply because I am in a good mood today. He turned back, his smile still intact, yet his gaze suddenly transformed into a fierce, indifferent intensity akin to the core of a star. This planet, no, my planet, is now my private property. I have no tolerance for anyone meddling or tarnishing it. Do you understand? Fury's expression darkened significantly. Your property? The Earth belongs to all of humanity. Wrong. Lin Yang shook his finger. Now, it belongs to the strong. And I happen to be just a smidgen stronger than all the living beings on this planet combined. Hence, I am the one who calls the shots. This principle is as brutally simple and effective as S-H-I-E-L-D, attempting to teach civilization and order to indigenous tribes with aircraft carriers and fighter jets. He strolled back to Fury, observing him with keen interest, particularly lingering on his black eye patch. As for your so-called Avengers Initiative, the Baby Bus Mutual Aid Group, Lin Yang scoffed, his tone dripping with unreserved disdain. I have no interest in playing house with you. However, his tone shifted slightly more serious while still retaining a casually infuriating demeanor. I can assure you that any extraterrestrial beings, subterranean creatures, or entities from other dimensions wishing to visit should stay within their own domains. Should anyone dare to extend their claws toward my Earth, a terrifying red glint flashed in his eyes, I will be exceedingly displeased. The pressure in that moment seemed to freeze the air. Fury, Coulson, and Natasha involuntarily felt their hearts skip a beat, while Wanda instinctively shrank further behind Lin Yang. Fury took a deep breath, attempting to regain control of the conversation. Even if you possess immense power, Mr. Lin, cooperation and order still. Cooperation? Order? Lin Yang interrupted him once more, a somewhat perilous smile gracing his face. Speaking of order, I have stumbled upon something rather intriguing. His extraordinary vision, akin to the most sophisticated scanner, fixated on Fury, as if attempting to peer into his very essence. Within your S-H-I-E-L-D, it seems that some unwarranted disruptors of order have infiltrated it like a sieve. For instance, certain charming little shapeshifters from Skrull. Fury's pupils constricted suddenly. The nerves of Coulson and Natasha tensed instantly at his side. Yet, Lin Yang was swifter. His eyes transformed in an instant, glowing like molten iron. With a whoosh, a searing gaze, hot enough to distort the air, erupted without warning, striking Nick Fury with pinpoint accuracy. Fury barely had time to register his astonishment before his body vaporized, disintegrated, and vanished under the terrifying heat energy, leaving behind only a scorched, crystallized ground and a pungent scent of ozone. This transpired so swiftly that Coulson and Natasha could not muster any effective response, rendered frozen in place, wide-eyed as they beheld the emptiness where their director had just stood, engulfed in immense shock. Relax, my friends, Lin Yang remarked as the crimson glow in his eyes faded. He clapped his hands, as though merely brushing off a speck of dust. No need to be so tense. I merely assisted your S-H-I-E-L-D in tidying up a portal. No need for thanks. He smiled at the nearly petrified Coulson and Natasha, who had assumed a combat stance, the electric baton in Natasha's grasp. A radiant yet chilling grin illuminating his face. Surprised? Astonished? Your esteemed director is likely holed up in some extraterrestrial secret safe house by now. The imposter you just encountered was a disguised alien refugee. With such proficiency, do they still think to supervise me? They ought to clean out the cockroaches in their own home first. He approached the genuine Coulson and Natasha, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. Look at your SHIELD. It should be called Snake Shield, so thoroughly penetrated it is. Is it Skrulls or Hydra? How disgraceful. He waved dismissively. All right, today's shocking SHIELD field lesson concludes here. You may return with your fragile hearts and shattered worldviews. Reflect on what to do next. Either continue to vex me or obediently maintain the basic order of my private domain. Coulson and Natasha exchanged glances, each witnessing the tumultuous waves of emotion in the other's eyes. The magnitude and horror of the revelation nearly caused their minds to short-circuit. Their director was a disguised Skrull, instantly discerned and then evaporated. SHIELD, infiltrated by Hydra? Lin Yang reclined back in his beach chair, sipped his drink lazily, and added nonchalantly, as for me, I remain ensconced in my seaside villa, grilling skewers, instructing my secretary, and casually overseeing the premises. As long as I am not disturbed, we can coexist in tranquility. Natasha inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing her inner astonishment, casting a glance at the charred earth, then studying Lin Yang intently before finally signaling to Coulson. Coulson's complexion paled as he nodded with difficulty. The two exchanged no further words, maintaining the utmost vigilance as they gradually retreated, hastily departing from the terrace, their silhouettes marked by an unprecedented urgency and heaviness. Watching them vanish through the doorway, Wanda exhaled a sigh of relief. Casting a nervous glance at Lin Yang, will they return? Lin Yang flashed her a grin, resuming his nonchalant demeanor. Who knows? Now, Miss Secretary, let us ignore those trivial matters and continue your training. Today's objective is to master the precise control of chaotic magic over the grilling of chicken wings. If they burn, you shall merely watch as I indulge. Chapter 5. A thorough cleanup at S.H.I.E.L.D. and afternoon tea with the Supreme Sorcerer Natasha took one last profound look at Lin Yang. Her gaze intricate enough to inspire a psychological treatise. She uttered not another word but decisively turned, the hem of her black tactical suit slicing through the air. Coulson, gather evidence. We must depart. Her voice was as frigid as Siberian permafrost. Still reeling from the shock that the director was an extraterrestrial who had been vaporized before his eyes, Coulson instinctively remarked, but the scene, there's enough residue to analyze. Without glancing back, Natasha continued her stride, unyielding. We shall address that once we've tidied our own backyard. The two swiftly collected residual crystals from the ground, remaining on high alert as they nearly retreated from the terrace. The black SUV sped away from the villa as if pursued by hounds. Wanda watched the vehicle disappear, her brow slightly furrowed. Will they believe us? Lin Yang slumped back into his beach chair, picking up another skewer and munching contentedly. Whether they believe is of no consequence. What matters is that they are preoccupied now. The real amusement has yet to commence. Let them engage in their game of Minesweeper for the time being. His enhanced vision penetrated layers of space, directing itself toward the distant S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Wow. He whistled, his face alight with the thrill of chaos unfolding. It has begun. On the third-floor east corridor, two gentlemen who moments ago were jovially purchasing coffee now drew their weapons, engaging in a fierce shootout. Green liquid splattered across the walls. TSK, Wanda inquired. Can you see it? Of course. Lin Yang replied, brimming with pride, as if he were witnessing a live reality show. Wow. Natasha, the skilled sister, is impressive. A slick slide followed by dual-gun precision shooting. Splendid. That maneuver deserves a 10. Though her expression is rather fierce, I must deduct a point. Oh dear, Coulson. The ever-nice guy is firing too. Indeed, a good soul pushed to the brink is the most terrifying. As he broadcasted the turmoil within S.H.I.E.L.D., he offered his commentary, nearly bursting into a dance of excitement. As Wanda listened to his vivid description, she envisioned the harrowing scenes unfolding there, her complexion paling slightly. Fear not. Lin Yang glanced at her and waved his hand dismissively. It's merely refuse that needs clearing. Once they finish this task, I suspect they will come seeking my assistance. However, it will depend on my mood. His words suddenly halted, the playful smile on his face fading somewhat as his gaze shifted to the empty corner of the terrace. He raised an eyebrow, his enhanced vision meticulously scanning that space. Interesting. The air in that area began to ripple as if disturbed by stones cast into water. erupting in a dazzling display of golden sparks. The sparks twirled and expanded, forming a flawless circular portal, its edges crackling with mysterious energy. Wanda was startled, instinctively stepping back, her hands gathering faint chaotic energy. A woman clad in a resplendent yellow robe, exuding an extraordinary aura, stepped gracefully through the portal. Her hands were tucked within her voluminous sleeves, and her face bore a serene yet profound smile. The portal closed silently behind her. Master Gu-yi, Wanda recognized. Her gaze first landed on the seemingly formidable Wanda, particularly lingering for a moment on the restless chaotic energy in her hands. A flicker of understanding passing through her eyes before shifting to Lin Yang. Good afternoon, traveler from another realm. She inclined her head slightly, her voice calm, yet imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality. Lin Yang appeared unperturbed. Instead, he grinned widely, patting the empty chair beside him. Ah, the Supreme Sorceress? What a rare guest. Just in time to watch the live broadcast. The internal strife within S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite the spectacle. With green blood splattering live, an event not to be missed. Master Gu-yi seemed somewhat taken aback by his overly enthusiastic greeting, but soon regained her composure, gracefully taking a seat in the chair that seemed to have been prepared for her. There is no need for the broadcast, she replied with a smile. The ripples of time have already conveyed everything that has transpired there. The secret invasion by the Skrulls is indeed regrettable. Regrettable, you say? Lin Yang handed her a glass of an untouched beverage. It's merely a spring cleaning. Out with the old, in with the new. By the way, give this a try. It's a delight for the couch potato, far more invigorating than the tea of Kamartaj. Gu-yi regarded the bubbling black liquid in the glass and politely declined. Thank you, but I shall pass. Her gaze turned deeper as she focused back on Lin Yang. Your arrival has cast a monumental stone into the river of time, creating ripples that are altering many predetermined paths. Lin Yang shrugged. Life is meant to be full of surprises. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully mundane, wouldn't it? Indeed, Gu-yi nodded in agreement. However, certain surprises may attract unwarranted attention, such as the ruler of the dark dimension or other entities harboring malice towards Earth. Oh, who might that be? Dormammu? Lin Yang's eyes brightened, his interest piqued. When does he arrive? Just let me know, as I happen to be in need of a punching bag to practice my skills. I assure you, I will make it so unrecognizable that even its mother wouldn't recognize it. The serene expression of the Ancient One, which had remained unchanged for millennia, finally displayed a subtle crack. She lightly cleared her throat and remarked, perhaps such intensity is unnecessary. Maintaining the balance of dimensions is of utmost importance. Balance is simply determined by who has the mightiest fist, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, bald lady, I have no interest in annihilating the world, but in the territory I protect, no one shall dare to extend their claws. Otherwise, a dangerous red glint flickered in his eyes. I wouldn't hesitate to ensure their permanent disappearance. The Ancient One gazed at him for a moment before suddenly smiling. I believe you possess that capability. She then shifted her focus to Wanda, who stood quietly yet resonated with chaotic magical energy due to her presence. This young lady's power is quite unique, yet fraught with danger and instability. Wanda instinctively tensed her body. Indeed, chaotic magic holds significant potential, though it has been misguided by that illiterate Hydra clan, Lin Yang interjected, as if boasting about his own child. I was just planning to find her a reputable training program to study systematically. Does Kamartaj offer employment opportunities? Are there any discounts on tuition fees? The Ancient One was momentarily taken aback by this barrage of modern terminology before chuckling softly. Kamartaj welcomes any seeker of knowledge. Should this young lady be willing, I can personally guide her in mastering this power to prevent it from spiraling out of control. Wanda's eyes instantly sparkled with desire as she looked at Lin Yang. I think that's a splendid idea, Lin Yang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Then it's settled. Is accommodation included? Is there Wi-Fi? Will there be ample study materials? Oh, and most importantly, can we freely access the library? I simply adore learning. I feel restless if I don't read for even a day. The Ancient One regarded Lin Yang, her eyes, which seemed to penetrate time itself, revealing a hint of genuine exasperation and amusement for the first time. The collection at Kamartaj may indeed satisfy your thirst for knowledge. She slowly rose, her sleeves waving. And once again, golden sparks erupted in the air, inviting the two to visit at any time, primarily for the sake of Miss Wanda's education. The portal began to rotate slowly, revealing an ancient courtyard surrounded by snow-capped mountains and figures clad in robes. No problem. Once the show here concludes, we shall join you for lessons. Lin Yang cheerfully waved. Take care, bald lady, and do send my regards to the portly Wang. The Ancient One's steps faltered imperceptibly, and she ultimately shook her head in resignation as she stepped into the portal, vanishing amidst a cascade of golden light. Wanda stared blankly at the spot where the portal had disappeared, unable to regain her composure for a while. "Quit daydreaming, Miss Secretary." Lin Yang's voice pulled her back to reality. "Hurry and pack your things. We are preparing for our overseas studies. Oh, and remember to bring plenty of snacks. I've heard the cuisine there is rather bland." He resumed his incessant planning, as if he had merely scheduled a casual afternoon tea rather than engaged in a conversation with the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth regarding dimensional safety. Wanda gazed at his relaxed demeanor, and her previously tense heart, which had been stirred by the appearance of Ancient One, unconsciously began to ease. Chapter 6. The Kamatage Training Program and Self-Directed Magical Learning. A few days later, as the internal cleansing of S.H.I.E.L.D. unfolded with fervor amidst a flurry of green blood and black secrets, Lin Yang felt somewhat fatigued by the live broadcast. "I'm off, Secretary," he said, stretching and rising from his beach chair. "Let me take you to a training class to recharge." Under his playful banter and occasional unconventional guidance, Wanda had gradually gained a smoother control over her chaotic magic. At least now, she wouldn't inadvertently send the grill flying. She felt a blend of anticipation and anxiety at his words. "Are we going to Kamatage now? Why wait? Are we supposed to linger until their opening ceremony?" Lin Yang grasped her wrist firmly. "This express train to superhuman abilities will take us straight to the foothills of the Himalayas, with no stops along the way. If you get motion sickness, don't blame me." Before he finished speaking, Wanda felt the scenery before her stretch and warp at an incomprehensible speed. A powerful wave of dizziness washing over her, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. The howling wind roared in her ears, yet her body strangely felt no rush of air. As if merely a heartbeat had passed, all noise vanished, and the temperature around her plummeted, infused with the frigid breath of ice and snow. "All right, we've arrived. Payment is due." "Oh, wait, it's free." Lin Yang released her hand. Wanda cautiously opened her eyes, rendered speechless by the breathtaking sight before her. They stood upon a vast platform embraced by towering snow-capped mountains, with ancient stone slabs underfoot. Directly ahead, a grand architectural ensemble, steeped in Tibetan style, ascended the mountainside, with its flying eaves and bracketed roofs, colorful prayer flags fluttering in the biting cold wind. The air was imbued with a faint scent of sandalwood and an indescribable aura of energy. Several individuals clad in brown or yellow robes practiced in the distant square. Some conjured golden sparks in circular arcs, while others wielded whips or shields formed purely of energy, producing a resonant hum. "Ah, the ambience is palpable," Lin Yang remarked, stroking his chin. "Though the decor feels rather antiquated, I recommend installing a Wi-Fi connection." Their sudden arrival naturally drew attention. A tall, sturdy man in a yellow robe approached briskly, his expression serious and eyes filled with vigilance. "Who are you? How did you breach the sanctum's protective array?" he inquired in a deep voice, his hands slightly raised, seemingly ready to cast a spell. "Master Modu, relax," a calm voice interjected. The Ancient One appeared nearby, her face still adorned with that gentle smile. "They are my invited guests." Master Modu paused, retracting his hostility, yet the scrutiny in his gaze remained. "Supreme Master," he acknowledged. The Ancient One nodded, turning to Lin Yang and Wanda. "Welcome to Kamatage. It appears you have settled the minor inconveniences on Earth." "Minor inconveniences?" Lin Yang chuckled. "Referring to those green fountains, roughly so. I suspect they will continue for a while longer. Enough of that. Where's the library? I am eager to immerse myself in the ocean of knowledge." Ancient One seemed amused by his eagerness and gestured for him to follow. "This way." She led the two through the expansive courtyard and corridors, arriving before a more ancient and solemn structure. The heavy wooden doors opened automatically, revealing an awe-inspiring sight within. Countless towering wooden shelves, neatly arranged, reached up to the ceiling, filled with a variety of books and scrolls. The air was imbued with fine dust and the essence of ancient magic. "Wow!" Wanda couldn't help but exclaim. She could sense that each book here harbored immense energy. The librarian, Wang, was on a ladder organizing a row of ancient tomes when he noticed the Ancient One bringing in newcomers, particularly one man dressed in modern casual attire. Curiously gazing around, he frowned and descended from the ladder. "Supreme Sorcerer," he greeted, then turned his gaze toward Lin Yang and Wanda. "This is the most precious." "I know, a treasury of knowledge," Lin Yang interrupted, his eyes beginning to shimmer with a faint golden light, his gaze scanning the rows of bookshelves like a rapid scanner. "Fundamental theories, elemental control, dimensional analysis, contract principles, oh, and a forbidden section? I would love to see that." Wang's words were caught in his throat, his expression darkening. He felt this individual lacked the most basic reverence for knowledge. Yet, Ancient One merely smiled and shook her head at Wang, signaling him to remain calm. Lin Yang paid them no mind, having already immersed himself in his studies. His superhuman vision rivaled the fastest of scanners and decoders. The text, patterns, and energy runes on the pages were absorbed into his eyes at an astonishing pace, instantly comprehended, digested, and synthesized by his prodigious mind. He barely needed to lift a finger. A subtle expansion of his biofield caused hundreds of hefty tomes on nearby shelves to flutter open, their pages flipping wildly with such speed that they left behind only a blur. Wang's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, his eyes wide with disbelief. This supreme sorcerer. He. Wanda also covered her mouth, incredulously witnessing this surreal scene. Even Ancient One momentarily exhibited a flicker of astonishment. Yet she maintained her composure. Quite an interesting method of learning, isn't it? Within mere minutes, the books gently closed and returned to their original positions, as if untouched. The golden light in Lin Yang's eyes gradually faded, and he smacked his lips, seemingly unsatisfied. Not bad. The foundation is quite solid. I have a good grasp of the principles, just lacking a bit of practice. He raised his right hand, recalling a spatial spell model he had seen earlier, and casually traced a circle in the air. Zing! A flawless and stable portal, shimmering with golden sparks, materialized in an instant. Opposite the portal lay the library's cozy lounge, where a steaming teapot sat invitingly on a table. Is there no need for a suspension spell? The voice of the king shattered the air, laced with terror and absurdity. This is impossible. It contravenes all magical laws. How has the energy stability been achieved? How has the spatial coordinates been precisely located? Is this even feasible without a suspension spell? Lin Yang bore an expression suggesting that mere manual dexterity sufficed. He casually dissipated the portal, remarking, "The book didn't state that it was a necessity. Isn't it merely a matter of stabilizing energy output and calculating spatial coordinates? Quite simple, really." The king stood agape, struggling to utter a word, as if his entire worldview of magic had been shattered. Finally, Master Gui spoke, her voice imbued with a peculiar cadence. The study of magic transcends mere accumulation of knowledge. It necessitates a resonance with the energies of all things, requiring time for introspection and understanding. Resonance? Understanding? Lin Yang scratched his head. Perhaps I resonate rather swiftly? In any case, I grasp the essential concepts. By the way, I glanced at the contract of the Dimension Emperor. Its principle entails borrowing magical power from higher dimensional existences, along with adhering to a plethora of stipulations. Quite cumbersome. He stroked his chin, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. What if I were to contract with myself? I provide the magical energy, I establish the rules, self-sustaining, cyclical utilization, environmentally friendly, and trouble-free. This groundbreaking notion left even Gui momentarily speechless. Using oneself as the source, a self-contract? She echoed slowly, her eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. No one has ever conceived of this. The purity of energy and the stability of output demand the utmost standards. Understanding of one's own essence must reach perfection. Let us give it a try. We can reconsider if it fails. Lin Yang, a man of action, immediately settled cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Golden radiance flowed naturally from within him, more pure and warm than sunlight, enveloping a small area around him. His extraordinary mind began to operate at full speed, synthesizing the vast magical knowledge he had just absorbed. He reverse-engineered to construct a brand-new contract model entirely centered around his own energy system. Unconsciously, his hands rose, fingertips tracing the void as intricate, unprecedented golden runes began to coalesce. Its essence was no longer a symbol of any external divine presence, but rather an exceedingly succinct emblem, imbued with boundless power and potential, representing Lin Yang himself. Contract established, he murmured, and the golden self-contract rune abruptly contracted, transforming into a streak of light that entered his forehead. Boom! An invisible wave of energy surged outward from him, causing all the books in the library to tremble slightly, while the shelves creaked ominously. The magical energy saturating the air seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, becoming remarkably animated. Lin Yang opened his eyes and casually waved his hand. With a crackle, yet another portal emerged, more stable and seamless than the previous one. It connected directly to the snow-capped summit outside, where the biting cold wind rushed into the warm library. Done. He snapped his fingers, dispersing the portal. Indeed, it was far more convenient now. The internet speed had significantly improved, without any middlemen profiting off the transaction. Wang had become completely petrified, his mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Master Gui gazed intently at Lin Yang, her silence stretching for what felt like an eternity, her eyes shimmering with an intricate complexity that seemed to pierce through endless time. Finally, it transformed into a gentle sigh. tinged with unmistakable awe. Mr. Lin, she began slowly, her tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Have you ever considered becoming the next supreme sorcerer? Huh. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head vigorously like a rattle. No, no, the responsibility is too great. It lacks freedom. I prefer to be my own street urchin. Oh, I mean, a freelancer. I can protect the earth, but staying here every day to read and teach disciples? No, thank you. Gu Yi seemed to have anticipated this, not pressing the issue further, though a flicker of regret passed through her eyes. She turned to the equally astonished Wanda beside her. Then, Miss Wanda, perhaps your studies can officially commence. Master Mordo will guide you. Wait, Lin Yang interjected once more. His enthusiasm ignited as he pointed toward the depths of the library. I just spotted an intriguing book over there. The energy response is quite unique, and it seems to resonate with Wanda. Can I borrow it? I promise not to damage it. Gu Yi followed his gaze, her brow slightly furrowing. Are you referring to the Dark Grimoire? Chapter 7. The Avengers' Assault and the lunar warning sign. Time in Kamartaj flew by swiftly. Lin Yang nearly lived in the library, devouring all the tomes he could access in an astonishing manner, even those marked as dangerous or obscure. He not only mastered the magical system of Kamartaj, but, leveraging his immense energy and extraordinary intellect, developed a series of exaggerated spells that only he could wield. Wanda, under Master Mordo's guidance, began systematically learning the fundamentals of magic. Her rapid progress astonished Mordo, as chaotic magic and the orthodox Vishanti magic seemed to find a peculiar balance within her, especially after Lin Yang occasionally nudged her with his unconventional insights. However, this relatively tranquil period of study was abruptly shattered by a sudden, piercing golden light that tore through the sky. The brilliance was so intense that it penetrated the ancient protective enchantments of the sanctum, illuminating the courtyard in a dazzling glow. Lin Yang was engrossed in watching Wanda attempt to shape chaotic magic into the form of a game controller. Though the result resembled more of a twisted mass of red clay, he suddenly lifted his head, his extraordinary gaze effortlessly penetrating the barrier, gazing into the profound expanse of space beyond Earth. Wow, what a brilliantly shining bulb! He exaggeratedly shielded his eyes with a hand, clicking his tongue in amazement. Such an exuberant energy reaction. Whose bold daughter is this, stepping out with such dazzling effects? Almost simultaneously, the figure of the Ancient One appeared silently in the courtyard. She gazed skyward, her expression calm yet tinged with an imperceptible gravity. She has arrived. Who? Wanda inquired, puzzled. She sensed an overwhelming and disquieting pressure descending from the heavens, causing the chaotic magic within her to stir restlessly. A formidable individual, long devoted to maintaining a so-called peace in the universe, who believed the galaxy should fall under her dominion. Lin Yang smirked, his tone laced with mockery. I bet her little brother got beaten up, and she's here to intervene. No sooner had he spoken than a golden streak of light shattered the atmosphere at an alarming speed, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, hurtling like a meteor straight towards the snow-capped mountains of Kamartaj. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, shaking the earth and mountains. A powerful shockwave enveloped snow and debris, yet it was quietly neutralized by Kamartaj's protective array. As the dust settled, a figure surrounded by resplendent golden flames hovered in midair just outside the sanctum. Clad in a red and blue uniform adorned with star motifs, her short hair was neatly styled, and her expression was austere, with her eyes ablaze with fury. Indeed, it was Carol Danvers of the Avengers. Her voice resonated like thunder, imbued with undeniable authority and suppressed rage, penetrating the barrier and reaching every ear. You there, Lin Yang. Step forward. Master Mordo, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly rallied the other sorcerers to the courtyard, as golden arrays and energy shields flared to life. The Ancient One stepped forward, her voice calm, yet equally resonant. Carol Danvers, this is not a place for your reckless outburst. Ancient One, Carol's brow furrowed, but her fury remained unabated. This matter does not concern you. The scrolls are my allies. Talos cannot have died in vain. That Lin Yang must give me an explanation. An explanation? Lin Yang's languid voice emerged, revealing that he had appeared at the edge of the barrier, hands tucked into his pockets. What sort of explanation do you seek? An invoice or a warranty? I'm afraid that combating extraterrestrial incursions on Earth is a public service, and we do not offer after-sales support. Carol's gaze locked onto him in an instant, the golden light within her eyes surging. You are Lin Yang? Indeed, the one and only designated superhero of Earth, quality guaranteed. Lin Yang replied, patting his chest. And you, Ms. Avengers? You seem rather agitated. How about we step down for a cool drink to calm your nerves? Our Tibetan butter tea is quite delightful, though it is a bit high in calories. Given your energy levels, I fear you might explode if you drink too much. Silver-tongued rogue. Carol retorted sharply. Did you kill Talos? You mean that green shapeshifter? Lin Yang cleared his ears. Indeed, who allowed him to impersonate the director of SHIELD and flaunt before me, even attempting to oversee my actions? I have a rather irritable temperament and detest when others act like a big shot in my presence. One careless moment, and I might just retaliate. What? Is he your boyfriend? The dismissive and even mocking tone completely enraged Carol. You're seeking death, she shouted, her entire being igniting with radiant flames, transforming into a streak of golden lightning as she unleashed a devastating punch towards the protective barrier of Kamartaj. The force behind that punch was terrifying enough to easily sink a continental shelf. Boom. The barrier trembled violently, golden ripples surged wildly, as if it would shatter in the next instant. The mages maintaining the barrier collectively gasped, their faces paling. TSK, resorting to violence when unable to reason, such poor manners. Lin Yang sighed, seemingly disappointed. Moreover, one must compensate for damaging others' possessions. Do you have any idea how costly it is to maintain this aging barrier? As he spoke, he stepped forward, effortlessly passing through the barrier and hovering at the same height as Carol in the air. So you wish to fight? Very well. Let us stretch our limbs a bit. However, this place is rather small. It would be unfortunate to damage the flowers and plants. Let us relocate to a more spacious area. Before Carol could respond, a flicker of crimson light flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. His heat vision not directed at her, but rather piercing through the space beside them. A massive spatial rift was forcefully torn open, revealing not another location on Earth, but the cold, desolate, and silent surface of the moon. The gray craters and boundless plains of dust were vividly visible. Off we go. Lin Yang's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Carol, seemingly delivering a casual kick. Carol barely registered the movement before an irresistible force propelled her uncontrollably into the rift. Lin Yang followed closely, and the rift sealed shut. From the perspective of the Kamartaj onlookers, it appeared as though the two had simply vanished, leaving only the dissipating energy waves in the air. On the moon, near the silent sea base ruins, Carol stumbled to regain her balance on the lunar surface, incredulously surveying the desolate surroundings and the distant blue earth. The low-gravity environment affected her little, but the means employed by her opponent sent shivers down her spine. Spatial teleportation? Who exactly are you? I've told you, I'm an Earth superhero, part-time cosmic law enforcement. Lin Yang hovered across from her, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. This place is spacious enough. Feel free to unleash your fury. After all, if anything gets damaged, it's the moon's misfortune. Arrogant. Carol ceased her contemplation, her anger transforming into an even greater power. Her fists coalesced with golden energy potent enough to annihilate stars, once more morphing into golden lightning as she charged towards Lin Yang. Her speed was astonishing, her strength overwhelming, each punch capable of tearing apart battleships. However, Lin Yang moved through the air with an effortless grace, evading her attacks by mere millimeters, all the while offering commentary. Your speed is decent, but rather linear, lacking in variation. Your strength is adequate, yet the efficiency of your energy usage is alarmingly low, resulting in significant waste. This move appears impressive, yet it reveals glaring weaknesses. The center is wide open, dear sister. As Carol became increasingly astonished and enraged, she realized that her once proud speed and strength seemed laughable in comparison to her opponent. Every attack missed its mark, failing even to graze the hem of her attire. Lin Yang's nonchalant demeanor and incessant remarks only fueled her fury further. Shut your mouth, she bellowed, gathering an immense golden sphere of energy in her hands, the power contained within causing the surrounding lunar rocks to begin melting and evaporating. Die! She hurled the energy sphere, potent enough to penetrate the moon's core, directly at Lin Yang. At last, Lin Yang ceased his evasive maneuvers. He gazed at the oncoming sphere of destructive energy, slowly raising his right hand. With a soft sound, he effortlessly caught the energy sphere with a single hand, as if it were merely a child's ball. The violent energy swirled and battered against his palm, yet it could not budge him an inch, nor even force him to retreat. The energy concentration is adequate, but the core structure is unstable, and the heat dissipation is poor. Quite disappointing, he mused, examining the agitated sphere in his grasp before shaking his head. Then, under Carol's astonished gaze, he tightened his fingers slightly, with a sound akin to a balloon bursting. The fearsome golden energy sphere collapsed instantaneously, extinguishing itself and dissipating into scattered sparks in the vacuum of space. How is that possible? Carol exclaimed in disbelief, her most powerful strike effortlessly crushed by her adversary. Nothing is impossible, Lin Yang replied, shaking his hand. You are but a mediocre energy-saving bulb, and yet you doubted it. Now it is my turn. His expression grew slightly serious. In the next moment, his figure vanished, not merely at high speed, but in a true sense of disappearance. Carol's pupils constricted as her energy senses heightened to their utmost, yet she could not detect his presence. Suddenly, she felt a chilling hand press against the nape of her neck. This is how speed is utilized, Lin Yang's voice whispered in her ear. Before she could react, an indescribable force surged from that hand. Boom! Carol was hurled towards the lunar surface by an unyielding power. The speed so great it produced a violent sonic boom. Although silent in the vacuum, the shockwave expanded with palpable force. She struck the moon's surface like a meteor, creating a massive circular crater with spiderweb-like cracks radiating for miles. Lunar dust erupted skyward, lingering in the air for an extended period. At the center of the pit, Carol lay there, her luminous aura dimmed to an extreme, her battle attire torn in several places, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She attempted to struggle to her feet, only to find her entire skeletal structure felt as though it had shattered, her energy core vibrating incessantly. Lin Yang slowly descended to the edge of the pit, gazing down at her. The roguish smile on his face had vanished, replaced by a detached tranquility. "Let me impart a lesson to you, Ms. Marvel," he declared. "Earth is now under my dominion. Here, the rules are dictated by me. No matter how formidable you are in the cosmos, you must yield here. Be it a dragon or a tiger, you must conform to my will." He raised his hand, his eyes focusing with a fierce intensity. A searing beam of light shot forth, not aimed at the immobile Carol, but at the lunar rock beside her. The intense heat instantly melted and vaporized the lunar rock, which then rapidly cooled. Within mere seconds, a rough yet colossal stone tablet was formed, its apex resembling a sword pointing towards the vast cosmos. Lin Yang soared upwards, his eyes once more emitting a scorching gaze, swiftly etching a massive, profound inscription filled with a sharp warning onto the stone tablet's smooth surface. Warning: Earth is private property. Alien invaders shall meet a fate no different from that of this specimen. Beneath the words "this specimen," he illustrated a simple yet vivid depiction of the defeated Carol Danvers, sprawled on the ground. After completing this task, he descended, grasping the tattered part of Carol's suit with one hand, lifting her up and placing her atop the stone tablet, arranging her in the pose depicted in the illustration, ensuring she was forever enshrined in a posture of humiliation and caution. Her life force had already faded, leaving her a cold corpse, her eyes, now devoid of sparkle, still reflecting the remnants of shock and resentment, staring blankly into the endless void of space. Lin Yang clapped his hands, surveying his creation with satisfaction. "Ah, the effect is quite striking indeed. Any oblivious extraterrestrial thinking of causing trouble should first behold this sign." He turned away from the lunar warning tablet, facing the azure earth. In an instant, his figure blurred and vanished at a speed beyond imagination, leaving behind the desolate moon, the vast circular pit, and the towering, ominous warning tablet, adorned with a cold corpse. In the courtyard of Kamar Taj, a flash of golden light heralded Lin Yang's reappearance, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. "All done. The issue is resolved," he cheerfully remarked to the concerned Wanda and the composed Ancient One. "Let us continue, shall we? Wanda, your chaos card game hasn't been conjured yet." Wanda gazed at him, instinctively glancing skyward, seemingly able to envision the horrifying scene on the moon. Ultimately, she said nothing, merely nodding silently in agreement. Master Gui cast a profound gaze upon Lin Yang, his eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions that remained elusive. Ultimately, it culminated in a barely audible sigh, as his figure gradually dissipated into the ether. The sanctuary of the snowy domain returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Only those privy to the underlying truths understood that from this day forth, a chilling and ominous warning lingered in the vast expanse of the cosmos, while Earth welcomed a truly formidable protector. Chapter 8. The Awakening of Chaos and Moonlit Affection. The minor incident on the moon did not dampen Lin Yang's fervor for teaching. After ensuring that the cosmic warning sign was sufficiently conspicuous, he cast the matter aside and devoted himself wholeheartedly to advancing Wanda's chaotic magic training. The library of Kamar Taj became their primary classroom. Lin Yang maximized his unique learning method, which combined superhuman vision with a prodigious brain to its fullest potential. He not only perused all high-level texts on energy manipulation and dimensional perception, but also stealthily led Wanda into the forbidden section, under the guise of broadening her horizons. Wanda's approach to learning was far more traditional, yet it surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Her innate affinity for chaotic magic, coupled with Lin Yang's occasional guidance through his pure energy or his unorthodox metaphors, led to her remarkable progress. She could sense that the once daunting crimson energy within her, difficult to control, was gradually transforming into something manageable, akin to threads that could be intricately woven rather than a violent torrent. She began to grasp the essence of Lin Yang's frequent remarks about energy programming. On that day, Wanda sat alone in a corner of the library, her eyes closed, surrounded by a tangible and gentle crimson energy. It no longer spilled haphazardly, but flowed in harmony with her breath, occasionally morphing into birds or coalescing into intricate roses. Eventually, she even attempted to construct the game controller that Lin Yang had often mentioned. While it remained somewhat abstract, at least a semblance of a shape was discernible. Leaning against the opposite bookshelf, Lin Yang observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Yes, that's about right. The foundational knowledge had been imparted, practical exercises had been undertaken, and what remained was the refinement through perseverance and personal insight. Staying perpetually in the library, poring over ancient tomes, could lead to becoming a mere bookworm, devoid of practical experience. He approached her and snapped his fingers. The energy enveloping Wanda instantly dissipated, and she opened her eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. Congratulations, Miss Secretary. You've graduated. Lin Yang grinned widely, declaring that the first session of the Camartage enrichment program had come to a successful conclusion. Let us go home. The seaside villa is far more comfortable than this snowy mountain retreat. The word home stirred a gentle emotion within Wanda. Without further farewells, Lin Yang called out into the air, "Bald lady, Fat Wong, we're off." Rest assured, no books were harmed. With that, he took Wanda's hand. In the next instant, the cold mountain air was replaced by a warm, humid breeze imbued with the scent of the sea. The silence that once enveloped her ears was replaced by the soothing rhythm of eternal waves crashing against cliffs. They had returned directly to the expansive terrace of their Malibu villa, facing the sea. The sun was descending towards the horizon, painting the sky and ocean in a splendid hue of gold and crimson. Ah, there is no place like home. Lin Yang stretched his arms, indulging in a deep, satisfying breath. Wanda gazed at the familiar luxury and tranquility before her, as if transported through time. The experiences in Camartage, particularly that brief yet terrifying moment on the moon, had deepened her understanding of the strength and capriciousness of the man beside her. Yet it was precisely this strength that bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of security. Nightfall quickly descended. The villa was ablaze with light, yet only the two of them occupied the space. Lin Yang sprawled carelessly on the largest sofa in the living room, engrossed in Kevin Hart's stand-up comedy, occasionally bursting into laughter. Wanda emerged from her bath, clad in a soft silk robe, her damp red hair cascading over her shoulders. She looked at the man on the sofa, who seemed devoid of any semblance of a strong presence, and an almost imperceptible smile graced her lips. She approached the bar, poured 2 glasses of red wine, and then, holding a glass in hand, walked to the sofa and offered one to Lin Yang. "Ah, thank you, Secretary," Lin Yang said. Accepting the glass and taking a sip, his gaze still fixed on the television. "This is slightly better than butter tea." Wanda settled onto the sofa beside him, not drinking, but cradling her glass with both hands, her head slightly bowed as if lost in thought. The living room was filled only with the raucous laughter from the television and the eternal sound of waves outside. After a considerable silence, Wanda suddenly spoke softly, her voice nearly drowned out by the television's noise. "Why are you so good to me?" Lin Yang's attention finally drifted away from the screen, turning to her. "Am I good to you? I don't perceive it that way. Isn't it just providing food and shelter, and teaching a few things along the way? Isn't that how a boss treats a secretary?" Wanda lifted her gaze, her brown eyes sparkling under the light, appearing particularly clear and earnest. "You saved me, gave me a home, and even helped me manage it." She raised her hand slightly, a tendril of gentle crimson energy swirling at her fingertips. "You even went to Camartage for me and dealt with such formidable foes." "Stop right there." Lin Yang set his glass down, making a gesture for pause. "First, saving you was merely convenient. Primarily, I was in need of a secretary. Second, this house was acquired through force. It doesn't count as a home. Third, teaching you was to prevent your abilities from spiraling out of control and potentially destroying this place. Besides, your chaos magic might prove beneficial to me in the future. Fifth, taking down Captain Marvel was purely a case of her stumbling into danger, compounded by my personal disdain for her." He counted off each point on his fingers, ultimately concluding, "So, please, do not misconstrue my intentions, Miss Secretary. I am quite selfish. All of this is solely for my own benefit." Wanda listened quietly as he spoke, her expression not one of disappointment, but rather deepening amusement. She began to understand him, at least in part. He always employs such flippant and self-serving words to conceal certain truths. "I am aware," she murmured softly, setting down her wine glass and inching closer to him. The fragrant aroma from her post-bath mingled with the faint intoxication of the red wine, wrapping around them. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, observing her. Thus, Wanda's voice lowered, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, yet her gaze remained steadfast. Does the boss offer any special rewards for an exemplary secretary? Lin Yang regarded her slightly flushed cheeks and the complexity reflected in her eyes, suddenly breaking into a smile. He extended his hand, gently lifting her chin with his fingers. Rewards? What kind of reward do you seek? A promotion and a raise? Alas, I have no positions to elevate you to, and as for your salary, I seem to have neglected that as well. Wanda did not respond. Instead, she tilted her head slightly back, closed her eyes, and her long lashes fluttered delicately. This was a silent yet unmistakable invitation. Lin Yang's teasing smile gradually faded as he focused on her exquisite face, feeling her pulse quicken beneath his fingertips. He leaned down, kissing her soft, wine-kissed lips as they parted slightly. Wanda shuddered gently, then melted into him, her arms tentatively and somewhat awkwardly wrapping around his neck. A thread of chaotic energy unconsciously spilled forth, intertwining their hair like a living entity, emanating a subtle, delightful crimson glow. Initially tentative, the kiss soon deepened. Lin Yang's arms encircled her slender waist, drawing her closer. Wanda softly responded, her fingers instinctively clutching the fabric of his back. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, foreheads touching, their breaths quickened. Wanda panted lightly, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes shimmering with a dreamy glimmer. She gazed at Lin Yang, so near, and suddenly laughed. Her voice tinged with playful mockery and understanding. My boss, you seemed a bit nervous just now, didn't you? Your movements were rather awkward. Could it be that this is your first time? Lin Yang's body momentarily stiffened, but he quickly regained his nonchalant demeanor, though his ears appeared slightly flushed. He feigned composure. Nonsense. I traverse the multiverse. What tempests have I not witnessed? Such trivial matters. I am most experienced. Oh, is that so? Wanda's fingers lightly traced his chest, her smile deepening. Then who was it that nearly forgot to breathe? I was merely practicing my lung capacity, Lin Yang retorted, attempting to salvage his pride. And you, Miss Secretary, held onto my neck so tightly just now. Seems you had this planned all along? Wanda's face flushed deeper, yet she did not deny it. Instead, she boldly met his gaze and replied, Indeed, I had my scheming. From the moment you extricated me from that abyss, provided me with a sanctuary, and illuminated the instant I could harness my own power, I had devised a plan. Is that unacceptable, my superior? This candid retort momentarily caught Lin Yang off guard. Yet he soon chuckled softly, a hint of rare delight and relaxation coloring his laughter. Why not? I relish this narrative of a secretary defying authority and successfully navigating unspoken rules. He no longer allowed her the opportunity to speak, once again lowering his lips to hers. This kiss was even more fervent than the last, imbued with an undeniable sense of possession. Wanda responded with fervor. The chaotic energy entwined in their hair seemed to resonate with their emotions, becoming increasingly vibrant and luminous, akin to a pulsating crimson heartbeat. Outside, the ocean waves tirelessly crashed against the cliffs, while the moonlight spilled onto the tranquil sea, shattering into a silvery glow that gently enveloped the villa, progressively warming the enchanting spring atmosphere within. Chapter 9. Shield's appeal within the brightly lit, yet oppressively tense confines of a classified conference room at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters. Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson, and Clint Barton, who had just been urgently summoned from a covert mission, gathered around a holographic projection table. The air was thick with exhaustion and an almost palpable despairing silence. The vast projection displayed a multitude of red dots, resembling malignant rashes, scattered across the global map. Each red dot represented a confirmed or highly suspected Skrull infiltration point. Core government sectors, military command centers, multinational corporations, and even seemingly ordinary communities. The sheer number was staggering, sending shivers down their spines. It was akin to a war already lost. Hawkeye Barton massaged his throbbing temples, his voice hoarse from lack of sleep. Even if we worked tirelessly, killing until our hands were numb, we might not clear even a fraction of this. He paused, and they are undoubtedly on high alert now. Coulson stared at the suffocating array of red dots, his brow furrowing in concern. Perhaps we should consider reporting to the World Security Council, publicly acknowledging the existence of the Skrulls, and initiating a global sweep and manhunt? That's far too perilous, Phil, Natasha immediately countered, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Once we go public, it would be akin to setting off a firecracker in a snake's den. They could instigate widespread chaos immediately, or worse. They are deeply embedded and could silently replace even more key figures, directly paralyzing or even commandeering the decision-making cores of nations. At that point, the ensuing chaos would be irreparable. The conference room succumbed once more to a stifling silence. After what felt like an eternity, Barton let out a self-deprecating laugh. How ironic. Director Fury, who single-handedly established SHIELD, has allowed so many alien spies to infiltrate like termites, and perhaps he himself is unreachable. Coulson sighed, interrupting his somewhat perilous speculation. We cannot even ascertain whether he is still. Why contact him at all? Barton could not resist the urge to comment. Shall we permit these extraterrestrial refugees to treat Earth as their new sanctuary? Natasha's fingers, which had been tapping rhythmically on the table, suddenly stilled. She lifted her gaze, a glimmer of resolute determination flashing in her ice-blue eyes. Perhaps we should inquire of him. Whom? Coulson and Barton simultaneously turned their attention to her. The man residing by the Malibu coastline, who can effortlessly see through the Skrull's disguises and dealt with them with remarkable ease, Natasha articulated slowly. Lin Yang? Barton raised an eyebrow. Are you certain he will assist us? I doubt he is a willing citizen. I am uncertain. Natasha rose, her movements crisp and decisive. But I am confident he possesses a solution. Besides, do we have any alternative at this juncture? The morning sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Malibu villa, casting elongated beams of light across the spacious master bedroom. Lin Yang opened his eyes, feeling the vast, stellar energy coursing within him, and yawned. He casually donned a black robe, loosely fastening the belt, revealing his sculpted chest, and sauntered to the ocean-facing balcony. The sun-warmed lounge chair welcomed him as he reclined comfortably, closing his eyes to the sound of the waves, savoring the rare tranquility. Before long, light footsteps approached from behind. Wanda emerged, adorned in a soft white nightgown, barefoot. Her red hair tousled over her shoulders, her face still bearing the remnants of slumber and languor. Naturally, she curled up in the adjacent lounge chair beside Lin Yang, much like a sunbathing cat. Morning, her voice was soft and muffled, laced with nasal tones. Lin Yang lazily responded, not bothering to open his eyes. Wanda took a sip from the juice on the side table, her motion pausing slightly as she tilted her head, listening intently to the faint sound of engines in the distance. Her chaotic magical senses had sharpened significantly. It seems someone is arriving. Lin Yang remained with his eyes closed, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, I heard it. A black Chevrolet, 3 familiar faces. Let them wait. Wanda relaxed upon hearing this, continuing to sip her juice while basking in the morning light. Approximately 10 minutes later, the doorbell of the villa finally rang, its sound echoing oddly along the empty coastline. Lin Yang leisurely opened his eyes and nodded toward Wanda. Understanding the cue, Wanda extended her intangible chaotic energy, and the distant wrought iron gate slid open silently. The familiar black SUV drove into the courtyard and came to a halt. Natasha, Coulson, and Barton exited the vehicle, their faces etched with undeniable fatigue and gravity, their steps heavy as they approached the villa's entrance. In the living room, Lin Yang had settled into a more comfortable, languid position on the sofa, leisurely sipping a milkshake of unknown origin. Wanda sat quietly on a nearby armchair, perusing a fashion magazine, as though they were merely enjoying a vacation. Lin Yang lifted his chin in a casual greeting, his demeanor nonchalant, reminiscent of one calling for a food delivery. The three exchanged glances before taking their seats on the opposite couch. The sofa was plush, yet they sat upright. Natasha inhaled deeply and spoke first, her tone imbued with unprecedented respect tinged with a hint of resignation. Mr. Lin, I apologize for intruding. We have encountered an exceedingly troublesome issue. Preliminary investigations reveal that the Skrull's infiltration on Earth exceeds our most dire expectations. With SHIELD's current capabilities, we are utterly incapable of addressing this effectively, and it may even precipitate a global catastrophe. Having finished the last sip of his milkshake, Lin Yang set the empty cup aside and raised an eyebrow. And we are in urgent need of your assistance, Coulson interjected earnestly. We can offer. Stop right there. Lin Yang raised his hand to interrupt, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Let me guess, a generous reward? The friendship of SHIELD? Or perhaps a title as an honorary consultant? Spare me, Agent Coulson. I am not lacking in funds, and how much is your friendship worth? As for a title, do you truly believe I am in need of such a thing? Coulson was momentarily rendered speechless. Natasha fixed her gaze on Lin Yang, her eyes, capable of discerning countless lies, now reflecting sincerity. Then, Mr. Lin, what is it that you desire? As long as it is within our authority and capability. Lin Yang's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa, his playful smile deepening. It's quite simple. I observe that your SHIELD Or rather, your Hydra shield is in disarray. Here's the deal. You three will manage S-H-I-E-L-D, and I will oversee the three of you. At this proclamation, even Hawkeye Barton, who had remained silent thus far, frowned. Mr. Lin, that may not be within our purview to decide, Coulson struggled to articulate. The World Security Council has convened urgently and decided to reinstate Mr. Alexander Pierce as acting director until the crisis is resolved. Alexander Pierce? Lin Yang scoffed, as if he had heard something utterly preposterous. One of the heads of Hydra? Do you truly believe that eliminating one head will prevent Hydra's resurgence? How naive, agents. Hydra. The three's expressions shifted dramatically, almost simultaneously springing from the sofa. That's impossible, Barton exclaimed. Director Pierce is the former director. He was Director Fury's what? Lin Yang lazily interrupted. An old superior? An old friend? Spare me, S-H-I-E-L-D is rotten to its core. It is either infiltrated by Hydra or replaced by Skrulls. It is nothing short of a farce. Natasha's breath was slightly labored as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yang. Do you have evidence? Lin Yang chuckled softly, suddenly rising from the sofa. I am not one to dwell on evidence. I prefer to be more direct. He raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. With a crack, the surrounding environment underwent a surreal transformation. The walls of the living room began to stretch infinitely and twist, while the sky and sea outside appeared like shattered mirrors, folding in upon themselves. They seemed to be thrust into a bizarre, kaleidoscopic realm that defied the very laws of physics. What is this? Coulson stammered, staring at the undulating floor beneath him. Before they could regain their composure from this astonishing metamorphosis, Lin Yang's figure slowly levitated into the air. His eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying crimson light. Boom! A scorching gaze swept forth like the scythe of death. In the distance, the skyline of the simulated city within this mirrored space was abruptly cleaved in half, countless skyscrapers collapsing like ignited matchsticks amidst a thunderous roar. Explosions erupted, sending flames and smoke spiraling into the sky. Then, Lin Yang seemingly struck the ground with casual indifference. Bam! It resonated like the impact of a meteor. From the point of contact, a horrifying force rippled outward, causing the earth to fracture violently. A colossal pit formed instantaneously, shockwaves hurling the debris of surrounding structures into the air. The winds howled, and dust swirled, as if heralding the apocalypse. Natasha, Coulson, and Barton stood frozen in place, their minds overwhelmed by this divine power that defied scientific explanation, rendered speechless as they beheld the spectacle. Lin Yang descended slowly, and the mirrored space receded like a tide. Everything around them reverted to its original state, the opulent, tranquil living room facing the sea, as if the cataclysm they had witnessed was merely a vivid illusion. Yet, the pounding of their hearts and the cold sweat on their foreheads confirmed the reality of it all. Now, Lin Yang reclined back onto the sofa, crossing his legs, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. Any doubts remain, regarding my capabilities or whether Pierce is indeed Hydra? The trio fell silent, the immense influx of information and visual shock nearly overwhelming their minds. Finally, Natasha took a deep breath, forcing herself to quell the tumult within. Her voice tinged with a barely perceptible dryness. We have no doubts left. If you cannot take this position, then surely no one on Earth can. Director? Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain crossing his face. Not interested. Spending all day dealing with paperwork and meetings. And having to bicker with those politicians, just the thought of it gives me a headache. I've stated it clearly. I am only concerned with the three of you. You handle the labor, and I will, well, provide support from behind the scenes and enjoy the show. Natasha immediately grasped the crux of the matter. The list of Hydra and Skrull identities would be dispatched to your encrypted terminals later today. It would be comprehensive, complete with detailed addresses and assumed identities. How's that for a capable boss? This seemingly understated promise, however, sent shockwaves through the hearts of the three. They had exerted tremendous effort and incurred substantial costs merely to glimpse a fragment of the vast conspiracy, yet the adversary could effortlessly produce the entire list? That was sufficient. Natasha's voice tightened as she stood, followed by Coulson and Barton, who also rose. The information and shock they had received today would require an extensive period for them to digest and address. As they approached the doorway, Natasha couldn't resist pausing, glancing back at the man who had resumed sipping his milkshake. Her icy blue eyes were filled with an intricate mix of emotions, ultimately leading her to pose a question that had lingered in her heart for quite some time. Mr. Lin, what is the purpose behind all your actions? Lin Yang lifted his gaze, his eyes traversing the living room to meet hers, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Who can say? Perhaps I simply find the ocean view here delightful and intend to stay for a while. The trio departed the villa, their minds brimming with shock, doubt, and a flicker of faint hope. Once the vehicle had driven far enough away, Wanda finally spoke softly. "Are you truly going to provide them with the list?" "Of course," Lin Yang replied with a mischievous smile as he leaned closer. "How else would the show continue? Rest assured, my dear secretary, this theatrical performance on Earth has only just begun, and there is much more chaos to come. We shall simply enjoy the spectacle." He wrapped an arm around Wanda's shoulders. Yet his gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, looking far beyond, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Chapter 10. Clearing the house, and the mastermind having departed from that oppressive yet astonishing seaside villa in Malibu, Natasha, Coulson, and Barton drove in silence. It wasn't until they had completely distanced themselves from the cliffside area that Coulson gradually brought the car to a stop on a secluded coastal road. The interior was enveloped in a profound stillness, broken only by the faint hum of the engine after it had been turned off and the dull roar of waves crashing against the shore. Barton broke the silence first, his voice still tinged with a raspy disbelief. "Is it all real? Not some form of collective hypnosis or advanced projection?" Natasha offered no response, merely raising her hand to gently trace a minuscule crack on the dashboard. It was a tangible remnant left by virtual debris during their recent encounter in the mirrored space. Coulson inhaled deeply, vigorously rubbing his face. "We need a plan. If the list provided by Lin Yang is genuine," he paused, seemingly still grappling with the absurdity of the situation, "then we are facing a war. A conflict waged in the shadows against two lethal parasites. The assumption is that the list is authentic and devoid of any traps." Natasha calmly added that an agent's instinct kept her vigilant about anything that seemed too easily obtained. Just then, the encrypted communication terminals of the three subtly vibrated in unison. An untraceable message from an unknown source appeared, devoid of text, accompanied only by an encrypted data packet attachment. The trio exchanged glances, and without hesitation, Natasha produced a specially designed isolation tablet, cautiously receiving and opening the data packet. Instantly, a deluge of information cascaded down the screen. Thousands of names, photographs, current aliases, covert locations, and even the patterns of activities and suspicious contacts of certain individuals were meticulously categorized and alarmingly clear. The data was staggering in its volume, thoughtfully divided into two tabs: Skrull infiltrators and Hydra operatives. Coulson rapidly skimmed through, his complexion paling with each passing moment. The Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, a member of the Air Force Joint Staff, a senior assistant at the World Security Council Secretariat. There were so many even within S.H.I.E.L.D. He recognized several familiar names, including one esteemed mentor, causing his stomach to churn. Barton let out a silent whistle, his gaze sharpening. If this is true, we could be on the brink of a third world war. Natasha's eyes were fixed firmly on the top of the Hydra list, where the name Alexander Pierce stood prominently, followed by detailed information regarding his position and recent activities. The last trace of doubt in her icy blue eyes dissipated, replaced by a chilling resolve. "The list is authentic," she asserted decisively. "He has no reason to deceive us. With his power, it would be far simpler for him to act directly if he wished to destroy something. What shall we do now?" Coulson looked to Natasha, who had unwittingly become the core of this makeshift team. "Should we report directly to the World Security Council? Arrest Pierce?" "No." Natasha shook her head, her mind racing. "The council itself may also be compromised. Pierce has been entrenched for years. We cannot risk alerting him before we are certain of a decisive strike." She swiftly operated the tablet, encrypting and copying the list data to multiple offline storage devices. "Clint, you are in charge of identifying the highest threat level Skrull targets from the list, particularly those in pivotal positions that could cause immediate destruction. Prioritize those who hold critical roles. Utilize all your resources to assemble the most reliable team, ensuring discretion and speed." "Understood." A predatory glint flashed in Barton's eyes as he took a storage device and began to review it swiftly. "Phil," Natasha turned to Coulson, "you will handle the Hydra list. Focus on gathering evidence, especially irrefutable proof concerning Pierce. Contact all the former operatives you deem absolutely reliable, those not on the list, and discreetly mobilize resources to monitor Pierce and his inner circle's every movement. We require something definitive to bring them down, rather than relying solely on an anonymous list." "Leave it to me." Coulson nodded gravely and took a storage device. "As for me," Natasha inhaled deeply, "I shall visit a few old acquaintances to ensure that certain crucial aspects do not falter when we act. The operation is codenamed Clean Sweep. Maintain encrypted communication on Channel 7, synchronizing progress every 2 hours. Should any anomalies arise, initiate the fail-safe protocol." Without further ado, the three swiftly exited the vehicle, transferring to another inconspicuous car that had been prepped in advance, vanishing into the flow of traffic like droplets merging into the vast ocean. The true battle was only just beginning. Meanwhile, at the SHIELD headquarters, in the director's office on the top floor, Alexander Pierce stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the gradually awakening streets of Washington. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled, he bore the gentle yet approachable expression typical of a politician. Yet, at this moment, a shadow crossed his gaze. On his desk lay a confidential report, quietly revealing that the Hydra base in Sokovia had been obliterated by an unidentified force, with significant test subject Wanda Maximoff missing, and preliminary briefs indicating Nick Fury had encountered a mysterious superhuman in Malibu and subsequently disappeared. Lin Yang, Pierce murmured, furrowing his brow at the unexpected emergence of this formidable variable that disrupted many of his and his collaborators' plans. A concealed door within the office silently slid open, revealing a man dressed in a finely tailored suit, exuding a subtly sinister aura. He appeared to be one of Pierce's deputies, yet his eyes harbored a chilling, calculating coldness. "Mr. Pierce," the man began, his voice calm, "the signal from Talos has vanished. The last energy reading was unusually powerful and unfamiliar, inconsistent with any known superhuman systems. Garrett, you stated that your Centipede project and those extremist virus soldiers would suffice to counter most threats." Pierce replied without turning, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Garrett, a senior agent of Hydra and one of the leaders of the Centipede project, offered a faint smile, though it lacked warmth. "Plans are always outpaced by change, Director. This Lin Yang clearly falls outside most parameters. However, do not fret, our collaborators have provided new materials. Soldiers integrating alien technology with terrestrial biological advancements will soon be ready for testing. They will be more powerful, more obedient than the extremist soldiers." Pierce turned to face Garrett, his expression steely. "Let us hope this time you do not disappoint me. The Insight project is nearing its final phase. We require a stable, controllable environment, not a super bomb that causes chaos wherever it goes." "Of course, Director." Garrett offered a slight bow, everything under control. As for Lin Yang, should I send someone to make contact? Pierce pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Not for now. Let's observe first, ascertain the source of his abilities and intentions. We should also ask our Skrull associates to remain discreet. The recent losses have been substantial enough." "Understood." Garrett nodded, yet a fleeting glimmer of insatiable curiosity and greed for power flickered in his eyes. He silently exited the office. Pierce turned his gaze back to the window, his fingers lightly tapping against the glass. Who exactly is Lin Yang? An accident, or a pawn cast by some hidden force? He picked up the internal communicator, informed the World Security Council, "I require an emergency closed-door meeting regarding the recent surge in global superhuman events. It is time to advance the global implementation of the Superhuman Registration Act." He set down the communicator, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chaos, at times, serves as a stepping stone. Chapter 11, Superhuman Strengthening Package, abundant and satisfying. The internal cleanup operation of SHIELD was being conducted efficiently and ruthlessly in the shadows. Thanks to the cheat sheet provided by Lin Yang, Natasha, Coulson, and Barton operated with pinpoint accuracy, each strike targeting the heart of the matter. Numerous lurking Skrull agents and Hydra members were quietly eliminated before they even had a chance to react. The processes of secret detention, interrogation, and replacement grew increasingly refined under immense pressure and a sense of crisis. Yet, the smoothness of the operation could not conceal a harsh reality. The number of adversaries and the depth of their infiltration exceeded expectations, and as the actions continued, the opposition would inevitably become alert. The risks of each operation accumulated. Natasha found herself in perilous close-quarters combat more than once. Barton's arrows nearly faltered at the target's bizarre speed, and Coulson almost fell victim to a high-tech defense system during an infiltration. A sense of powerlessness spread among the three. They faced not only a formidable enemy, but also alien technologies and enhanced Hydra operatives that transcended human comprehension. The limitations of mere mortal bodies and skills became increasingly apparent in such confrontations. On a deep night a few days later, the Malibu villa welcomed 3 weary visitors once again. Compared to their last visit, they bore more wounds and their eyes reflected deeper fatigue. Even Natasha, who typically prioritized appearance, had ends of her hair dusted with remnants of dust she had no time to cleanse. Lin Yang sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, a multitude of light screens hovering before him, displaying dense streams of genetic sequences, chemical formulas, and energy flow simulations. Wanda, beside him, was attempting to coalesce small and intricate energy structures using chaos magic, as if engaged in some delicate craftsmanship. The three cleaning uncles have returned? Lin Yang did not lift his head, his fingers deftly adjusting the parameters on the luminous screen before him. Observing the disheveled appearance of his companions, he remarked, "It seems today's cleaning efforts have yielded less than satisfactory results." Natasha, unfazed by his jest, stepped directly before him, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. "We require more formidable strength, Mr. Lin. Our current efficiency is alarmingly low, and the risks are exceedingly high. We are struggling to keep pace." Barton interjected. "The Skrull's camouflage technology is more sophisticated than we had anticipated, and their reaction times are remarkably swift. There are even reports of soldiers enhanced through biochemistry on Hydra's side, their strength and speed far exceeding those of ordinary humans." Though Coulson remained silent, the weariness in his eyes and the newly wrapped bandage on his arm spoke volumes. Finally, Lin Yang ceased his work, dispersing the glowing screen with a wave. He stroked his chin, appraising the three individuals before him as if evaluating three pieces of equipment in need of an upgrade. Well, the foundation is rather lacking. One relies on a taser and martial arts, another on a small bow, and the last one, well, perhaps charisma? He clicked his tongue, acknowledging their shortcomings. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of embarrassment, yet they could not refute his observations. Very well, very well. Lin Yang seemed to come to a resolution, rising to head towards the basement. After all, as your boss, my reputation is at stake when my employees are lacking in ability. Moments later, he returned carrying a silver metallic briefcase, casually placing it on the coffee table. With a click, the case opened, revealing three intricately designed metal stands, each secured with a syringe. The syringes contained a peculiar liquid that appeared to flow as if imbued with life. One glimmered with a ghostly blue hue, faint ice crystals forming within. Another blazed with a fiery crimson, resembling bubbling lava. The last was a deep purple, exuding an eerie vitality. "Behold, the superhuman special enhancement package," Lin Yang announced, patting the case as if introducing a new flavor of beverage. "In my idle moments, I utilized my super intellect to analyze the super soldier serum of this world, the doomsday virus, and a few fragments of energy I extracted from the sun, merging and optimizing them at my leisure." He gestured towards the three vials. "This blue one focuses on explosive strength and cellular vitality, with a touch of low-temperature control, perfect for you, Archer, so you won't strain your muscles while drawing your bow. The crimson one enhances neural reflexes and energy affinity, with a slight bioelectric control, ideal for you, Ms. Widow, to accelerate your agility and amplify the efficacy of your taser. The purple one, well, consider it a comprehensive enhancement, emphasizing cellular resilience and mental stability, with a hint of, well, I suppose I'm unsure what else. But it's safe enough, perfect for the ever-kind Coulson, providing a bit more durability to spare me from the constant sight of your injuries." The three individuals stared in astonishment at the three vials that resembled something out of a science fiction narrative, then glanced at Lin Yang, whose expression was one of eager anticipation. "Is this safe?" Coulson instinctively inquired. "Safe." Lin Yang's eyes widened. "Are you questioning the scientific marvel produced by a being capable of obliterating planets with a single punch, possessing a mind akin to a quantum computer, and capable of luxuriating in the sun's embrace? Although I concocted this in a mere afternoon, I assure you, its quality is unparalleled, far superior to your so-called half-finished super soldier serum." He lifted the blue vial and gestured towards Barton. "Upon injection, one can conservatively expect to exceed 100 tons of base strength, with speed and reflexes multiplying exponentially. As for regenerative abilities, as long as your head remains intact, I believe you'll be able to regrow it. So what do you say? Why hesitate?" Barton regarded the ethereal blue liquid, his throat tightening. Over 100 tons of strength? That was already on par with the Hulk. He glanced at Natasha and Coulson, then back at Lin Yang. "What is the cost?" Natasha inquired coolly, her skepticism evident. She had never believed in free lunches, especially those proffered by Lin Yang. "The cost?" Lin Yang scratched his head. "Well, there might be a bit of pain involved, as we will be restructuring your genetic chains and energy circuits. Oh, and you may need to regularly replenish your energy from me, lest the enhancement effects gradually wane. After all, it's my exclusive formula, and customer service is on me. Quite the deal, wouldn't you agree?" The three fell silent once more. The risks were glaringly apparent, yet the potential rewards were too enticing to dismiss, especially in their precarious situation. "Let us do it," Barton declared through gritted teeth, weary of feeling powerless against enhanced adversaries. Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances and nodded resolutely. "Splendid." Lin Yang grinned, seizing the blue vial, and, without warning, plunged it into Barton's neck. "Wait, there's no need to prepare." Barton's protest was cut short as the icy blue liquid swiftly coursed through his veins. "Ah, A cry of uncontainable anguish erupted from Barton's throat as he collapsed to the ground, his muscles convulsing uncontrollably, expanding, while a thin layer of frost coated his skin, rapidly vaporizing and releasing a cloud of white mist. His bones emitted a sickening crackling sound, as if they were being forcibly shattered and reassembled. Natasha and Coulson's expressions shifted in alarm, instinctively moving forward. "Don't move. It's a normal reaction." Lin Yang calmly waved them off, then picked up the golden red vial, turning to Natasha. "Who is next?" Taking a deep breath, Natasha stepped forward, rolled up her sleeve, and exposed her arm. "I'll go." The golden red serum was injected. Natasha's body instantly tensed, her eyes widening in shock, as if golden currents surged through her pupils. She emitted a pained groan, collapsing onto the ground, her skin erupting with fine golden red sparks. The surrounding air distorted due to the intense heat, and her speed seemed to reach a level where afterimages trailed behind her. Lin Yang finally grasped the purple potion, casting a glance at the pallid-faced Coulson. With great difficulty, Coulson swallowed hard, closed his eyes, and resolutely extended his arm. As the purple potion was injected, Coulson remained relatively calm, merely letting out a low groan before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, intricate purple meridians emerged across his skin, which alternated between becoming as hard as rock and returning to its original state, as a steady wave of energy radiated from within him. In the living room, the three endured the intensified agony in varying postures. Wanda watched with concern, crimson energy swirling unconsciously between her fingers. Unfazed, Lin Yang produced a glass of milkshake from seemingly nowhere, sipping it contentedly while observing the fluctuations in their data, muttering to himself, the energy fusion rate is impressive. Cellular vitality is enhanced as expected, and the neural reflex arcs optimized. What a genius I am." The excruciating process persisted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Barton was the first to stagger to his feet, feeling an overwhelming surge of seemingly boundless power, incredulously gazing at his hands. He casually picked up a solid metal decorative ball from the coffee table and, with a gentle squeeze, found it deformed as if it were mere clay. Shocked, Barton exclaimed, "I feel like I could shatter the earth with a single punch." Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. "What nonsense. The earth is not so easily destroyed. And it is my earth. No one can obliterate it without my consent." Natasha also rose, her movements becoming exceptionally light and coordinated, a flicker of controllable golden electricity dancing at her fingertips. She sensed that everything around her seemed to slow down, her dynamic vision reaching a terrifying degree. Coulson also regained consciousness, discovering that the injury on his arm had completely healed, leaving no scar behind. He attempted to move his body, feeling an unprecedented vitality, as if he could single-handedly overturn a tank. "How does it feel?" "My superhero package works wonders, doesn't it?" Lin Yang asked, a note of pride in his voice. The three of them, experiencing a profound transformation within, wore expressions of shock and elation. This power was sufficient to confront any challenges that lay ahead. "Thank you, boss," Barton exclaimed in excitement, even adopting that title. Natasha and Coulson also cast grateful glances towards Lin Yang. "Don't get too carried away," Lin Yang cautioned, dousing their enthusiasm with cold water. "I've granted you this strength, but if you fail to perform, I may retract my investment." "All right, cleaning enhancement team. Continue with your grand cleanup. Let me witness the extent of your efficiency improvement." The trio, now invigorated with newfound strength, exuded confidence as they hurried away, their figures vanishing into the night. This time, their strides were resolute and vigorous. Wanda approached Lin Yang and softly inquired, "Aren't you concerned that they might break free from your control now that they possess power?" Lin Yang chuckled derisively, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Control? I have never needed to exert control over anyone. They require me far more than I require them." Moreover, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. "I have left a subtle backdoor in the package I provided them. After all, one must retain ownership of after-sales service. Wouldn't you agree, my dear secretary?" Chapter 12. The debut of enhancement and the stirring of serpents. Having acquired new powers, Natasha, Coulson, and Barton did not pause for a moment. Like three arrows, meticulously sharpened and tempered, they re-entered the battlefield shrouded in shadows. The improvement in their efficiency was immediate, even terrifyingly so. In New York, within the subterranean third level of a multinational tech corporation's data center, a Skrull disguised as the security chief was attempting to initiate the data self-destruct sequence. Just as his green fingers were poised to press the confirmation button, whoosh, a blurred shadow streaked past with a speed beyond human perception, the gust of wind stinging his cheek. In the next instant, he found his hand, which was about to press the button, firmly grasped by a vice-like grip, rendering him immobile. Natasha had appeared at the console, her gaze icy. Her speed was such that even the surveillance cameras could capture only a fleeting afterimage. Too slow, she remarked coolly, her other hand striking like lightning at the side of his neck. The precision of her blow, imbued with power far beyond her previous capabilities, instantaneously rendered the robust Skrull incapacitated, leaving him no time to transform. She glanced at the screen displaying the impending completion of the file download and frowned slightly. Extending her fingertip, a faint golden current leaped forth, directly connecting to the data interface. The screen's data stream surged ahead at tenfold speed, completing the copying and transmission of all confidential materials within seconds. Natasha reveled in the peculiar affinity flowing within her, a unique connection to the electronic devices. And a subtle smile graced her lips. This sensation was rather pleasant. On the west coast, at a heavily fortified Hydra offshore platform, alarms blared and gunfire erupted. Hawkeye Barton moved like a specter through the intricate network of metal walkways and pipes. He did not even reach for his arrows. Instead, he casually picked up a broken steel pipe, a wrench, and even a spent shell casing from the ground. With a flick of his fingers, whoosh. Those ordinary metal objects gained terrifying initial velocity, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as they precisely penetrated the bulletproof helmets and weapons of the distant Hydra soldiers behind their cover. The might of his strength was comparable to that of a large-caliber sniper rifle. A Hydra soldier, augmented by the desperate virus, roared as he charged from the side, his fist radiating searing heat aimed at Barton. Without so much as a glance back, Barton casually reached out and deftly seized the soldier's wrist. The soldier, filled with horror, realized his power, potent enough to pierce through steel, could not even budge his opponent. Barton exerted a slight force, and with a sickening crack, the sound of splintering bone echoed. The soldier collapsed to the ground, howling in agony, his wrist crushed beyond recognition. Barton released his grip, reveling in the torrent of seemingly inexhaustible, terrifying power coursing through him, an unprecedented confidence blossoming within. With a triumphant shout, he cast his gaze toward the command center deep within the platform, his eyes sharp and incisive. In Washington, D.C., a clandestine dinner attended by members of the World Security Council was underway. Alexander Pierce, wine glass in hand, navigated effortlessly among the political luminaries, his face adorned with an impeccable smile, yet a flicker of barely perceptible anxiety lurked in the depths of his eyes. In recent days, he had suffered substantial losses in his covert operations, his plans repeatedly thwarted as though the adversary possessed foresight. His private encrypted terminal vibrated subtly. It was a high-priority alert from the Centipede program's safe house, indicating an intrusion, with the intruder's identity confirmed as Phil Coulson. Pierce's smile momentarily faltered. Coulson? How could he have located that place? Moreover, the guard force there. He promptly excused himself, retreating to the lounge to connect with Garrett. Garrett? How could Coulson, sir? We are under attack. It's Coulson, but he is not right. Garrett's panicked voice crackled through, the background filled with the sounds of violent explosions and screams. His strength is overwhelming. Our enhanced soldiers are like paper before him. He just crashed through the alloy door. Our weapons are ineffective. What? Pierce's expression changed drastically. Just then, the heavy bulletproof glass window of the lounge groaned under pressure before shattering inward with a resounding crash. A figure surged through the storm of glass shards, landing with poise. It was Phil Coulson. However, his appearance struck Pierce as both unfamiliar and alarming. Coulson's attire was tattered, speckled with dust and traces of green blood, yet he bore no visible wounds. His breathing was steady, his gaze sharp, exuding an aura of unwavering strength akin to a mountain. Most strikingly, he had breached the fortified glass directly from the outside. Director Pierce, Coulson spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unprecedented air of authority. There are matters we must discuss, concerning Hydra and the Insight program. Pierce's heart sank, though the old fox maintained an expression of shock and ire. Coulson, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? This is treachery. Treachery? As Coulson stepped forward, Pierce instinctively recoiled. The one who betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. and allied with Hydra is you, isn't it, Director? He ceased his idle chatter, suddenly unleashing a burst of speed, crossing several meters in an instant to seize Pierce. Despite his age, Pierce was a seasoned agent, trained rigorously. He swiftly sidestepped while reaching for the handgun concealed beneath his ribcage. However, Coulson's speed was astonishing. Pierce felt a sharp pain in his wrist as his firearm was effortlessly wrenched from his grasp, crumpled into a useless mass of metal. Immediately after, an irresistible force pressed down on his shoulder, forcefully slamming him against the wall. Thud! The wall emitted a muffled sound. Dazed, Pierce felt as if his bones were shattered. He gazed in terror at the close proximity of Coulson, unable to fathom how this typically gentle, almost affable subordinate could suddenly possess such terrifying strength and resolute demeanor. Who are you? Pierce struggled to inquire. I am Phil Coulson. Coulson fixed his gaze upon him. A-S-H-I-E-L-D. Agent who refuses to witness the world being dragged into oblivion by you. Now, tell me the final activation code for the Insight Project and the control permissions for the helicarrier. In a villa in Malibu, dozens of holographic screens hovered before Lin Yang, displaying real-time footage of the battles involving Natasha, Barton, and Coulson from 3 distinct locations. The angles were unique, the image quality pristine, complete with multi-camera switches and slow-motion replays. Wow, Black Widow's whip kick is stunning, he exclaimed, savoring the fruit Wanda had handed him. Hawkeye's got skills. That coin flick carries a bit of my flair. Just needs a tad more control, almost breached the hull. Uffed. Coulson, the good guy, is actually resorting to violent window breaking? Impressive, though his interrogation technique remains too gentle. You should just use the memory reader, fool. Wanda, observing from the side, commented with a hint of disapproval. Isn't it a bit unethical to monitor them like this? What do you mean by monitoring? Lin Yang retorted confidently. This is a show of care from a boss to his employees. A real-time assessment of performance for future bonuses. Oh wait, it seems they don't get paid. He switched between screens, watching Pierce's gradual unraveling under Coulson's gentle yet firm questioning. Clicking his tongue, it seems the director of Hydra may need to be replaced sooner than expected. I wonder if the next in line will be human or Spectre. His gaze flickered to another split screen, revealing Garrett stealthily copying data amid the chaos, attempting to escape through a secret passage. TSK, the little mouse is trying to flee. But while the monk may escape, the temple remains. Lin Yang stroked his chin, a glimmer of calculation passing through his eyes. Just perfect. Let him bring back a gift. Let us see what other cards Hydra has to reveal, rather than searching one by one. He did not hinder Garrett's intentions. On the contrary, it seemed he deliberately facilitated him, even discreetly clearing away minor obstacles along his escape routes. Having observed enough of today's cleaning work livestream, Lin Yang stretched lazily and switched off all screens. The results were satisfactory. My enhancement package was not in vain. He rose and took Wanda by the waist, saying, "Come. Miss Secretary, to celebrate the successful debut of our staff, the boss will take you for a spin. Let us meander above the stratosphere and see if there are any oblivious satellites in need of tidying up." Before Wanda could respond, he pulled her close, and together they transformed into a streak of light, bursting through the rooftop and soaring into the azure sky. Meanwhile, beneath the shadows on the ground, a fierce reshuffling of power was underway. The blade, endowed with superhuman strength, had been drawn, and the hidden serpentine shadows were compelled to stir. A greater tempest was quietly brewing. Chapter 13. The Neighbor's Woes and Father's Legacy. The coastline of Malibu is renowned for its breathtaking scenery and exorbitant mansions, a haven for the affluent. The villa Lin Yang had seized was ideally situated with a sweeping view. Occasionally, when he utilized his superhuman vision to survey the surroundings, he couldn't help but notice the situations of other neighbors. For instance, just a few houses away stood the grandiose, modern marvel of Tony Stark's residence, perched dramatically on the cliff, complete with an expansive garage and laboratory. That afternoon, Lin Yang lounged on the terrace sofa, directing Wanda to use her chaos magic to knead his shoulders, euphemistically dubbed fine energy control training. Suddenly, he heard the familiar roar of an engine approaching. Lazily lifting his gaze, he beheld a striking figure, resplendent in gold and crimson, streaking out from Stark's garage, leaving a fiery trail as it soared gracefully toward downtown New York. TSK, off to show off again, Lin Yang muttered, pursing his lips. This metallic neighbor certainly kept busy, whether hosting press conferences or soaring through the skies, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of colliding with birds. Wanda followed his gaze, her expression somewhat complex upon recognizing the iconic armor. Stark Industries' weaponry had once inflicted pain upon her homeland, although she understood this had no bearing on Tony Stark himself. Her perceptive senses detected a slight instability in his energy core, which now bore a slow, toxic affliction. "Oh, you noticed?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise, then remarked with a smile, "Well done, Miss Secretary. Your perceptual abilities have improved." Indeed, that glimmering object in his chest was indeed engaged in a slow self-destruction, poisoned by palladium, leaving him with little time to frolic. Wanda expressed surprise. "Does he know?" "Of course he knows," Lin Yang replied casually, as though discussing the weather. "That fellow is quite cunning. It's just that he values appearances too highly, and with no substitutes available for the time being, he can only stubbornly await his fate." He gazed in the direction where Stark had vanished into the horizon, stroking his chin, and suddenly broke into a chuckle. "Come to think of it, we are neighbors, always crossing paths. What if one day he blows up and it affects my Ocean View estate? Abruptly, he sprang from the sofa. Come, Miss Secretary. The boss is taking you to pay a visit and to extend some neighborly care to our Iron Man counterpart. Wanda replied, now? Didn't he just step out? Isn't it more convenient when he is not home? Are we to wait for him to return and offer him tea? How awkward. Lin Yang retorted with conviction. With that, he grabbed Wanda's hand, and in a flash, not through magic, but sheer speed, he appeared before the imposing, sealed alloy door of Stark's opulent villa. The surrounding security system seemed utterly ineffective, failing to even trigger an alarm. Jarvis, I know you're watching. Lin Yang grinned at a concealed camera near the entrance. Open the door, would you? I have a matter to discuss with your boss. Rest assured, I'm not here to leech your Wi-Fi. The artificial intelligence butler, Jarvis, appeared to stall for a few seconds, likely processing the sudden appearance of this audacious stranger who dared to address him by name. Ultimately, whether due to an absence of perceived hostility or an inability to prevent entry, the heavy alloy door slid open silently. Thanks. Lin Yang swaggered inside, with Wanda trailing behind, her curiosity piqued by the futuristic abode brimming with technological marvels. The interior was a lavish display of opulence and advanced technology, with various holographic interfaces and smart devices omnipresent. Lin Yang had a clear objective, heading straight for the subterranean laboratory. The lab was somewhat disheveled, various components and tools strewn about, while the central holographic projection displayed the intricate structure of the arc reactor and warnings regarding palladium concentration. Observing the chaos, Lin Yang shook his head like a neighborhood committee member inspecting for cleanliness. Is genius always accompanied by disorder? He mused. Approaching the workbench, he disregarded the encrypted data accessible only with top-level clearance and casually picked up a picture frame resting on the table. Inside was an old photograph of Howard Stark and Maria Stark, with the backdrop of the 1974 Stark Expo model. Ah, old Mr. Stark certainly had foresight. Lin Yang commented on the photo. He left a life-saving inheritance for his son. Yet the foolish boy was too engrossed in playing with tin men to rummage through his father's old warehouse. Wanda looked at him with curiosity. Lin Yang set the frame down, his finger tracing a line through the dust covering the workbench. Contemplating the dust at his fingertips, he pondered aloud. Who said that one must discard the old to discover the new? Quite a sensible notion. Suddenly intrigued, he approached the large holographic interactive platform on one side of the lab, which was in sleep mode. Jarvis, do me a favor and wake this up, Lin Yang said, tapping the platform. Apologies, sir, but I lack the authority to initiate that. Before Jarvis could finish his discourse, Lin Yang's eyes glimmered with a faint blue light. His enhanced vision instantaneously penetrated the foundational logic of the system, as the biological force field seamlessly interfaced with the invisible flow of data. With a resonant hum, the platform was abruptly activated. A colossal holographic projection illuminated the space, revealing not the familiar operational interface typically utilized by Stark, but rather an exceedingly retro database interface reminiscent of the 1970s Stark Industries. See, it's operational, Lin Yang remarked with a confident smile, his fingers deftly gliding across the virtual screen as a torrent of antiquated data streams and information modules flashed by at lightning speed. Wanda, overwhelmed by the rapidity, struggled to keep pace with him. Soon enough, Lin Yang came to a halt. The screen displayed an extraordinarily intricate three-dimensional molecular structure model, its core comprised of a brilliant, stable triangular arc of energy. Here it is. Lin Yang pointed at the structural model, a new element that old Howard had simulated but never successfully created. It was clean, stable, and yielded an astonishing output of energy, a perfect replacement for that perilous contraption lodged in your boss's chest. He turned to the omnipresent Jarvis and instructed, remember this. My artificial intelligence companion, package the structural diagram, synthesis pathway, and the material clues left by your boss's father in the 1974 Stark Expo model. When your boss returns, present it to him in the most conspicuous manner. Jarvis fell silent once more, seemingly engaged in frenetic calculations and assessments. No need to calculate, just follow my instructions, Lin Yang asserted with an air of undeniable authority. Tell him it was a well-meaning neighbor who, upon seeing him on the brink of demise, couldn't he bear to remain silent any longer. Oh, and do remind him that his father did care for him, albeit in a rather awkward manner. Having completed this task, he clapped his hands in satisfaction as if he had fulfilled a community service obligation. Well, the neighborly assistance hour has concluded. Time to depart. He took Wanda's hand, and in an instant, they vanished from the laboratory. A few minutes later, Tony Stark, the Iron Man, returned to the lab, his weary form still clad in his armor, which had not yet been fully removed. Frustrated after yet another attempt at a new palladium alloy formula that failed to halt the spread of toxins, his mood was exceedingly irritable. Jarvis, what do we have today? Before he could finish his query, The main holographic screen in the laboratory sprang to life without warning. A colossal, intricately designed model of a new element instantly filled his entire field of vision. Accompanying it were detailed theoretical data, synthesis formulas, and even an arrow pointing to the scanned image of the 1974 Expo model, marked with crucial material identifiers. Tony Stark was utterly taken aback, his mouth agape, momentarily rendered speechless. "Sir," the voice of Jarvis resonated at an opportune moment, imbued with a subtle undertone. "During your absence, a visitor, who identified himself as an enthusiastic neighbor unwilling to disclose his name, forcibly accessed the system and left behind this information. He claimed it was a legacy from Mr. Howard, suggesting that old must be relinquished for the new to arrive. He also remarked that Mr. Howard loved you, albeit in his own manner, and so forth." Tony abruptly interrupted him, his face a canvas of shock, confusion, and a hint of irritation at having his innermost thoughts exposed. "Neighbor? Which neighbor? Forcibly accessed? Jarvis, what on earth is happening?" He rushed to the console, swiftly retrieving the surveillance records, only to find that all data from that period had been obscured by static, save for a single photograph deliberately retained, a distant view of the recently acquired mansion next door. Gazing at the new elemental model and then at an old photograph of his father, Tony's expression fluctuated. His father's legacy? A neighbor? This overwhelming confusion and intense curiosity temporarily overshadowed his anxiety regarding palladium poisoning. He fixed his gaze on the flawless structural model on the screen, his brilliant mind racing. "Jarvis," he suddenly exclaimed, "immediately retrieve the design blueprints and model archives from the 1974 Stark Expo, and find out who the current owner of that house next door is." "Understood, sir." Tony Stark settled into his chair, his eyes still fixated on the new elemental model, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface of the desk. An enthusiastic neighbor? He was eager to discover who could present him with such a potentially life-saving gift in this manner. Chapter 14. The new element and the neighbor's gratitude. In Tony Stark's laboratory, time seemed to stand still. He stood like a statue before the immense holographic projection, his gaze riveted on the breathtakingly perfect model of the new element, which rotated slowly before him. Every atomic arrangement, every energy node conformed to the ideal form he could only envision in his dreams. Stable, efficient, clean, capable of entirely replacing the palladium core that was gradually endangering his life. Adjacent data streams meticulously outlined theoretical parameters, synthesis pathways, and even specified the required materials and reaction conditions. In another window, the scanned images of the 1974 Stark Expo model were highlighted, suggesting the presence of crucial tangible clues within. "Howard," Tony murmured instinctively, a surge of indescribable emotions welling within him: anger, confusion, a flicker of hope, and the secret longing for paternal affection, poignantly articulated by that enigmatic neighbor. He shook his head sharply, quelling those frail emotions. This was not a time for sentimentality. "Jarvis," his voice, tinged with excitement, was slightly hoarse. "Validate this model immediately. Utilize all computational resources. Verification in progress, sir." The voice of Jarvis resonated, imbued with a hint of awe unlike any he had encountered before. The model structure was flawless, with a theoretical energy output efficiency that surpassed the current palladium reactor by a staggering 173 times, devoid of any harmful radiation or toxic byproducts. Theoretically, it was entirely feasible. Tony felt his heart race, blood surging through his veins. Feasible, truly feasible. This was no prank, no trap. It was a genuine gift that could save his life. The Expo model. He nearly lunged toward the control panel, his hands dancing swiftly as he summoned the entire digital archive of the Stark Expo from 1974. Structure analysis. Material scanning. Unearth every hidden module and unconventional design for me. On the holographic screen, the ancient Expo Park model was meticulously deconstructed. Tony's brilliant mind whirred at an unprecedented pace, merging the clues from this gift, his gaze scanning each detail with laser-like precision. Here, the foundational structure of this urban planning module. He suddenly halted, magnifying the base of an unassuming exhibit at the model's center. Its molecular arrangement and the layout of the support beams were not mere decoration. This was an enlarged atomic structure model. My father had designed it long ago. Elation surged within him. The shadow of death that had plagued him for so long had, in fact, been deciphered by his father, left for him in this obscure manner. "Jarvis, based on this structure, commence modeling the new reactor container. List all necessary materials." Immediately, Tony's voice brimmed with the exhilaration of rebirth and vitality, akin to a child who had just received a new toy, eager to begin work. "The list is already prepared, sir. Some rare materials necessitate invoking Stark Industries' highest priority inventory." "Then invoke it." "Highest priority." Tony did not hesitate. Over the ensuing hours, Tony Stark immersed himself entirely in his work. He dismantled the original Expo model left by his father, extracting key structures. He utilized all resources, even temporarily halting production lines of several profitable departments to requisition rare materials. He hardly slept, remaining in the laboratory, synthesizing new elements step by step according to that blueprint, crafting a new reactor. Throughout the process, he harbored doubts about the intentions of that enigmatic neighbor. Yet, the technological prowess displayed and the astonishing manner of this gift made him realize that if there were ill intentions, such elaborate efforts would be unnecessary. This understanding alleviated his vigilance, allowing him to devote all his energy to this singular path of survival. Finally, in the early hours of dawn, on the central rack of the laboratory, a brand new triangular arc reactor, emanating a soft blue glow, slowly rotated. It was more exquisite and powerful than any generation before, radiating stable and immense energy. Tony took a deep breath, carefully installing it into the recess of his chest. A gentle surge of energy coursed through his entire being, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of relaxation and vitality. The chest tightness, palpitations, and the peculiar dark blue-black markings under his skin, all resultant from palladium poisoning, were visibly receding at an astonishing rate. Vital signs stabilized, palladium levels plummeted, sir. Jarvis's voice seemed to carry a lighter tone. The new reactor was functioning flawlessly. Ha ha. Tony could not contain his exuberant laughter, his mirth resounding with relief and ecstasy. I have succeeded. Jarvis, did you see that? I am alive, and I feel absolutely magnificent. He paced excitedly around the laboratory, even improvising a few combat moves to relish the revitalized strength surging within him. After the ecstatic outburst subsided, a calm Tony turned his gaze back to the holographic screen, displaying a distant view of the neighboring mansion. Curiosity and an inexplicable sense of gratitude welled up within him. This individual, this enigmatic neighbor, had not only saved his life, but had also, in a peculiar manner, bridged the long-standing rift between him and his father. Jarvis, who exactly is the person next door? Have you uncovered any information? The registries reveal that the property owner is named Lin Yang, with background information exceedingly vague. Almost a blank slate. The timing coincides closely with the announcement of your Iron Man identity. There are no known commercial activities or social records associated with him. Lin Yang. Tony mused over the name, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his eyes. How fascinating. He forcibly infiltrated my system, delivered a life-saving gift, and then vanished without a trace. He stroked the stubble on his chin, pondering for a moment before snapping his fingers. Prepare the little one, and bring along my cherished bottle of 1945 Romanicani. Let us pay a formal visit to this generous neighbor. As evening descended, the setting sun bathed the sea in hues of gold and crimson. Lin Yang was directing Wanda. Using chaos magic to control the cooking of steaks on the grill, the left side should be medium rare, the right side medium, and the center well done, but retaining the juices. Control. It must be precise. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. Ah, the metal man neighbor has arrived. And he brought a bottle of wine? Quite the gesture. Before long, the doorbell rang. Wanda instinctively moved to answer it, but Lin Yang waved his hand. I shall attend to this. After all, it is in my honor. He sauntered to the door and opened it. Outside stood Tony Stark, clad in what appeared to be casual attire but was, in truth, rather costly. His face bore his signature expression, somewhat pretentious, yet striving to appear friendly. He held a bottle of wine that looked to be worth a fortune, and behind him was the clumsy little one, bearing an elegant gift box with its mechanical arm. Hello. Tony was the first to speak, attempting to sound as natural as possible. Tony Stark, your neighbor. I heard we have new neighbors who moved in recently, and I've been meaning to extend a greeting while also expressing my gratitude for the technical assistance provided a few days ago. He deliberately emphasized the last four words, his gaze keenly observing Lin Yang's reaction. Leaning against the door frame, Lin Yang wore a smile that suggested he had anticipated this visit, his eyes drifting over the new reactor at Tony's chest, which emitted a stable blue glow. Oh, technical support? What sort of technical support? I tend to be quite helpful, having assisted many, though I can't recall them all at the moment. However, this new lamp is quite impressive, certainly better than the previous one that extinguished too quickly. Tony was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yang's feigned ignorance, but quickly regained composure, raising the drink in his hand. Just a small token, nothing grand. The 1945 vintage of Kant paired excellently with, well, barbecued meat. He caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafting from the yard. Oh, come now. If you're coming, you needn't bring anything. It's too courteous, Lin Yang remarked, yet he unreservedly accepted the bottle of wine, effortlessly taking the gift box held by the little one. Come in. It's just the right time for a meal, and I could use an extra pair of chopsticks," he said, stepping aside to let Tony enter, his demeanor casual, as if welcoming an old acquaintance. Upon entering the yard, Tony's attention was immediately captured by Wanda, who was expertly controlling several steaks with a crimson energy, her precision evoking a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Such a formidable energy response. And the control is remarkably high. "Who is this?" Tony inquired, looking towards Lin Yang. "My secretary, Wanda," Lin Yang succinctly introduced. "Wanda, this is Tony, the mechanical artist from next door." Wanda nodded at Tony, her demeanor neither overly warm nor hostile, as she continued to focus on her culinary endeavor. Tony mused to himself, "Secretary?" but maintained his composure, offering Wanda a polite smile. Lin Yang placed the wine on the table, assessing Tony. "You look well, Stark. Seems the new bulb suits you. How's your father's legacy treating you?" Tony finally realized that this person before him was indeed the enigmatic visitor. Taking a deep breath, his expression grew considerably serious. "Thank you very much. You saved my life. I dislike being indebted to anyone. So if there's anything I can assist you with, Stark Industries orders? Technical collaboration?" He glanced around at the luxurious villa. "Perhaps some renovation advice? I notice your technological setup is somewhat lacking. I could help you upgrade your smart home system. Complimentary." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang burst into laughter, clapping Tony on the shoulder. "Help? No, that's unnecessary. I find you agreeable. I merely lend a hand. As for these possessions," he gestured around at the opulent surroundings, his tone nonchalant. "They're ill-gotten. I'm merely making do, too lazy to fuss over them. If you truly wish to assist," he mused, rubbing his chin with a mischievous grin, "next time I crave barbecued meat, just have your smart butler send over the recipe. My secretary is currently studying this." Tony found it amusing that this was the first time he encountered someone who viewed the friendship and technological reciprocity with Stark Industries as merely a recipe for barbecued meat. He observed Lin Yang's utterly indifferent demeanor and glanced at Wanda, who was grilling steak using chaotic magic. Suddenly, he felt that this new neighbor of his might prove to be more elusive and intriguing than any adversary or ally he had ever encountered. "Well," Tony chuckled, easing his tension, "the barbecue recipes were plentiful. Nevertheless, as a neighbor, I must say, for your next visit to my home, it would be preferable to give me a heads up." Lin Yang cheerfully poured him a glass of wine, replying, "It depends on the situation and my mood." Two proud and powerful, yet distinctly different men completed their first formal interaction in a peculiar manner at the seaside villa under the setting sun. The air was suffused with the aroma of grilled meat, the fragrance of red wine, and a subtle atmosphere of curiosity. Chapter 15. The Versailles Party and Superman's confrontation. Since the palladium poisoning crisis had been resolved, Tony Stark had resumed his usual swagger, exuding a sense of being invincible. The abundant energy and revitalization brought forth by the new element reactor compelled him to seek an occasion for celebration, or rather, a display of his triumph. An extravagantly luxurious party was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Thus, on a night a few days later, Stark's seaside mansion was ablaze with lights, and the deafening music could be heard from afar. Socialites, tycoons, supermodels, and celebrities, all impeccably dressed, mingled in the courtyard, by the pool, and indoors. As the air thickened with the scents of alcohol, perfume, and wealth, Tony himself was the focal point of the gathering, clad in a flamboyant burgundy suit, wine glass in hand, navigating through the guests, relishing their compliments and gasps of astonishment, primarily directed at the steadily glowing new reactor embedded in his chest. "Hey, Happy." Tony spotted his head of security diligently performing his duties and beckoned him over, handing him an elegant envelope. "Take this to the house next door and personally deliver it to my new neighbor, Mr. Lin. Be sure to invite him over for a drink." Happy, albeit puzzled, accepted the envelope and made his way toward Lin Yang's villa. Before long, Lin Yang indeed followed Happy to the party. He remained in his casual attire, appearing out of place among the throng of formal wear. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he strolled in, wearing an expression of curiosity. "Wow, Stark, your party is quite the affair." Lin Yang surveyed the surroundings and whistled. "One might think you're running for president." Upon seeing him, Tony's eyes lit up, instantly extricating himself from the crowd surrounding him and approaching Lin. "Lin, you made it. I knew you'd enjoy it. What do you think? The drinks, the music, and the view are all splendid, aren't they?" He subtly gestured toward a group of supermodels nearby who were casting flirtatious glances in Lin Yang's direction. Lin Yang followed his gaze, smirking slightly. "It's all right, just a bit noisy." Moreover, he lowered his voice and spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them, remarking that while the models were indeed beautiful, they appeared exceedingly fragile, and he feared that he might inadvertently shatter one, incurring a cost that was hardly worthwhile. Tony was momentarily taken aback by this peculiar rationale before bursting into laughter, heartily slapping Lin Yang on the shoulder. Huh, that's quite sensible. I had not considered that. Next time, I'll find you something sturdier. He led Lin Yang to a relatively quieter bar, pouring him a drink. Honestly, Lin, I have yet to formally thank you for what happened last time. If it weren't for you— Hold on, Lin Yang interrupted, taking the glass and giving it a gentle swirl. Neighborhood mutual aid, a traditional virtue. To speak further would be rather mundane. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, this drink is acceptable, but do be generous and bring me a few more bottles. No problem. I'll keep them coming. Tony responded with great enthusiasm, leaning in closer, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Honestly, brother, what is your true identity? The skills and methods employed to breach JARVIS are not those of an ordinary individual. Which secret laboratory did you emerge from? Or are you perhaps an extraterrestrial? The last 3 words were delivered in a teasing manner. Lin Yang took a sip of his drink and smacked his lips. Me? I'm merely a well-meaning passerby, moonlighting as Earth security. Earth security? Tony chuckled. That title is far cooler than Iron Man. So, your security equipment must be quite impressive, right? Like possessing immense strength, invulnerability, or the ability to emit lasers from your eyes. He half-jokingly probed, alluding to the circumstances surrounding the forced entry into the laboratory that day. Lin Yang cast him a sidelong glance and smiled suddenly. What? Curious to uncover my secrets? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. He appeared to casually survey the surroundings before his gaze fixed upon a solid stainless steel sculpture used as decoration in the corner of the party. The sculpture was an abstract piece, evidently substantial in weight. Lin Yang extended his right hand, gently grasping the air towards the sculpture. A hum resonated. An invisible force instantaneously enveloped the sculpture. Under Tony's astonished gaze, the heavy solid stainless steel sculpture began to twist and deform as if gripped by an unseen giant hand, effortlessly morphing into a smooth metallic sphere within mere seconds. Then, with a slight flick of his finger, the sphere vanished in an instant, moving at a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye. The next moment, a faint splash echoed from the distant sea, as if something had plummeted into the water at an extraordinary velocity. Throughout the entire process, Lin Yang had not even touched the sculpture, and the revelers around them were largely oblivious to this bizarre scene. Tony stood agape, nearly dropping his glass to the floor. He glanced at the empty corner, then back at Lin Yang's nonchalant expression, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito, while his mind raced to find a scientific explanation for it all, and ultimately failed. Telekinesis? Psychokinesis? Force field manipulation? Tony threw out several hypotheses in quick succession, his eyes shining brighter with the excitement akin to that of a scientist discovering a new frontier. However, Lin Yang shook his head, revealing a cryptic smile. None of them are correct. It is merely a matter of applying pure power and speed to a certain degree. He pointed to his temple. It primarily relies on this. My superbrain operates even faster than the most advanced supercomputers you possess. Superbrain. Tony seized upon this term, and in conjunction with the astonishing scene he had just witnessed, a ludicrous yet singularly plausible hypothesis struck him like a bolt of lightning. He grasped Lin Yang's arm, his voice trembling with excitement as he breathlessly inquired, "Wait, are you Superman? The one from the comics? A child of Krypton?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Oh, quick on the uptake, aren't you, Stark? It seems your clever mind hasn't developed in vain. Indeed, I am that Superman, though I am of the silver variety, with a slightly higher configuration." Having received confirmation, Tony managed to calm himself somewhat, though the fervor and curiosity in his eyes intensified. He circled around Lin Yang like one would admire a rare treasure. A living Superman. My heavens. Stop. Lin Yang interjected with a gesture for pause. Basic operations, no flaunting. If I continue, it might appear as though I am boasting. Even though it is true, I am quite formidable. Tony took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. A living, breathing Superman stood before him. This was not merely science. It was a miracle. An uncontrollable thought surged forth. Rubbing his hands together, he wore a smile that was exceedingly enticing, reminiscent of a peculiar uncle offering a child a lollipop. "Hey, buddy, Superman. How about we negotiate something? You see, you possess such an impressive superbrain. Your understanding of physical laws and energy applications must far surpass that of this era. And I have wealth, resources, and the most cutting-edge laboratories and manufacturing processes in the world." As his excitement built, he continued, "Let us collaborate. You assist me in optimizing the armor design. Together, we can develop a new generation of Iron Man suits. It will undoubtedly be 100 times stronger than this current version. At that point, we can stop." Lin Yang interrupted him once more, regarding him with an expression of incredulity. "Help you develop armor? For what purpose? To create an even cooler toy for you?" He extended his finger, gently tapping the hard shell of Tony's reactor. My superbrain informs me that with your current tin can, even if we optimized it 100 times, should I take things seriously? Lin Yang paused, displaying a dazzling smile that sent a chill down Tony's spine. It wouldn't withstand a single punch from me. Tony's smile instantly froze in place. Lin Yang patted his shoulder, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. So, dear metal man, you may continue to indulge in your mechanical artistry at your own pace. Engaging in the rough task of protecting the Earth is best left to a professional like myself. You, on the other hand, should focus on your inventive pursuits, throw more parties, and brew delightful wines, so that when I drop by for a meal, I can enjoy myself as well. With that, he downed the remaining wine in his glass in one gulp and handed the empty cup back to Tony. The wine was delightful, thank you. The party was lively, though a bit noisy. I must take my leave now, as I still need to supervise my secretary's training. He waved dismissively at Tony, disregarding the men and women around them who attempted to approach and engage in conversation. Like Moses parting the sea, he effortlessly navigated through the crowd, meandering away from the still boisterous party scene. Only Tony Stark remained, standing alone with the empty wine glass in hand. Gazing at Lin Yang's vanishing figure, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. There was the sting of rejection, the discomfort of being belittled, but more profoundly, there was an indescribable shock and a flicker of ignited ambition to pursue and even surpass. Can't take a punch, he muttered to himself, looking down at his prized mark armor, for the first time feeling a sense of absurdity in its toy-like nature. Yet he quickly lifted his gaze to the starry sky. His eyes rekindled with fervor. Jarvis, he whispered, log this. New project code name, Anti-Superman Armor. No, let's call it the sturdier armor for now. Initiate all related theoretical research. Though he had been ruthlessly crushed, the genius spirit of Tony Stark was thoroughly awakened. Chapter 16, Jealous Chaos and Superman-like soothing. As Lin Yang meandered back to his villa, he left behind the distant clamor of the party and the salty scent of the sea breeze. The living room was softly illuminated by a few ambient lights. Wanda was not waiting for him in the living room as usual, nor was she practicing her chaotic magic. His superhuman hearing easily detected a heartbeat from the master bedroom, slightly quicker than usual. A knowing smile crept onto Lin Yang's lips as he leisurely ascended the stairs. The master bedroom door was ajar, and he pushed it open. Wanda sat at her vanity, her back to the door, combing her thick red hair with an absent-minded rhythm, seemingly captivated by her reflection in the mirror. A faint, sweet scent of her chaotic magic lingered in the air, though it now seemed somewhat restless. Ah, Miss Secretary, preparing to rest so early today? Finished with your magical studies? Lin Yang remarked nonchalantly, shedding his coat and tossing it onto the sofa before casually walking up behind her. Wanda did not turn around, and her combing continued. Her voice calm, yet tinged with intention. Did you have fun, boss? I imagine Mr. Stark's party was quite lively, with many beautiful ladies. Lin Yang observed her subtly pursed lips and the brown eyes attempting to mask their emotions, yet betraying a hint of concern, finding the situation rather amusing. He deliberately leaned closer, his chin nearly resting on her shoulder, grinning at her reflection in the mirror. Not bad, just unbearably noisy. The wine is fine, but a crowd surrounds that tin man chattering incessantly, as if they were watching monkeys. As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against Wanda's ear, causing her body to stiffen imperceptibly. Suddenly, she set down her comb, turned around, and tilted her face to gaze into Lin Yang's eyes, which were so close. Her nose twitched slightly, as if she were sniffing something, her expression bearing a feline scrutiny and a hint of unnoticeable grievance. Oh, just noisy? She narrowed her eyes slightly, her fingertips unconsciously entwining with a strand of crimson energy, reminiscent of a restless little snake. Why do I seem to catch a whiff of a different perfume? It's quite rich, quite enchanting. The jealousy and probing in her words were almost unmasked. Lin Yang's smile widened. He not only did not retreat, but leaned in closer, nearly touching noses. He took a deep breath, as if discerning her scent meticulously, then said with utmost seriousness, "Let me utilize my super sense of smell for a thorough analysis. First, the unique sweetness of chaotic magic. Then the lemony fragrance of my body wash, and a hint of the creamy aroma of freshly baked bread. Perhaps there's also a trace of someone secretly indulging in my hidden chocolate ice cream?" With each mention, Wanda's face flushed deeper, especially upon hearing the last remark. Her gaze clearly wavering, Lin Yang extended his finger and gently tapped her nose, his tone teasing. As for the myriad of other perfume scents, please. If my stance cannot filter out those industrial fragrances and hormonal aromas, it would be utterly futile. Any unfamiliar female entity within 3 meters of me has their olfactory pheromones automatically screened to prevent interference with my judgment of potential threats. This is basic protocol. My dear secretary, his nonsensical, yet somewhat logical explanation, paired with his professional demeanor, left Wanda momentarily at a loss for a retort. The little awkwardness and unease in her heart were scattered by his playful demeanor. Observing her dazed expression, Lin Yang chuckled softly, suddenly extending his hand to lift her effortlessly from the vanity stool, slinging her over his shoulder like a sack. "Ah!" Wanda exclaimed in surprise, instinctively struggling for a moment. Crimson energy surging forth, only to retract quickly as if fearing to harm him. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Lin Yang strode toward the bathroom while carrying her. "I'm simply here to disinfect that fanciful little mind of yours, and to check whether your boss here possesses any undesirable scents." He entered the spacious bathroom, turned on the shower, and warm water cascaded down, soaking both of them. "Lin Yang, my pajamas." Wanda laughed and pouted in frustration, the jealousy she felt earlier dissipated by this sudden commotion. The mist swiftly enveloped the room, obscuring the mirror's surface. Lin Yang gently set her down, allowing her to stand beneath the flowing water while he leaned against the doorframe. A mischievous grin playing on his lips as he observed her wet nightgown clinging to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. "How is it? Have you conducted a thorough examination? Discovered any suspicious evidence?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. Wanda wiped the water from her face, her damp red hair sticking to her cheeks as she glared at him. But ultimately, she couldn't suppress a soft laugh, her earlier irritation dissipating entirely. She recognized her own unreasonable behavior. Yet his unreasonable yet tenderly indulgent manner of soothing her rendered her incapable of remaining angry. "You fool," she muttered softly, her tone softened. Lin Yang approached, turning off the faucet, and wrapped her in a large towel, tousling her hair playfully. "All right, my jealous little secretary. Instead of dwelling on trivial thoughts, why not contemplate how to hone your chaotic magic to a level capable of giving me a back massage?" He leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice, laced with a hint of flirtation, or perhaps explore other, more intriguing forms of energy interaction. Wanda's face instantly flushed crimson. Her ears tinged with a rosy hue as he half pushed, half embraced her out of the bathroom. The insecurities and possessiveness stirred by the party having been thoroughly dispelled by his unique, domineering, and unabashed approach. Outside, the sound of waves persisted, and the moonlight gently spilled into the bedroom, enveloping the humid air and the burgeoning atmosphere of intimacy in a soft haze. Chapter 17. Triadic communications and Superman's leisurely diversions. The tranquil routine of the Malibu villa was soon disrupted, like a stone cast into a placid lake, by a series of incessant communication requests. Lin Yang's private line, a communication device he had crafted on a whim and theoretically should not be known to anyone, was ringing incessantly within a matter of days. The first to reach out was Natasha. A holographic projection materialized, revealing the bustling command center of S.H.I.E.L.D. She appeared as though she had been working for 3 consecutive days, yet her eyes shone with an intensity reminiscent of a mother leopard stalking her prey. "Boss, good morning," she began, foregoing pleasantries. "The list of tough nuts to crack is rather extensive. A few are retreating into their shells, and conventional methods won't suffice. If we make too much noise, they might destroy the data out of desperation. I need you to provide some precise, expedited access." She sent over several coordinates and schematics, all pertaining to secret bases hidden deep underground or nestled within mountain ranges. Lin Yang was enjoying a shoulder massage from Wanda, utilizing her chaotic energy, which he claimed was to train her micromanipulation precision. Upon hearing Natasha's words, his eyes lit up. "Good morning, Black Widow. Busy with work, I see. Expedited access. I'm well versed in that. It's not just ride-hailing, it's teleportation services, guaranteed delivery." He snapped his fingers, not even rising from the sofa. A glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes as his hands casually waved through the air. A few minuscule, nearly invisible golden sparks flickered momentarily at his fingertips. Simultaneously, on Natasha's monitoring screen, a fist-sized golden portal appeared in the core regions of the base's depths without any forewarning. Before those inside could react, several lightning-fast beams of thermal energy shot forth with pinpoint accuracy from the portal. "Bayou, Bayou, Bayou." After a few faint sounds, absorbed by the distortion of space, the portal vanished. The surveillance footage revealed only a handful of critical targets incapacitated or essential equipment melted through. The security system hadn't even had time to trigger a full alarm. Natasha regarded the unervingly efficient results on the screen, paused for 2 seconds, and decisively reported, "Targets eliminated." "Remarkable efficiency. Thank you, boss." No problem, no problem. Just remember to leave a 5-star review for your next visit." Lin Yang chuckled as he ended the communication. Turning to Wanda, "Did you see that? This is what we call professionalism." Wanda was interrupted by a second incoming communication, this time from Tony Stark. His projection burst forth animatedly, the background lab resembling a chaotic mess as if it had just been visited by the Hulk. Hey, next door. Are you sunbathing or saving the world? Got a moment? I'm stuck on a technical issue. Tony spoke with the rapidity of a rapper. About that last feat of yours where you crushed stainless steel with your bare hands. How did you construct the force field model? I've simulated the energy from the new reactor 800 times, and each time it collapses at the microscopic particle resonance frequency. Look at this energy spectrum. He swiftly displayed a dizzying array of formulas and simulation animations. Lin Yang, digging at his ears with a look of disdain, replied, Stop, stop. Iron Man, I'm in a leisure resort, not your postdoctoral research station. What frequency model? I don't understand. Just assume I have great strength. If I find it unsatisfactory, it crumples on its own. Simple as that. Tony nearly choked on this rogue theory, the laws of physics. Basic laws of physics. Your laws of physics haven't paid me a protection fee, so why should I abide by them? Lin Yang retorted with righteous indignation. I'm hanging up now. I'm busy. Wait. Tony quickly interjected, adopting an expression that suggested he had a lucrative idea. Let us discuss. You provide the brains. I'll provide the funds. Let us embark on some world-shaking projects. New energy. New armor. Who knows? We might even conjure up an interstellar portal for fun. Not interested. Go play with your eggs. Lin Yang flatly rejected him, severing the communication and leaving Tony in the lab, hopping in frustration, just as he enjoyed a moment of peace. A third communication request stubbornly rang in. The number was unknown, the signal source shrouded in layers of encryption and disguise, yet under Lin Yang's extraordinary vision. It was laid bare. Oh dear, what a day, so busy with business. Lin Yang clicked his tongue and reluctantly answered. In the projection, a dimly lit room appears, with only a silhouette facing the camera. Yet, that gleaming bald head and the distinctive bright yellow robe. Could it be the Ancient One? Lin Yang chuckled. Why, esteemed elder? Instead of enjoying tea and watching the snow in Camartage, you find time to disturb me with a phone call? The Ancient One slowly turned, her expression remaining as inscrutable as ever, though her gaze seemed to carry a weightier depth than usual. The ripples of time reveal that certain dimensional barriers have developed unusual vulnerabilities. Some of Dormammu's followers are attempting to locate Earth, seemingly drawn by a newly emerged, potent coordinate. Her eyes subtly directed towards Lin Yang. Lin Yang blinked innocently. Wow, that sounds terrifying. So, do you require my assistance in dealing with a few oblivious dimensional ruffians? Reasonable rates, packages available. The Ancient One shook her head slightly. Not at present. Camartage is still capable of managing. However, I must remind you that your very existence, akin to a lighthouse in the dark, is exceedingly conspicuous. Sometimes, a little restraint could spare you considerable trouble. Restraint? How much more subdued can I be? Lin Yang protested, gesturing at his baggy shorts and flip-flops. I'm practically blending into this beach. Should I don a uniform like that tin man next door to truly be inconspicuous? The Ancient One appeared momentarily amused by his reasoning, the corners of her mouth twitching ever so slightly before she regained her composure. That is all I have to say. Act accordingly. The communication was severed. Lin Yang pouted, slumping back into the sofa. Everyone's so burdensome. At least my secretary is good. She only quietly needs my shoulders. Oh. Speaking of which, Miss Secretary, you could apply a bit more pressure, a little more to the left. Yes, right there. Wanda, with a touch of annoyance, intensified her energy output. Easy now. Are you massaging or dislocating bones? Chapter 18. Interdimensional tickets and the Tin Man's relentless pursuit, having dismissed 3 factions. Lin Yang flopped back onto the sofa, ready to indulge in Wanda's chaotic supreme massage package. Suddenly, an exceedingly minimalist blue light screen, visible only to him, materialized in his vision without warning. Beep. Detection indicates that the current cosmic threat level has significantly decreased, and routine maintenance mode is operating stably. Do you find the current recreational experience tiresome? Would you like to initiate the multiverse sightseeing protocol? The emotionless electronic voice echoed in his mind. Lin Yang paused, then felt a surge of delight, though he merely raised an eyebrow, internally exclaiming, Oh wow, you're finally awake, oh master of the system? I thought you had crashed. Multiverse sightseeing? Now that's an intriguing expansion of services. Any recommended routes? VIP access? Can I receive an invoice? The protocol allows for the inclusion of bound entities. The system responded coolly. Some known cosmic coordinates are available. A gentle reminder. Interdimensional travel entails unknown risks, including but not limited to variations in the flow of time, conflicts of rules, and potential hostility from indigenous deities. Hosts are advised to proceed with caution. Risks? More like exhilarating surprises. Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement within, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, only a suppressed smirk at the corner of his mouth betraying his inner thrill. Let me see what delightful places await. This coordinate's energy response seems quite vibrant. It appears there are superheroes and supervillains in abundance. This will do. He selected a coordinate marked as Earth, 0 in the DC Extended Universe. Destination locked. Calculating the transition path. Path is stable. Shall we embark immediately? Wait. Lin Yang suddenly thought it would be rather impolite to visit another's realm empty-handed. Wanda, he exclaimed, startling Wanda, who was focused on controlling the energy. Huh, boss, what's up? Quickly check the kitchen to see if there are any snacks left. Chips, shrimp chips, anything. Pack some to take along. Wanda. She struggled to follow his erratic train of thought, but obediently headed to the kitchen. Just then, the doorbell rang again, this time accompanied by the unmistakable, slightly irritating voice of Tony Stark coming through the external speaker. Hey, neighbor, open up. I know you're home. Urgent matter. About that ridiculous Ten Rings gang. It seems they've acquired some of my father's old blueprints, which poses quite a problem. Lin Yang clicked his tongue and snapped his fingers, causing the door to slide open automatically. Tony rushed in, speaking at a rapid pace. Listen, I need your help. Use your supervision or super hearing to locate those Ten Rings members. His words faltered as he noticed Lin Yang was squinting at the air, fingers gesturing as if manipulating something invisible, mumbling, forget the gift wrapping, too troublesome. I'll just buy it directly. Wanda stood at the kitchen door, holding an unopened bag of chips, looking utterly confused. Lin, are you okay? Tony glanced around cautiously. Who are you talking to? Only then did Lin Yang seem to notice him, wearing a look of mild annoyance. Oh, Iron Man? What brings you here? I'm currently busy planning an interstellar, global journey. No time to help you chase down petty criminals. You can handle that yourself. Travel? Tony's interest peaked instantly. Where to? Do you need the latest Stark Industries private jet? Supersonic, fully automated. Absolutely, thanks, but no need. Lin Yang interrupted him, lowering his voice mysteriously. The place I'm heading to is quite unique. Conventional transport won't suffice. Tony's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. What place? 20,000 leagues under the sea? The depths of the earth? Or outer space? His eyes gleamed brighter with each suggestion. Even more intriguing than that. Lin Yang grinned like a cat that had stolen a fish. A completely new world. What do you say? Interested? A completely new world. Tony's voice soared an octave higher as he seized Lin Yang's arm, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. Are you suggesting parallel universes? Another dimension of reality? Do they truly exist? Take me with you. You must take me along. I can assist you in data collection. Analyze the environment. I would even be content to carry your bags. Take you with me? Lin Yang retorted, shaking off his hand with disdain. Do you think this is a kindergarten field trip? There are limited spots, and no additional passengers allowed. This is a serious exploration of another world, and it is perilous. I can help. Tony persisted, his words tumbling out even faster. My armor has undergone upgrades with new elements. I can fight, endure, and provide technical support. I promise not to touch anything carelessly. I just want to observe. Snap a few photos. No, merely collect some samples. Absolutely not. That is far too troublesome. Lin Yang shook his head vigorously. I would have to keep an eye on you. What if some alien princess captures you to be her consort? I would have to rescue you, and that would waste time. Please. Tony nearly resorted to begging, casting aside all semblance of dignity. Just let me take a glimpse. Just one glance. Upon our return, I shall gift you a warehouse filled with limited edition sports cars. No, I will give you half of Stark Industries shares. Who would care for your paltry shares? Lin Yang began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by Tony's next proposal. Or I could be your subordinate for a month. Serving you tea, fetching water, assisting you in testing your new abilities. I could even be your punching bag. Tony was all in, his eyes sparkling with an insatiable thirst for the unknown. Lin Yang scrutinized him thoughtfully, stroking his chin as if contemplating. Serving tea? Being a punching bag? That does sound somewhat intriguing. Wanda, standing nearby, couldn't help but facepalm, finding the exchange between the two men utterly cringeworthy. All right. Lin Yang finally relented, clearly exasperated. In light of your earnest desire to be my subordinate, I will allow you to accompany me. Just this once. However, let us establish some ground rules. First, all actions must follow orders. Second, no unnecessary provocations. Third, well, I haven't thought of a third yet, but I shall add one later. Not a problem. I will absolutely comply with your commands. Tony exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement as he hastily began to check his nanoarmor wristband, ensuring that his energy was sufficient. Lin Yang extended his hand to Wanda, saying, Let us go, Miss Secretary, and discover what it feels like to bask in the sunlight of another universe. He pulled Wanda along, then waved at the eager Tony. Facing the expansive living room, he raised his hands, a flicker of imperceptible golden light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, the air before him twisted violently, and a massive circular portal, its edges ablaze with magical flames, was forcefully torn open. On the other side lay a starkly different, hazy urban landscape, the faint sounds of unfamiliar commotion drifting through. "Wow," Tony exclaimed, gazing at this utterly fantastical scene that defied all his understanding, his mouth agape beneath his mask. Wanda, too, looked in astonishment at the portal, sensing the strange fluctuations of laws emanating from the other side. "Stop dawdling. Stay close. If we get separated, there will be no place to search," Lin Yang declared, taking the lead as he stepped into the portal. Wanda followed closely behind, taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment and elation. Tony activated his armor and flew in as well. Just as their figures vanished, the portal rapidly contracted into a pinpoint of light before completely disappearing. The living room returned to tranquility, with only half a glass of unfinished beverage on the coffee table serving as evidence that the recent events were not mere figments of imagination. In the distant library of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One paused momentarily while polishing an ancient crystal ball, raising her gaze toward the east as if she could penetrate the endless expanse and sense the brief yet intense spatial fluctuations. She shook her head resignedly, murmuring to herself, "Truly, not a moment of peace." Chapter 19. Arrival in DC and the reporter's keen instincts. The golden portal, resembling an elongated soap bubble, silently dissipated behind the three as they stepped through. The scene before them shifted instantly. No longer was it the warm coastline of Malibu, but rather a modern metropolis imbued with a sense of futurism. Towering skyscrapers with glass facades sparkled under the sunlight. The streets were clean and wide, with pedestrians bustling about, infusing the city with a palpable sense of order and brilliance. "Wow," Tony Stark exclaimed first, promptly activating the Mark XLI armor, which enveloped him in a flash of gold and crimson. The sensors on his helmet flickered wildly. Gravity constant shows slight deviation. Atmospheric composition is similar, yet contains unknown particles. "My God, this is indeed another universe." Wanda furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively inching closer to Lin Yang. The energy field of this universe made her feel somewhat uneasy. Her chaotic magic seemed to lose its usual finesse, lacking the ease it had in their original universe. Lin Yang inhaled deeply, a familiar mischievous grin spreading across his face. Metropolis, sunny and orderly, it is indeed the realm of Superman. However, his superhuman vision swept across the city in an instant. It seems today as City Center is hosting a welcome performance. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of violent explosions and the startled screams of the crowd erupted from the direction of the city center. "It appears your performance has quite a commotion," Tony remarked as his visor closed, igniting the thrusters of his armor. "Shall we take a look?" "Of course. If one does not engage in the spectacle, they must be lacking in thought," Lin Yang exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Wanda's waist as he called out to Tony, "Stay close, Iron Man. Don't get lost." In the next moment, the three vanished from the spot in different manners. Lin Yang transformed into a blur of light. Tony's armor emitted a dazzling tail flame, while Wanda was enveloped in chaotic energy, floating upward to keep pace swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the scene of the incident. A burly man clad in gleaming silver heavy armor rampaged down the street, his armored arms unleashing a relentless barrage from an energy cannon that struck the surrounding edifices. "Metal Man." Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing this formidable opponent of the superhero. TSK, what an aesthetic, sponsored by that bald fellow Luther, I presume? Quite uniquely unsightly. Analysis indicates a high energy reading from his armor. Tony swiftly scanned the target. "We need to devise a strategy." Before he could finish his thought, Lin Yang ambled towards the behemoth. "Hey, you there, Tin Can?" Lin Yang shouted as he approached. "Are you from the demolition office? Do you have a permit?" The metal man appeared bewildered by this sudden intrusion, raising his energy cannon and firing a shot at Lin Yang. Unfazed, Lin Yang merely extended his right index finger and gently tapped it. The energy beam, capable of melting through tank armor, dissipated silently mere centimeters from his fingertip. "Is that all you've got?" Lin Yang scoffed, flicking his finger dismissively. "Given you the opportunity, yet you prove ineffective." Enraged, the metal man swung his massive iron fist with tremendous force towards Lin Yang. Sighing, Lin Yang casually swatted at it with an open palm. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the colossal armor spun like a top, whirling several times before crashing to the ground, emitting smoke. At that moment, a red and blue figure descended from the sky. Superman landed gracefully in the center of the street, his cape billowing gently behind him. He surveyed the smoking armor and the nonchalant Lin Yang beside it, a hint of confusion crossing his resolute face. "What transpired here?" "Oh, the main character has arrived," Lin Yang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he approached Superman and patted his arm. Just a minor dispute, which I have already mediated. No need to thank me. I am Lin Yang, a concerned citizen passing through. Superman, taken aback by this overly enthusiastic demeanor, maintained a polite smile. Thank you for your assistance. However, it is best if we handle dangerous situations ourselves. At that moment, a black-haired woman in a professional suit pushed through the crowd. Her recording device unwaveringly aimed at Lin Yang. Lois Lane from the Planet Daily. Sir, could you elucidate the technology you just employed? You do not appear to be a registered metahuman. Lin Yang regarded the renowned reporter from the DC Universe with a playful smile. Lois Lane? A pleasure to finally meet you. I am Lin Yang, and these two are my friends Tony and Wanda. We might be considered extraterrestrial tourists? Lois's keen journalistic instincts were immediately piqued, her gaze darting between the three of them. Extraterrestrial tourists? Could you specify which planet you hail from? Superman intervened at the opportune moment, casting a cautionary glance at Louise. I believe these guests may require some time to acclimate to Earth's environment, he remarked. However, Louise appeared resolute in her pursuit of this exclusive story, fixating her gaze on Lin Yang. At the very least, divulge the purpose of your visit to Earth, she pressed. Lin Yang leaned closer, lowering his voice yet ensuring those around could hear. If I were to claim we are here to assess whether Earth is suitable as a holiday destination, while simultaneously scouting for attractive extraterrestrial ladies, would you believe me? Louise was taken aback. She had never encountered anyone so delightfully unconventional. Tony, standing nearby, helplessly covered his faceplate, while Wanda sighed softly, accustomed to such spectacles. Superman observed this unexpected enthusiastic citizen and realized that he might not be able to submit his report on time today. This interdimensional visitor seemed to pose a greater challenge than 10 metal beings combined. Chapter 20. Harley's frantic dance and Diana's divine fury in downtown Metropolis. The chaos wrought by the metal beings had barely subsided, leaving the crowd in a state of disarray. Superman was endeavoring to calm the populace while assisting the police in managing the scene. Lin Yang, however, appeared ready to depart, pulling Wanda and the still amazed Tony along with him. All right, the excitement is over. It's time to find a place for a drink. I've heard the Kryptonian-themed bar in Metropolis is quite intriguing. Before he could finish his sentence, a crescendo of frenetic, rhythmical rock music accompanied by exaggerated engine roars approached from the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The distinctive muted sounds of paintball guns echoed. And suddenly the sky erupted in a cascade of vibrant colors, pink, blue, and gold glitter raining down like confetti. Everybody shut up. A figure clad in a red and blue crop top and hot pants, with thick-soled combat boots and pigtails dyed pink and blue, stood atop the back seat of a speeding pink convertible, wielding a megaphone as if she were a rock star making her entrance. Gotham's sweetheart, Arkham's star, the ambassador of chaos, Harley Quinn, making a grand entrance into this dreadfully sunny city. Where's the applause? Where are the screams? With a graceful somersault, Harley landed effortlessly on the hood of the car, strutting in her heels as if walking on air. In one hand, she held a giant cartoon lollipop, while the other brandished an exaggerated paintball gun, from which colorful smoke billowed. Superman furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Miss Quinn, this is not Gotham. I must insist that you cease this behavior immediately. Oh, come on, big guy. Harley interrupted, pointing her lollipop at Superman. Just keep your baldy legs in check. I'm here to find someone. Her gaze suddenly fixed on Lin Yang, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if she had discovered a cherished toy. Hey, you, the tough guy? Cosmic security. Don't even think about running. She leapt down from the rooftop with an explosive grace, executing a series of acrobatic maneuvers akin to a cheerleader's flips, deftly evading the police who sought to impede her. She landed precisely before Lin Yang, drawing so close that her face nearly brushed against his as she scrutinized him intently. Wow, you look even better up close. How did you just slap that tin can from afar? Could you perform that again, please? I'll trade you the address of my secret hideout for some pudding. Tony's mask instantly closed, and the palm cannon glimmered ominously. Madam, please maintain your distance. Wanda's gaze turned icy, her fingertips glowing with a crimson chaotic energy that began to flow silently. Yet Lin Yang smiled, gesturing for Tony and Wanda to remain calm as he leaned down to the now very close Harley. Harley Quinn, am I correct? I heard you've recently re-entered the singles market? Congratulations. Escaping the sea of troubles is certainly worth celebrating. Harley paused momentarily before placing her hands on her hips with a sense of pride. That's right. I've figured it out. There's not a decent man among them. Especially those with clown makeup. I'm much happier on my own. However, she promptly poked Lin Yang's chest with her lollipop, adding, but if you're the kind of tough guy who looks like he can actually hold his own and seems quite entertaining, I might consider making an exception. What do you say? Interested in being my new playmate? I guarantee it'll be far more fun than hanging with these spandex-clad fools. Her unabashed invitation left even Superman feeling slightly awkward, prompting a cough. Tony's expression beneath his mask was likely one of disbelief. While Wanda's surrounding aura of low pressure seemed almost tangible, Lin Yang laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the attention. A playmate? Sounds exhilarating. However, I'm rather discerning. My companions must meet certain standards. With that, he suddenly reached out, snatching the paintball gun from Harley's grasp at a speed she could not fathom. Let us see what you're capable of. With a gentle pressure of his fingers, the specialized paintball gun morphed in his hands like clay, melting into a glimmering, twisted sculpture of the Joker's face. Follow me, and let us discover just how formidable Gotham's wildest girl truly is. He leaned closer to Harley, lowering his voice with an enticing tone. Perhaps I'll take you to another universe for a little madness. The fun there far surpasses what we have here. Harley gazed at the transformed gun, her eyes gleaming with excitement at the mention of another universe, her enthusiasm erupting in a shriek as she tightly embraced Lin Yang's arm. Deal, boss. It's settled. No backing out. This scene left all the virtuous onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Yet, before the chaotic atmosphere could escalate further, a figure descended from the heavens like a golden lightning bolt, exuding an unparalleled sense of power and divine majesty. Thud! The ground trembled slightly as a goddess. Clad in armor reminiscent of ancient Greece, crowned with stars, and wielding a lasso of truth, graced the scene. She stood tall and elegant, her beauty unparalleled, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanning the surroundings until her gaze settled upon Lin Yang, who had his arm around Harley Quinn. I sensed an unusual fluctuation in the space around us and a formidable energy from another realm. The voice of Wonder Woman, Diana, resonated with calm authority, imbued with undeniable gravitas. Are you the ones? Unfamiliar visitors? And Harley Quinn, why have you departed Gotham to appear here? Harley instinctively shrank behind Lin Yang, murmuring softly. Oh no, it's that preachy Amazon princess. Diana's gaze passed over Harley and directly fixed on Lin Yang, her brow furrowing slightly. You possess immense power, but I cannot discern its origin. Declare your identity and intentions, stranger. Lin Yang regarded the war goddess, renowned as the jewel of Paradise Island, with unabashed admiration in his eyes. He gently nudged Harley aside, stepping forward with a playful smile. Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I am Lin Yang, a traveler from another universe. As for my purpose, he shrugged, I seek to explore, make friends, and perhaps find an opportunity to dine with the legendary Amazon princess? This flippant tone darkened Diana's expression. Another universe? That poses a grave danger. The balance of the cosmos must not be disrupted. Moreover, you appear to have a close connection with this dangerous criminal. She cast a glance at Harley. A criminal? How harsh, Lin Yang replied, shaking his head. Miss Quinn is merely spirited, lacking proper guidance. I see great potential in her, and am considering offering her a position as my personal entertainment consultant. Absurd, Diana exclaimed sharply. What she requires is legal judgment and appropriate guidance, not recruitment by another dangerous individual. Release her immediately and clarify the true purpose of your interdimensional crossing. And what if I refuse? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, his tone still light, yet a hint of challenge flickered in his eyes. Diana chose not to respond further. With a swift motion of her right hand, she unleashed the lasso of truth. It shot forth, golden and radiant, imbued with the power to bind all malevolence. Aimed directly at Lin Yang, she intended to subdue this enigmatic and frivolous threat first. However, Lin Yang merely smiled, remaining still, even extending his left hand willingly. Snap! The lasso ensnared his wrist with precision. The divine energy surged, attempting to invade his will and compel him to speak the truth. Yet in the next moment, Diana's expression shifted. She sensed an unusually heavy feedback from the lasso, as though it ensnared not a mere individual, but an ancient, unyielding star. That vast, indomitable will was impervious to scrutiny, let alone confinement. Lin Yang glanced at the lasso binding his wrist, chuckling softly. Is this the rope that compels truth? Fascinating. However, with a gentle shake of his wrist, an unimaginable force surged through the lasso. Diana felt an irresistible force surge towards her, causing her to stumble and nearly lose her balance. The binding power of the lasso of truth, formidable and unfailing, appeared as trivial as a child's toy before her adversary. Impressive strength, Lin Yang remarked, as though appraising a mere commodity. Unfortunately, it holds no value for me. With a gentle tug, he pulled, sending Diana staggering forward uncontrollably. Her face was etched with shock and disbelief. Since departing from Paradise Island, no one had ever so effortlessly countered or disregarded the power of the lasso of truth. Who on earth are you? Diana steadied herself, her gaze turning grave, her combat stance fully engaged. "Just a traveler," Lin Yang replied, releasing the lasso, which coiled back into Diana's grasp as if animated. "You see, I harbor no malice. If I did, this city might have ceased to exist by now. I merely seek amusement and the opportunity to make new acquaintances." His expression grew earnest as he gazed at Diana. "For instance, you, Diana. I have heard many tales of your legendary exploits. The Princess of Paradise Island, the warrior blessed by the gods, fighting for love and truth. I hold you in high regard. Would you consider a change of scenery? Join me and enjoy favorable terms. Your role would be to maintain peace across the multiverse. It's far more intriguing than remaining confined to a single universe, guarding a solitary planet." This unexpected recruitment pitch left Diana momentarily speechless, as well as her companions Superman, Tony, and Wanda, who were equally taken aback. Meanwhile, Harley exuberantly clapped and cheered. "Wow, the boss is amazing. Even Wonder Woman wants to join. Take me with you." Diana, recovering from her astonishment, regarded Lin Yang's nonchalant demeanor with a mix of amusement and trepidation. This man possessed unfathomable strength, his actions unpredictable, and he seemed acutely aware of the intricate relationships within this world. She retracted the lasso of truth and replied sternly, "I have no interest in your invitation. Protecting this world is my duty and choice. But I warn you, stranger, regardless of where you hail from or the power you wield, do not attempt to sow chaos on Earth. Otherwise, you'll use the lasso to whip me?" Lin Yang interjected with a playful grin. All right, just a joke. No need to be so serious. Since Ms. Diana is not interested for now, let's move on." However, he swiftly changed the subject, his gaze sweeping over Superman, Diana, and finally resting on Harley and Wanda. "It seems today is not suited for a quiet drink. Harley, weren't you eager to see my capabilities? Wanda, stop pouting. Tony, Iron Man, come along. I'll show you the wonders of this universe's advanced technology." With that, he unceremoniously grabbed Harley and Wanda by the hand, and the surrounding space began to warp once more. "Hey, wait." Superman attempted to intervene, yet the golden portal had already taken shape. Lin Yang, accompanied by two distinctly styled beauties and the hurriedly activating Tony Stark, stepped through it and vanished in an instant. Only Superman and Wonder Woman remained, standing in place, gazing at the desolate street littered with vibrant glitter, exchanging solemn glances. A being capable of disregarding the lasso of truth, effortlessly opening interdimensional portals, and having abducted Gotham's most perilous lunatic, Diana tightened her grip on the Sword of Ares. "Clark, we need to talk. Immediately." Chapter 21. Temptations of the Deep and Shadows of the Cat. The golden portal abruptly closed after a violent distortion of space, severing the cacophony of metropolis streets from the grave expressions of the two Justice League stalwarts. In the next moment, a sensation of weightlessness and a drastic change in illumination assailed them. "Wow." Harley Quinn's excited shriek was abruptly swallowed by the icy, briny sea. They did not find themselves in the anticipated terrestrial corner, but rather suspended in the depths of a profound azure expanse. Sunlight filtered through the undulating surface of the ocean, casting unpredictable patterns of light, surrounded by vibrant coral reefs and schools of exotic fish. Tony's Mark XLII armor instantaneously activated its waterproof mode, the thrusters adjusting their posture in the water, while JARVIS's urgent alarm resonated within the helmet. "Sir, we are approximately 120 meters underwater, and the pressure is fluctuating dramatically." Wanda was immediately enveloped in a shroud of chaotic energy, isolating her from the surrounding water, her crimson hair drifting gracefully as she marveled at the dreamlike underwater world. Lin Yang, feeling at home, deliberately inhaled a mouthful of seawater, smacking his lips. "Ah, the taste of the Atlantic. The salinity is a tad high. Tongzi, your portal's landing precision leaves much to be desired. We nearly ended up in a trench." The positioning was slightly off due to intense magical interference and local divine barriers. The system's voice replied monotonously in his mind. "Magical interference?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, his supervision piercing through the layers of seawater to scan the distance. In the far reaches, he discerned the faint outline of a magnificent and ancient city perched atop a seabed cliff, enveloped by a formidable energy shield. It was this shield's energy fluctuations that had disrupted the portal's precise location. Atlantis? Lin Yang's interest peaked. Since he was here, it seemed only fitting to pay a visit. At that moment, a shadow, swift as lightning, burst forth from a nearby coral thicket. It was a uniquely shaped coral spear, its tip glinting with a cold light, hurtling toward Tony at a speed far exceeding that of a typical torpedo. Just as Tony stabilized himself, caught off guard, the armor's automatic defense system had barely activated when the spear was already upon him. Clang! A remarkably subtle yet crisp sound echoed. Lin Yang unexpectedly appeared before Tony, effortlessly pinching the formidable spear with just 2 fingers. He even took a moment to inspect the spear's tip. The craftsmanship was somewhat crude, the force adequate. Yet its accuracy left much to be desired. Who dares to intrude upon the royal hunting grounds of Atlantis? A voice, sharp and imbued with authority, resonated from behind the coral thicket. As the water swirled, a graceful figure emerged, riding a colossal seahorse. She possessed a mane of thick, crimson hair reminiscent of seaweed, skin as fair as snow, and features of breathtaking beauty, exuding both a wild and noble aura. Clad in a form-fitting armor of silver and green scales that accentuated her stunning silhouette, she wielded another coral spear in her hand. Most striking were her emerald green eyes, akin to the deepest ocean, now cautiously surveying the uninvited guests. Mara? Lin Yang's eyes brightened as he casually tossed aside the spear, which drifted weightlessly towards the ocean floor. Fiery red hair, green scales, a temper to match. Indeed, the princess of Atlantis, the future queen of the sea? What a pleasure it is to meet you. Upon hearing this, Mara frowned, tightening her grip on the spear. You know me? Who are you? Surface dwellers? How did you arrive here? Her gaze swept over Tony's armor and Wanda's energy field, finally landing on Lin Yang, who seemed entirely unfazed by the water pressure, conversing freely beneath the waves. His expression filled with uncertainty. We are merely tourists, lost ones at that. Lin Yang shrugged, swimming a few meters closer with a grin. I heard the underwater world was quite picturesque, and that there were beautiful princesses, so I came to take a look. It certainly lives up to its reputation. Her expression turned frosty at his flippant tone. Smooth-talking surface dweller. You are not welcome here. Leave at once, or do not blame me for my rudeness. The seahorse beneath her emitted a low, menacing snort, brimming with threats. There's no need to be so fierce, Your Highness. Lin Yang remained unperturbed, admiring her instead. Look, we bear no malice. We are merely passing through. He gestured upwards. It would be quite troublesome to return now. Perhaps you could do us a favor and invite us to your, palace for a visit? I've heard that Atlantis bubble tea is quite renowned. Bubble tea? Mara was momentarily taken aback by this incomprehensible term, yet her anger flared even more. Are you mocking me? Prepare to meet your end. With a swift motion, she squeezed her thighs against the seahorse, propelling herself towards Lin Yang like an arrow released from a bow. Her coral spear aimed directly at his chest. The water parted violently, creating a vacuum trajectory in her wake. Why do all the beauties of this universe seem so inclined to violence? Lin Yang sighed, standing his ground without flinching, raising his hand with fingers splayed. As Mara's ferocious thrust neared his chest, mere centimeters away, it felt as though she had collided with an invisible wall of water, unable to advance even a fraction further. She sensed her spear tip penetrating what felt like a high-density gel. All of her kinetic energy dissipated in an instant. What? Mara was taken aback, attempting to withdraw her spear, only to discover that it was firmly ensnared by an invisible force, immovable. Lin Yang slightly curled his fingers. Crack! The resilient coral spear began to fissure from the tip, instantly becoming riddled with cracks, and then, like a crushed biscuit, fragmented into fine powder that dissolved into the sea. Mara gazed in disbelief at her empty hand, then at the man before her, who still wore a smile. A chill crept up from her heart. This was no ordinary surface dweller. You see, I've told you I mean no harm, Lin Yang shrugged. If I had ill intentions, you would already be in a predicament akin to your little spear. So, can we converse amicably, dear princess? His voice possessed a peculiar charm, causing Mara's taut nerves to relax ever so slightly, yet her vigilance remained. What do you truly want? Nothing much, Lin Yang beamed brightly. I merely wish to befriend you. By the way, would you be interested in a career change? How about exploring other universes with me? It's far more exhilarating than lingering at the ocean floor. The remuneration is negotiable. While I cannot promise the 5 social insurances and a housing fund, I can assure you of meals, accommodation, and the chance to tease Batman and Superman frequently. What do you say? Mara found herself utterly baffled by this man's line of thought. Meanwhile, Harley was already excitedly splashing in the water. Thanks to Wanda's chaotic energy, creating a bubble shield for her boss is amazing. Even the fish princess is on the radar. Let us take her with us. We could form a women's aquatic ballet troupe. Underneath his mask, Tony's expression had gone numb. He seriously suspected that Lin Yang's primary purpose for visiting this universe was not tourism, but rather to poach talent. Just as Mara was rendered speechless by this absurd recruitment, Lin Yang suddenly seemed to sense something. His super hearing captured a faint engine sound and a meow from far above the ocean surface. It seems there is also amusement on land. He stroked his chin, promptly altering his course of action. Never mind, we'll save the underwater sightseeing for another time. Princess, do ponder my proposal. I shall send you an offer later. With that, he He gave Mara no time to react, and once again, golden sparks erupted around him. Another portal forcefully opened beneath the waves, engulfing the four of them. Mara stood dazed, watching the vanishing golden sparks and the returning calm of the sea, as if she had just experienced a bizarre dream. She glanced down at her empty hands, recalling the man's terrifying power and strange words, her expression shifting uncertainly. She needed to report to the king and Prince Orm immediately. She turned her seahorse around and swiftly swam towards the direction of Atlantis. In Gotham City, night fell. The damp air was thick with the scent of crime and money. On the rooftop of a museum hosting a high-end jewelry exhibition, a lithe shadow elegantly and skillfully avoided all infrared alarms and pressure sensors, moving like a feline specter in the darkness. She donned a form-fitting ensemble of black leather, accentuating her alluring silhouette, while stylish goggles adorned her face and a confident, cunning smile graced her lips. Selina Kyle, also known as Catwoman, had her sights set on the black diamond known as the Midnight Tear, resting in the center of the exhibition hall. Just as her grappling hook was about to latch onto the beam of the skylight, a teasing voice suddenly echoed from behind her. "Hey, beautiful, working late, are we? Does your boss pay overtime?" Catwoman froze, her body tensing instantly. She spun around like a startled cat, her claw-like weapons silently springing forth. Her gaze alert to the source of the voice. Perched atop the museum's roof gargoyle were four individuals, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. One was an Asian man in casual attire, grinning mischievously. Another was a man clad in a high-tech crimson and gold battle suit, his visor raised, sporting an odd expression. A red-haired girl radiated an aura of dangerous energy, and a girl in a red and blue patchwork outfit, appearing quite eccentric, waved enthusiastically at her. This bizarre assembly was unsettling. "Who are you?" Catwoman's voice was deep and magnetic, laced with an undercurrent of barely concealed tension. She sensed that the smiling man was exceedingly perilous. "We're your fans." Lin Yang leaped down from the gargoyle, landing soundlessly. "We came specifically to witness your performance. Continue. Don't stop. Just pretend we don't exist." Catwoman found herself in an unprecedented situation after years of thievery. "Oh, I recognize you," Harley suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Catwoman. "You're Bat-Brat's old flame, the cat girl who loves to steal shiny things." Catwoman's expression darkened at once. Being recognized was one thing. Being referred to as Bat-Brat's old flame was another entirely. "What exactly do you want?" Catwoman slowly retreated, searching for an escape route. She realized that her way out was subtly obstructed by the energy field emanating from the red-haired girl. "We don't want anything." Lin Yang stepped closer, intrigued as he scrutinized her. "I just think you have quite the skill set, and you're rather attractive. It's a waste to be hiding in Gotham playing hide and seek with the bat every day. Would you be interested in a job change? How about becoming my personal collection advisor?" He continued. "You would be responsible for gathering intriguing trinkets from other universes, and the compensation would undoubtedly surpass your current life as a thief." Another recruitment attempt. Tony felt utterly exasperated. Catwoman was momentarily taken aback by this bewildering proposal, but she quickly regained her composure, her lips curling into her signature provocative smile. "Personal collection advisor? Sounds intriguing, but that hinges on whether you can catch me." No sooner had she spoken than she executed a swift backward roll, simultaneously launching several smoke bombs. Bang! The smoke enveloped the vicinity instantly. However, just as the smoke began to rise, it seemed to be clutched by an invisible hand, compressed, and vanished without a trace. Catwoman maintained a half-backward posture, frozen in place. As she noticed Lin Yang had, unbeknownst to her, already positioned himself where she intended to land, grinning at her with an air of amusement. The speed was commendable, and the technique flamboyant, yet the quality of the smoke bomb left much to be desired, Lin Yang remarked. "So what do you think? Care for another round?" Catwoman's pupils constricted. She realized she was facing an opponent she could not hope to contend with. Gradually, she straightened up, retracting her claws, her demeanor shifting to one of relaxed confidence, infused with a feline languor and cunning. "Very well, you win. So this enigmatic boss of mine, is what you said about other universes true?" "Indeed, it is," Lin Yang replied with a smile. "So are you intrigued? Come with me, diamonds aplenty. And you can often watch Batman dance in a fit of rage. How delightful that would be." Catwoman licked her lips, her gaze flickering as if she were earnestly contemplating this outrageous proposition. Adventure and treasure were, after all, her greatest passions. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice accompanied by the whoosh of gliding wings echoed from the night sky. "I doubt she will accompany you." A colossal bat shadow loomed over the rooftop as Batman descended silently onto another gargoyle, his black cape billowing in the night breeze. His masked gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently upon Lin Yang. "And you should leave my city. Chapter 22. The Bat's Shadow and the Cat's Dilemma. Batman's arrival was akin to pressing the mute button on the rooftop. The unique humidity and criminal essence of Gotham's night seemed to solidify, leaving only the faint rustle of his cloak in the wind. His voice, processed through a voice modulator, resonated with an undeniable authority. I doubt she will accompany you. His gaze swept over Selina, ultimately locking onto Lin Yang. And you should leave my city. Harley Quinn was the first to react, her demeanor akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Brandishing a large hammer that she had somehow retrieved, possibly from her earlier hiding place. Wow. Bat-brat, long time no see. Why do you always have to show up and ruin the fun? We were having such a lovely chat. Tony's mask instantly sealed, the palm blaster faintly glowing as he entered a defensive stance. Wanda's chaotic energy thickened silently around her, the crimson glow particularly vivid against the night sky. Selina Kyle appeared to exhale in relief, yet also bore a hint of disappointment, gracefully stepping back to revert to her lazy, yet vigilant feline self. Her gaze oscillating between Batman and Lin Yang, evidently poised to observe the unfolding conflict. Lin Yang, however, remained the most relaxed of them all. He even took the time to straighten an imaginary collar, grinning at Batman and revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. Ah, is that not Gotham's urban legend? The Dark Knight, Mr. Bruce Wayne, rich boy without parents? Oh, pardon my slip of the tongue. I meant the Dark Knight. A pleasure to finally meet you. So, are you interested in my talent acquisition program? However, your age seems somewhat excessive. Being a henchman may not suit you, but serving as a doorman appears quite fitting. Yet, your attire might easily frighten away potential guests. His words flowed with remarkable rapidity, each syllable resonating clearly within the ears of those present, particularly the mention of Mr. Bruce Wayne. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Batman's body tensed imperceptibly, although his mask concealed his facial expressions. The sudden surge of vigilance and murderous intent he emanated seemed to lower the surrounding temperature by several degrees. This was his most profound secret, one that had never been divulged to outsiders. A sharp intake of breath escaped Tony from beneath his mask. J-A-R-V-I-S. Record. Bruce Wayne, the playboy billionaire of Gotham? This is even more ludicrous than me being Iron Man. Harley was equally taken aback, momentarily forgetting her anger. Her mouth agape as she gazed at Batman. Little Bruce is Bruce Wayne? That tycoon always seen with supermodels and magazines? Oh my god. I actually punched Bruce Wayne in the face. This is utterly delightful. Ha. She erupted into manic laughter once more. Selina Kyle cast a complex glance at Batman. She had long been privy to this secret, yet the ease with which it was exposed by an outsider unsettled her. Who are you? Batman's voice turned even colder, as if capable of freezing the very air around him. He did not deny it, for in the presence of those penetrating eyes, denial held no significance. Every muscle in his body was coiled tightly, poised for the highest level of combat readiness. I already mentioned, traveler and part-time talent scout. Lin Yang shrugged, as if he had merely commented on the pleasant weather. Don't be so tense, Bruce. I'm not interested in your little secret. Everyone will find out sooner or later. I'm merely here to invite Miss Kyle to switch allegiances and to take a leisurely stroll around your city. I must say, the urban development is mediocre at best, and the streetlights at night are insufficiently bright. Poor reviews indeed. His complete disregard for the tension and hostility radiating from Batman only heightened the latter's apprehension. Such a person is either a madman or possesses an extraordinary level of self-assurance. Judging by his earlier effortless subduing of Catwoman and Harley, it was evidently the latter. Leave Gotham, Batman reiterated, his tone steeped in menace. His cape billowed without wind, and some of his miniature gadgets appeared to be on the verge of activation. What if I refuse? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, stepping forward, a smile still gracing his face, yet his eyes glinted with a mocking challenge. Are you going to make a move? With your little darts? Or that rather cool-looking, but ultimately impractical tank of yours? Or perhaps summon your Justice League friends? With each word he uttered, Batman's heart sank further. The extent of the other's knowledge about him far exceeded his expectations. Hey, Big Bat. Harley suddenly leapt between the two, making a face at Batman. Be nice to my boss. He could crush that tin shell of yours with his bare hands. He's much more formidable. Harley, come back. Lin Yang pulled her behind him, gazing at Batman. How about this, Bruce? Let us wager. He pointed toward the observing Catwoman, Selina Kyle. Let Miss Kyle decide for herself. If she wishes to accompany me, you must not obstruct her, and in future encounters, you shall address me as Boss Lin. If she opts to remain. Lin Yang paused, a malevolent smile creeping across his face. I shall inscribe your identity as Batman in fiery letters upon the rooftop of Wayne Tower, ensuring that the entire city of Gotham awakens to the revelation come morning. What do you say? Fair enough. This wager was utterly shameless, regardless of the outcome. Batman stood to gain nothing. Tony nearly choked on his own saliva. Wanda facepalmed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Harley clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "How delightful! Go for it, boss." Beneath Batman's mask, his expression had likely darkened to the hue of a soot-covered pot. He had never encountered such an unpredictable, formidable, and utterly unprincipled adversary. Selina Kyle was also taken aback. She had not anticipated that the flames of conflict would suddenly engulf her. She regarded Batman's tense figure, then glanced at Lin Yang, who appeared at ease as though engaged in a mere game, her emerald eyes glinting with a myriad of complex emotions. "Selina." Batman's voice emerged, low and tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. He gazed at Catwoman, and though he spoke little, his eyes clearly warned her against reckless behavior. Lin Yang also turned his attention to Selina, his charming smile and beguiling voice enticing her. "So what shall it be, Cat? Will you choose to remain by this dark night, continuing the game of him pursuing you while you forever gaze into an uncertain future? Or will you accompany me to explore a vast and exhilarating multiverse? I assure you, the treasures there outshine all the diamonds you've ever seen combined, and the adventures will invigorate every nerve in your body." He lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. "I never place collars on anyone. I merely provide the finest stage." Selina's heart raced uncontrollably. Freedom, adventure, and treasure were indeed temptations she found irresistible. Moreover, the man before her was powerful, mysterious, intriguing, and aware of Batman's true identity. To follow him seemed to signify a complete severance from her past, stepping into a wholly new and unpredictable realm. She cast a glance at Batman, who stood like a silent black mountain, embodying order, responsibility, and a world she could never fully inhabit. An invisible wall eternally separated them. Turning her gaze to Lin Yang, he resembled an elusive flame, symbolizing chaos, the unknown, and ultimate freedom. All eyes on the rooftop were now fixed upon Catwoman. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet also pass in a mere heartbeat. Suddenly, Selina Kyle broke into a radiant smile, her expression akin to a rose blooming in the darkness. Imbued with danger, allure, and determination, she took a step forward, gliding with graceful cat-like elegance toward Lin Yang. Batman's body jolted slightly. Despite his efforts to maintain control, the fleeting aura that emanated from him betrayed the turmoil within. He addressed Selina once more, his voice deeper and more gravelly than before. Yet, Catwoman did not turn back. She approached Lin Yang, effortlessly linking her arm with his, and blew a playful kiss towards Batman. "Goodbye, Bat. Thank you for the joy you've brought over the years. I believe it's time to explore a larger map." Lin Yang chuckled triumphantly, wrapping his arm around Selina's slender waist. "A wise choice. Welcome to my multiverse tour. Congratulations. Cat, you've secured a one-way ticket to infinite possibilities." He glanced at Batman, whose expression was a portrait of distress, and waved dismissively. "Thanks, Bruce, for making our decision easier. Don't worry, I'll keep your little secret safe for now, unless you're so rude next time we meet." Without granting Batman any chance to respond, he burst forth in a cascade of golden sparks. "No." Batman lunged forward, hurling a batarang, but the portal had already formed, engulfing Lin Yang, Wanda, Harley, Selina, and a hurried Tony in an instant. The batarang clattered against the empty rooftop. Batman remained standing, his black cape fluttering violently in the night breeze. He gazed at the desolate rooftop, his fists clenched, knuckles turning pale with exertion. Beneath the mask, his eyes, usually sharp as a hawk's, betrayed a flicker of near-uncontrolled rage and an indescribable sense of defeat for the first time. He had not only lost a complex figure who was both foe and ally, but more crucially, he faced an immense, unpredictable variable now unleashed upon Gotham. This was far worse than contending with any supervillain. The night wind wafted by, leaving behind Gotham's eternal clamor and the ever-expanding shadows in the heart of the Dark Knight. Chapter 23. The Invitation to Paradise Island and the Trials of the God of War. Before the slight dizziness from the teleportation had fully dissipated, the group found themselves in a vastly different environment. The damp, chilly Gotham night sky was replaced by blazing sunshine and the briny scent of the sea breeze. Beneath their feet lay delicate golden sands, and before them stretched an endless, sapphire-like ocean. The gentle waves lapped rhythmically against the shore. Most striking of all was a massive island shrouded in mist, faintly visible on the horizon, where grand structures reminiscent of ancient Greek architecture appeared to emerge from the haze. "Wow, this place is amazing." Harley Quinn was the first to react, discarding a police baton she had pilfered from an unfortunate soul in Gotham, kicking off her high heels, and joyfully sprinting barefoot along the beach. Sunshine, sand, no Batman. Perfect. Selina Kyle squinted slightly, savoring the long-awaited warmth of the sun, stretching lazily, and revealing her curves. This is certainly far more comfortable than Gotham's sewers. Where's this paradise? How have I never heard of it? As Tony Stark's mask lifted, his astonished expression was revealed. Jarvis, analyze the geographical location and environmental parameters. They do not correspond to any known area on Earth. The concentration of energy particles in the air is unusually active, imbued with an ancient divine aura. Wanda, sensing the ambience around her, furrowed her brow slightly. The energy here is remarkably ancient, immensely powerful, and decidedly exclusionary. It seems that the chaos magic is subtly suppressed by some sacred force. Lin Yang inhaled the seaweed-scented air deeply, nodding in satisfaction. The sunlight at the entrance of Paradise Island truly offers a VIP experience. Brother Tongzi has made an excellent choice this time. Paradise Island? Tony and Selina inquired in unison, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Meanwhile, Harley busied herself collecting seashells on the beach. The land bestowed by the gods to the Amazons, isolated from the world for millennia, is filled with, well, statuesque, formidable women. Lin Yang provided a brief explanation, yet his gaze drifted towards the distant sea. Before them, an ancient wooden warship, intricately carved, sliced through the waves at an impossible speed, approaching their shore with relentless force. At the bow stood several tall female warriors clad in armor reminiscent of ancient Greece, armed with spears and bows. Leading them was a striking red-haired figure, her demeanor solemn, Wonder Woman, Diana Prince. The warship surged onto the beach without hindrance, and Diana was the first to leap ashore. The Amazon warriors followed suit, fanning out in a semicircle, their eyes scrutinizing the uninvited guests. Particularly the man clad in peculiar gold and crimson armor, and the girl radiating an ominous red glow. Diana's voice, as formidable as her gaze, resonated with unassailable authority. You not only linger but dare to tread upon the sacred ground of the Amazons? What is your intent? Her gaze swept over Harley and Selina beside Lin Yang, her brows knitting tighter. You bring these dangerous mortals with you? Wow. Amazonian ladies. Those muscle lines. That gear. So cool. Harley, undeterred, approached to touch one of the Amazon warrior's shields, only to be repelled by a warning thrust of a spear. Dangerous mortals? Selina scoffed, her feline-like cunning glinting in response to Diana's scrutiny. They are certainly better than some self-proclaimed demigods who cannot even keep their men in check. It was evident she was aware of Diana's past with Steve Trevor. Diana's expression turned icy in an instant as she gripped the lasso of truth. Mind your words, thief. All right. We're all friends here. Let us not spoil the atmosphere. Lin Yang interjected hastily, stepping between the two factions with a cheerful demeanor. Diana, there's no need to be so tense. We truly came for a visit. We heard Paradise Island has breathtaking scenery, and the Amazon sisters are renowned for their hospitality. As for them, he gestured towards Harley and Selina. They are now formal employees of my company. Safe and harmless, I assure you. This Tin Man, an esteemed technical advisor, is tasked with documenting the local customs and traditions. Diana, however, remains unconvinced by his fanciful tales, her gaze sharp as a blade. Paradise Island does not welcome outsiders, especially not someone of your dubious origins and perilous strength. Depart at once, or you shall face the wrath of the entire Amazon tribe. Leave? How utterly uninspiring. Lin Yang shook his head, abruptly shifting the conversation. I hear that you Amazons hold strength and courage in the highest regard. Fortunately, I possess both in abundance. Why not adhere to your customs? How about a wager? Diana regarded him warily. What wager? Simple, Lin Yang replied with a radiant smile. Allow my colleagues and me to tour the island. In exchange, I am willing to accept any challenge you propose, one-on-one, or all of you together, it matters not. Should I lose, we shall promptly depart and vow never to disturb you again. Should I prevail? He paused, his gaze sweeping over Diana and the valiant Amazonian warriors behind her, filled with unabashed admiration. You must agree to one condition. Perhaps to dine with me, or serve as my personal guide for a day. Of course, your sisters are most welcome to join. This utterly frivolous wager ignited fury among the Amazon warriors, their grips on their weapons tightening in indignation. It was a blatant affront to the dignity of Paradise Island and its fierce protectors. Diana's face paled in anger, her chest rising and falling with rage. She had never endured such an insult. Arrogant fool, you shall pay dearly for your words and actions. Then you accept? Lin Yang seemingly ignored her fury, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Fine. Diana nearly ground her teeth as she acquiesced. Since you seek your own demise, I shall show you the might of the Amazons. But not you. I challenge her. She abruptly raised her hand, pointing at the quiet Wanda, who stood behind Lin Yang. I can sense a formidable and dark power within her. Let her step forth to battle me. If she loses, you all shall leave Paradise Island at once. Diana's intuition was keen, She discerned that Wanda's power was at odds with the sacred aura of Paradise Island, perhaps even in subtle opposition, and seemed less inscrutable than Lin Yang, a more promising point of entry. Wanda hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Yang. He too was taken aback, but soon smiled and nodded at Wanda. Go ahead, Miss Secretary, and show her the strength of our company. Remember, we are merely guests here. Do not dismantle their abode. Wanda took a deep breath and stepped forward. Crimson chaotic energy began to swirl around her, starkly contrasting with the golden sunlight and divine aura surrounding them, causing the energy particles in the air to become restless. Diana, too, unfastened her shield and the sword of the god of fire, gripping only the lasso of truth, adopting a standard Amazonian combat stance. Two equally beautiful women, yet embodying vastly different forces, confront each other upon the golden sands, their energy surging with intensity. For the glory of the Amazons, Diana cries out, initiating the assault. Like a lithe female leopard, she lunges at Wanda, her lasso of truth striking forth like a bolt of golden lightning, seeking to ensnare her adversary. Wanda's gaze sharpens, her hands thrusting forward. A torrent of chaotic magic erupts, coalescing into a massive scarlet diamond shield. Boom! The lasso of truth collides with the energy shield, producing a deafening explosion. Golden light and crimson radiance clash violently, creating shockwaves that scatter the surrounding sand in a wide arc. Diana senses a chaotic, twisted force brimming with negative emotions surging back through the lasso, momentarily unsettling her mind. She resolutely steadies herself, executing a nimble backflip to land gracefully. Her expression now more grave. What manner of being are you, wielding such chaotic power? Wanda remains silent, her pupils glimmering with a hint of crimson as she dances her hands, summoning more chaotic energy that swirls towards Diana like tendrils, seeking to engulf her. Diana brandishes her lasso, shielding herself impeccably. Amidst the flickering golden light, she shatters the scarlet energy tendrils, dispersing them. She relentlessly seeks an opportunity to close in, her Amazonian combat skills on full display. In that moment, the beach is alive with the interplay of golden and crimson flashes, the air filled with the sounds of relentless explosions. Harley, watching eagerly from the sidelines, cheers enthusiastically, even placing bets. I wager on the red-haired lady. Boss, the stakes are on you. Selena, transfixed, analyzes the combat styles of both fighters. Meanwhile, Tony instructs Jarvis to meticulously record this extraordinary display of energy manipulation, far beyond the comprehension of earthly technology. Lin Yang, arms crossed, observes with keen interest, occasionally commenting, Diana's footwork is impressive, her base is solid. Wanda's energy control has become notably refined. She's improved. Alas, she nearly struck a blow. In the fray, Diana grows increasingly restless as her relentless attacks yield no results. She perceives that Wanda's energy appears inexhaustible and exceedingly peculiar, capable of directly influencing one's psyche and emotions. Determined, she resolves to invoke her divine power. With a powerful leap backward, she retracts the lasso of truth to her waist, crossing her arms before her chest in a fist, releasing a commanding shout. Buzz! A tremendous wave of divine energy erupts from within her, a dazzling platinum light soaring into the sky. Ancient divine runes emerge upon her armor and weapons. Yield! Diana descends like a true goddess of war, unleashing a mighty punch. The shockwave imbued with divine energy rips through the air, hurtling toward Wanda. Wanda's expression shifts as she senses the terrifying power contained within this strike. She clasps her hands together, summoning her chaotic magic with all her might. Chaotic barrier. A more solid, dark red shield, adorned with countless twisted runes, materializes instantaneously. Thunderous roars ensue. A tremendous explosion, tenfold more ferocious than before, erupted. The entire beach trembled violently, and dust billowed into the sky, obscuring the sun. As the dust gradually settled, Wanda remained standing in place, albeit with a somewhat pale complexion. While beneath her feet, a massive pit had formed in the sand. The chaotic energy surrounding her had grown tumultuous. Diana, too, was panting slightly. The previous strike had taken a considerable toll on her. She was preparing to once again gather her divine power when a sudden voice interrupted. Stop! Lin Yang's voice rang out unexpectedly. He had appeared between the two, gently placing a hand on Wanda's shoulder and another on Diana's poised fist. The wild energies of both women collided against him, yet dissipated into nothingness, as though swallowed by the sea, not even stirring his garments. All right. Let us call it a warm-up, Lin Yang said with a cheerful smile, observing the two as if the earlier cataclysmic battle had been nothing more than a child's playful skirmish. If this continues, the beach will indeed collapse. Diana, Your divine power is commendable, and Wanda's chaotic magic is quite impressive as well. Let's consider it a draw, shall we? Diana stared at Lin Yang in astonishment. How could her utmost divine strike be so effortlessly neutralized by him? Not even a trace of recoil had been felt. Just how powerful was he? Wanda, too, breathed a sigh of relief, retracting her energy with a slight nod. She recognized that she had, in fact, been at a disadvantage. Diana's divine power had a degree of restraint over chaotic magic. Diana inhaled deeply, withdrawing her fist, her gaze at Lin Yang filled with complexity. She understood that she had lost, and thoroughly at that. The opponent had not even needed to engage directly to easily halt their conflict. With great difficulty, she uttered the terms of their agreement, the honor of the Amazons compelling her to remain steadfast. You may set foot on the island, but you must abide by the laws of the Amazons. Not an issue. We are law-abiding guests. Lin Yang promptly replied, his smile reminiscent of a fox that had pilfered a hen. Now, dear guide, please lead the way. By the way, for dinner, I would like to have grilled fish. I've heard that the fish here is particularly fresh. Diana regarded this unfathomable and exceedingly audacious man, along with his peculiar entourage, and was suddenly struck by a strong premonition of inviting a wolf into her home. Yet, the promise to the Amazons outweighed her life itself. She turned to her warriors, waving her hand with a tone tinged with resignation and an imperceptible weariness. Lower your weapons and return to the ship. Take them to meet the Queen. Chapter 24. Out of place, the ancient vessel carried this group of incongruous visitors toward the island shrouded in mist, a gift from the gods. The ship cleaved through the emerald waves, leaving a long trail behind. The Amazon warriors maintained a heightened state of vigilance, their gazes sharp as hawks, fixating on Lin Yang and his party, particularly when Harley attempted to draw a smiley face on the ship's railing with an unknown lipstick. Several spears were immediately pointed in her direction without hesitation. Diana stood at the bow of the ship, her posture regal, the crimson cloak billowing in the sea breeze. Though her back was turned to the onlookers, the tautness of her shoulders betrayed her inner turmoil. Inviting outsiders to Paradise Island was an exceedingly rare occurrence in the annals of Amazonian history spanning millennia. Tony Stark appeared much like a wide-eyed visitor in a grand garden, his eyes, concealed beneath a mask, likely not having blinked. Jarvis, a comprehensive scan of the island's structural energy readings yields no decipherable results. This biological force field and shield technology is utterly distinct from any known technology on Earth. Moreover, the life signs of these warriors are astonishing. Selena Kyle languidly leaned against the ship's railing, admiring the approaching island's splendor. Yet her feline-like eyes keenly observed every defense installation and patrol's position, an instinct honed by her prowess as a master thief. What a secluded paradise this is. Though the defenses are too stringent, pilfering a mere souvenir might prove quite the challenge, she muttered softly. Wanda stood quietly beside Lin Yang, acutely aware of the overwhelming divine power emanating from the island. This force was solemn, ancient, and orderly, creating a natural suppression of her chaotic magic, akin to the elemental clash of water and fire. Unconsciously, she edged closer to Lin Yang, as if seeking a modicum of safety. Lin Yang, resembling a tourist, pointed out the towering temples and grand arenas to Harley and Selena. Just look at the architectural style, crafted from natural stone, classical and grand. Far more tasteful than Stark's ostentatious glass abode. Once we disembark, let us maintain decorum. I'd rather not be embarrassed. Harley nodded vigorously, then surreptitiously affixed a chewed gum to the back of an Amazonian warrior's shield. The warship glided into a concealed natural harbor, docking beside a massive stone pier. The Amazonian guard, already alerted, stood in disciplined formation, clad in uniform bronze armor, wielding spears and shields, their sharp gazes emanating a palpable aura of intimidation. The air thick with an invisible pressure. Follow me, Diana declared as she disembarked, her voice regaining its composure. Remain silent, and avoid any suspicious actions. Her Majesty will receive you in the temple. Accompanied by 2 rows of Amazonian warriors, they ascended the broad stone steps. Flanking the path were white edifices built into the mountainside, their style both ancient and magnificent, adorned with intricate reliefs and statues that narrated the history and glory of the Amazonian lineage. Some Amazonian civilians appeared at windows or on the streets, all tall, robust women, their curious, vigilant, and even hostile gazes scrutinizing the unfamiliar intruders. Particularly, Tony, the sole male in the group, had to sheath his armor to avert inciting further commotion. Wow, it's all ladies, Harley exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Boss, this place is simply paradise. May I apply for permanent residence here? That depends on your behavior, Lin Yang replied casually, his gaze appreciating the scenic beauty along the way. They ultimately arrived before a magnificent temple at the highest point of the island. Towering stone columns supported the dome, and the interior of the hall was shrouded in dim light, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. The guard halted outside the temple's grand entrance, allowing only Diana to lead them within. The expanse of the temple's interior was far greater than its exterior suggested. Eternal flames burned upon the walls, illuminating the murals depicting the deities and the epic tales of Amazonian ancestors. At the far end of the hall, a lavish stone throne was prominently displayed. Seated upon it was a middle-aged woman clad in white robes and adorned with a golden crown, exuding an aura of regal authority. Her visage bore a resemblance to Diana's. Yet the passage of time and the weight of her responsibilities had bestowed upon her a profound composure and wisdom. Her gaze was as tranquil as still water, yet it seemed capable of piercing the very souls of those before her. In her hand, she grasped a scepter symbolizing power. This was Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazonian tribe. Flanking the throne were several other Amazonian leaders and high priests, equally imposing and clad in exquisite armor. Their scrutinizing gazes fell upon Lin Yang and his companions, appraising them with palpable intensity. Mother, Diana stepped forward, placing her right hand over her heart in a gesture of respect, introducing them as the foreign visitors. Queen Hippolyta's gaze swept over the assembly, pausing momentarily upon Lin Yang. A fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickered in her deep-set eyes. She sensed a vast power within the young man before her, akin to the cosmos, yet distinctly different from the Olympian pantheon. Welcome to Paradise Island, esteemed guests from afar. The queen's voice was gentle, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I am Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. Diana has informed me of your wager. As per our agreement, you have been granted permission to tread upon this sacred ground. However, Paradise Island has its own laws and traditions, which I hope you will honor. Of course, your majesty, rest assured we are most respectful of the rules. Lin Yang replied with a cheerful demeanor, though his attitude belied the notion of adherence to decorum. I have long heard of your majesty's wisdom and valor. Seeing it firsthand today, I must say it is truly deserving of its reputation. Your grace and presence outshine the politicians from our realm by miles. His flattery was devoid of subtlety, eliciting slight frowns from Diana and the Amazonian leaders flanking her. Yet, Queen Hippolyta merely offered a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the praise. Such compliments are excessive. How do you wish to be addressed? From whence do you hail? What brings you to my secluded isle? I am Lin Yang, and these are my, travel companions, Lin Yang introduced succinctly. We hail from another universe, purely drawn by curiosity, seeking to explore and experience the unique culture here. We harbor no ill intentions. Another universe? A flicker of intrigue ignited in the queen's eyes, and she turned to Diana, who nodded slightly in affirmation. This revelation, even for a queen who had lived for millennia, was sufficiently astonishing. She pondered for a moment, surprised by the notion of multiverse travelers. So, Mr. Lin Yang, how would you like to experience the customs and culture of Paradise Island? That's easily said, Lin Yang replied with enthusiasm. I've heard that the Amazon warriors are exceptionally brave and skilled. Personally, I have no other hobbies but to forge friendships through martial prowess. How about arranging a few friendly matches? I would love for my companions and me to witness the true martial arts of the Amazons. Of course, it will be all in good spirit, ensuring no feelings are hurt. This proposal ignited a spark in the eyes of the Amazonian leaders within the temple, as they naturally revered strength and welcomed challenges. Queen Hippolyta nodded slightly. Indeed, forging friendships through martial arts is one of the ways the Amazons extend their hospitality. She glanced at a particularly tall and robust female commander whose visage was resolute, her gaze sharp as a hawk. Antiope, she addressed. Yes, your majesty. The commander responded in a deep voice. She was a general of the Amazons, renowned for her valor and rigorous training, being the aunt of Diana. Arrange for a selection of our finest warriors to engage in friendly sparring with our guests, the queen commanded. At your service. Antiope's eyes flared with the thrill of battle as her gaze swept over Lin Yang and his companions, ultimately resting on the one who appeared most ordinary, Tony Stark. We shall begin with this Iron Man, then. Wait, Tony exclaimed, waving his hands. I'm primarily focused on technology. Fighting is not my forte. Such uselessness, Lin Yang remarked disdainfully, then turned to Antiope with a smile. General, my technical advisor is rather frail and not accustomed to combat. Perhaps we could allow my new employee to warm up first? He gestured toward Selena Kyle. Selena paused for a moment, then a glint of excitement and challenge sparkled in her cat-like eyes. She sashayed forward and winked at Antiope. General, I look forward to your guidance. However, I'm not very adept with a spear. Could we engage in something more agile? Antiope snorted dismissively and nodded toward a young Amazonian warrior adept with dual blades, showcasing agility and skill. Soon, the group moved to the training grounds outside the temple. News spread, and a multitude of Amazon warriors and civilians gathered, encircling the arena, eager to witness the first foreign competition in millennia. Selena Kyle versus Amazonian dual-blade warrior, Kalira. Without unnecessary words, Kalira launched herself at Selena like a whirlwind, her blades flashing with deadly precision, embodying the quintessential Amazonian combat style, efficient and lethal. Selena, however, moved like a true spirit of agility. Her actions, though less forceful than her opponents, were remarkably fluid and unpredictable. She did not confront the strikes directly, but always evaded the blades by mere inches. Her long legs and specially crafted metal claws emerging from astonishing angles to deliver cunning counterattacks. Her fighting style merged gymnastics, jiu-jitsu, and street fighting, characterized by deception and suddenness, standing in stark contrast to the disciplined martial techniques of the Amazons. The clashing of metal rang out continuously, a symphony of combat. The silhouettes of the two combatants swiftly darted across the arena, one attacking with relentless vigor, while the other evaded with an enchanting grace, leaving the spectators in a state of bewilderment. The surrounding Amazon warriors occasionally gasped in astonishment. They had never witnessed such an unconventional fighting style. Ultimately, Selena executed a feint that lured Karila into a misdirected strike with her dual blades, seizing the opportunity to apply a close-quarters jiu-jitsu chokehold. Although she tempered her strength at the last moment, gently bringing her opponent to the ground, the outcome was undeniable. "Well played, little sister," Selena remarked as she rose. Brushing her hair back, her breath slightly labored yet adorned with the smile of a victor. Karila's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of reluctance in her expression. But she nonetheless performed a warrior's salute, acknowledging, "You are formidable." The first battle concluded triumphantly, and Harley erupted into exuberant cheers. Tony exhaled in relief. Diana, taken aback, had not anticipated this seemingly delicate thief to possess such remarkable prowess. General Antiope remained impassive, her voice steady as she commanded, "Barbara, it's your turn." A tall and robust female warrior, equipped with a spear and shield, stepped forward. She was one of the Amazon champions, renowned for her strength and defense. Without needing Lin Yang to call her out, Harley Quinn eagerly sprang into action, wielding her oversized cartoon mallet. "Its whereabouts a mystery. I'm here. Big sister. Let us play whack-a-mole." The battle resumed. Harley's fighting style was utterly unpredictable. She eschewed any semblance of structure, opting instead for a frenzied improvisation of rolls and shrieks, her mallet flailing wildly. Yet, at critical moments, she managed to evade Barbara's powerful strikes in a comically precarious manner. When her mallet struck Barbara's shield, it produced a heavy thud that left Barbara's arm tingling. "Hee, can't catch me. Frustrating, isn't it?" Harley taunted, making silly faces as she fought. Barbara, increasingly vexed by this unorthodox approach, intensified her offensive. However, Harley's agility and quick reflexes were astonishing, allowing her to narrowly escape time and again. In a final gambit, Harley feigned a fall, only to spring back up and deftly hook Barbara's ankle with her mallet, causing her to stumble. Although Barbara quickly retaliated with her shield, it was evident to all that Harley excelled in agility. A draw. This round ends in a stalemate, General Antiope declared with a frown. She recognized that if the battle continued, Barbara might reveal a vulnerability due to her impatience. Harley pouted and bounced back to Lin Yang's side. "Boss, how did I do? Is there a bonus?" Lin Yang patted her head approvingly. "Well done indeed. Your spirit is commendable. I'll treat you to an extra drumstick later." Next, Antiope sent forth a warrior skilled in archery and combat, but against Wanda's chaotic magic, which transcended the physical realm, the opponent stood little chance. Wanda hardly needed to move. With a simple lift of her hand, the scarlet energy effortlessly deflected arrows, neutralizing attacks, or gently pushing her adversary out of the ring. The effortless display of strength, akin to the mastery of the rules, left all the Amazon warriors astonished and powerless. Diana's expression grew increasingly grave. She had not anticipated that Lin Yang's companions would be so formidable. General Antiope took a deep breath, personally grasping her spear and shield. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yang. "It appears I must personally experience your prowess," she declared. The attention of the entire arena instantly converged upon Lin Yang. He smiled, leisurely stepping into the arena. "The general graces us with her presence, truly an honor." However, he surveyed the surroundings. Battling one by one seems tedious. "Let us make this more exciting. Who else wishes to stretch their muscles? Come forth, for I am pressed for time. I must dine with Her Majesty the Queen after this." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How audacious! He dared to challenge all the Amazon warriors. Even Queen Hippolyta furrowed her brow. General Antiope, filled with a mix of fury and amusement, responded, "Very well. Since you are so confident, do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers." Sisters. With her command, a dozen elite Amazon warriors, who had been unable to contain their eagerness, rushed into the arena, encircling Lin Yang. The atmosphere thickened with palpable hostility. Diana could not help but step forward. "Mother." Queen Hippolyta raised her hand to halt her daughter, her gaze penetrating as she regarded the man who remained unfazed and smiling in the center of the arena. Let him prove himself. In an instant, the battle commenced. A flurry of spears, swords, and battle axes surged from every direction towards Lin Yang. The assault was relentless, without any vulnerabilities. Yet, Lin Yang made no defensive or evasive gestures. He merely stood still and snapped his fingers. Snap. Time seemed to elongate infinitely in that moment. To the horror of all Amazon warriors, their weapons, whether forged from bronze or enchanted metal, were halted mere centimeters from Lin Yang's form by an invisible barrier, utterly insurmountable. No matter how forcefully they struck, or even with divine strength, they could not advance a single inch. Then, Lin Yang gently stomped his foot. A resonant wave, gentle yet irresistible, radiated from him. All the Amazon warriors, including General Antiope, felt a peculiar force that sent their weapons flying from their grasp, clattering to the ground, while they themselves were pushed back several steps, landing unceremoniously on the ground, yet unscathed. The training ground fell into a profound silence. All gazes were transfixed on the man at the center. He had disarmed a dozen of the most elite Amazon warriors without so much as lifting a finger. This was no mere battle. It was a miracle. Lin Yang clapped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, turning to Queen Hippolyta on the dais. His smile unwavering. "Your Majesty, the warm-up is complete. May we now proceed to dinner? I have heard that the whole roasted lamb on Paradise Island is exceptional." Chapter 25. Undercurrents of the Divine Feast and the Anomalies of the Mother Box. Lin Yang's seemingly nonchalant, yet profoundly impactful warm-up exercise left the entire training ground of Paradise Island enveloped in a profound silence that lasted several minutes. It was as if the very winds had ceased their flow, leaving only the eternal rhythm of waves crashing against the shore and the slightly hurried breaths of the Amazon warriors, astonished by the spectacle before them. General Antiope and her elite warriors clumsily rose from the ground, their faces etched with disbelief, indignation, and a hint of indescribable awe. They had barely registered how Lin Yang had executed his moves before they found themselves utterly defeated. The disparity in strength surpassed their comprehension. Upon the high platform, Queen Hippolyta rose slowly from her throne. For the first time in millennia, the depths of her gaze betrayed an unmistakable turbulence. As a warrior blessed by the gods and the queen of the Amazons, she was uniquely attuned to the absolute power Lin Yang had just demonstrated, an essence that transcended the realm of rules. This was not the power of Olympus, nor any known magic or technology. It was a more primal, pure, and tyrannical existence. Diana hastened to her mother's side and whispered, "Mother, I witnessed his strength." "I saw it, Diana," Hippolyta replied, her voice maintaining its composure. Though a subtle tremor was perceptible to her daughter, it far exceeds our imagination and possibly even surpasses that of the Father God. The last few words were spoken so softly that only the two of them could hear. Lin Yang appeared oblivious to the myriad of complex gazes surrounding him. He brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and cheerfully called out to the high platform, "Your Majesty, the sparring session has concluded. How did I fare? Can we arrange for that whole roasted lamb? I believe my companions are quite famished." He gestured towards the eagerly anticipating Harley and the seemingly languid, yet secretly salivating Selena. Queen Hippolyta inhaled deeply, reclaiming her poise and regal demeanor as she resumed her seat upon the throne, despite the tempest raging within her. She surveyed the scattered weapons and the dazed expressions of her warriors before speaking, her voice resonating throughout the training ground. "The esteemed guest has earned the respect of the Amazons through his prowess." Setting the tone, she sought to soothe her kin's emotions. "Antiope, arrange a banquet to honor our guest with the highest regard." General Antiope's expression shifted, but she ultimately bowed in compliance. "As you command, Your Majesty." She cast a deep, complex glance at Lin Yang before turning to make the necessary arrangements. The Queen's gaze returned to Lin Yang. "Mr. Lin Yang, your power is remarkable. Please, follow me. The feast will be prepared shortly. Before that, would you care to tour the Amazon temple and library?" "Certainly. A thirst for knowledge is my life's creed." Lin Yang readily agreed, unreservedly taking Wanda's arm as they made their way toward the temple, as if he were the master of the domain. Harley and Selena, filled with curiosity, naturally followed suit. Tony hesitated for a moment before retracting his armor and swiftly following suit, his curiosity piqued by the Amazonian technology, or rather, their divine arts. Diana observed Lin Yang's familiar demeanor with a sense of helplessness, letting out a sigh as she cast an inquiring glance toward her mother. Hippolyta gave a slight nod, indicating that she should proceed. Thus, a peculiar tour commenced. Lin Yang led the way, gesturing animatedly at the murals and reliefs adorning the temple walls. "Oh, this depicts the story of Heracles duping your ancestors, doesn't he? Quite well executed, though they made him far too handsome. Definitely a critique there. Oh, is this Father Zeus?" The old man appears quite vigorous, spreading his seed far and wide. He continued his commentary, evaluating the ancient Amazonian history and beliefs with a cavalier attitude, causing Diana to grimace in annoyance as she attempted to stifle her rising temper, only to be restrained by Hippolyta's watchful gaze. The queen seemed intent on observing Lin Yang's behavior under this lenient approach, seeking to glean more about him. Tony, meanwhile, was wholly absorbed in his technological pursuits. He endeavored to utilize a miniature scanner to document the runes on the walls imbued with divine energy, only to discover that the device faced significant interference. The energy signature here is remarkably unique, entirely distinct from the arc reactor. It resembles a fusion of biological and dimensional energy. Harley had little interest in history. Rather, she was more inclined to attempt breaking off the fingers of the ancient stone sculptures, only to be thwarted by Selena's exasperated intervention. Selena herself was evaluating which artifacts would be the most easily acquired and immensely valuable through the discerning eyes of a professional thief. Wanda silently trailed Lin Yang, sensing the terrifying power concealed deep within the temple, a force that unsettled her chaotic magic and even ignited a flicker of desire within her. As they arrived at a side chamber housing ancient Amazonian relics, Lin Yang came to a halt before an inconspicuous stone pedestal. Atop it rested an archaic box crafted from an unknown metal, its surface etched with enigmatic patterns that faintly radiated an exceptionally subtle, yet distinctive energy fluctuation. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "That is a mother box," Diana explained, her tone tinged with gravity. "One of the sacred artifacts guarded by the Amazons for generations, said to possess the power to connect all things and reshape reality. Extremely perilous." "A mother box," Lin Yang mused, stroking his chin, a glimmer of understanding and amusement flickering in his eyes. "I'm familiar with this device. Once activated, it can summon takeout, or rather, it can call forth the wild wolf and his rather grotesque army of parademons, correct?" "How do you know this?" Both Diana and the arriving Queen Hippolyta's expressions shifted dramatically. The wild wolf and apocalypse were classified secrets of the highest order within the Amazonian realm. Formidable foes that had been vanquished and sealed away at great cost by ancient alliances. "I told you I'm a traveler, well-versed in many things," Lin Yang shrugged nonchalantly, extending his finger as if to touch the mother box. "No," Diana and Hippolyta gasped in unison. Yet, Lin Yang's fingers had already gently made contact with the cold surface of the mother box. Buzz! The moment his fingertip touched, the previously dormant mother box erupted into violent tremors. The intricate patterns on its surface instantly ignited with a blinding orange-red glow. A surge of chaotic, ferocious energy, brimming with a desire for destruction, exploded forth like a waking beast. The entire side hall began to shake violently. "What is happening? The mother box has awakened. Stand guard." The Amazon warriors outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in, and upon seeing the glowing mother box, immediately regarded it as a formidable threat. Queen Hippolyta's face turned ashen. Impossible. Without the resonance of 3 mother boxes, how could it? Lin Yang, however, remained unfazed, and instead tapped the restless mother box with his finger. "Quiet down. It's too noisy. It is not your time to make an entrance yet." Oddly enough, under his gentle tapping, the furious mother box's radiance indeed began to dim rapidly, its tremors subsiding significantly. Like a ferocious beast being forcibly calmed, it continued to emit unsettling energy waves. Yet its aggression had considerably diminished. Everyone stood in stunned silence, witnessing this spectacle. Lin Yang withdrew his finger and shrugged. "Why such a strong reaction?" "I was merely saying hello. It seems that the arrival of a relative from another universe has stirred you up a bit," he remarked pointedly. Queen Hippolyta stepped forward quickly, meticulously inspecting the mother box. Once she confirmed it had stabilized for the moment, she cast a lingering, complex glance at Lin Yang. "Who exactly are you? How can you influence the mother box?" "As I mentioned, I am merely a passerby," Lin Yang replied while cleaning his ears. "However, it appears that your security system is not very responsive. A simple signal interference sets off alarms. This won't do. You need to upgrade your firewall. Or else, when that wasteland wolf fellow arrives with his army of takeout, your manpower will be sorely inadequate." His words sounded like a jest, but to Hippolyta and Diana, they struck like thunder. He not only knew about the Mother Box and the Wasteland Wolf, but he also seemed to possess profound knowledge regarding the ancient battle and its intricacies. Just then, an Amazon priestess rushed in, her expression frantic. "Your Majesty, we have just received encrypted messages from Atlantis and the human world. The Mother Box they guard has also exhibited abnormal energy peaks and brief activation signs simultaneously. Though it's soon calmed, they are inquiring about Paradise Island's situation." The faces of Queen Hippolyta and Diana instantly turned grim. 3 Mother Boxes reacting at once. This is undoubtedly an extremely perilous omen. All eyes once again converged upon Lin Yang. This all transpired after he touched the Mother Box of Paradise Island. Could he be the cause? Lin Yang feigned innocence, raising his hands. "Why are you looking at me? I haven't done anything." Perhaps they all agreed to ring together and wake up grumpy? Yet, deep within his gaze flickered a glimmer of mischief that only he understood. The journey across the cosmos, particularly with the arrival of an entity of his magnitude, resembles the act of casting a colossal stone into a tranquil lake. Its ripples inevitably disturbing the sensitive energy nodes and creations of this universe, such as the Mother Boxes that inherently connect to the multiverse. "Your Majesty, another warrior has arrived. The feast is prepared." Queen Hippolyta inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tempest of emotions and unease within her. She cast a penetrating gaze at Lin Yang, aware that his presence likely heralded troubles or opportunities far greater than anticipated. "I understand." She regained the composure befitting a queen. "Please have our guests take their seats." Regarding the matter of the Mother Boxes, she turned to Diana and several commanders, strengthen the defenses, and remain vigilant for any anomalies. Simultaneously, inform Atlantis and the human realm that the Mother Box of Paradise Island has stabilized and advise them to heighten their alertness. Yes, thus commenced a welcome banquet, which should have been filled with laughter and cheer, under the shadow of underlying currents and an atmosphere of unease. The long dining table was adorned with the culinary delights of Paradise Island. A whole roasted lamb, golden and succulent, an assortment of fresh seafood, exotic fruits, and rich honey wine. Yet, aside from Lin Yang, Harley, and the carefree Tony, who indulged with gusto and praise, the others appeared to find little enjoyment in the feast. Queen Hippolyta occupied the seat of honor, seemingly calm as she dined, though her gaze occasionally drifted to Lin Yang, imbued with curiosity and contemplation. Diana sat opposite him, barely touching her cutlery, and could not suppress her curiosity, lowering her voice to inquire. "Lin Yang, tell me honestly, does the disturbance of the Mother Box relate to you in any way? What do you truly know?" Lin Yang tore off a leg of lamb, grease glistening on his lips, and replied indistinctly, "I know a little. Rest assured, Miss Diana, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Besides, it's merely a new breed of apocalypse gods. You managed to repel them before, and you can do so again. At worst," he winked at Diana, "I'll help you thrash him, and I'll even offer a discount." Diana was exasperated by his flippant remarks, her frustration mounting, yet helpless to change the situation. The banquet proceeded under this peculiar atmosphere. However, as the feast neared its conclusion, a low, urgent horn suddenly resounded from the direction of the island's defensive walls. This was the highest level of enemy attack alert. "What is happening?" Queen Hippolyta sprang to her feet. A messenger burst into the banquet hall, breathless. "Your Majesty, it's bad. The magical barrier surrounding the island is under fierce assault. A multitude of monsters has emerged from the sea." Almost simultaneously, Tony's armor emitted an alarm. "Sir, detecting large-scale abnormal spatial fluctuations and malevolent energy responses." "The source is from the sea." Lin Yang set down his goblet, wiped his mouth, and instead of displaying anxiety, his face illuminated with heightened interest. "Oh, has the delivery arrived so swiftly? Now that's impressive efficiency. Come, my friends, let me show you the fireworks." Chapter 26. The onslaught of the abominations and the wrath of the superhumans. The ominous and urgent sound of the enemy's horn shattered the last vestiges of calm at the banquet on Paradise Island. Resonating like a hammer strike, Queen Hippolyta sprang to her feet, her countenance beneath the golden crown instantly cloaked in a frost-like majesty and murderous intent. "Prepare for battle." Her command was succinct and powerful. The instinct to protect her homeland, honed over millennia, was thoroughly awakened. Diana had already seized her god-killer sword and divine shield, her gaze sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. "It's the abominations. The disturbance from the Mother Box has indeed summoned them." She cast a glance at Lin Yang, her expression a complex tapestry of anger at the fulfillment of prophecy and a flicker of astonishment at his prior words. Tony Stark's nanotech armor enveloped him in an instant, the data on the visor's screen fluctuating wildly. JARVIS. Analyze the energy signatures and numbers of the enemy. "Sir, the readings indicate a large-scale, Interdimensional biological invasion. The numbers are beyond precise calculation, exceeding 10,000 and still increasing. Harley Quinn, far from being frightened, excitedly brandished her oversized hammer. Wow, a post-party encore? An upgraded version of whack-a-mole. I love it. Selena Kyle quickly assessed the retreat routes. Her instincts as a thief left her disinterested in confronting a massive army head-on, but it was evident that escape was futile in the current circumstances. Wanda's chaotic energy activated instinctively, crimson mist coalescing in her hands as she warily sensed the nauseating aura of evil and chaos surging from the sea. Lin Yang was the last to rise, leisurely wiping his mouth with a napkin and even belching softly, his expression one of contentment, as if he were merely indulging in a post-meal stroll. Let us go, everyone. It's time for some exercise. He was the first to stride toward the temple's exit, as though he were not about to confront an unexpected invasion, but rather embarking on a leisurely walk. The group burst forth from the temple onto the cliff platform overlooking the sea. The sight before them made all but Lin Yang gasp in shock. The once serene and azure surface of the ocean now churned violently, resembling a boiling cauldron. Countless dark, twisted whirlpools dotted the seascape, each one spewing forth horrific and grotesque monsters like a fountain. These creatures bore a grim, rough skin, reminiscent of desiccated corpses, with tattered, flesh-like wings that emitted a nauseating hiss. Their eyes flickered with a hollow red glow, reflecting only the purest desire for slaughter and destruction. They descended upon Paradise Island like a locust swarm, their deafening shrieks echoing through the air, the biological weaponry of the apocalyptic Star's abomination army. Even more terrifying. Amidst the throng of abominations, several towering figures, evidently leaders, hovered in the air. One in particular stood out. He was extraordinarily massive, clad in heavy dark gray armor, with horns curving like a bull's on either side of his helmet, wielding an enormous mountain-splitting axe that crackled with arcs of energy. The ferocious and menacing aura could be distinctly felt even from a distance. Diana, the wolf of the wasteland, gritted her teeth and uttered the name of that ancient adversary. She tightened her grip on her sword and shield, her battle spirit surging. For Darkseid, the wolf of the wasteland let out a thunderous battle roar, swinging her mountain-splitting axe forward with great force. A massive beam of energy descended from the heavens, striking violently against the ancient magical shield of Paradise Island. The shield shook violently, emitting a groan of unbearable strain, and cracks rapidly spread across the golden barrier. Simultaneously, countless fiends surged like a black tide, crashing against the precarious shield, frantically clawing and tearing at it with their bodies. Defensive formation. Archers ready. General Antiope shouted hoarsely from below. Though the Amazon warriors were taken aback by the sheer number and terror of the enemy, their rigorous training and determination to protect their homeland spurred them into swift action. Arrows rained down like locusts upon the sky, while spears stood like a forest pointing towards the coast. Yet, the sheer number of fiends was overwhelming. They showed no fear of death. As arrows pierced their bodies, they merely staggered before continuing their relentless assault. The cracks on the magical shield multiplied with alarming speed. At this rate, the shield would not hold for long. Diana exclaimed anxiously, glancing towards Lin Yang. Lin Yang, you, before she could finish her sentence. An exaggerated yawn emanated from beside her. Lin Yang stretched lazily, rubbing his eyes. The numbers are indeed considerable, but their quality leaves much to be desired. It's quite bothersome to my ears. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he took a few steps forward, reaching the edge of the cliff. Facing the overwhelming horde of fiends relentlessly battering the shield, as well as the hovering wolf of the wasteland poised to launch a second attack, he opened his mouth. No sound emerged. Yet, in the next instant, a visible, air-distorting ultrasonic wave erupted from him, fanning out violently in a cone shape. The derivative application of Superman's superbreath, subsonic shockwave. That high-frequency sound wave ignored the magical shield, penetrating directly into the densely packed ranks of fiends. Creak. An eerie sound that sent chills down the spine and nearly froze the blood erupted within each fiend's body. Their physical structures could not withstand such a frequency shock. Bang, 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 bang. Like firecrackers igniting or berries being crushed by an invisible hand, the thousands of fiends at the forefront, unable even to let out a scream, exploded one after another in midair without warning. They transformed into a swirling mass of black-gray flesh and viscous fluids. The black blood rain instantly darkened vast expanses of the sea. With just a single strike, a significant portion of the fiercest vanguard of the fiendish tide was obliterated. The offensive momentum faltered. On Paradise Island, both the Amazon warriors and Lin Yang's companions stood in stunned silence, witnessing this terrifyingly efficient method of clearing the battlefield. Wow, Boss, that move of yours is way cooler than my hammer. Harley was the first to cheer. Tony's mouth gaped wide beneath his mask as Jarvis reported. Energy form cannot be analyzed. Is this a sonic weapon? How could it possess such range and power? Both Diana and Queen Hippolyta gazed in astonishment at Lin Yang's silhouette, realizing in that moment the cataclysmic power hidden within this seemingly carefree man. The hovering wasteland wolf, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, fixated his crimson eyes through the chaos of blood and flesh upon the inconspicuous figure atop the cliff. Ant, how dare you? The wasteland wolf roared in fury, his axe gathering formidable energy once more. Yet Lin Yang offered no chance for him to finish. A glimmer of red flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Two searing beams of thermal vision shot forth like the red whips of death, traversing the distance with pinpoint accuracy towards the wasteland wolf. With vast combat experience, the wasteland wolf instinctively raised his axe to block, a rush of instinctual danger surging within him. Boom! The beams collided violently with the axe's surface, unleashing an explosion of terrifying heat and impact. The wasteland wolf felt an unimaginable force strike him, his robust frame sent reeling as if struck by a starship's cannon, uncontrollably hurtling backward. The axe in his grasp turned molten red, signs of melting appearing at the point of contact with the thermal vision. He tumbled through the air, rolling over a dozen times before barely regaining his balance, his arm trembling slightly as disbelief and shock etched across his helmeted face. How is this possible? How can such power exist on Earth? He glared at Lin Yang, no longer daring to underestimate him. Lin Yang retracted his thermal gaze, nonchalantly blowing away non-existent smoke from his fingertips, his tone dripping with disdain. Your skin is tough, but you can't take a hit. Hey, horn helmet guy, is that all you've got? I was expecting a bit more. The wasteland wolf, seething with rage at such unabashed humiliation, fought to suppress his fury, bellowing, Demon Legion. At any cost, overwhelm them. More demons surged forth from the vortex, an endless tide of darkness charging recklessly towards the shield. Simultaneously, the elite commanders of the Apocalypse Stars at the Wasteland Wolf side unleashed their attacks, various energy strikes and peculiar abilities raining down upon the shield like a torrential downpour. The magical barrier of Paradise Island finally reached its limit, shattering with a violent flash. For the Amazons. For our homeland. Kill! General Antiope issued a desperate roar. For Zeus. The Amazon warriors echoed with thunderous battle cries, arrows raining down like a storm, colliding with the descending demons. The clash of weapons ignited an intense melee along the coastline. Though the Amazon warriors exhibit unparalleled valor, each capable of felling 10 foes, the sheer number of the demon-like creatures is overwhelming. They advance without fear or pain, often engulfing an Amazon warrior who has just vanquished one of their kind, only to be besieged by a multitude of others from all directions. The front line steadily retreats deeper into the island, with more and more Amazon warriors sustaining injuries or falling in battle. Diana, like a golden whirlwind, has plunged into the heart of the enemy, her sword of the fire god cleaving through swathes of demons with each strike, while her divine shield sends countless foes flying. However, she finds herself entangled with several elite commanders of the Apocalypse Star, unable to extricate herself. Tony bombards the most concentrated areas of demons from the sky with palm cannons and miniature missiles, his armor surrounded by the shattered remnants of their kind. Jarvis, the ammunition is depleting too rapidly. We require a more efficient method for clearing the battlefield. Meanwhile, Harley swings a massive hammer, careening wildly through the throngs of enemies. Her unorthodox approach proves remarkably effective, often crushing several demons with a single blow. Selena, akin to a specter, employs her claws and nimble agility to strike at the vulnerable joints and eyes of the demons, achieving remarkable efficiency. Wanda hovers in midair, her hands weaving a tapestry of chaotic magic that cascades like an invisible tide. In her wake, swathes of demons either turn upon one another, contort and explode, or are ensnared in the illusions she conjures. She emerges as one of the most formidable area of effect forces on the battlefield. Yet, the number of demons appears inexhaustible, surging from the ocean's whirlpools without respite. The pressure on the Amazon defense mounts alarmingly. This cannot continue. Tony shouts to Lin Yang amidst the gunfire. We must close those teleportation whirlpools. Lin Yang seems to have only just recalled this necessity, ignoring the frenzied demons charging towards him, who are pulverized into dust within a few meters of his biotic field. He refocuses on the ominous whirlpools upon the sea's surface. Drawing a deep breath, his chest expands slightly. Then, with a powerful exhalation, he unleashes a breath of frigid air. This time, it is not a high-frequency sound wave, but an icy, freezing breath. The white gust sweeps across the ocean like a sigh from the Ice Age, instantly lowering the temperature. the surface of the sea begins to freeze at a visible rate. Those churning black whirlpools, along with the demons poised to emerge, are suddenly encased in absolute zero, transforming into grotesque black ice sculptures standing upon the frozen surface. The cold wave continues to spread, freezing vast expanses of ocean along with the multitude of demons atop it. In the blink of an eye, the once boiling waters become a silent, desolate ice field. The advancing army of demons toward Heaven Island is abruptly severed from its source. Mission accomplished, Lin Yang declares, clapping his hands as though merely extinguishing a candle. All present on the battlefield are rendered speechless, momentarily forgetting the chaos of combat in the wake of this earth-shattering display of power. The remaining class of demons, stripped of their subsequent support, descended into chaos. The Amazon warriors, invigorated by their morale, seized the moment to launch a counteroffensive. The Wasteland Wolf gazed upon the completely frozen teleportation portal, fear finally flickering in his eyes. This man was undoubtedly of the caliber of His Majesty Darkseid. He might even be stronger. When did Earth become host to such a monstrosity? Realizing that his mission had utterly failed, he understood that he might even perish here. Without hesitation, he swung his battle axe fiercely, cleaving the fabric of space in an attempt to create a sonic boom passage for his escape. Trying to run? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Have you consulted me? The searing gaze in his eyes ignited once more. But this time, it was no longer a robust beam. Instead, two exceedingly slender, exquisitely refined red rays emerged. The rays, arriving ahead of time, accurately pierced the edges of the space fissure that the Wasteland Wolf had just cleaved, with a sizzling sound akin to that of electric welding. The structure of the space fissure was instantly dismantled, disturbed, and then forcibly solidified and expanded by the terrifying energy contained within the searing gaze. A vast, unstable space fissure, its edges flickering with ominous red light, appeared before the Wasteland Wolf. Inside was no longer a coordinate leading to apocalypse, but a chaotic maelstrom of turbulent space and violent, unknown energy. No, the Wasteland Wolf emitted a terrified roar, unable to halt in time, and plunged headlong into the forcibly distorted space fissure. The fissure abruptly constricted and then violently erupted. A terrifying spatial storm raged for a moment before gradually subsiding. The Wasteland Wolf was banished to an unknown chaotic spatial dimension, his fate uncertain. The remaining demons, bereft of command and resources, were swiftly eradicated under the onslaught of the Amazon warriors and Lin Yang's companions. The battle had concluded. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the shoreline, strewn with the remnants of demons and ice crystals, as the surviving Amazon warriors supported one another. Gazing at the ravaged battlefield, their faces etched with the weariness of victory, sorrow, and an overwhelming reverence for the man standing at the cliff, who seemed to have done nothing at all. Lin Yang yawned, turned to the silent crowd, and flashed a radiant smile. Well, the trouble has been resolved. Your Majesty, could you warm up the remaining roasted lamb? I worked up an appetite. Chapter 27. Deception. The setting sun cast a faint golden hue over Paradise Island, tinged with blood and the remnants of fire, as the frozen sea mirrored dancing light spots, creating a surreal yet tranquil contrast with the chaotic debris of demons scattered along the shore. The smoke had yet to fully dissipate, and the air was thick with the sense of char and blood, accompanied by a chilling coldness. The Amazon warriors began to silently clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the figure at the cliff's edge, a blend of reverence and inexplicable complex emotions swirling within them. Lin Yang appeared utterly oblivious to the solemn atmosphere surrounding him, his attention seemingly fixated on the unfinished roasted lamb chops from the previous banquet. He offered a faintly regretful smile to Queen Hippolyta. The queen inhaled deeply, her millennia of cultivation swiftly quelling the tumult within her heart, restoring her regal composure. She inclined her head slightly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. The Amazons shall never forget the aid of their friends. The feast will resume, celebrating this hard-won victory and expressing gratitude to you, our esteemed guest. Soon, a new bonfire was ignited, and more food and fine wine were brought forth. Yet, the atmosphere was starkly different from before. It lacked the earlier tentativeness and restraint, infused instead with a sense of relief after survival and a silent reverence for absolute power. Tony removed his mask, his complexion pale, not from injury, but rather from the profound impact of the power Lin Yang had so nonchalantly displayed, a level far beyond his comprehension. He raised a glass and drank it down, his gaze complex as he regarded Lin Yang. Seriously, my friend, that moment when you blew a breath to freeze the ocean, and did the laws of physics just take a day off in your presence? Rules are meant to be broken, right, Iron Man? Lin Yang grasped a freshly roasted leg of lamb, took a bite, and mumbled indistinctly, "When you can someday create a black hole with your bare hands, you'll find these feats merely basic operations." Wanda quietly sat beside Lin Yang, silently pushing a plate of sliced fruit towards him. Her eyes still carried the sharpness from battle. But more prominently, there was a resolute sense of belonging. Selena polished her clawed gloves with graceful poise, as if the fierce skirmish among the monsters had been fought by another. Yet, she occasionally cast glances at Lin Yang, her eyes flickering with assessment and curiosity. Harley, on the other hand, had completely let loose, indulging without restraint, her mouth still muttering about which creature had the most creative design. Diana did not take her seat immediately. Standing beside her mother, her gaze swept over the weary yet resolute warriors, ultimately resting on Lin Yang. Her emotions were exceedingly complex. This man had resolved the crisis of Paradise Island in the most brute and direct manner, yet he had also defeated her kin in a manner that felt almost humiliating, being the very catalyst for this calamity. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that had he not been present, the losses suffered today would have been incalculable. The mother box. Diana finally spoke, her voice clear and calm. "Lin Yang, after you touched the mother box, it reacted anomalously. This is no coincidence. You understand what that implies, do you not? What you said earlier." Lin Yang set down the lamb leg, wiped his hands with a napkin, and adopted a slightly more serious expression, though his languid demeanor remained unchanged. "It means these three little boxes are not merely the ancient artifacts you think they are. They are weapons, or more accurately, parts of a key. They hail from a place called Apocalypse, belonging to a certain entity known as Darkseid. The fellow's hobbies are rather singular, revolving around conquest and destruction, with a penchant for trampling upon the skulls of all dissenters." The countenance of Queen Hippolyta instantly grew grave. "Are you familiar with Darkseid? Are you aware of the ancient war?" "I know a bit," Lin Yang nodded. "The creature with the long horns, the Wasteland Wolf, was merely a vanguard officer in Darkseid's service. The true behemoth has yet to arrive. The mother boxes are interconnected. My earlier touch may have inadvertently activated them, allowing Apocalypse to recalibrate its position here. Hence, these ruffians hastened to extend their greetings." "Activated?" Diana pressed. "How did you achieve that?" "The mother boxes do not respond to the touch of ordinary individuals. Perhaps I am somewhat special?" Lin Yang shrugged, clearly unwilling to delve deeper into the explanation. "In any case, the signal has been dispatched, although I have temporarily sealed the door and casually cast the courier into the space-time maelstrom. Darkseid will inevitably learn of what has transpired here. He may grow increasingly interested in Earth." These words weighed heavily on all the Amazons present, including Hippolyta and Diana, as the ancient nightmare had not yet ended, but rather could be hastened by today's events. "What do you intend to do?" Diana gazed intently into Lin Yang's eyes, seeking some clue. "Me?" Lin Yang chuckled lightly. "Did I not mention? I have a certain fascination with collecting these little boxes. Since they tend to be rather restless and pose a hazard wherever they are, it would be wiser for me to safeguard them. Naturally, if that fellow Darkseid feels perturbed and wishes to have a word with me, I would be more than willing to engage in a discussion." His tone was as casual as if he were contemplating accepting a gift, rather than proclaiming his intent to commandeer perilous artifacts capable of world annihilation and provoking a dark sovereign. Queen Hippolyta fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "The mother boxes are sacred relics guarded by the Amazons across generations, and they are also the source of calamity." Lin Yang interjected, his tone still unruffled yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Your Majesty, the premise of guardianship is that you are capable of guarding. Had it not been for my intervention today, would you have been able to defend it? If the next arrival is not merely ruffians, but Darkseid himself, or an even mightier legion under his command, how long could you withstand?" The pointed inquiry left Hippolyta at a loss for words. The harsh reality is thus: today's victory relied entirely upon this enigmatic man, while the valor of the Amazons appeared tragically impotent in the face of such overwhelming power. "I am not seeking your consent." Lin Yang stood, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. "I am merely informing you of my decision. Of course, as compensation, or rather as a trade, I can offer you a choice." His gaze swept over Diana before settling on Hippolyta. "I can establish a far stronger barrier around this island, far sturdier than your original magical shield. Unless Darkseid personally arrives with his elite guard to wreak havoc, the safety of Paradise Island is sufficiently assured." He paused momentarily, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Alternatively, you may choose to send someone to accompany me. On one hand, this would serve as a means of overseeing my custodianship of the mother box. On the other hand, it would allow for a first-hand glimpse into the wonders of the outside world, thereby enhancing oneself to avoid being merely reactive when the next crisis arises. I believe Princess Diana would be quite suitable for this role." Diana was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards her mother. Queen Hippolyta's expression fluctuated. She understood that what appeared to be two choices was, in fact, a singular path. The decision to entrust the mother box to Lin Yang was already a foregone conclusion. The so-called compensation was merely a means for the Amazons to gracefully withdraw. Allowing Diana to accompany him might serve as both a hostage and an opportunity. She was uncertain. "I require time to contemplate," Hippolyta finally uttered, her voice tinged with fatigue. "Of course," Lin Yang replied amiably. "We shall discuss this further tomorrow. For tonight, let us revel in our victory and indulge in the feast." The atmosphere of the banquet grew subtly complex once more. Tony leaned closer to Lin Yang, lowering his voice. "Are you truly intent on wielding that perilous artifact? Furthermore, Darkseid sounds 1,000 times more troublesome than the Ten Rings gang. Life must possess a modicum of challenge to be interesting, does it not?" Lin Yang raised his glass in a gesture towards Tony. "Besides, one might encounter even more intriguing individuals and events." His gaze seemed to intentionally or unintentionally sweep across Diana's resolute and beautiful profile. The night enveloped Paradise Island, stars twinkling above. As the banquet gradually approached its conclusion, weary warriors began to seek rest. Lin Yang wandered alone to the edge of the cliff outside the temple, gazing down at the frozen sea and the reflective remnants of the demonic wreckage under the moonlight. A figure paused beside him. It was Diana. She did not look at him, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "Who exactly are you?" she inquired softly, her tone devoid of the previous hostility, replaced by profound confusion and curiosity. "A passing traveler, engaged in a bit of collecting and recruitment," Lin Yang replied with a smile. "There is no need for such tension. Your Highness, I harbor no malice towards your world, at least not for the moment. I merely believe that many matters could be resolved in a far simpler and more direct manner, such as crushing everything with absolute power. When strength is sufficiently formidable, this often proves to be the most efficient method." Lin Yang turned to face her, the starlight reflecting in his eyes. "Is it not the case that the Amazons solve their problems through strength and courage? My power is simply a tad more substantial." Diana fell silent. She found herself unable to refute him. The very tenets of Amazonian belief revolve around strength and glory. "Consider your mother's counsel carefully." Lin Yang's voice carried a hint of temptation. "By staying close to me, the knowledge, experiences, and sights you would gain far exceed a millennium of guardianship on this island. Are you not curious about what the human world has become? Do you not wish to discover how many entities like Darkseid exist within the universe? Unwilling to grow stronger, yet desiring to truly seize her destiny." Diana felt her heart quicken. Departing from Paradise Island to venture into the unknown was a yearning she had long suppressed deep within her soul. Lin Yang's words undoubtedly ignited this longing within her. "I will contemplate this seriously," she ultimately declared, her tone earnest. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further comment. He understood that the seed had been sown, and all that remained was to await its germination. At that moment, a flicker of the system interface, perceptible only to him, illuminated his mind, as a brief stream of information flowed through. Chapter 28. The ownership of the mother box and the princess's choice as dawn broke. It dispelled the last remnants of the night's chill over Paradise Island. The remnants of yesterday's fierce battle had yet to be fully cleared. Amazonian warriors patrolled the coastline, tidying up the aftermath, and the air carried a faint mingling of gunpowder and the briny scent of the sea. However, within the temple, the atmosphere was even more grave than the morning air. Queen Hippolyta sat regally upon her throne, with Diana standing resolutely by her side. Both bore expressions of solemnity and resolve. General Antiope stood below, his gaze sharp, embodying the vigilant nature of a warrior. Lin Yang, on the other hand, maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, as if the impending discussion were merely a casual morning chat rather than a significant negotiation concerning a world-class hazardous artifact and the fate of a princess. Wanda, Tony, Harley, and Selena stood a distance behind him, waiting in silence. "Esteemed guests," Queen Hippolyta began, her voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. After a night of contemplation, the Amazon tribe had reached a decision. Lin Yang inclined his head slightly, signaling her to continue. "The mother box," the queen's gaze swept over the ancient artifact, now under tight guard within the temple, harbors power and danger that far exceed our previous understanding. Yesterday's attack has illustrated that Paradise Island may no longer be the optimal sanctuary for its protection. To insist on retaining it here would only invite greater calamity upon our land." She paused, refocusing her gaze on Lin Yang, her expression a mix of scrutiny and a tinge of resignation. "We acknowledge your strength and must concede that you may be the only one capable of mastering it and confronting the threats that follow. Therefore, the Amazon tribe consents to entrust the mother box to your care." Upon hearing this, both Diana and Antiope pressed their lips together tightly, though they voiced no objections. This was the most pragmatic yet lamentable choice amidst the realities they faced. A wise decision, Your Majesty, Lin Yang replied, a subtle smile of approval gracing his features. And what of the other choice regarding Princess Diana? Queen Hippolyta took a deep breath, her gaze shifting to her daughter. A flicker of barely perceptible reluctance and concern crossing her eyes. Diana has long been one of the mightiest warriors of the Amazons. To safeguard the world and combat evil is both her mission and desire. We unanimously believe she should accompany you in your departure, not for the sake of surveillance, but as a representative of Amazon, to comprehend the changes in the world, confront genuine threats, and grow stronger. Simultaneously, I aspire to establish a connection with you and the forces you represent. This statement, evidently well considered, skillfully transforms the passive identity of the hostage into that of an active envoy and learner, preserving the dignity of Amazon. Diana stepped forward, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Mother, I accept this decision. I will follow him, to witness, to learn, to fight, for Paradise Island and for the broader world. Her decision was anticipated. Lin Yang smiled, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Excellent. Thus, the deal is struck. Before I depart, I shall lay a new barrier for Paradise Island. He had no intention of delaying. With negotiations concluded, he was once again guided by Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope to the depths of the temple where the mother box was housed. The metallic cube hovered silently, its surface adorned with ancient and mysterious patterns that subtly shifted under the light, as if imbued with a life of its own. It seemed to sense Lin Yang's proximity, its internal energy stirring ever so slightly. Lin Yang extended his hand, foregoing any rituals or incantations, and directly touched the cold surface of the mother box. The instant his fingertips made contact, the mother box trembled violently. The surface patterns illuminated suddenly, emitting a low, resonant hum. A powerful and resistant energy sought to burst forth. However, Lin Yang merely let out a soft grunt, and an invisible, more formidable force surged from within him, enveloping the mother box like the most unyielding of cages, suppressing it. The agitated energy, akin to a beast with its throat constricted, whined and swiftly calmed. The brilliance of the mother box dimmed, the humming ceased abruptly, and it became exceedingly docile, as though it were nothing more than an ordinary piece of metal. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Lin Yang casually lifted the now subdued mother box, weighing it as if assessing the heft of a mere commodity, before tossing it to Wanda behind him. Hold on to this for now. We shall study it further upon our return. A flash of crimson energy enveloped Wanda as she carefully caught the mother box, her chaotic magical essence enabling her to better isolate and suppress the potential energy fluctuations emanating from the perilous artifact. Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope watched this scene, their eyes twitching slightly. The sacred relic, regarded by the entire Amazon as both a treasured possession and a source of calamity, was handled with such ease, like a mere toy, by the opposing force. This stark disparity in power once more profoundly shocked them. Subsequently, Lin Yang fulfilled his promise. He soared high above Paradise Island, a faint blue glow shimmering in his eyes, as his supervision, combined with the recently acquired knowledge of spatial secrets from Kamartaj, began to scan and analyze the island's spatial structure and the foundation of its original magical shield. After a brief moment, he spread his arms wide, and an invisible biofield surged forth, mingling with the transformed magic of his self-contracted spells. It was as if an unseen deity wielded a quill, using the sky as canvas and energy as ink, to begin sketching a vast array of intricate runes. These runes, complex and exquisite, drew upon the sun's energy and the power of space, gradually descending until they perfectly integrated into the existing magical shield of Paradise Island, reinforcing it to an unprecedented strength. An energy barrier, imperceptible to the naked eye yet indomitable to the senses, enveloped the entire island like an inverted bowl. Having completed this task, Lin Yang gently descended and addressed Queen Hippolyta, stating, "It is done. As long as Darkseid himself and his elite guard do not come charging in, this shield will suffice for most troubles. Of course, if that day ever comes, you might as well pray that I happen to be passing by." His tone retained a teasing quality, yet the queen could sense the reassuring power embedded within the new shield. She solemnly offered Lin Yang the highest Amazonian gesture of gratitude, saying, "The Amazonian tribe is thankful for your gift." With all matters settled, it was time to depart. Diana had donned a modern outfit suitable for movement, courtesy of the emergency gear embedded within Tony's armor, with the sword of Hephaestus and the godly shield strapped to her back, her classical and contemporary essence merging in a peculiar harmony. She exchanged brief farewells with her mother and General Antiope, eschewing sentimental goodbyes. The farewells of warriors were always crisp and decisive. Lin Yang snapped his fingers, and and a portal of swirling golden sparks manifested, revealing the living room of a Malibu beach villa on the other side. "Time to go home and catch up on sleep," he said, stepping through first. Tony shook his head, marveling at how much more convenient this was than his technology, and followed suit. Harley eagerly tugged at Selena, excitedly discussing plans for a celebratory party upon their return. Wanda, cradling the mother box, cautiously brought up the rear. Diana turned back for one last glance at her homeland and loved ones, inhaling deeply, her gaze resolutely firm, and stepped decisively into the portal. The golden sparks slowly dissipated behind her, as everything from Paradise Island seemed to be sequestered in another realm. Before her lay the bright, spacious living room of a modern villa, with the sun-drenched California beach visible outside. The stark contrast momentarily disoriented Diana. Harley had already dashed toward the liquor cabinet in a jubilant cheer, while Selena curiously surveyed the assortment of valuable decor within the room. Tony began demanding that Jarvis conduct a comprehensive scan of the mother box's energy characteristics, only to be met with Wanda's unyielding refusal. Lin Yang, without ceremony, flopped onto the comfiest sofa in the living room, sighing contentedly. Nothing compares to the comfort of one's own couch. Diana stood in the center of the living room, observing this eclectic and somewhat mismatched group of individuals, gazing at this entirely unfamiliar environment. It suddenly dawned upon her that a new journey, filled with the unknown, had officially commenced. At the heart of it all stands that seemingly unreliable man, endowed with godlike power. Her gaze instinctively turned towards Lin Yang, her mind brimming with caution, curiosity, and an unacknowledged desire to explore the strength of the powerful. Chapter 29. Team Dynamics and Tony's Ambitions. The living room of the Malibu villa resembled a miniature, chaotic cultural exchange across the cosmos. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, yet it could not dissipate the peculiar tension lingering in the air. Diana stood tall in the center of the room, like a Greek goddess misplaced in a modern scene, starkly contrasting with the luxurious surroundings infused with advanced technology. Her scrutinizing and vigilant gaze swept over the smart lights adjusting their brightness and the silently gliding cleaning robots, ultimately settling on Lin Yang, who lay languidly on the sofa. Harley Quinn had successfully unearthed a seemingly expensive bottle of whiskey from the cabinet, attempting to pop the cork with her baseball bat while humming an off-key, manic tune. Selena Kyle, resembling a genuine curious cat, delicately brushed her fingers over an ivory-white modernist sculpture, appraising its worth, her eyes sparkling as she schemed to stealthily tuck it into her bag. Tony Stark was utterly immersed in a frenzy of technological enthusiasm. He circled around Wanda, his eyes fixated on the mother box temporarily sealed by chaotic magic in her hands, rapidly spouting various technical terms. Unknown energy spectra, stable quantum fluctuations. This structure defies all known physical laws. Miss Wanda, may I use Stark Industries' latest scanning array to analyze it briefly? Just for a moment. I assure you, I won't damage it. Jarvis, prep laboratory analysis room 7 immediately. Wanda cradled the mother box protectively, her scarlet energy shimmering slightly around her, firmly rebuffing Tony's advances. No. Lin Yang said this thing is dangerous. Keep your distance until you understand whether it might turn a Stark Industries facility into an apocalypse outpost. Oh, come on. Scientific exploration always entails risk. Besides, with me here, Tony attempted to persuade her. You bear the risk, not Earth. Wanda remained unmoved, clutching the mother box even tighter. Amidst the cacophony, Diana finally could not contain herself any longer. Her voice rang clear with an inherent authority that instantly overshadowed the surrounding noise. Is this truly your world? Is this how you treat such perilous artifacts? And what is our next course of action? Her inquiry cut to the core, imbued with the pragmatic nature and demand for order characteristic of an Amazonian warrior. She could not fathom how this group could exhibit such casualness in the presence of an object capable of world destruction. Lin Yang finally propped himself up slightly from the sofa, lazily scratching his head. Relax a bit, princess. This place is temporarily regarded as a stronghold. As for what we shall do, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fleetingly passing over Harley, Selena, Wanda, and Tony, before finally resting on Diana. First and foremost, certain individuals must learn the rules of this establishment. For instance, Harley, return that bottle of wine. If anything is broken, it will be deducted from your salary. Selena, the sculpture you fancy is merely a replica and holds no value. Tony, silence yourself and keep your distance from the mother box. His tone was not harsh, even carrying a hint of jest, yet strangely, Harley stuck out her tongue and gingerly placed the bottle back. Selena pouted and withdrew her hand. Tony exaggeratedly raised his hands in surrender, though his gaze remained fixated on the mother box. Diana furrowed her brow slightly. She discerned that this man possessed a peculiar magnetism, not derived from strict discipline or lofty ideals, but rather from an overwhelming strength that commanded involuntary obedience, regardless of his seemingly frivolous demeanor. Moreover, Lin Yang continued, "Wanda, take the mother box to the basement and, using your magic along with the runes I previously taught you, create a more resilient seal. No one else is to touch it but me." "Understood," Wanda nodded, unhesitatingly turning towards the basement entrance. Lastly, Lin Yang turned to Diana, smiling. "Let us welcome you properly and allow everyone to get acquainted. After all, we may need to work or fight together in the future." He snapped his fingers. "Jarvis, inform Coulson and Natasha that we have a new colleague and ask them to prepare some, food suitable for mythological beings. Also, order a variety of takeout." The voice of the AI butler resonated gently. "Certainly, sir. Ms. Romanoff and Mr. Coulson have been notified. Catering arrangements are underway." Upon hearing that there would be others present, the wariness in Diana's eyes intensified. Soon, Black Widow Natasha and Phil Coulson emerged from the safe house downstairs into the living room. The two had evidently gathered some information through the surveillance system, yet witnessing a living, breathing Amazon princess from myth and legend left them somewhat awestruck, particularly Coulson, whose expression mirrored that of a fan encountering their idol. He struggled to maintain the composure of a professional agent, yet the excitement in his eyes was almost palpable. After Lin Yang's brief introduction, dinner commenced in this peculiar atmosphere. The long table was laden with an array of dishes, from Natasha's meticulously prepared delicacies to the copious amounts of pizza and barbecued American fast food ordered by Coulson, showcasing a stark contrast in styles. The ambience at the dining table was equally eccentric. Diana, with her graceful demeanor, wielded her knife and fork, approaching each unfamiliar dish with cautious curiosity, occasionally inquiring about the ingredients or cooking methods, appearing earnest and focused. In stark contrast, Harley unabashedly grabbed slices of pizza with her hands, her face smeared with sauce, while incessantly attempting to toss olives into Tony's wine glass. Selena consumed her meal with an unhurried grace, her gaze frequently sweeping over the silver cutlery adorning the table and the jewelry worn by others, assessing their worth. Wanda sat beside Lin Yang, quietly eating while primarily attending to his needs, occasionally engaging in hushed exchanges with Natasha regarding the arrangements of the underground seals. Tony, distractedly nibbling on his salad, incessantly shared with Coulson and Natasha his astonishing discovery from a remote analysis of the residual energy of the mother box, despite it being merely superficial. Lin Yang observed the chaotic scene with keen interest, as if he were relishing a captivating performance. Thus, Natasha took a sip of her wine and looked towards Diana, breaking the invisible barrier that had settled over the dining table. "Are the Amazon warriors as formidable as you?" she inquired, skillfully blending curiosity with a quest for intelligence. Diana set down her cutlery and responded earnestly, "Every member of the Amazonian tribe is a rigorously trained elite warrior. However, I am somewhat different." While she refrained from elaborating on her identity as the daughter of Zeus, the confidence in her tone was unmistakable. "Cool," Harley exclaimed, her mouth stuffed with food, her words somewhat garbled. "Are there any interesting people like me over there? You know, the kind who smash heads with hammers?" Diana appeared momentarily perplexed by the question, furrowing her brow, clearly struggling to associate Amazonian warriors with notions of fun and head smashing. Seizing the opportunity, Tony interjected, "Speaking of hammers, Princess Diana, may I scan the materials of your sword, shield, and that lasso of truth? The molecular structure of that metal is utterly unheard of." Dinner unfolded amidst this chaotic cross-channel exchange. Diana gradually discerned that, despite their seemingly carefree and somewhat eccentric demeanor, each individual possessed unique skills and formidable inner strength. They appeared to coalesce around the man named Lin Yang in a peculiar manner. After dinner, Coulson and Natasha took their leave to return downstairs, where they needed to address the reconstruction of SHIELD and the eradication of the remnants of Hydra. Tony plunged into his underground laboratory, claiming he needed to remodel using the latest data, evidently inspired and invigorated by the mother box and Diana's weaponry. Harley dragged Selena to the home theater, eager to enlighten her on the finer points of contemporary Earth pop culture, from Gotham news to blockbuster films. Wanda proceeded to inspect the seals in the basement. For the moment, only Lin Yang and Diana remained in the living room. Diana gazed out at the completely darkened sea and the distant, twinkling lights of Los Angeles, pausing in silence before asking, "What is your purpose in gathering these individuals? Is it merely out of interest?" Lin Yang approached her side, also gazing at the nocturnal landscape, his tone unexpectedly devoid of jest. "In this world, and indeed throughout the entire multiverse, there exists an abundance of both intriguing phenomena and troublesome matters. Exploring alone can be rather tedious. Is it not natural to seek out companions who are pleasing to the eye? He turned to gaze at Diana's perfect profile. As for the purpose, there are no grandiose plans at the moment. To safeguard the things I find appealing, to eliminate those who obstruct my path, and perhaps to discover more intriguing individuals like you. Does that answer satisfy you, Your Highness? Diana remained silent, yet the sharp scrutiny in her eyes softened slightly. This response, though seemingly whimsical, strangely aligned with the style he had consistently exhibited. At that moment, Tony's voice suddenly resonated through the villa's communication system. Brimming with unprecedented excitement and urgency, Lin Yang, you must come and see. I have made an astonishing discovery regarding the residual energy analysis of the mother box. It seems to be more than merely a weapon or a transporter. Within its underlying code lies something else, concerning the transformation of life and consciousness. This is utterly insane. Chapter 30. Technological Barriers and Mythical Contemplation. Tony Stark's enthusiasm was doused like a bucket of cold water. He circled the metallic object that Lin Yang had carelessly placed on the coffee table, his brow furrowed. His expression reflecting the agitation and frustration of a technological savant confronted with the incomprehensible. He had exhausted Stark Industries' most advanced portable scanning equipment and even attempted to enlist Jarvis to coordinate analysis with low Earth orbit satellites, but all efforts were in vain. The surface of that metallic piece seemed to be enveloped in an invisible, impenetrable barrier, repelling all attempts at scrutiny. This is impossible. Tony could no longer contain his frustration. Shouting out, he turned to Lin Yang, incredulity lacing his tone. Every material possesses physical properties. Energy fields have fluctuating frequencies. Why does this thing behave like a black hole? Yielding no results? What method did you employ? Having just finished the water Wanda had handed him, Lin Yang set down the cup and replied flatly, the method is simple. Make it understand who is in charge. As for the principle, knowing it would be of no use to you now, akin to explaining nuclear fission to a primitive man. These words struck like a needle, piercing Tony's proud core. His complexion oscillated between shades of green and white, yet he found himself unable to retort. The level of power displayed was indeed akin to that of a deity confronting a mortal, transcending the scientific understanding he held dear. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his sense of defeat as his mind raced. If direct detection was impossible, he would have to deduce from the periphery. You mentioned a conflict of two wills within it, one violent, one feeble. Does this not resemble a form of life, or perhaps a soul? He looked towards Lin Yang, seeking a new avenue of insight. You could interpret it that way, Lin Yang replied noncommittally. An ancient consciousness, forcibly distorted and imprisoned for an unknown number of years, half imbued with destructive commands imposed by others, and half with primal instincts it has nearly forgotten. Tony's eyes sparkled with a newfound intensity, as if he had grasped an elusive concept, the extraordinary amalgamation of consciousness, energy, and information. If he could discern even the faintest traces of its interaction with external forces and establish a model, he would be on the brink of a breakthrough. He was once again ensnared in a monologue of technical musings, his fingers gesturing in the air as if constructing an invisible mathematical framework. Diana observed this spectacle in silence. The fervor and obsession Tony displayed for the unknown technology, juxtaposed with Lin Yang's nonchalant attitude towards absolute power, stirred something profound within her. She hailed from a realm that revered deities, championed strength and honor, where her power stemmed from her lineage and divine endowment. In stark contrast, the man before her, Tony Stark, derived his strength from his intellect and relentless pursuit of the material world. These were two distinctly divergent paths. Yet, in the face of Lin Yang's unfathomable power, an essence akin to the very fabric of rules, both her divine might and Tony's technological prowess seemed somewhat diminutive. The power of technology has its limitations and cannot fathom the mysteries beyond established norms. Conversely, pure strength, devoid of the requisite wisdom and temperament to wield it, may also herald disaster. Much like the mother box, which, though imbued with more than mere destruction, was perverted by Darkseid into a tool of conquest. Lin Yang appeared to sense her contemplation and smiled. Different tools serve different purposes. A hammer can drive nails, but cannot embroider. The crux lies in understanding what tool you possess and what you wish to accomplish. His words, imbued with a characteristic casualness, stirred something within Diana's heart. Suddenly, Tony halted his ruminations and abruptly lifted his gaze toward Lin Yang, his expression intense. I require a more powerful computational core and manufacturing equipment. The portable tools here are insufficient. I must return to my Stark Tower. Jarvis, immediately prepare the laboratory with the highest access privileges and activate all available computational units. I need to redesign a targeted system. His sentence was abruptly cut off by Lin Yang, who interjected, Stop, Stop, stop. If you wish to conduct your research, do so in your own domain. Do not dismantle my space. He waved his hand, displaying evident impatience. This item is safest in my possession for the time being. Feel free to pursue your theoretical conjectures, but do not expect me to lend it to you as a test subject. Tony's enthusiasm was abruptly stifled, his expression frozen in a mixture of excitement and despair, ultimately yielding to a deep sigh of resignation. He recognized the truth in Lin Yang's assertion and acknowledged his own inability to safely handle the perilous artifact. Very well, very well. He conceded with a weary wave of his hand. I shall return and initiate a new project. I refuse to believe that with my intellect as Tony Stark, I cannot comprehend a mere lump of metal. He seemed to be rallying himself, as if making a vow, and turned to leave with fervor, momentarily forgetting to bid farewell. His mind consumed by his new research agenda. The living room fell into a temporary silence. Diana gazed at Tony's departing figure, then cast her eyes upon the seemingly tranquil mother box on the coffee table, ultimately resting her gaze on Lin Yang. The juxtaposition of technology and myth, power and wisdom, protection and destruction, these seemingly opposing concepts appeared to intertwine and clash in a peculiar manner around this man. She, the newly arrived Amazonian princess, stood at this nexus, beginning to contemplate her own strength and path. Chapter 31. The Rainbow Bridge and the Hammer of Thunder. After Tony Stark's departure, the villa returned to a fleeting tranquility. Diana gradually acclimated to this new environment. Although Harley's eccentricity and Selena's languor still left her feeling somewhat unsettled, Wanda's composure and thoroughness provided her with a relatively reassuring anchor. Lin Yang, for the most part, remained in a leisurely state, either perusing various eclectic books or savoring Wanda's experimental dishes, occasionally offering insights into Wanda's mastery of chaotic magic or casually addressing Diana's inquiries about the modern world. Yet, this tranquility was soon disrupted. On one particular day, the sky transformed dramatically. The initially clear California afternoon was abruptly engulfed by tumultuous winds, and a dazzling, multicolored beam of light descended from the heavens without warning, tearing through the clouds and striking the coastline near the villa with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A tremendous sound accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground reverberated through the air, and even from a distance, one could feel the overwhelming surge of energy. Wow! Are we being invaded by aliens? What flavor is it this time? Harley was the first to rush to the window, excitedly exclaiming. Selena also set down her wine glass, moving to the window with a keen gaze. Such a powerful energy response, it does not resemble earthly technology. Diana instantly entered a battle-ready state, the sword of Hephaestus and her divine shield in hand, her brow furrowed. This energy carries an ancient and sacred aura, yet it is distinctly different. Wanda glanced at Lin Yang, who had just closed a book on medieval cooking, his expression devoid of surprise, instead tinged with mild annoyance at the interruption. Ah, the express delivery from Asgard, Lin Yang said, rising and brushing off his clothes. Let us go see what our new neighbors have sent us. The group made their way to the beach outside the villa, where they beheld the sight struck by the Rainbow Bridge, a charred expanse of sand forming a colossal and enigmatic pattern. At the center of this design stood a tall, imposing figure, with golden locks cascading down and a red cloak billowing around him, clad in silver armor and with muscles rippling. He surveyed his surroundings with a look of bewilderment, as if confused by his sudden arrival. It was none other than Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, banished to Earth by Odin. Mortal! Thor exclaimed upon noticing the approaching group, particularly fixating on Diana, whose warrior aura and equipment were distinctly unlike any he had encountered. Instinctively, he straightened his posture, attempting to reclaim a semblance of the Asgardian prince's dignity. Is this Midgard? Tell me, where am I? His voice was resounding, imbued with an innate sense of superiority. Harley blinked, pointing at Thor and saying to Lin Yang, "Boss, that big golden-haired fellow looks rather foolish. That glowing hammer seems quite entertaining." Selena remarked, "The armor style is ancient, yet the craftsmanship appears commendable. It should fetch a good price." Diana sensed the lingering aura of divinity surrounding Thor, as well as the immense, thunderous power contained within the warhammer. Her expression grew increasingly solemn. She could feel that although this man appeared somewhat peculiar at the moment, he was far from ordinary. Lin Yang disregarded Thor's inquiry, instead directing his gaze beyond him to the quietly resting Mjolnir in the sand. With keen interest, he approached it. "Halt! Mortal!" Thor exclaimed, immediately commanding him to stop. Mjolnir is not something you can covet. Though he had lost his divine powers, the instincts and pride of a warrior remained. Lin Yang, as if oblivious to Thor's words, walked straight to the hammer, bent down, and effortlessly lifted it, weighing it in his hand. The weight is acceptable. The energy structure is intriguing," he commented casually, as if assessing an ordinary tool. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. No, it's impossible. Only the worthy may lift Mjolnir, as decreed by my father's enchantment. The shock within him was profound. This seemingly unremarkable Midgardian had so easily unraveled the spell of the Allfather? Lin Yang casually swung the hammer, generating a faint crackling of electricity, then, finding it uninteresting, tossed it back into the sand with a dull thud. Enchantments? Worthiness? Lin Yang chuckled, glancing at Thor. To me, such matters are virtually non-existent. If I so desired, I could even lift your Asgardian palace as a dumbbell. This proclamation was audacious to the extreme, yet coupled with his earlier nonchalance in lifting the hammer, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Thor was both astonished and furious, yet in his current state of powerlessness, he could not act. He fixated on Lin Yang, as if attempting to see through him. Just then, several black SUVs from S.H.I.E.L.D. sped onto the scene, kicking up a cloud of dust. Agent Coulson, accompanied by a team of operatives, swiftly exited the vehicles, eyeing the peculiar gathering with caution, especially the unusual Thor and the man he deemed highly dangerous. Lin Yang. Mr. Lin Yang, Coulson attempted to maintain politeness. We have detected an anomalous energy signature landing here. And who might this be? He gestured toward Thor. A lost prince of Asgard, temporarily residing on Earth, Lin Yang lazily introduced. You've arrived just in time. Please escort him away and ensure he doesn't disturb my peace here. Coulson appeared bewildered. Asgard? A prince? Though Thor was quite displeased with the descriptions of being lost and residing, he was taken aback by the accuracy of Lin Yang's account of his origins. Lin Yang offered no further explanations and turned to walk back, seemingly disinterested in the ensuing developments. Diana, Wanda, and the others followed suit. Before departing, Harley glanced back at Thor and made a playful face, saying, "Bye-bye, big golden guy. Remember to keep an eye on your toy hammer." Thor watched Lin Yang's retreating figure, then glanced at the motionless Mjolnir on the ground, and finally looked at the perplexed Coulson, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, confusion, and an indescribable sense of impending danger. This Midgard appeared to be entirely different from the realm he had heard of in legends, particularly regarding that man. In the following days, S.H.I.E.L.D. conducted preliminary arrangements and observations on Thor. He endeavored to adapt to life on Earth and gradually came to understand this world. He had certainly heard rumors of a superhuman capable of sinking the Japanese archipelago with a single punch, who slept in the sun. When he connected the image of the man who effortlessly lifted Mjolnir with the tales of the superhuman, everything fell into place. An unprecedented pressure enveloped Thor's heart. He had thought that losing his divine powers and being exiled to Earth was his greatest setback. But it seemed that far more terrifying entities lurked on this planet than the frost giants. He needed to prove his worth and reclaim his power swiftly. Otherwise, if Asgard were to face such foes in the future, he conveyed his experiences and concerns back to Asgard through Heimdall's eyes. Within the Golden Palace, the one-eyed Allfather Odin sat upon the highest throne, having listened to Heimdall's report. A rare gravity etched itself upon his weathered face. To lift Mjolnir so easily. Disregarding my enchantments, Odin's deep voice echoed in the hall. Even I cannot so casually dismiss this. Frigga, his wife, stood beside him, her beautiful and wise visage marked by concern. If Heimdall's observations are accurate, then this being that has appeared in Midgard possesses a level of power that likely exceeds our understanding. He may be an ancient and far more formidable entity. Before him, Thor is but an infant. Odin remained silent for a long while, his single eye glimmering with complex emotions. Thor requires refinement, but he must never confront such an entity. Frigga, prepare a formal invitation. In the name of the King and Queen of Asgard, invite this Mr. Lin Yang to our celestial palace as a guest. We must meet him in person. Frigga nodded, understanding her husband's intentions. It was, on one hand, a test, on the other, perhaps a means of seeking potential refuge or opportunity for Asgard, especially for the still immature Thor, in the face of future upheavals. She softly added, "I will express a mother's request in my personal capacity." The radiance of the Bifrost Bridge was soon to illuminate once more for Lin Yang, and this time, the destination of the invitation was the legendary realm of Asgard. Chapter 32. The invitation from the divine realm and Tony's obsession after Thor was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. The seaside villa returned to its usual rhythm, yet the air seemed to linger with a faint ripple from the divine realm. Diana expressed a profound interest in Thor's appearance and the mythological system he represented, frequently inquiring Lin Yang about Asgard and the Nine Realms. Meanwhile, Harley regarded this brief episode as fresh comedic material, occasionally mimicking Thor's proud, yet bewildered demeanor to elicit laughter. A few days later, An extraordinary phenomenon graced the evening sky once more. This time, it was not a violent beam of the Bifrost, but a soft yet magnificently resplendent rainbow, akin to a bridge arching across the heavens, extending from the depths of the cosmos, and precisely hovering above the sea in front of the villa. The radiant light coalesced in the air, forming a scroll composed of luminescence, adorned with ancient runes and patterns. A commanding and sonorous voice reverberated around the villa, as if traversing the boundless starry expanse, speaking in an ancient tongue, yet all present could comprehend its meaning clearly. In the name of Odin, King of the Aesir, and Frigg, the Divine Queen, we extend a cordial invitation to the Guardian of Midgard, Lord Lin Yang. We earnestly request your esteemed presence at the Golden Palace to partake in mead and discuss the 9 realms. May the Bifrost pave the way for our honored guest to the celestial abode. This formal invitation, in stark contrast to Thor's abrupt arrival, was imbued with solemnity and respect. Wow, this time it's an invitation, and it comes with special effects, Harley exclaimed, pointing at the luminous scroll in the air. Selena squinted. Asgard sounds like a place rich in treasures. Diana's expression turned grave. She could feel the regal authority and power embedded within the invitation, while also discerning a subtle note of caution, even trepidation. She glanced at Lin Yang, who met her gaze. Wanda also turned to Lin Yang, her eyes questioning. Lin Yang lifted his gaze to the dazzling invitation and chuckled. Old Odin certainly has a way with manners. I've heard the mead from the divine realm is quite exquisite. He appeared unperturbed by the event, casually waving his hand as the luminous scroll transformed into sparkling motes of light and vanished, signifying his acceptance of the invitation. Prepare yourselves, Lin Yang announced to those beside him. I shall take you on a tour of the divine realm to witness what the palaces of Norse mythology truly resemble. At that moment, Tony Stark's voice crackled through the external communication, tinged with urgency. Lin Yang, I just detected an extraordinarily powerful spatial energy fluctuation. Is that Asgardian up to his tricks again? Wait, did you just say you're heading to the Celestial Palace? Take me with you. I must go. Their technology, that interstellar teleportation, and those mythical weapons. This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking discovery. Evidently, although Tony was not physically present at the villa, his surveillance equipment had been closely monitoring the anomalous energy reactions here. Lin Yang lazily responded to the air. Tony, are you going as a guest, or to dismantle their laboratory? Odin has summoned me, not you, the technological marauder. Hey, I am the preeminent scientist of Earth. Do you grasp the essence of cultural exchange? Science knows no borders. Tony argued persuasively. I can serve as your, scientific advisor. Yes, a scientific advisor. I promise not to cause any disturbances. I swear. Lin Yang appeared to ponder for a moment before finally relenting. Do as you wish. However, I must warn you in advance to exercise restraint on another's territory. Should the gatekeepers mistake you for an intruder and crush you, I shall not intervene. Rest assured, I possess the necessary discretion. Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm, immediately setting about arranging his itinerary and equipment. The appointment was scheduled for the following day. That evening, Tony could hardly contain his excitement and hurried to the villa with a lightweight suitcase. Upon seeing Lin Yang, he immediately launched into a fervent discussion about his speculations regarding Asgardian technology, from the energy principles of the Bifrost to the potential structure of the Eternal Spear. Completely engrossed in his scientific reverie, Diana observed Tony and whispered to Wanda, his thirst for knowledge and technology is as fervent as a warrior's pursuit of strength. Wanda nodded. He has always been this way. Sometimes, such obsession can lead to trouble, but it is also the source of his formidable prowess. Lin Yang, however, remained as composed as ever, as if he were simply visiting a neighbor rather than embarking on a journey to the fabled realm of gods. He even took the time to advise Wanda on how to better control her chaos magic, ensuring it would remain stable in the potentially magical environment of Asgard. The appointed time arrived on the following day, and the resplendent Bifrost descended once more. This time, the radiant beam gently enveloped Lin Yang, Diana, Wanda, Harley, Selena, and the casually dressed, yet excited Tony. In a flash of light, their figures vanished from the beach. After a brief disorientation of time and space, they found themselves standing in a vast plaza, illuminated by a dazzling array of gold and silver metals interwoven with extraordinary crystals. Beneath their feet lay smooth, mirror-like stones extending toward the distant, majestic palace complex. Mountains floated in the sky, waterfalls cascaded from the void, merging into the starry rivers encircling the city. The air was thick with an ancient and sacred energy. This was Asgard, the terminus of the Bifrost. Clad in golden armor, Odin, the All-Father, with his singular eye and the eternal spear in hand, stood at the palace steps, flanked by the regal and smiling Frigga, surrounded by a host of valiant warriors. awaiting their arrival. Odin's keen gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept over Lin Yang, lingering for a moment before a flicker of unnoticeable gravity flashed in his eyes, which quickly transformed into an exterior of authority and tranquility. Frigga's gaze was softer, not only directed at Lin Yang, but also kindly appraising the women beside him, pausing momentarily on Diana, as if sensing a distinct divine aura about her. "Welcome to Asgard, Lord Lin Yang, and your companions," Odin's resonant voice echoed across the plaza. A clash between the divine realm and mortals, between power and technology, between the ancient and the modern, is set to unfold within this resplendent golden palace. Tony's eyes, akin to searchlights, eagerly capture the astonishing wonders that surpass his imagination. Chapter 33, The Golden Palace, Honeyed Wine, and the silent contest. The splendor of Asgard transcends mortal comprehension. The Golden Palace rises majestically, seemingly forged from pure sunlight and legend, with ancient epics carved into its columns. The air is imbued with the fragrance of honeyed wine and eternal flames. The valiant warriors, clad in gleaming armor, stand on either side, their eyes reflecting both loyalty to their king and curiosity towards the visitors from Midgard. Odin and Frigga usher Lin Yang and his companions into the grand hall of the palace. The expansive chamber, with its soaring ceiling, appears to encompass the cosmos. A long table is already laden with sumptuous feasts and exquisite wines from Asgard. Roasted beasts glisten in golden hues, and the aroma of exotic fruits fills the air, while massive horns brim with golden honeyed wine. "Please, take your seats, esteemed guests," Odin intones from his high seat, his voice steady as his single eye scans the assembly, ultimately resting upon Lin Yang, for Midgard has not welcomed such distinguished visitors in quite some time. Lin Yang unreservedly claims the seat of honor, exuding a relaxed demeanor as if attending an ordinary banquet. Diana sits beside him, her posture regal, her keen gaze observing everything around her, particularly Odin and Frigga beside the throne, sensing the immense divine power they possess. Wanda, on the other hand, remains more cautious, her chaotic magic subtly attuned to the unique magical environment of Asgard. Meanwhile, Harley and Selena embody the spirit of enthusiastic tourists, one exclaiming over the sparkling decorations while the other assesses the value of the golden and silver vessels. As the banquet commences, the atmosphere feels somewhat restrained. Odin offers a brief welcome, while Frigga smiles encouragingly for everyone to indulge in the delectable food and drink. The honeyed wine of Asgard indeed lives up to its reputation. Rich and smooth, imbued with a peculiar energy, even Harley becomes noticeably subdued after a few sips, her cheeks flushed. After several rounds of drink, Odin casually remarks, "I have heard that Lord Lin Yang effortlessly lifted Mjolnir, which is truly astonishing. The hammer is bound by ancient enchantments, and only those of pure heart and immense strength can wield it." Though this statement appears to be a compliment, it is, in fact, a test. The atmosphere within the hall grows tense. Even the musicians slow their rhythm. All eyes converge upon Lin Yang. Setting down his golden cup, Lin Yang chuckles lightly, his tone unassuming. The enchantments are impressive, but the conditions imposed are rather superfluous. True strength requires no such constraints for validation. As he speaks, he casually picks up a solid, heavy plate crafted from pure gold, and with a mere touch, he molds it as if it were mere clay. In an instant, the plate transforms into a lifelike miniature golden eagle, which he then places on the table with nonchalance. This seemingly effortless act causes the Asgardians present to narrow their eyes in astonishment. The golden disc is no ordinary object. It embodies the unique metallic properties of Asgard, being immensely resilient, impervious to the mundane powers of deities. Yet, the opponent nonchalantly altered its form, a testament to their mastery over power that has reached an extraordinary zenith. A glimmer of insight flickered in Odin's singular eye, though his countenance remained inscrutable. "Your understanding of power is indeed remarkable. Pray, what is your perspective on the current state of the Nine Realms?" "Perspective?" Lin Yang casually tossed a star-like berry into his mouth, responding without reservation. "I have no particular views. If someone displeases me, I shall ensure they are equally displeased. It is quite simple." His words, though domineering, conveyed a certain undeniable logic. Below, Tony couldn't help but smirk, thinking how effortlessly this man exuded arrogance. Freya, timely in her interjection, spoke with a gentle yet weighty tone. "While power is undeniably significant, guardianship and responsibility are equally indispensable. Asgard has safeguarded the tranquility of the Nine Realms for generations, fully aware of the challenges it entails, particularly for the younger generation, like Thor, who harbor intentions of protection but still require refinement." Her words subtly hinted at a mother's concern, her gaze drifting towards Lin Yang. Imbued with an almost imperceptible plea, Lin Yang regarded Freya with a glance, offering no direct reply, merely raising his cup. The mead is delightful. The banquet continued. Yet an undercurrent of tension stirred. Odin, through veiled inquiries, endeavored to discern Lin Yang's origins and the limits of his power. But Lin Yang deftly deflected with humor or unapologetic assertiveness. Conversely, Tony seized the opportunity to inquire about cosmic energy and spatial transportation theories, to which Odin, embodying the dignity of a god king, graciously provided insights that greatly benefited Tony, illuminating his eyes further. Diana quietly observed the unfolding events, noting that Lin Yang consistently maintained the upper hand in his verbal exchanges with Odin. His confidence, rooted in absolute strength, rendered him free from the need for subterfuge or compromise. She also perceived Freya's nuanced attitude towards Lin Yang. It was not one of fear, but rather a cautious investment for the future. As the banquet drew to a close, Odin ceased his probing, reinstating the gravitas of a god king. He formally bestowed upon Lin Yang a golden token inscribed with the emblem of Asgard. With this token, you may traverse the Bifrost freely. Asgard shall forever regard you as a friend. This was undoubtedly a significant gesture. When the Bifrost once more transported Lin Yang and his companions back to their earthly abode, Tony remained exuberantly recounting his experiences in Asgard, clamoring to upgrade his armor's energy system immediately. Meanwhile, Harley and Selena engaged in discussions regarding which treasures in the Celestial Palace held the greatest value. Diana approached Lin Yang, inquiring softly, "It seems Odin is rather apprehensive of you?" Lin Yang gazed towards the setting sun on the horizon, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It is not apprehension. It is the understanding between intelligent beings. He knows I am not to be trifled with, and I recognize that he possesses some resources. A mutual respect ensures peace for all. The words of the goddess are merely a mother's foresight," Lin Yang added, stretching lazily. "Let us depart. Too much mead from the divine realm can leave one a bit lightheaded. I shall ask Wanda to prepare a restorative broth." The journey to Asgard, seemingly a splendid banquet filled with merriment, is in truth an unvoiced contest of wills and subtle compromises. The dynamics of the nine realms may indeed shift quietly due to the presence of this Midgard neighbor. Chapter 34. The Twisted Corridor and the Undying Malevolence. As the lingering sweetness of Asgard's mead began to wane, Lin Yang found himself weary of the overly solemn and resplendent atmosphere of the divine realm. Casually tossing the token bestowed upon him by Odin into Wanda's care, he resolved to embark once more on his journey of multiversal exploration. Remaining in a place crowded with superheroes, observing their posturing and discussions of responsibility, had grown rather tedious. He announced to the ladies in the sitting room, "This time, let us venture to a destination where the rules are a tad more chaotic and the amusements more eccentric." With a mere thought, he communicated with the system within him. A portal, distinctly different from the golden spark of Kamartaj and the vibrant hues of the Bifrost, began to open slowly in the center of the living room. This entrance revealed not a clear scene, but rather a hazy, ever-shifting halo of colors, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, anguished cries, maniacal laughter, oppressive whispers, and a disquieting hum as if time itself were contorting. "Wow, this portal looks thrilling," exclaimed Harley, the first to leap up, eager to charge through. Selena, however, cautiously scrutinized the chaotic glow beyond the portal. As a top-tier thief, she possessed an instinctive wariness of unknown risks. The energy fluctuations are highly unstable and steeped in negative emotions. Diana tightened her grip on the sword of Hephaestus, sensing the palpable malice and disorder emanating from beyond the threshold, an essence that was neither the sacred nor the sinister she was accustomed to, but something far more frenzied and chaotic. What manner of place is this? Wanda's chaotic magic resonated subtly, indicating a connection to the energies beyond. "I sense many shattered souls, along with forcibly distorted time and space." Lin Yang smiled, stepping confidently into the halo. "A world stitched together from countless horror tales and grievances. What is it called? American Horror Story? The name is of little consequence. Within lie peculiar abilities of certain trinkets, quite suitable for collection and study." The others followed closely behind. As they traversed the portal, a chill, damp atmosphere, infused with the scent of mildew and antiseptic, enveloped them. The sight before them caused even the seasoned Diana to frown slightly. They appeared to stand within an infinitely extending hospital corridor, illuminated by flickering, harsh white lights. The walls were a grimy pale green, paint peeling to reveal an even older layer beneath. Countless identical patient room doors lined the corridor, and pale faces occasionally flitted past the observation windows, accompanied by the unsettling sound of nails scraping against glass. The air was saturated with the distant long beep of a flatlining ECG, the weeping of women, and the dragging sound of metallic instruments. A psychiatric hospital? I'm all too familiar with this, Harley exclaimed, feeling right at home as she brandished her baseball bat, smashing open a nearby patient room door. Inside, it was empty, save for a straitjacket lying askew on the bed. Be quiet, you mad girl, Lin Yang remarked, sensing the fractured timeline and spatial structure of the world around him. Akin to a tattered cloth mended with patches, we might find ourselves simultaneously entrenched in different eras and locations of horror. As if to validate his statement, the lights ahead in the corridor abruptly extinguished before illuminating once more, transforming the once familiar hospital corridor into a lavish hotel hallway adorned with opulent carpets, yet ensnared in cobwebs, with dark red stains seeping from the wallpaper. At the end of the corridor, a ghostly figure clad in a 1920s gown, her neck grotesquely contorted, silently appeared, revealing a bloodstained smile. A tiresome trick, Lin Yang dismissed, not even casting a glance at the apparition. His gaze flickered momentarily, and in an instant, the ghost along with her corridor faded away as if erased from existence, reverting the surroundings back to the dilapidated hospital. Her existence has been temporarily expunged from this time fragment, Lin Yang explained. Yet this world possesses a certain reset mechanism, and she may re-emerge from another corner shortly. Just then, a hospital room door burst open beside them, and a towering figure clad in a rubber apron, wearing a grotesquely twisted human mask, emerged brandishing a chainsaw. Roaring with fury, the mingling scents of blood and gasoline filled the air as the chainsaw roared toward the forefront, where Selena stood. Quick as a flash, Selena twisted her waist, evading like an agile feline, her claws grazing the brute's wrist, but only sparking a few embers against his remarkably resilient skin. Let me handle this, Harley shrieked with excitement, bringing a hammer down upon the back of the brute's skull with a dull thud. The man merely swayed, seemingly unperturbed, continuing to swing the chainsaw. Diana stepped forward, her sword of the fire god descending in a divine blaze, effortlessly severing the chainsaw along with the brute's arm. Yet, where the arm had been severed, no blood flowed. Instead, a viscous black substance gushed forth, and the brute emitted an inhuman roar, the flesh at the severed joint writhing, rapidly regenerating before their eyes. Did you see that? Lin Yang observed with interest. Some of the malevolent spirits or deviants in this world possess a near-rule-like immortality. Simple physical destruction proves ineffective. Wanda raised her hands, crimson chaotic magic surging like a tide toward the brute. Under the onslaught of her magic, the man's body began to contort and disintegrate, issuing a mournful wail until he ultimately transformed into a pool of black water. Yet, Wanda gasped slightly. Eliminating it demands considerable energy, and I sense that its core resentment has seemingly shifted elsewhere. For it is, in essence, a part of this world's horrific rules. As long as this world endures, such entities will perpetually resurrect, Lin Yang remarked, casting his gaze deeper into the corridor. However, there are always unique treasures worthy of collection. His heightened senses had pinpointed a singular existence, a pocket watch located at a distortion node within this world's space-time, emanating faint temporal fluctuations. The watch seemed capable of subtly influencing the flow of time, even creating brief temporal loops. Let us venture forth in search of truly intriguing souvenirs. Lin Yang disregarded the ever-changing horrific illusions and lesser malevolent spirits that sought to assail them, stepping forward with determination. As he traversed the landscape, the distorted visions melted away like snow under the blazing sun, clearing a path to the core rules of the world. Harley was reveling in the experience. While Selena remained ever vigilant, Diana bore a grave expression, and Wanda concentrated on sensing the magical essence of this realm. This bizarre world, filled with undead spirits and twisted rules, undoubtedly presented a novel and eerie adventure for them. Lin Yang's objective was evidently those toys concealed beneath the terrifying facade, imbued with special rules. Chapter 35. Unraveling threads and the timepiece. The scenes of a dilapidated hospital and a luxurious hotel flickered like a stuttering image, where anguished cries intertwined with the elegance of jazz in a surreal symphony. Bloodstains seeping from the walls occasionally coalesced into venomous curse inscriptions, only to transform into withered roses moments later. In this realm of chaotic rules, a sense of direction had completely failed. Yet, Lin Yang strolled as if in a leisurely garden, his super senses dismissing these superficial horrors, directly honing in on the faint but distinctive source of temporal fluctuations. Wherever he went, the warped figures attempting to approach, the traps that emerged from thin air, and even the suddenly collapsing floors were reduced to dust or restored to their original state upon touching his invisible force field. Boss, just now, there was a guy in a nurse's outfit with a chainsaw for a head trying to kiss me. I pushed him right into the wall, Harley exclaimed, rushing back. adorned with what appeared to be specks of tomato sauce, her face flushed with excitement. Selena glided through the shifting corridors like a shadow, her gaze lingering more on the jewelry and decor that seemed to appear with the scene changes, each possessing distinctive characteristics of their era. Occasionally, she would swiftly snatch a trinket or two, her movements nearly imperceptible. Although the fashion here is somewhat outdated, certain unique pieces might hold some value, she assessed coolly. Diana stayed closely beside Lin Yang, her sword, the blade of the god of fire, ever ready to be drawn. She faced not a tangible army, but rather an omnipresent malice and irrational phenomena, which imparted a pressure distinct from the chaos of battle. These vengeful spirits appeared shackled by a greater suffering, eternally unable to find release. There is a profound sorrow beneath the surface, she remarked solemnly, her warrior's intuition discerning a deeper tragedy. Wanda closed her eyes in contemplation, and when she opened them, crimson magic swirled around her fingertips. I sensed countless fragments of souls imprisoned in different temporal loops, reliving their tragedies. The core of this world resembles a vast, cracked soul prison. A powerful, hate-filled will is striving to maintain this distortion. Lin Yang nodded. Precisely. This world is a dilapidated asylum, designed to absorb various intense fears and resentments, then entrap them with their own power, forming a series of terrifying story loops. The murder house we just passed, where the killings constantly repeat, and this time-warped asylum are merely exhibits within this dreadful gallery. He halted, confronted by an unremarkable wooden door that bore no number, only a smudged mark, as if scorched by flames. Yet, a distinctive temporal fluctuation emanated clearly from behind it. At last, Lin Yang extended his hand to push the door. The hinges groaned with a sound that grated on the teeth, as if they had not been opened in decades. The scene beyond was not a room, but an expanse of absolute darkness, where an antique silver pocket watch floated, emitting a gentle white glow. The watch ticked rhythmically, its sound piercing through the profound silence of the void. The hands of the watch spun erratically, sometimes advancing, sometimes retreating, at times whirling in a frenzy. Beneath the watch, a translucent figure of an elderly woman clad in a vintage hospital gown curled up, her hands clasped over her head, emitting a silent scream, surrounded by an aura of suffocating despair and temporal disarray. She embodied the very essence of this time loop. A wretched soul whose sense of time had completely unraveled due to a certain experiment, eternally ensnared within fragments of time. Intruder, depart from my time, the ghostly figure rasped, her voice layered with countless echoes. As her words resonated, the surrounding darkness began to ripple, the flow of time becoming increasingly unstable, allowing onlookers to witness the overlapping shadows of their own movements alongside fleeting glimpses of the future. Hallie attempted to rush forward, only to find her actions alternating between lightning speed and snail-like slowness, leaving her in distress. Selena nimbly evaded the chaotic currents of time. It was also hindered from drawing near. Diana attempted to stabilize the area with her divine shield, but the essence of time was intangible and elusive, making complete defense nearly impossible. Wanda, with outstretched arms, conjured a chaotic barrier, barely resisting the encroaching temporal turbulence, though it was evidently a struggle. Lin Yang understood that the woman's grievance was intricately intertwined with the watch. Forcibly separating them could lead to a collapse of time itself. Yet, he merely gazed at the pocket watch and the anguished soul. A flicker of understanding, incomprehensible to ordinary minds, sparkled in his eyes as his extraordinary intellect instantly deciphered the core rules governing the watch's function and the entanglement of that soul with those rules. Instead of resorting to violence, he delicately flicked the watch with his finger. Ding! The sound resonated, seemingly transcending time itself. The hands of the watch abruptly ceased their erratic dance, then began to rotate steadily and uniformly, defying its original rules. A gentle yet potent force surged forth like a warm current, instantly calming the tumultuous flow of time around them. The elderly woman's ghost ceased her silent scream, lifting her gaze in bewilderment towards the now normal watch, then back to Lin Yang. The madness and pain in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a serene sense of liberation. Her form began to grow translucent, ultimately transforming into specks of starlight that dissipated into the air. She had finally found repose from her eternal temporal prison. The pocket watch, now unsupported by the ghostly figure, fell into Lin Yang's hands. The casing felt warm, the hands moved in a steady rhythm, exuding a stable and gentle force of time. Task accomplished. Lin Yang weighed the watch in his hand, a delightful little device, capable of subtly adjusting the flow of time. Quite impressive. He casually tossed the pocket watch to Wanda, saying, "You can hold on to it for now and explore how to use chaotic magic to simulate this temporal effect." Wanda carefully caught the watch, feeling the wondrous power it contained, her eyes filled with awe. With the resolution of this temporal node, the surrounding distorted scenery seemed to stabilize somewhat, yet the chaotic essence of the entire world remained unchanged. Lin Yang sensed other directions. It appeared that several similar singularities, imbued with powers of special rules, existed. It seemed this dilapidated world still held some collectible value. Lin Yang chuckled and decided to head to the next exhibition hall. Having heard of a place called the Witches' Assembly, where the dark magic seemed intriguing, he took another step forward, leading the group deeper into the chaos and secrets of this terrifying composite world. For Lin Yang, this was undoubtedly an entertaining treasure hunt. Chapter 36. The Witches' Assembly and the Price of Dark Magic. Upon departing from the time-warped asylum node, the surrounding scenery twisted and dissolved like a faded oil painting, only to reconstitute itself. The cold scent of disinfectant was replaced by a bizarre aroma, a blend of ancient spices, herbs, and a faint hint of sulfur. The pale light transformed into flickering candle flames, casting shadows upon the dark wooden walls and heavy velvet-draped windows. They found themselves in a spacious yet oppressive hall. At the center stood a colossal obsidian altar, engraved with intricate runes, surrounded by peculiar instruments, crystal vials containing unidentified liquids, gnarled wooden staffs bound with crow feathers, and thick tomes seemingly crafted from human skin. The air was thick with a stagnant, malevolent magical aura. This was evidently the heart of some witches' assembly. Wow, this is far more authentic than Arkham's witch-themed nights, Harley exclaimed, inhaling deeply as she eagerly scanned her surroundings, even reaching out to touch a cauldron emitting an eerie green smoke, only to be halted by Selena's sharp gaze. Diana furrowed her brow as the divine light of the Sword of Fire flickered, dispelling the encroaching dark energy. I sense a presence of desecration and corruption. The magic here is steeped in blood and trade. Wanda's perception was more immediate. Her chaotic magic surged autonomously, the crimson mist clashing and repelling against the dark magical energies in the air, emitting a faint sizzling sound. A potent dark magic field, mingled with numerous distinct and desire-laden soul imprints. Just then, figures silently emerged from the shadows surrounding the hall. Most were clad in classical, opulent dark gowns, their exquisite features marred by an inhuman pallor and coldness, their eyes sharp as blades, embodying the weight of time and a thirst for power. The foremost witch, adorned with a crown of thorns and wielding a serpent-headed staff, exuded an aura of profound strength. "Intruders," she began, her voice hoarse yet authoritative, as if countless whispers converged. "This is the realm of the Supreme Witch Council. State your origins, or your souls shall become the fuel for our next ritual." Her gaze swept across Lin Yang and his companions, lingering for a moment on Diana's sacred aura and Wanda's chaotic magic, her eyes briefly flickering with surprise, but predominantly reflecting a covetous greed for rare materials. Lin Yang appeared oblivious to her threats, his attention drawn to an inconspicuous shelf behind the altar, where several crystal skulls were displayed. Among them, one skull's eye sockets flickered with two clusters of ethereal blue flames, emanating a distinctive resonance concerning soul contracts and the transference of vitality. "Supreme Witch?" Lin Yang chuckled softly, his tone laced with unabashed disdain. "A pitiful group that derives power through mutual devouring and sacrifices to certain unspeakable dimensional deities dares to claim supremacy?" His words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly inciting the ire of all the witches. The candles in the hall flared violently, transforming into a ghostly green, and the shadows on the walls writhed as if alive, while the air filled with the anguished wails of countless tormented souls. "Arrogance," the leading witch raised her staff, and a jet-black lightning bolt shot towards Lin Yang like a venomous serpent. However, that dark magical lightning, potent enough to instantly strip a mortal of life, met an invisible wall mere meters from Lin Yang, vanishing silently without even a ripple. The witch's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Yang, scarcely concerning himself with them, merely beckoned towards the fire-eyed crystal skull. As if drawn by an unseen force, the skull floated effortlessly into his hand. "This object possesses intriguing qualities," Lin Yang mused, toying with the skull and sensing the distorted rules it contained, which sealed a fragment of an ancient contract demon's essence, capable of bypassing certain worldly rules for soul-level transactions. Although the method was somewhat crude, the concept was certainly worth exploring. "Put it down. That is a relic of the satanic demon." The leading witch, both astonished and enraged, attempted to invoke a stronger magic, only to discover that her connection to the altar and the entire magical array had been forcibly severed by an indescribably immense power. The other witches, too, were horrified to find their abilities sinking like stones, utterly unresponsive. Lin Yang cast a disinterested glance at them, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet invoking a profound tremor within their souls. I have no interest in your trifling powers, nor the time to engage in your petty games of black sorcery. This object I have taken as compensation for your earlier rudeness." His tone was matter-of-fact, as if he had merely claimed an unowned item. The leading witch's complexion turned ashen as she finally comprehended that this seemingly ordinary man existed beyond their understanding, an entity they could never hope to confront. The absolute disparity in power extinguished her fury, leaving only a profound sense of dread. Lin Yang dismissed the now silent witches. Turning to Wanda, "The rules within this skull are rather intriguing. You might explore how to use chaotic magic to simulate or unravel such soul contracts. Perhaps it could be utilized for equitable exchanges in the future." He cast another glance at the hall imbued with an aura of dark sorcery, seemingly finding it somewhat dreary. The atmosphere was thick and oppressive, devoid of any captivating sights. "Let us depart and explore whether this world harbors any other, slightly more refreshing, curiosities." With that, he opened the chaotic, distorted portal once more and stepped through first. Harley made a face at the group of witches frozen in place, while Selena deftly seized an ancient silver cup inlaid with black gemstones from the altar and quickly followed suit. Diana and Wanda exchanged one final glance at this layer of black magic before departing in succession, leaving behind the witches, who were stripped of their artifacts, their powers temporarily suppressed, and filled with horror and humiliation, exchanging bewildered looks, uncertain of how to explain today's events to the Satan they served. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's collection list had been augmented by yet another trinket pertaining to the rules of souls and contracts. This terrifying, convoluted world had, in his eyes, transformed into a dilapidated market brimming with peculiar regulations, awaiting his patronage and selection. Chapter 37. The Elixir of Immortality and the Bloody Countess emerging from the stifling atmosphere of the witches' enclave. The twisted portal ushered the group into a scene entirely different. The decaying wooden structure, faded opulent wallpaper, and a strong blend of dust and some cloying spice assaulted their senses. They found themselves in a dimly lit hotel corridor, where the thick carpet was marred with stains, and the gas lamps flickered with a ghostly yellow glow, illuminating vague graffiti on the walls that seemed to be composed of bloodstains. "This place resembles a luxurious hotel from the last century, albeit poorly maintained," Harley remarked, pinching her nose as she poked a dusty decorative vase beside her with a baseball bat. The vase wobbled and shattered upon hitting the floor, producing a hollow echo. Selena, keenly observant, noted that some decorative gold leaf on the corridor walls, though dulled, exhibited exquisite craftsmanship. Silently, she scraped a small piece with her claws and rolled it between her fingers, true gold, unfortunately obscured by grime. Diana surveyed the surroundings with vigilance, sensing a different kind of malevolence in the air, one that was not the decay of magic as experienced at the witches' gathering, but something more primal, closer to eternal solitude and distorted desire. "I sense many souls trapped here, repeating some form of ritual, filled with hunger and despair." Wanda's chaotic powers stirred slightly. She pointed toward an exceptionally tall double door, intricately carved and located deep in the corridor. "There is a strong life energy emanating from beyond that door, ancient yet twisted, akin to a pool of stagnant water that is perpetually decaying and rebirthing." Lin Yang nodded. His heightened senses had already detected that behind the door lay not only a powerful, nearly immortal vitality, but also a unique manifestation concerning the rules of blood and immortality. He advanced towards the door first. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, the hinges emitted a piercing groan. Beyond it lay an exceedingly spacious banquet hall, once lavishly adorned. Dust cloaked the crystal chandeliers, yet they still refracted a spectral light. The long dining table was covered with filthy brocade, laden with long-rotted food and rusted silverware. At the end of the banquet hall, upon the principal seat, sat a figure that seemed utterly out of place in the desolate surroundings. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, adorned in a scarlet Victorian court gown, her skin pale as snow, and her lips of vivid crimson. In her hand, she held an exquisite crystal goblet filled with a viscous, dark red liquid. Her gaze was languid and hollow, as if she had borne witness to the passage of countless ages and had lost all interest in the world around her. Yet, an enigmatic and powerful aura of vitality emanated from her, saturated with an insatiable thirst for blood. She was the very core of this cursed hotel, an entity who had attained immortality through some ancient blood magic, commonly referred to as the Countess or the Blood Maiden. Beside the Countess stood several fervent admirers, their pallid faces reflecting an intense longing for eternal life and a profound reverence for her. "New guests?" The Countess lifted her gaze, her voice rich and mellifluous like aged wine, yet tinged with a chilling undertone. "How rare. Have you lost your way, or have you come seeking eternal youth?" Her eyes swept over Lin Yang and his companions, lingering particularly on Diana and Wanda, as if intrigued by their vibrant life force. Hallie quickly interjected. "We're here for sightseeing. What delightful entertainment do you offer? Perhaps some vampiric magic?" The Countess's lips curled into a frosty smirk. "Eternal life is the most captivating spectacle of all. However, admission requires a small price." She gently swirled her goblet, the dark red liquid exuding an alluring yet perilous aura. Lin Yang disregarded her seduction, his gaze fixating on a delicate ornament hanging from the Countess's gown, carved from a ruby, resembling a small vial. Within it appeared to be a flowing essence, emanating a potent energy related to the siphoning of life and the deceptive allure of immortality. Sustaining oneself through the theft of others' vitality. How did such a form of eternal existence differ from that of a parasite? Lin Yang bluntly articulated the essence of the matter, his tone dripping with disdain. The Countess's expression darkened in an instant, the temperature around them plummeting. From the shadows of the banquet hall emerged more pallid, hollow-eyed immortals, their low growls resonating as they slowly encircled the group. "To blaspheme the immortals is to become our eternal thrall," the Countess declared fiercely, hurling her goblet at Lin Yang. The blood within transformed midair into countless serpents of crimson, hissing as they lunged toward him. Diana stepped forward, her divine shield radiating golden light, intercepting most of the blood serpents. Wanda waved her hands, summoning a chaotic barrier that mitigated the corrosive energies within the liquid. Hallie, shouting, swung her hammer at the approaching immortals, while Selena moved like a wraith, her claws deftly slicing through the joints of the undead, effectively hindering their movements, even if not delivering fatal blows. Yet, Lin Yang remained fixated on the ruby vial. He extended a finger, gesturing through the air. A soft pop echoed, reminiscent of a bubble bursting. The ruby pendant suddenly detached from the Countess's belt and soared into Lin Yang's hand. The pendant felt warm to the touch, and the crimson liquid inside flowed as if it were alive. Simultaneously, the Countess emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Her exquisite features began to wither at a visible rate, wrinkles forming on her once smooth skin, and her lustrous dark hair turned gray and brittle. The powerful essence of life within her diminished rapidly, akin to a deflated balloon. In terror, she touched her face, acutely aware of the long-absent specters of aging and death closing in. "No, my youth, my immortality, return it to me," she shrieked, attempting to lunge at Lin Yang. Yet, deprived of the power of eternal life, she became feeble and was effortlessly restrained by Diana. "Do you see?" Lin Yang toyed with the ruby pendant. "This so-called immortality is merely an illusion reliant on external objects. Once this source is lost, you revert to your true self and must endure the backlash of accelerated aging." He casually tossed the pendant to Wanda. "Hold on to this and study the principles of life energy transfer and storage. It may prove valuable for healing or, well, in certain situations that necessitate prolonged endurance." Stripped of her source of immortality, the Countess and her servants, who existed solely through her power, rapidly aged in despairing wails, disintegrating into dust alongside the decaying hotel. Returning to silence, Lin Yang surveyed the now desolate banquet hall and shook his head. "An immortality sustained by blood is of poor taste. Let us depart. This dilapidated world seems devoid of anything more refined." He reopened the portal, preparing to leave this grotesquely distorted realm. This excursion had yielded several trinkets related to time, soul contracts, and the laws of life. Though their power was modest, their unique principles brought him a measure of satisfaction. As for the next destination, he already had several intriguing coordinates in mind. Chapter 38. The Asylum Yard and the Collector of Rules. The blood-soaked banquet hall of the Countess crumbled into dust behind them, and the warped portal ushered them into a new realm of bizarre wonders. This time, the air was thick with the acrid scent of formaldehyde, cheap perfume, and a deeper madness emanating from the echoes of shattered minds. They found themselves in a public activity area of a dilapidated asylum, the walls peeling and rusted iron bars partitioning the space, with several worn sofas stained with indeterminate marks. It feels like home." Harley Quinn inhaled deeply, arms outstretched, her face reflecting a morbid nostalgia. "This scent, this color scheme, this atmosphere of despair is so comforting." Selena Kyle elegantly covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, her brow furrowed. "The decor here is even worse than Arkham in Gotham." Diana scanned the surroundings warily, sensing countless deranged gazes lurking in the shadows, peering through the bars, filled with chaotic malice and twisted voyeurism. The malevolence here was not the corruption of witches or the thirst of vampires, but a pure, logically shattered mental pollution. Wanda's chaotic magic operated autonomously, forming an imperceptible barrier around her that filtered the maddening whispers permeating the air. Countless fragmented consciousnesses were forcibly stitched together, creating a vast and chaotic collective subconscious that repelled us. Lin Yang's gaze traversed the patients in the activity area, some murmuring to themselves, others laughing vacantly at the walls or suddenly twitching violently, and fixed directly on the innermost depths of the asylum, the director's office. His heightened senses detected a unique fluctuation of rules concerning personality implantation and reality distortion, its core seemingly an ancient apparatus linked to psychological experimentation. "Let us proceed to meet the attending physician here," Lin Yang declared, stepping forward. As he did, those patients attempting to approach or emit strange cries were repelled by an invisible wall, their movements frozen, expressions momentarily blank. They passed through tightly locked iron gates, which were of no consequence to Lin Yang, and ultimately arrived before a heavy, leather-clad wooden door. The plaque-read director's office. Lin Yang pushed the door open without hesitation. The interior of the office was surprisingly normal. There were mahogany bookshelves, a leather sofa, and a spacious desk adorned with traditional stationery, and an antiquated helmet-like device equipped with various knobs and electrodes. A middle-aged man, clad in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, with meticulously groomed hair, sat behind the desk, smiling warmly at them. His gaze was gentle, yet conveyed a chilling perception of all things. "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar." The director's voice was calm and magnetic. "I am the head of this sanatorium. You may call me Dr. Sackler. It appears that you are not my patients, or at least, not yet." His eyes scanned the group, lingering slightly on Harley with an appreciative glint of camaraderie, before shifting to Lin Yang, where a fleeting seriousness flickered in his gaze. "A sanatorium?" Harley tilted her head. "It resembles more of a high-end customized madhouse. Do you have any new projects here? Perhaps an upgraded version of electroshock therapy?" "Doctor." Sackler smiled slightly. "We are devoted to exploring the boundaries of consciousness, dear lady. Sometimes, to cure deeply rooted madness, one must first understand it. Nay, even embrace it." His fingers brushed lightly over the peculiar helmet on the desk. Diana sensed the extreme danger lurking beneath the doctor's calm exterior, a cold detachment that regarded the human psyche as mere subjects for experimentation. "You are conducting wicked experiments on living beings." "Wicked?" Dr. Sackler shook his head. "Merely the necessary cost of science. I am aiding them in reshaping more perfect personalities, or allowing them to experience possibilities beyond reality." As he spoke, the walls of the office seemed to ripple slightly, and the view outside transformed abruptly from daylight to a blood-red night sky. Wanda scoffed. "To reshape through pain and chaos? That is nothing but sophisticated torture." Yet Lin Yang showed no interest in the debate. He approached the desk directly, picking up the peculiar helmet device and scrutinizing it. "A personality weaver? The concept is rather intriguing. Through the application of strong currents and hypnotic waves, one can forcibly alter memories and perceptions, even distorting the victim's grasp of reality within a limited scope. Unfortunately, the technology remains crude, with significant side effects, resulting in only subpar outcomes." Dr. Sackler's smile faltered, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. "What do you understand? This is revolutionary." His words were abruptly cut off as Lin Yang exerted a gentle pressure with his finger. The helmet, which he perceived as the pinnacle of technological achievement, crumpled like a fragile plastic toy, its intricate components crackling and emitting tiny sparks. "Trash." Lin Yang discarded the scrap metal onto the floor and then focused his gaze on a pocket watch nestled within Dr. Sackler's lab coat. Though it appeared ordinary, Lin Yang sensed it was the very core of the distorted rules governing this asylum, a peculiar object capable of anchoring and fine-tuning reality within a restricted range, potentially linked to fragments of a formidable entity. Dr. Sackler's expression shifted dramatically as he reached for the pocket watch, only to discover that he was utterly immobilized, unable to move even a finger, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Lin Yang summoned the watch with a mere thought, and it floated gracefully into his palm. The watch felt icy to the touch, its hands trembling slightly, as if resisting his grasp. With a mere fragment scavenged from the outer realms. "You dare to assume the role of a deity?" Lin Yang articulated the origins of the watch and the essence of Dr. Sackler's power. He released a faint breath, and the watch instantly quieted, its hands resuming their normal motion. As the watch was stripped away, Dr. Sackler let out a desperate scream. The space around him began to destabilize, his form blurring and twisting, as though his very existence depended on the power of that watch. The walls of the office melted away like wax figures, revealing a chaotic whirl of colors and countless faces contorted in agony. This was the true visage of the asylum, a warped domain founded upon collective suffering. "Boring." Lin Yang shook his head, stowing the watch away. This so-called rule was fundamentally crude and vicious, far less exquisite than the timepiece and the skull of souls. He turned to exit, no longer concerning himself with the crumbling madness behind him. Harley made a face at the dissipating Dr. Sackler, while Selena swiftly scanned the office, casually pocketing an antique-looking pen. Diana and Wanda followed closely behind Lin Yang as they departed. When the distorted portal closed once more, thoroughly severing the connection to that mental hell, Lin Yang regarded the assortment of collectibles from various exhibition halls in his hands, lost in thought. Although the rules were primitive, their diversity was quite remarkable. He weighed the newly acquired reality-anchoring pocket watch, realizing that even in this haphazardly stitched-together world, one could occasionally uncover intriguing scraps. His gaze drifted into the void, seemingly plotting his next destination. Within the multiverse, countless peculiar rules and powers awaited the arrival of his collector's eye. His team, through each of these adventures, quietly amassed experience in confronting various bizarre situations. Chapter 39 Farewell to Madness and New Coordinates. The distorted portals slowly closed behind them, completely severing their connection to that chaotic realm filled with frenzied murmurs, bloody feasts, and dark sorcery. The warm, bright lights of the Malibu villa's living room stood in stark contrast to the chaos they had just endured. Even Harley, usually vibrant, paused for a rare moment of silence, blinking hard as if to confirm that she had indeed returned to the realm of normalcy. Celestrin let out a long sigh, gracefully tidying her somewhat disheveled hair. Although she had collected a few trinkets, the tainted atmosphere of that world left her instinctively uneasy. Even Gotham's nights seemed fresh and charming in comparison. Diana's expression remained solemn as she surveyed the familiar living room, absorbing the serene air that allowed her taut nerves to finally relax. That world was a confluence of countless tragedies and madness, though its power levels were not particularly high. The bizarre rules and insidious pollution made it nearly impossible to defend against. She glanced at Lin Yang, her eyes probing, as if to inquire whether he was well acquainted with such places. Lin Yang lay languidly on the sofa, appearing as though he had merely taken a stroll rather than traversed a terrifying dimension. With frequent exposure, one becomes accustomed. Such refuse-filled realms birthed by intense negativity or loopholes in rules are not uncommon in the universe. A casual visit often yields interesting, albeit niche, finds. He gestured toward a few items that Wanda had carefully stowed away: a timepiece, a soul skull, a ruby ornament, and a reality-anchoring watch. Wanda was meticulously isolating and sealing these items with chaotic magic, her face adorned with the focus of a researcher. The rules contained within these objects, though primitive, were indeed unique, particularly the timepiece and reality-anchoring watch. If the principles could be deciphered, it might diversify my magical applications. At that moment, Harley finally regained her composure and excitedly leaped onto the sofa. But it was so much fun, way more interesting than battling those silly alien robots. Next time, you must bring me to such exhilarating places. That ever-changing corridor was thrilling. Lin Yang chuckled, neither affirming nor denying her enthusiasm. To him, that terrifying amalgamation of worlds resembled a chaotic second-hand market. One could indeed discover peculiar little items, yet their overall value felt limited, and after a single visit, he lost interest in further exploration. His consciousness delved inward, communicating with the minimalist system interface. On the interface, the coordinates representing the recently vacated terrifying world gradually dimmed, while several others, previously analyzed and shimmering with distinct colors and essences, grew increasingly vivid. One of these coordinates emanated a rich natural essence, pulsating with vibrant life and a hint of wild free will, subtly echoing the symphony of waves crashing against the shore, the roars of beasts in the forest, and the joyful notes of a flute. Another coordinate, however, was suffused with the scent of sulfur and flames, brimming with chaos, destruction, and an overwhelming roar of desire. Yet strangely contained a potential for creation and rebirth. A myriad of coordinates, imbued with either a divine essence, an eerie aura, or an unmistakable touch of advanced technology, await exploration. Lin Yang mused to himself, acknowledging that constant immersion in places rife with negative energy inevitably dampens one's spirits. It was time, he concluded, to seek a more picturesque locale, one with fresher air for a much-needed respite. He lifted his gaze towards his companions in the living room. Let us prepare for our next outing. This time, we shall venture to a realm where nature flourishes, devoid of the lamenting spirits and malevolent entities. At his words, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Diana's eyes. As a warrior hailing from Paradise Island, she yearned for the vastness of the natural world. Wanda exhaled with relief. While unafraid of challenges, prolonged exposure to those negative artifacts necessitated time for recuperation. Harley, on the other hand, remained indifferent, content as long as there was merriment. Selena began to ponder what treasures might emerge from a world brimming with natural vitality. Lin Yang's gaze ultimately settled upon a coordinate that radiated an essence of nature and wildness, a subtle smile curving upon his lips. A realm possibly inhabited by demigods, nymphs, fairies, and perhaps even the remnants of titans? It sounded akin to an expansive nature reserve intertwined with a mythological theme park. Surely, it would yield something extraordinary. A new journey was on the horizon, destined for a world teeming with primal magic, mythical creatures, and natural wonders. For Lin Yang and his team, this would undoubtedly be an adventure ripe with uncertainty and discovery, while the bizarre and terrifying amalgamation of worlds would temporarily serve as mere footnotes to their collection of peculiar souvenirs. Chapter 40. The Emerald Fields and the Nymph Song. Bidding farewell to the bizarre and fragmented horror world, Lin Yang embarked once more on his interdimensional travels. This time, the portal exuded the refreshing, damp aroma of verdant flora, accompanied by the distant sound of waves and ethereal melodies. On the other side of the door lay not a stifling indoor space, but an expansive, primordial landscape brimming with natural magic. As they stepped through the portal, they found themselves upon a soft, carpet-like expanse of lush green grass, the air infused with the fragrance of wildflowers and sea salt. In the distance, towering ancient trees formed a dense forest, their canopies alive with the flickering of tiny luminescent creatures. Further still, the cerulean sea met the sky, gentle waves caressing the golden sands. Sunlight filtered through wispy clouds, casting warm patches of light upon the vibrant world, teeming with exuberant life. Wow, Harley exclaimed, the first to break the silence as she inhaled deeply. Is the air sweet here? It smells 1,000 times better than that sterile hospital. With childlike glee, she rolled on the grass. Selena, equally captivated by the enchanting scenery, noted the peculiar mushrooms scattered across the meadow, their surfaces glimmering softly, alongside seemingly ordinary pebbles pulsating with magical energy. An uncharted treasure trove, she whispered to herself, her gaze scanning the surroundings like a diligent scanner. Diana closed her eyes, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze against her cheeks, a long-lost sense of familiarity washing over her heart. The natural ambience here, though distinct from the paradise island she knows, resonates with a primal, formidable, and liberating essence. This world is imbued with ancient power, benevolent yet perilous. Wanda extended her palm, feeling the elemental force of nature coursing through the air, akin to yet different from the chaotic magic she was familiar with. It was a pure and vibrant life energy. Yet the rules appeared to be more dynamic and autonomous. Lin Yang stretched his body, feeling a sense of contentment. It was high time to visit a place like this for a change of heart. It seemed to be a realm teeming with mythical creatures and the manifestation of natural laws, where one might discover some naturally occurring treasures. As soon as he spoke, a melodious and ethereal song wafted through the sea breeze. The melody seemed capable of cleansing the soul, evoking an involuntary sense of tranquility and joy. The group turned towards the sound, and there, upon a rocky shore not far away, sat a breathtaking maiden. Her hair flowed like seaweed, her skin gleamed like pearls, and she donned a simple garment woven from shells and seaweed, softly singing to the ocean. Around her, dolphins leapt from the water, and seabirds circled above, seemingly dancing to her enchanting tune. She was a nereid, an ethereal spirit of the sea. "Oh, a singing mermaid," exclaimed Harley, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she prepared to run over and greet her, but was halted by Selena. "Calm down, you wild child. Mythical beings are not always as friendly as they appear in fairy tales," Selena cautioned, observing with vigilance. Diana sensed the pure essence of water emanating from the nereid, slightly easing her wariness, yet remained watchful. The nereid had also noticed these unexpected visitors, and her song came to an abrupt halt. She turned her head, revealing a face so exquisitely beautiful it seemed beyond mortal comprehension, her gaze imbued with curiosity and a hint of caution, though devoid of overt hostility. In an otherworldly voice, she inquired, "Wayfarers from afar, what brings you to this untouched shore, free from the taint of the mundane world?" Lin Yang approached, smiling and speaking with a calm demeanor. "We merely passed through to admire the scenery. Your song is exquisite. Please continue, and do not mind us." His attitude was casual and unpretentious, as if he were truly just a wandering traveler. The nereid blinked her clear eyes, seemingly perplexed by the aura of these individuals, especially Lin Yang, which harmoniously blended with the surrounding environment, yet remained unfathomable. After a moment's hesitation, she resumed her song, now infused with a note of curiosity. Lin Yang refrained from interrupting her, instead casting his gaze toward the distant forest and the even more remote, faintly visible mountain ranges. His heightened senses had already detected intriguing presences within the depths of the forest, the whispers of ancient tree spirits. At the mountain summit, the nest of a storm giant eagle, And even deep within the earth, the slumbering essence of a colossal, ancient life form, rivaling that of Titans. It appeared this world was even richer than he had imagined. Lin Yang thoughtfully stroked his chin, intrigued not only by the presence of nereids, but by the potential discovery of even grander beings. Perhaps he could uncover some true treasures of nature. He decided to linger momentarily along this coastline, allowing his team members to acclimate to the environment of this new world, while also taking the opportunity to explore this realm replete with natural wonders and mythological allure. After all, the collection of local specialties cannot be rushed, especially in a world so vibrant and governed by its own rules, where patience and a touch of luck are paramount. The songs of the sea nymph still danced upon the breeze, adding a dreamlike hue to this newly encountered mythical world. A new adventure quietly unfurled in this land reminiscent of a verdant fairy tale. Chapter 41. Whispers of the forest and golden apples. The melodies of the sea nymph gradually melded with the sounds of the waves, becoming an integral part of the coastal backdrop. Lin Yang did not hasten to delve into exploration. Instead, he sat leisurely upon a flat rock on the beach, gazing serenely at the boundless ocean. Hallie had already kicked off her shoes, chasing after the shimmering schools of fish in the shallows, while Selena meticulously examined the magical pebbles. Diana and Wanda reveled in the unique energy flow of this new world. After a brief respite, Lin Yang rose and brushed the sand from his body. Let us venture into the forest and see if we can discover any local specialties. The group departed from the coast, stepping into the dense primordial forest. Towering trees stretched skyward, their canopies obscuring the sun, with only scattered beams of light filtering through the gaps, casting dappled shadows on the moss-covered clearings below. The air was rich with the scent of damp earth, the fragrance of decaying organic matter, and a myriad of exotic blossoms. The forest was far from silent. Distant calls of unknown birds and beasts echoed, while subtle rustlings stirred nearby. Not long into their trek, they encountered the forest's inhabitants. An ancient, gnarled oak tree seemed to come alive, its rough bark revealing contours reminiscent of facial features, producing a deep, measured voice in the archaic language of nature. What powerful presence dares to tread upon the serene forest? This was an ancient tree spirit, one of the guardians of the woods. Diana stepped forward, responding in the same ancient tongue, her tone imbued with respect. We are but travelers passing through, harboring no ill will, seeking merely to witness the splendor of this land. The tree spirit's immense eyes swept over the group, lingering longest on Lin Yang, as if sensing an ineffable pressure emanating from him. Your very existence disturbs the tranquility of the forest. The woods whispered, both curious and wary. Lin Yang smiled softly, remaining silent as he extended his hand to gently press against the spirit's rough trunk. A pure and gentle life energy flowed forth, not as a forceful imposition, but akin to a friendly greeting. The tree's spirit trembled slightly, its branches rustling with a sound of delight, and the atmosphere of vigilance dissipated considerably. You understand the language of life, the spirit remarked, its voice softening. Ahead, by the moonlit lake, there lies an orchard of golden apples. The nymph tasked with their guardianship has recently been troubled. Perhaps you can bring about a change. It provided this information as a gesture of goodwill. After bidding farewell to the tree spirit, the group continued deeper into the forest. The deeper one ventured into the forest, the more potent the magic became, revealing a plethora of extraordinary creatures. Shy flower sprites peeking from behind mushrooms, a graceful herd of unicorns, their horns shimmering with a soft glow, displaying a particular fondness for Diana, and even a flowing elemental being, shifting shapes like liquid silver amidst the trees. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded valley, embraced by towering mountains. At the heart of this vale lay a lake, serene and crystalline, reflecting the sky with a subtle luminescence reminiscent of moonlight, even in daylight. By the lakeside, a peculiar grove of fruit trees thrived, their apples not ordinary, but radiating a gentle golden light, resembling fruits crafted from pure gold, the legendary golden apples. Yet, the atmosphere around this grove felt unsettling. The trees appeared somewhat withered, their leaves curling, and the fruits glowed dimmed. A group of ethereal nymphs, adorned in delicate veils and possessing breathtaking beauty, gathered at the water's edge, their faces marked by worry and urgency. At their center stood a more powerful nymph, seemingly their leader, cradling a particularly faintly glowing golden apple, its surface marred by barely discernible black streaks. Upon the arrival of Lin Yang and his companions, the nymphs immediately became vigilant, brandishing small bows or summoning natural magic. Halt, mortals! This place does not welcome outsiders. The lead nymph commanded sharply, though her weary eyes betrayed her fatigue. Hear me, ladies, do not be alarmed. We are merely passing citizens, called out Harley, raising her hand. We've heard of your troubles. Do you require assistance? Our fees are quite reasonable. Selena scrutinized the golden apples, assessing their worth. A flicker of intrigue sparkling in her gaze. Diana stepped forth once more, emanating a divine presence that softened the atmosphere. We come guided by the forest guardian, harboring no ill intentions. Might I inquire what affliction has befallen these sacred trees? Sensing Diana's warmth and noting the seemingly remarkable nature of Lin Yang's group, the lead nymph hesitated, sighed, and explained, "It is the withering breath, a shadowy force of unknown origin, that is eroding the source of the lake, tainting the spring of life. The golden apple trees rely on this spring for nourishment. If this continues, not only will the fruits lose their divine power, but the sacred trees themselves may wither away." Wanda stepped forward, sensing the subtle dark energy within the lake, a slow yet tenacious corrosive force indeed battling against the vitality of nature. Lin Yang approached the water's edge, crouched down, and dipped his fingers into the lake, his heightened senses immediately analyzing its composition and the essence of the withering breath. A trace of foulness from the abyss below, mingled with remnants of a fallen dark god, like limescale clinging to the spring, he remarked, rising to his feet with a casual demeanor. A trivial matter. Amidst the nymph's uncertain gazes, Lin Yang made no grand gestures. Instead, he simply exhaled gently toward the lake's surface. This breath was not a freezing gust, but rather a life force imbued with unparalleled purifying power. As the breath of life passed through, the faint black shadows in the lake swiftly dissolved like snow meeting sunlight, transforming the waters into a crystalline clarity, even more vibrant than before. Subsequently, the golden apple trees by the lakeside rejuvenated at a visible pace, their leaves unfurled, and the fruits regained their resplendent golden glow, especially the one held by the nymph leader, whose black markings vanished entirely, radiating brilliance. The nymphs, awestruck, erupted into joyous cheers. They danced around the revitalized sacred tree and the pure waters, their ethereal songs resonating through the valley, filled with gratitude and delight. The leading nymph approached Lin Yang, deeply bowing, and offered the most plump and radiant golden apple. "Mighty being, we thank you for saving the sacred forest. Please accept this golden apple, which embodies our sincerest blessings and a fragment of pure life's essence. It may prove beneficial to you." Lin Yang graciously accepted the golden apple, weighing it in his hand, sensing the vibrant life energy and a fragment of some perfect rule within. Indeed, it seemed delectable. It could serve as a snack or material for research. This excursion into the forest not only allowed him to appreciate the wonders of the mythical realm, but also enabled him to perform a good deed and acquire a fine treasure. Lin Yang's impression of this world was greatly enhanced. He surveyed the surroundings of the valley, sensing the potentially more powerful sources of energy that lay beyond. It appeared that this world held numerous treasures. A delightful vacation combined with treasure hunting, truly a dual benefit. He took a bite of the golden apple, its sweet juice flowing forth, imbued with rich life energy, and he nodded in satisfaction. The forthcoming exploration seemed even more promising. Chapter 42. The Moonlight Goddess and the Web of Fate. The sweet aroma of the golden apple lingered on Lin Yang's lips as he and his companions departed from the grateful nymph valley, continuing their exploration of this mythical world. As they progressed, the terrain gradually ascended, and the surrounding vegetation became sparse, replaced by exposed rocks and the howling mountain winds. The sky, unbeknownst to them, had taken on the hues of dusk, and a colossal, almost surreal, luminous moon slowly rose, casting its cool radiance over the land, draping everything in a silvery sheen. They arrived at a vast platform atop the mountain, the edges of which plunged into an abyss, while opposite them, a waterfall cascaded downwards, resembling a flowing galaxy in the moonlight. At the center of the platform stood an ancient circular temple, constructed of white marble, with depictions of the moon and hunting etched into its columns. Before the temple, a strikingly graceful goddess, with an ethereal beauty, stood quietly, clad in silver hunting attire. With a quiver slung over her shoulder and a silver bow emanating a chilling glow in her hand, she bore a crescent moon emblem upon her forehead. Her gaze, as cold as moonlight itself, fixed upon the uninvited visitors. It was a manifestation or counterpart of Selene, the moonlight and hunting goddess of this world. Were they mere travelers or uninvited deities? The goddess's voice rang clear as a mountain spring, yet carried an undeniable authority. "This is the sacred ground of moonlight. It shall not be desecrated." As Harley was about to utter a playful remark, she was silenced by a glance from Selena. Diana sensed the formidable presence emanating from her opponent, rivaling that of the Asgardian deities, and tightened her grip on her sword and shield. Wanda's chaotic magic subtly stirred, seemingly engaging in a delicate counterbalance with the cold energy of the moonlight. Yet, Lin Yang remained unperturbed, meeting the goddess's scrutinizing gaze with a smile, just passing by. Admiring the scenery. This place offers a splendid view, and the moon is quite grand. The goddess furrowed her brow slightly. His nonchalance was irksome. Yet the profound aura enveloping him, as if he were one with the cosmic backdrop, commanded her respect. I am Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, steward of moonlight and wilderness. You bear the scent of another realm, along with the blessing of golden apples. Nymphs are notoriously stingy. It appears you are no ordinary travelers. Merely assisting them a little, Lin Yang replied casually, his gaze drawn to the depths of the temple. His heightened senses detected that at the core of the sanctuary, there was not a statue or altar, but a pool continuously emanating cool lunar light. Within its waters lay a crystallized essence of rules pertaining to prophecy and destiny, resembling a constantly shifting thread of silver. It seems your temple conceals something intriguing, Lin Yang stated candidly. Artemis's expression shifted slightly. Her silver bow instinctively raised. The moonlight spring is a tributary of the well of fate, reflecting past and future. It is not for outsiders to gaze upon. Fate. Lin Yang scoffed. I despise such pretentious notions. What is called fate is merely an excuse born of insufficient information or a feeble consolation for the weak. Arrogant. Artemis was thoroughly incensed. As one of the three goddesses of fate, she could not tolerate the sacrilege of their authority. In an instant, she drew her bow, conjuring an arrow entirely composed of distilled moonlight, its tip locking onto Lin Yang, emanating a chilling aura capable of freezing souls. In the name of the moon goddess, I shall punish your disrespect. With a whoosh, the moonlight arrow was released, its speed surpassing the limits of perception, freezing the very space it traversed, leaving behind a crystalline trail. Both Diana and Wanda instinctively moved to intervene, but Lin Yang's response was swifter. Without adopting a defensive posture, he simply raised his hand and pinched the arrow between two fingers, effortlessly capturing the arrow imbued with divine power, its luminescence swirling like a docile serpent. Unable to advance further, Artemis's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across her face. The arrow she had unleashed with all her might had been caught in such a humiliating manner? With a slight increase of pressure from his fingers, the moonlight arrow shattered like fragile ice crystals, dispersing into specks of luminescence. Shaking his head, he remarked, Your strength is commendable, but it lacks finesse. Your arrow's trajectory is too transparent, and your intent too evident. True hunting requires the art of concealing one's lethal intent. As he spoke, a subtle glimmer flickered in his eyes. The super-intellect instantaneously simulated and analyzed the energy trajectories and operational principles contained within the arrow recently shot by Artemis, optimizing and reconstructing them billions of times. He then emulated Artemis's gesture, grasping at the void, causing the surrounding lunar energy to coalesce into a more solid, subdued silver bow in his hands. On the bowstring, an arrow that appeared ordinary yet sent shivers through Artemis's very soul quietly took shape. Lin Yang casually drew the bowstring, aimed at a towering mountain peak in the distance, and released it. There was no sound, no flashy effects. Yet, in the next instant, the summit of the distant mountain vanished silently, its cross-section smooth as a mirror, as if erased by some absolute force. Artemis stood frozen, nearly dropping the silver bow from her grasp. She sensed that the arrow just unleashed utilized the pure essence of moonlight, but the finesse, the power, and the understanding of the principles involved far surpassed her own as the moon goddess. It was a near Taoist application, returning to simplicity, yet terrifyingly profound. Lin Yang dissipated the ethereal bow and arrow from his hands, brushing off his palms as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Look, this is yet another way to harness the power of moonlight. One need not be confined to notions of fate or authority. Power is power, and it should be wielded as effectively as possible. He paid no further heed to the stunned and self-doubting Artemis, striding directly towards the temple. This time, Artemis did not attempt to impede him, merely watching his retreating figure with a complex expression. Lin Yang entered the temple and approached the lunar spring. The crystalline threads of fate, resembling silver filaments, were distinctly visible within the waters. He did not reach out to touch or seize them. Instead, he observed quietly for a moment, data streams flashing rapidly in his eyes. So, this method of deducing possibilities through the observation of moonlight's refraction across different timelines is indeed ingenious. However, the observational range is limited by this world, resulting in significant deviations in the outcomes. He swiftly grasped its principles and limitations, losing most of his interest immediately. He casually scooped up a few strands of the purest moonlight essence from the spring, condensing them into several cold, softly glowing pearls, which he tossed to the following Wanda. Take these. They contain fragments of pure moonlight rules, useful for enhancing illusions or calming the mind, far easier than deciphering the temporal turbulence from that broken pocket watch. As for the threads of fate, he did not even touch them. For him, foreseeing the future held no significance, for he himself was the greatest variable. As he departed the temple, Artemis remained rooted in place, her expression dazed. When Lin Yang passed by her, he remarked casually, "Don't stare too long at that well. It could lead to myopia. It's far better to go out hunting and stretch your limbs." With that, he descended the mountain with the others, leaving the moon goddess alone in the cool lunar glow, contemplating a new discourse on power, principles, and fate. On this journey to the mountain's summit, although no fierce conflicts erupted, Lin Yang profoundly demonstrated to this native deity the true essence of power, and once again obtained a unique artifact related to the moonlight rules. The mysterious veil of this mythical realm is being gradually unveiled by him. Chapter 43. The core of the earth veins and the remains of the Titans. The interlude at the Moonlight Temple left little impression on Lin Yang. To him, it resembled a minor demonstration of the application of power. The group descended along the rugged mountain path, bathed in the increasingly crisp moonlight, progressing deeper into this mythical land towards a region where the energy response was more formidable. As they ventured further, the surroundings began to exhibit a more primal and untamed visage. Towering ancient trees took on increasingly bizarre forms, rocks shimmered with a metallic sheen, and the ambient magic flowed thickly in the air, almost materializing into a mist, with each breath imbued with a vibrant life force and an ancient aura. Occasionally, massive, oddly shaped skeletal remains of colossal beasts were half buried among the ridges, whispering tales of long-gone eras. "The energy here is astonishing," Wanda exclaimed, unable to contain her awe as her chaotic magical power surged vibrantly, instinctively absorbing the ambient natural magic for replenishment and fine-tuning. As if she were immersed in an ocean of energy, Diana inhaled deeply, feeling the connection with the earth. "I can hear the breath of the mountains and the pulse of the rivers. This world itself is a living, colossal entity." Harley, however, felt no particular sensation, merely noting that the surrounding stones grew increasingly peculiar. She picked up a piece of, or that gleamed with a purple hue, and weighed it in her hand. "Is this worth anything?" Selena, being more cautious, observed that some seemingly ordinary plants might harbor toxins or hallucinogenic properties, while small creatures lurking in the shadows glimmered with intelligence rivaling that of humans. "The more beautiful the place, the greater the potential danger that lies hidden," she whispered. Lin Yang's objective was clear. His heightened senses had pinpointed the convergence of the earth vein energies in a basin at the heart of a colossal circular mountain range, shrouded in dense energy mist. This location not only served as the source of the world's natural magic, but also harbored a hauntingly immense ancient presence, suspected to be the remains of an ancient titan. "We're almost there," Lin Yang stated, his steps unwavering. As they passed, aggressive magical plants instinctively parted, and lurking beasts crouched low, emitting reverent low growls as if welcoming an exalted existence. At last, they traversed the final barrier of mist, and the vista ahead opened up magnificently. Before them lay an enormous basin, at the center of which was not a lake or abyss, but a slowly rotating whirlpool composed of pure liquid energy. Its diameter spanning several kilometers, radiating a gentle luminescence that illuminated the entire basin. The monumental energy pulsed rhythmically, akin to a breath. This was indeed the core of the world's earth veins. Even more astonishing, beneath the swirling vortex of energy, a colossal skeleton, unimaginably vast, came into faint view. Most of this skeleton was obscured by the energy whirlpool and thick layers of crystallized earth, revealing only segments of the spine and a fractured phalanx. Yet the size of that phalanx rivaled that of a mountain peak. The skeleton radiated a dark golden sheen, and despite having endured eons, it still exuded an aura of awe-inspiring majesty and power. This was indeed the remains of an ancient titan, one of the earliest and most formidable rulers of this world. Even the worldly wise Diana was taken aback by this grand spectacle, feeling her divine lineage rendered minuscule in the presence of the titan's remains. Harley gaped, finally murmuring, "Isn't this skeletal structure too enormous? Can it be used to build a house?" Selena's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented radiance, not driven by greed for treasure, but by an overwhelming reverence for this epic existence that transcended mundane understanding, coupled with an uncontrollable desire to collect. If only she could acquire a fragment of the titan. Wanda sensed her chaotic magic resonating profoundly with the core of the earth, as if she had discovered a source of origin. At that moment, the energy vortex at the core of the earth began to fluctuate violently. A colossal figure composed entirely of pure energy slowly emerged from the whirlpool. It bore a vaguely humanoid silhouette, yet its features were indistinct, surrounded by flowing phantasms of mountains, rivers, forests, and grasslands, as if it were the very embodiment of the world's will. Depart, outsiders. The energy incarnation thundered, its voice echoing with the fury and rejection of the entire world. The core of the earth is not to be touched. The resting place of the Titans is not to be desecrated. This was the will of the world's guardians, manifesting to protect the core and the remains. Diana immediately raised her divine shield, and Wanda gathered her chaotic magic, preparing for battle. Harley and Selena also stood ready. However, Lin Yang gestured for them to remain calm. He stepped forward, gazing up at the massive energy incarnation with a relaxed expression, saying, "Don't be tense, big fellow. We are not here to cause destruction. We merely pass by to take a look and perhaps collect a few unwanted scraps." Arrogance. The energy incarnation roared, shaking the entire basin as it swung its energy-formed arm, summoning the power of the earth into countless elemental serpents that lunged toward Lin Yang. Each strike contained the force of cataclysmic upheaval. In the face of this world-ending assault, Lin Yang simply tapped his foot lightly. Buzz! An invisible wave emanated from him, and as the roaring elemental serpents made contact with the wave, they froze in midair, as if time had stopped, before obediently bowing their heads, as if to pay homage to a king. The frenzied energy of the entire basin instantly calmed, and even the massive energy incarnation became blurred and unsteady, seemingly struggling to maintain its form. "You see," Lin Yang addressed the furious yet immobile energy incarnation, "I have no interest in forcibly extracting the Earth's core or disturbing the Titan's grave." However, his gaze was drawn to the exposed tip of a dark golden finger bone from the Titan's remains, where a fist-sized fragment, naturally detached and fully crystallized with energy, lay quietly at the edge of the energy vortex, emanating a faint yet pure Titan aura. That small stone, resting here, was a waste. I shall take it with me, if you have no objections. Although Lin Yang posed it as a question, his actions were unimpeded. With a gesture, the Titan crystal flew into his hand. The crystal felt warm and remarkably heavy, as if a river of stars flowed within it, containing the most primordial forces and the rules of creation. The embodiment of energy surged violently, yet could not resist. It sensed that the other possessed the capacity to effortlessly obliterate the core of the earth vein, and even completely erase its role as a guardian spirit. Thus, taking a trivial fragment was an act of considerable restraint. Lin Yang weighed the Titan crystal in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Its quality was commendable. Although the rules within were ancient and crude, they were pure, making it an excellent specimen for research. He paid no heed to the guardian spirit, which dared not voice its displeasure, and turned to his companions, declaring, "Well, we have secured the greatest treasure of this place. We have nearly explored this world. It is time to return." As his words fell, the chaotic, distorted portal opened once more. The group cast a final glance at the magnificent core of the earth vein and the Titan remains before stepping through the portal. This journey through the mythical world yielded far more than their previous foray into the terrifying realm. They not only encountered various mythical creatures and natural wonders, but also acquired golden apples, moonlight pearls, and the most precious Titan crystal. For Lin Yang, this world, rich in resources and complete in its rules, was undoubtedly an exceptional source of materials. His multiverse collection catalog had become even more vibrant. Perhaps the next destination should embrace a technological aspect or a more intriguing locale. Chapter 44. Conversations on the return and new coordinates. The weight of the Titan crystal in his hand had yet to dissipate when the distorted portal transported everyone back to the familiar and warm living room of the Malibu villa. Outside, the Californian sun and waves remained as ever, starkly contrasting with the primal magic and epic remnants of the mythical world they had just departed, creating a sense of dislocation. Home is indeed comfortable. Hallie was the first to collapse onto the soft sofa, rolling about with the cushions. Although that grand skeletal structure was impressive, it became uncomfortable after a prolonged stay, as if ants were crawling upon her. Selena elegantly settled onto an armchair, carefully placing the small trinkets they had acquired, several gems imbued with natural magic, a small vial of morning dew gifted by the nymph, and an antique fountain pen procured from the asylum, upon the coffee table, beginning to examine them with meticulous attention. The raw materials from that world held significant value, particularly the uncut magical gems, if only suitable channels could be found. Diana stood by the window, gazing out at the tranquil sea, her eyes still reflecting the reminiscence of that vast mythical realm. That world brimmed with power and freedom. Although conflicts existed, it was far more pure than human society. As a demigod, she felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, akin to a return to her origins in that world. Wanda, brimming with anticipation, commenced her exploration of the three newly acquired treasures: the golden apples, the moonlight pearls, and, most significantly, the titan crystals. With meticulous care, she levitated the three artifacts using chaotic magic, attuning herself to the distinctly powerful yet disparate energies they emanated. The fragments of life, moonlight, and primordial creative force were exceedingly precious, requiring considerable time for her to decipher and attempt to amalgamate. Her eyes sparkled with the fervor of a dedicated researcher. Lin Yang sank into the most comfortable recliner, exhaling a contented sigh. The vacation had concluded, yielding satisfactory results. That mythical realm proved to be a valuable resource point, a place to visit whenever materials were lacking in the future. As he mused, his consciousness delved into the system interface. The coordinates representing the recently departed mythical world glowed steadily, marked as a high-value exploration. Meanwhile, within other sections of the interface, several new coordinates flickered enticingly, awaiting his selection. One coordinate radiated a chilling metallic sheen accompanied by complex streams of data, subtly resonating with the roar of engines and electronic synth sounds. It hinted at a world of advanced technology, possibly involving mechanical ascension. Another coordinate enveloped him in rich Eastern ambience, suffused with ethereal energy, martial spirit, the sound of Zen bells, and a pervasive aura of the uncanny, suggesting a vast world where immortals and demons coexisted. Yet another coordinate exuded the most peculiar essence, resembling a confluence of all strange tales and indescribable entities, bizarre and challenging to comprehend through conventional logic. Lin Yang's fingertips glided slowly across these coordinates, seemingly weighing the allure of his next destination. Growing weary of perpetual quests for battles or treasure hunts, he mused aloud, perhaps I should seek a quieter, more civilized locale for my next retreat. A world where everyone remains indoors, engrossed in video games and ordering takeout? This notion instantly piqued Harley's interest. A place where everyone frantically plays games? Wouldn't that be akin to a grand online asylum? I love it. Selena raised an eyebrow, considering. If the virtual currency in that world could be exchanged for real wealth, it might warrant a visit. Diana frowned slightly, as she held little enthusiasm for a realm entirely detached from nature and the corporeal. Wanda, however, speculated that deciphering the network data rules of that world could potentially enhance her magical programming. Lin Yang chuckled, noncommittal, ultimately allowing his gaze to linger on the coordinate emanating a cold technological glow. Yet before that, he reasoned, it would be prudent to visit a place capable of replenishing modern supplies. Tony often lamented that he treated him like a snack supply station, seeking a technologically advanced world to procure delightful treats and perhaps discover intriguing gadgets. A decision had crystallized in his mind. His next journey would likely lead him to a future world where the technological tree had grown awry, allowing him to experience a cyberpunk daily life while engaging in interstellar shopping. As for the realms of immortal fantasy and eerie tales, they shall be temporarily archived as prospective travel destinations for the future. After all, the allure of the multiverse lies in its boundless possibilities. Yet, Lin Yang's journey is far from reaching its conclusion. In the living room, the sunlight poured in just right as everyone took a moment to recuperate, digesting the wealth of experiences from their mythical expedition while simultaneously brimming with anticipation for the new adventures that awaited them. Chapter 45. Neon Abyss and Data Phantoms. The fragrant essence of the mythological world still lingered tantalizingly at Lin Yang's senses as he embarked on a new odyssey. This time, the portal exuded a cold metallic aura, the sharp scent of ozone, and the harmonious hum of countless electronic devices. On the other side of the threshold lay not natural vistas or classical architecture, but a narrow alley illuminated by colossal, immersive advertisements that cast bizarre reflections. Towering skyscrapers loomed overhead like a jungle of steel, while vehicles zipped through the air, trailing luminous tails amidst a downpour of rain intermingled with the glow of neon lights. The atmosphere was saturated with the mingled scents of machine oil, refuse, and a cheap synthetic perfume. It was a quintessential cyberpunk metropolis, where technology thrived, yet societal structures appeared irrevocably fractured. Wow! Exclaimed Harley, the first to rush out. Her gaze fixed upward at the ever-flashing projections that broadcasted enticing advertisements and wanted posters. Her eyes widened in awe. This place was far cooler than Gotham at night by 1,000-fold. Look at that ad. Neural implants at a 20% discount. Selena swiftly assessed her surroundings, noting the presence of several thuggish individuals with modified prosthetics lurking in the corners of the alley, their expressions menacing, along with the incessant buzzing of surveillance drones that hovered ominously above. While the technological advancement was impressive, the state of law and order appeared disconcerting. Wolf here seemed to lean more towards data and intelligence. She instinctively touched the concealed micro-data scanner on her wrist. Diana furrowed her brow, instinctively repulsed by the entirely artificial and stifling environment. The pervasive electromagnetic waves and synthetic pheromones in the air made her highly attuned sensory perception uneasy. There was no semblance of nature here, only cold metal and distorted desires. Wanda's sensations were peculiar. Her chaotic magic seemed to experience interference within this data-laden realm, yet simultaneously. It captured errant signals reminiscent of soul vibrations, drifting within the depths of the network. It appeared that magic in this world existed in the form of data, with myriad sorrowful or enraged consciousnesses ensnared within the ocean of information. Lin Yang inhaled deeply, drawing in the futuristic air with an expression of intrigue. At last, it has a semblance of modernity, he mused. Although the air quality leaves much to be desired, there should be plenty of delectable food options, real food, not that nutrient paste. His super senses had already expanded like radar, instantly enveloping the entire colossal city. An avalanche of information streams flooded into his super brain: financial transactions, private communications, government mandates, sordid dealings in the underbelly of the black market, and several anomalies hidden deep within the data deluge, radiating unique rule fluctuations. One of the anomalies lies within the city's most impoverished refuse district, where a forsaken cluster of neural network servers appears to be inhabited by a powerful data aggregation entity, or perhaps a data specter that has attained self-awareness. Conversely, another anomaly exists in the opulent heights of the city, within the clandestine laboratory of a premier biotechnology firm, engaged in perilous experiments of consciousness uploading and digital immortality, resulting in distortions at the level of reality itself. Intriguing. Lin Yang chuckled softly. This world is not only replete with advanced technology, but also with the phantoms and monsters birthed from such innovation. He decided to investigate the data specter in the lower levels, perhaps to capture an electronic pet for amusement. He led his companions out of the alley, merging into the bustling streets filled predominantly with individuals who had undergone varying degrees of cybernetic enhancements. Their presence attracted some curious glances. After all, beings like Diana, with her pure and extraordinary aura, and Harry, unabashedly eccentric, stood out in this heavily modified society. Soon enough, a rather foolish group approached. A few gang members, their bodies adorned with cheap metallic prosthetics and fierce expressions, obstructed their path. The leader, brandishing a mechanical arm that flickered ominously with red light, cackled in synthetic tones. New faces, eh? You look quite valuable. Leave the precious items and that unmodified girl behind, and you might avoid some bodily harm. Harry, brimming with excitement, raised her hammer, exclaiming, "Are we going to fight? Count me in." However, Lin Yang had no desire for idle chatter. He merely cast a glance at the thugs. An invisible biological force field quivered slightly. In the next moment, all the electronic prosthetics, mechanical arms, optical eyes, and enhanced spines of the thugs erupted in a plume of smoke, crackling and failing simultaneously. They fell to the ground, shrieking in agony, reduced to a state inferior even to that of ordinary individuals. How audacious of them to attempt robbery with such dismal resources. Lin Yang shook his head, stepping over the convulsing bodies, and continued onward. The surrounding crowd immediately parted in terror, their gazes towards Lin Yang filled with dread. Diana and Wanda exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes. They were aware of Lin Yang's formidable strength. Yet this instantaneous ability to incapacitate sophisticated electronic devices seemed almost like a glitch in this technological realm. The group boarded a creaking, graffiti-laden vertical lift, descending further until they reached the city's darkest and most humid refuse district. Here, mountains of electronic waste loomed, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of rust and chemical refuse, while massive pipes intermittently expelled scalding industrial wastewater. Deep within the rubbish mounds, the forsaken server cluster resembled a colossal metallic grave, faintly emitting sounds akin to weeping and whispering electronic static. The data specter resided within that darkness, Lin Yang indicated. A consciousness formed through the serendipitous amalgamation of discarded data, fragmented personas, and the bitterness of the network, a tenuous semblance of digital life, one might say. A new adventure was poised to unfold in this neon-lit abyssal metropolis. This time, their adversaries were no longer mythical creatures or magical specters, but rather the intangible electronic phantoms birthed from the ruins of data. Chapter 46. Abyss of data and electronic whispers. The fetid air of the junkyard seemed almost stagnant, disrupted only by the monotonous hum of colossal exhaust fans and the distant sound of industrial wastewater flowing, breaking the eerie silence. Abandoned server clusters resembled the skeletal remains of prehistoric behemoths, casting grotesque shadows under the dim emergency lighting. The faint electronic whispers and cries grew increasingly distinct, as if countless vengeful souls were trapped deep within the rusted cabinets. Is it inside here? Hallie tiptoed, striving to discern the details within the darkness. Reminiscent of an oversized haunted house, albeit an electronic version, Selena donned a specialized filter lens, scanning the structure of the server clusters. The physical defenses were nearly non-existent. Yet the energy readings were chaotic, rife with intense anomalies. Entering directly could invite unpredictable electronic assaults. Diana gripped her sword and shield tightly. Despite the intangible nature of the data adversaries, her warrior instincts kept her vigilant. Wanda closed her eyes, sensing with a furrowed brow, numerous shattered consciousnesses filled with suffering, rage, and confusion were forcibly amalgamated, forming a malevolent whole. It was attempting to assimilate the surrounding electronic devices, expanding its dominion. Lin Yang stood before the towering piles of electronic waste, his gaze seemingly penetrating the layers of metallic barriers, directly perceiving the continuously twisting and expanding data conglomerate at the core of the server cluster. A born digital predator, regrettably birthed amidst the refuse, its ambitions were limited. Casually, he raised his hand, his fingertips gesturing in the air. There were no grandiose visual effects, yet an invisible, higher-level data stream intervened in this desolate network area with the authority of a sovereign. In an instant, the server cluster erupted with piercing shrieks and violent data conflicts. The blinking indicator lights danced erratically, exposed cables sparked. The electronic whispers that once permeated the air transformed into terrified wails. It has discovered us. No, it has discovered you. Wanda suddenly opened her eyes wide. She could sense the data specter attempting to resist, but against Lin Yang's nearly rule-level control over the data. Its struggles were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Yang navigated through the chaos as if browsing a disordered folder, effortlessly deleting the viruses unleashed by the data specter, firewalls, and virtual traps, while precisely locating its core code. The self-protection mechanisms were plentiful, yet regrettably rooted in fundamental logical flaws. A mere poke would shatter them. As he advanced, data fragments attempting to retaliate or flee through the remaining nearby circuits were obliterated in his wake. Hallie curiously reached out to touch a server panel sparking with electricity, only to be yanked back by Selena. Don't touch that. Be careful it doesn't burrow into your brain through the circuitry. Wow, an electronic possession? That sounds even more thrilling. Hallie felt a surge of excitement. Soon, Lin Yang halted before a massive, damaged mainframe cabinet at the very center of the server cluster. The cabinet door had long succumbed to rust, its interior a chaotic tangle of charred chips and circuits. Yet, at its very center, a peculiar core processor, half biological and half crystalline, persevered in its operation, its surface pulsating with ominous dark red data streams, the physical heart of the data specter. This core seemed to sense the impending doom, unleashing a final, overwhelming mental shockwave, a torrent of thoughts infused with the fears and resentments of countless departed souls, crashing toward Lin Yang's consciousness like a tsunami. Both Diana and Wanda felt a sudden palpitation, instinctively wishing to shield themselves. However, Lin Yang merely blinked. The deluge of negative data, potent enough to shatter the consciousness of any carbon-based or silicon-based life form, collided with his mental barrier, dissipating into nothingness like waves breaking against rocks. The noise is overwhelming, Lin Yang remarked, extending a finger to gently touch the enigmatic core. A stream of pure, elevated information flowed into the core, not annihilation, but akin to a master programmer restructuring code. The data specter's chaotic and malevolent core code was swiftly untangled and purified, with the painful fragments of memory stripped away, leaving only the most pristine logic regarding data existence and information manipulation. Moments later, the dark red luminescence on the core processor vanished, replaced by a gentle, resplendent blue glow reminiscent of a starry galaxy. The malice and whispers that had pervaded the air completely dissipated, the server cluster returning to an eerie silence. Yet a new, fragile, yet malleable consciousness stirred, awakening in that core. Lin Yang withdrew his finger, and the core detached from the damaged cabinet, floating into his palm. Its size akin to that of an egg, warm and emanating a soft glow. All set, Lin Yang mused, weighing this electronic egg, a freshly formatted, blank slate data life form. The foundation is promising, but it needs to be taught better things, steering clear of thoughts of violence. Wanda gazed curiously at the blue core. Did you purify it? What is it now? An electronic pet? Or perhaps a future network steward? Lin Yang casually responded. Let's show it to Tony when we get back. He should find this intriguing. Who knows, it might evolve into a personal AI assistant, far more engaging than Jarvis's rigid programming. He secured the data core and surveyed the grimy junkyard, pondering the upper-level laboratory dedicated to consciousness uploading, likely harboring its own intriguing secrets. However, Today's discoveries were sufficient. He would first settle this little creation and indulge in the culinary delights of this world. He reopened the portal, the bizarre lights of the neon metropolis gradually fading away. This brief journey into the cyberpunk realm had yielded a nascent data life form brimming with potential, while also allowing the team to experience the unique culture of a high-tech world. The next destination might well be that laboratory or perhaps other, even more captivating coordinates. Regardless, Lin Yang's collection had gained yet another distinctive living artifact. Chapter 47. The Cage of Consciousness and Digital Ascension. The data core emanated a gentle azure glow from Lin Yang's palm, resembling a slumbering electronic infant. As Lin Yang and his companions traversed the portal, they returned to the warm and luminous confines of the villa's living room. Entirely isolating themselves from the dampness and filth of the lower echelons of the cyber metropolis. At last, they could catch their breath. Hallie dramatically patted her chest, as if she had inhaled not air, but streams of data. That wretched place even had a scent of electronics in its refuse. Selena immediately began to clean and maintain her equipment, particularly her specialized filter goggles, which were now coated in dust. The conditions in the lower levels were exceedingly harsh, nevertheless. The technological advancements at the upper levels were indeed noteworthy. If they could procure some cutting-edge designs for cybernetic enhancements or neural interfaces. Diana moved to the window, allowing sunlight to cascade over her, dispelling the lingering chill of the electronic atmosphere. Technology had advanced to such an extent, yet it seemed to have rendered humanity even more lost. Those trapped within the data were far more pitiable than those confined in flesh. Wanda's attention was completely captivated by the data core in Lin Yang's hand. It was tranquil now, brimming with potential for transformation. I can sense the immense information processing capabilities it harbors, if only it could be guided correctly. Lin Yang casually tossed the data core to Wanda. You keep an eye on it for now. Nurture it with chaotic magic to stabilize its form. When Tony drops by next, we can hand it over for further study. He approached the liquor cabinet to pour himself a glass of water, his gaze once again drawn to the system interface. The bioengineering company conducting perilous consciousness upload experiments at the zenith of the cyber metropolis still flickered with alluring yet treacherous light. Having rested sufficiently, Lin Yang set down his glass. With a bit of time left, he resolved to visit the Ascension Project laboratory above, curious to see what intriguing novelties they had concocted. Are we going again? Hallie pouted. Can't we eat something first? I've heard the synthetic steaks here taste like plastic. Quick and decisive, Lin Yang snapped his fingers, and a new portal opened. This time, the coordinates led directly to the pinnacle of the towering skyscraper, the core laboratory of the bioengineering company named Eternal Mind. The portal's exit revealed a pristine corridor, exuding a sense of futurism. The air was infused with the scent of disinfectants and ozone, starkly contrasting the filth of the lower levels. The sleek metallic walls glimmered with a cold light, devoid of visible seams or doorknobs, only concealed scanners and energy weapon ports. Unauthorized spatial fluctuation detected. Identity verification failed. Activating defensive protocols. The chilling electronic alarm blared instantly. Buzz. A lattice of laser grids materialized in the corridor, while several openings in the walls revealed rotating energy gun barrels, locking onto them. Wow. An automated welcome ceremony. Hallie raised her hammer. Diana and Wanda immediately assumed combat stances. Yet Lin Yang merely cast a glance at the defensive installations. An invisible biofield spread like ripples across the air. In the next moment, the entire laser grid distorted and dissipated in an instant. The light emitted from the energy weapon's muzzle abruptly extinguished, releasing a plume of black smoke. Even the cold electronic alarm, akin to a strangled voice, ceased abruptly. The security system of the corridor was rendered completely inoperative within a heartbeat. Authority, in my hands, is but a worthless piece of paper. Lin Yang spoke nonchalantly, striding forward. Before him, an alloy door that required the highest level of clearance to open was twisted and warped as if squeezed by an invisible giant hand, before crashing open. Beyond the door lay an expanse of immense proportions. Countless cylindrical transparent life pods stood in neat rows, resembling a forest. Most of the pods were vacant, yet dozens still contained human brains, interconnected by a labyrinth of cables, with data flowing like fireflies amidst the pods. At the very center of this space was a colossal, ever-changing sphere of light, a collective embodiment of uploaded consciousness, a forced amalgamation of dozens of minds, and the so-called achievement of the Ascension Project. Several scientists clad in white lab coats, their eyes filled with fervor, stood before the control console, staring in terror at the intruder. The leading bald-headed doctor, attempting to maintain his composure, shouted, "Who are you? How did you breach this place? This is the highest secret laboratory of Eternal Mind. Leave at once." Or, his words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Yang. Lin Yang's gaze transcended them, fixating directly on the colossal sphere of consciousness, his brow arching slightly. Interesting, he remarked. To forcibly cram dozens of independent consciousnesses into one vessel without regard for their consent, and severing their path back to their corporeal forms. Is this what you call ascension? Merely creating a crowded asylum on a data level. What do you understand? The bald-headed doctor retorted passionately. This is evolution. It is a necessary path to liberate oneself from the frailties of the flesh and ascend to eternity. Look, they now share knowledge, share perception. They are almost omnipotent. Omnipotent? Lin Yang scoffed, pointing at the luminous sphere. Then asked them whether they wish to remain in this crowded paradise or prefer to return to their ephemeral yet authentic lives. As his words resonated, an invisible force pierced through the external barrier of the sphere, reaching the chaotic, tormented fragments of consciousness within. In an instant, the once stable and shifting sphere began to oscillate violently. Countless distorted faces emerged upon its surface, struggling and emitting silent screams. Emotions of anger, fear, and despair surged like a tempest throughout the laboratory. Alarms blared chaotically from the console, red lights flashing. No, impossible. Stabilizer. Increase the output of the stabilizer. The bald-headed doctor and the other scientists scrambled frantically at the control panel, only to discover that all commands fell into an abyss, the system utterly out of control. Lin Yang paid no further heed to the scientists. He approached the writhing sphere of consciousness, scrutinizing its structure. Forced amalgamation, conflicting rules, blurred boundaries of consciousness, a quintessential failure. However, this phenomenon of forcibly merging disparate consciousnesses, resulting in a distortion of rules, serves as an intriguing observational sample. He did not endeavor to rescue or separate those consciousnesses, for that would be overly complicated, and they had already sustained irreversible damage during the forced upload. Instead, he extended his hand and carefully extracted a thread of the purest information flow concerning the rules of consciousness fusion and conflict from the immense sphere of light, condensing it into a transparent crystal that perpetually shifted in color, seemingly harboring countless tiny faces struggling within. As this core rule was drawn out, the colossal sphere of consciousness deflated like a punctured balloon, its radiance swiftly dimming and dissipating, ultimately transforming into chaotic data fragments that dispersed into the air. The brains within the life pods instantaneously lost all signs of activity. The laboratory fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the scientists, pallid and ashen-faced. Lin Yang weighed the crystal in his hand, which recorded the core data of the failed ascension experiment, and shook his head. While he did not witness the ascension, he had unwittingly created a hell. Misguided technological endeavors could be even more terrifying than magic. He tossed the crystal to Wanda, advising her to keep it as it contained negative case studies on consciousness fusion, knowledge that could prevent similar mishaps in her chaotic magic in the future. Having completed this task, he reopened the portal. It was time to leave. Staying here felt ominous. He intended to check if Tony had been frightened by his new electronic pet. The adventure in the cyberpunk world had come to a temporary conclusion, bringing back a nascent form of pure data life and a sample of forbidden knowledge regarding consciousness fusion. Lin Yang's collection catalog had acquired a unique entry, and the next cosmic coordinate awaiting exploration seemed to emanate a rich essence of Eastern ethereality, inviting contemplation. Chapter 48. The Celestial Gate in the Sea of Clouds and the Initial Test of the Sword Light the Cold. Data-laden atmosphere of the cyber city seemed to linger on his fingertips as a new portal opened under Lin Yang's will. This time, what surged forth from beyond was no longer the acrid scent of oil and neon, but a refreshing aroma, imbued with the fragrance of spiritual herbs and a hint of ethereal clouds. On the other side of the portal, mist swirled, revealing ethereal mountains, where white cranes soared and sword lights flickered, presenting a scene of serene transcendence. As the group stepped through the portal, they found themselves on a solid azure stone platform, the edge of which dropped into an endless sea of clouds, roiling and undulating, obscuring its depths. In the distance, several strange peaks pierced through the clouds, adorned with pavilions and towers built against the mountainside, their upturned eaves and corners barely visible amidst the mist. The air was suffused with rich and gentle spiritual energy, entirely different from any energy forms encountered in previous worlds. "Wow!" exclaimed Harley, taking a deep breath, feeling her pores open in exhilaration. "Is the air here sweet? It smells a billion times better than that electronic junkyard." Selena, too, was awestruck by the celestial ambience before her. She noticed several spiritual mushrooms growing at the platform's edge, emanating a faint luminescence, while distant mountain peaks shimmered with precious light. A completely different civilizational system existed here, where treasures likely emphasized inner spiritual resonance over external forms. Diana, sensing the tranquil and vast energy surrounding her, felt her taut nerves involuntarily relax. It was indeed serene and harmonious here. The flow of energy is suffused with the rhythms of nature. It bears a resemblance to the divine power she is familiar with, yet it is more restrained and enigmatic. Wanda furrowed her brow slightly. Her chaotic magic seemed somewhat out of place in this world, akin to oil dropping into water, though not rejected. It struggled to draw upon the surrounding energies as effortlessly as before. The energy rules of this realm are remarkably stringent and self-contained, necessitating time for adaptation. Lin Yang stretched his body, appearing quite content. At last, a proper vacation destination. The world of immortals, renowned for its splendid scenery and abundant spiritual fruits, albeit with a plethora of regulations. No sooner had he spoken than a clear cry of a crane echoed from the distant sea of clouds. A magnificent celestial crane soared towards them. Upon its back stood a young cultivator clad in a blue robe, adorned with a jade crown, and possessing a handsome countenance. The young cultivator gracefully descended upon the platform, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yang and his companions, pausing momentarily on the distinctly different Diana and Wanda. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, though he quickly regained his ethereal composure. "Esteemed friends, please," the young cultivator greeted, bowing respectfully, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. "I am Ling Yunzi, a disciple of the Qingyun sect, tasked with patrolling the mountains. May I inquire from whence you have come to my Qingyun mountain and what brings you here?" Although he sensed that these individuals were extraordinary, particularly the enigmatic man at the forefront, his duty compelled him to ascertain their origins. Harley immediately piped up, "We're here for a vacation. How much is the entrance fee? Do you have a tour guide?" Ling Yunzi was momentarily taken aback, evidently unaccustomed to such a response. Lin Yang chuckled softly, stepping forward casually to clasp his hands in greeting, adhering to local customs. "We are merely passing by to enjoy the scenery. We heard that your place is rich in spiritual energy and abundant in local specialties, so we decided to take a look." His demeanor was relaxed and natural, as if he were genuinely just a tourist. Ling Yunzi's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense the dismissive undertone in Lin Yang's words, yet the aura emanating from him, a harmonious blend with the heavens and earth, yet distinctly transcendent, rendered Ling Yunzi hesitant to treat them with disdain or to dismiss them lightly. "I see." Ling Yunzi pondered his words carefully. "However, the Qingyun sect is a place of serene cultivation, and external visitors must first seek the permission of the master before entering to explore. I kindly ask you to wait here for a moment while I relay your presence." At that moment, piercing sounds tore through the air. Several beams of colored sword light streaked toward them like shooting stars, landing on the platform and revealing 5 or 6 cultivators donned in various styles of robes. The foremost figure, with an arrogant demeanor, wore an ornate brocade robe and cast a sharp gaze over Lin Yang and the others, ultimately settling on Ling Yunzi. "Junior brother Ling Yunzi, who are these individuals? Why have they trespassed upon our mountain gate?" The brocade-clad cultivator spoke with a tone of authority, evidently holding a higher status than Ling Yunzi. "Senior brotherly." Ling Yunzi quickly bowed. "These individuals are tourists from afar, and I was just about to inform the master." "Tourists?" Senior brotherly snorted, scrutinizing Lin Yang and his companions with a critical eye, particularly noting Diana's unusual attire and Wanda's subtly fluctuating exotic energy. A flicker of disdain and wariness flitted across his gaze. "They do not appear so. Their auras are mixed, and their attire is peculiar, clearly not of our kind. Their intentions must surely be suspect. Perhaps they are spies sent by the demon sect. Capture them first and deliver them to the Hall of Justice for interrogation." With that, several cultivators behind him rushed forward with fierce intent, their hands forming seals as their flying swords buzzed ominously, ready to strike. "Hey, are we not going to reason this out?" Harley immediately raised her hammer, exclaiming that they had bought. "Well, we're about to buy tickets." Diana stepped forward, shielding Harley behind her. Although the sword of the fire god remained sheathed, its divine aura began to permeate the air, subtly clashing with the spiritual energies of the cultivators. Wanda gathered her chaotic magical power, crimson mist swirling around her form. The atmosphere became charged with tension, yet Lin Yang maintained an air of nonchalance, even retrieving a spiritual fruit from his pocket, acquired from the mythical realm, taking a bite that released a cascade of juice and a fragrant aroma. Chewing on the fruit, he gazed at Brother Li and mumbled, "How can you be so impatient? Can't we speak calmly? Must we resort to violence?" Brother Li, infuriated by Lin Yang's blatant disregard, seethed in rage. "Arrogant fool. Witness my azure origin sword technique." He pointed his fingers like a sword, and a blue flying sword erupted behind him, transforming into a fierce and unparalleled azure rainbow. piercing through the air with a shrill cry aimed directly at Lin Yang's face. This strike was swift, ruthless, and precise, encapsulating years of his arduous cultivation, potent enough to shatter stone. Ling Yunzi's expression changed, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. Diana and Wanda were poised to intercept. However, they watched as Lin Yang calmly raised his hand holding the fruit pit, flicking his fingers at the approaching azure sword light. Clink! A sound as clear as jade striking jade rang out. The seemingly indestructible azure sword light, upon contact with Lin Yang's fingertip, abruptly halted as if colliding with an unyielding mountain. Following a mournful wail, the brilliance of the sword dimmed, revealing its true form. And then it retreated faster than it had come, landing with a clang before Brotherly, quivering on the stone ground. Brotherly was struck as if by lightning, his face turning pale as he staggered back several steps, his blood surging, nearly spitting out a mouthful. He gazed in disbelief at the damaged flying sword on the ground, then glanced at Lin Yang, who was leisurely finishing his fruit, his eyes filled with horror and dread. In the blink of an eye, the sword had returned. What level of cultivation is this? A nascent soul-old monster? Or a transformation god-venerable? The other cultivators stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. Ling Yunzi was utterly astounded, his heart roiling with tumultuous waves. Lin Yang finished the last bite of his fruit, casually tossing the pit into the sea of clouds. Clapping his hands and looking at the ashen-faced Brotherly, smiling. Now, can we speak properly? Or do I need to prove once more that we are merely here for sightseeing? Above the platform amidst the sea of clouds, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The only sound was the mountain wind, carrying the distant, ethereal calls of cranes. The cultivators of the Qingyun sect experienced for the first time the true meaning of there are heavens beyond the heavens. Thus commenced Lin Yang's journey through the realm of immortals, amidst the astonishing spectacle of vanquished foes. Chapter 49. Within the azure clouds and the invitation of the sect leader upon the azure stone platform, the sea of clouds roiled, and the mountain winds howled fiercely. The dimly glowing Qingyun flying sword remained embedded in the ground, trembling slightly, akin to the tumultuous emotions of its master in that moment. Brotherly's complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips quivering, his gaze fixed on Lin Yang, brimming with disbelief and profound terror. The swift shattering of his meticulously cultivated flying sword was beyond mere skill. It was a manifestation of legendary prowess. The several cultivators behind him were rendered utterly silent, afraid to even draw a breath. Regaining his composure from the overwhelming shock, Lin Jianzi stepped forward, inhaling deeply, and solemnly bowed to Lin Yang. Predecessor, please quell your anger. Brotherly acted impulsively. He meant no offense. I beseech you to show mercy. His tone was imbued with utmost respect, even addressing Lin Yang as predecessor. In the realm of cultivation, the mighty command respect, and Lin Yang's displayed strength transcended the limits of his comprehension. Holly proudly raised her head, brandishing a baseball bat at Brotherly. Now you see the power, don't you? Our boss. Before she could finish, Selena gently tugged at her, signaling her to temper her words. Diana and Wanda also eased their vigilance, yet remained observant. Diana sensed that with Lin Yang's casual gesture, the atmosphere on the platform had shifted from a tense standoff to a subtle reverence centered around Lin Yang. Lin Yang brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. Turning to Lin Jianzi, he spoke with nonchalance. I mentioned I came for a visit. Why complicate matters? Now, may we enter to take a look, or shall I summon your sect leader for a greeting? His words, delivered lightly, struck Lin Jianzi and the others like a thunderclap. The sect leader was a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the nascent soul, long secluded, seldom receiving visitors. The mere thought of disturbing him due to this minor altercation sent beads of cold sweat down Lin Jianzi's brow. He quickly replied, I would not dare trouble the sect leader. Since you and your esteemed companions have traveled from afar, you are guests of the Qingyun sect. However, due to sect regulations, I must first inform the elder in charge to arrange your entry permits. Please wait a moment. I shall go relay the message. No longer daring to delay, he aimed to swiftly accommodate these enigmatic guests to prevent further complications. He shot a fierce glare at the still dazed Brotherly, urging him to hasten away, while he hastily crushed a communication jade slip. Before long, a gentle yet potent stream of spiritual energy surged from the depths of the cloud sea, descending upon the platform and revealing a middle-aged Taoist clad in a moon-white robe, with a lean visage and warm eyes. His aura was profound, surpassing that of Lin Jianzi and Brotherly by several degrees. He was unmistakably a golden core cultivator. I am the humble Xincheng, serving as the elder in charge of external affairs for the Qingyun sect. The middle-aged Taoist's gaze swept across the scene, and upon noticing the damaged flying sword on the ground and Lin Yang's group, A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully to Lin Yang, stating, "My disciples have acted inappropriately and have inadvertently offended our esteemed guest. I, as a humble Taoist, offer my sincerest apologies on their behalf." His demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, effectively conveying his regret while upholding the dignity of the Qingyun sect. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively, responding, "It's a minor issue. Youthful exuberance can be understood. Are we permitted to enter now?" Xian Qingzi smiled slightly and replied, "With esteemed guests arriving, we naturally extend a warm welcome. However, as the Qingyun sect has stood for millennia, certain protocols must be observed. I kindly ask you to accompany me to the reception peak to register your names and origins and to receive temporary passes, which will allow you to explore the outer peaks of our sect. Please refrain from wandering into restricted areas and core regions without permission." His arrangements were both reasonable and respectful, establishing boundaries while maintaining courtesy. Very well, Lin Yang nodded nonchalantly. He held little interest in the core restricted areas, primarily wishing to experience the local customs and specialties of this world. Thus, under Xian Qingzi's guidance, the group boarded a flying vessel formed from gathered clouds and mist, which gradually ascended from the platform, weaving through the vast sea of clouds. The vessel glided past magnificent peaks, revealing cascading waterfalls, playful spirit monkeys, and soaring cranes. Numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect were seen either meditating by the cliffs or practicing sword techniques in midair, creating a scene reminiscent of celestial beings. Holly leaned over the edge of the vessel, exclaiming with excitement, while Selena quietly documented the route and potential treasure locations. Diana sensed the distinctly different energy system compared to Asgard and Paradise Island, and Wanda attempted to subtly adjust her chaotic magic to align with the spiritual rules of this world. Meanwhile, Lin Yang leisurely admired the scenery, occasionally engaging in casual conversation with Xian Qingzi, indirectly inquiring about the general conditions of this world, the distribution of sects, and notable treasures or extraordinary locations. Xian Qingzi was forthcoming in his responses, yet adeptly sidestepped any inquiries related to sect secrets. Before long, the vessel descended upon a relatively gentle peak adorned with numerous pavilions and towers, the reception peak, designated for receiving visiting guests. Just as Xian Qingzi prepared to arrange accommodations for Lin Yang and the others, a melodious bell chimed from the horizon, resonating through the mountains. Xian Qingzi's expression shifted slightly as he gazed towards the main peak, murmuring, "The 9 chimes of reception. This is the highest form of welcoming ceremony. Is an esteemed guest arriving?" But no prior notice has been received. Before his words could fully settle, a grand and gentle yet imposing consciousness swept across the entire reception peak like a flowing tide, momentarily pausing at Lin Yang. Subsequently, a calm yet powerful voice resonated directly within the minds of the gathered, carrying an understated solemnity. "Dear friend, your journey has been arduous. There is no need to linger outside. If you do not mind, please step into the Qingyun Hall for a discussion." This voice belonged to none other than the current leader of the Qingyun sect, the highly revered Qingshu Zhenren, a cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul. Xian Qingzi was utterly astonished. The sect leader had personally extended an invitation, and through direct transmission of thought no less. Such an occurrence has not been witnessed for centuries. His gaze towards Lin Yang transformed into one of profound reverence and complexity. Lin Yang merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly unperturbed by this development. With a light chuckle, he nonchalantly replied to the void, "When the esteemed master summons, who would dare to refuse?" It appeared that this journey into the realm of immortals would prove to be far more intriguing than anticipated. The appointment at the Qingyun Palace, would it be a blessing or a curse, and what tales would it unveil? A flicker of anticipation ignited within Lin Yang. Chapter 50. The discourse on the principles within Qingyun Palace. The transmission of consciousness from the esteemed master, Qingshu, manifested like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface of the welcoming peak. Elder Xuanqing's demeanor grew increasingly respectful as he bowed to Lin Yang, saying, "Senior, the master requests your presence. Please follow me to the Qingyun Palace." This time, instead of using a flying vessel, he personally summoned a radiant light, which enveloped everyone. Swiftly traversing layers of clouds and soaring over numerous peaks, heading directly towards the heart of the Qingyun mountain range, to its highest summit. Atop the main peak, amidst the swirling mists, a grand and ancient palace majestically stood. The edifice was crafted from an unknown jade-like crystal, its eaves resembling the wings of a phoenix, and the columns adorned with dragon motifs, exuding the weight of ages and an air of solemn grandeur. The plaque bore the 3 characters of Qingyun Palace, their essence resonating with the profound truths of heaven and earth. The concentration of spiritual energy in this place far surpassed that of the outside world, almost becoming liquid, refreshing the spirit with every breath. As the luminous light descended upon the expansive square before the palace, two golden elixir elders, their presence solid and their eyes sparkling with wisdom, awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Lin Yang and his companions, they saluted respectfully and ushered them into the palace. Inside the Qingyun Palace, the space was vast, with a lofty dome depicting the celestial movements of the stars. The sides were minimally adorned, featuring only a few scattered cushions. At the forefront sat an elder clad in a simple azure robe, his hair and beard white, with a gaunt face. His gaze warm as jade yet profound as the night sky. He was the master of Qingyun, Qingshu Zhenren, seated upon an unassuming cushion. As Lin Yang and the others entered, Qingshu Zhenren slowly opened his eyes, his calm gaze sweeping over the assembly. Pausing momentarily on Diana and Wanda with a hint of surprise before resting on Lin Yang. He did not rise but inclined his head slightly, his voice gentle yet imbued with an overwhelming authority. "Friends, please take a seat. My disciples may have been disrespectful earlier. I hope for your understanding." Lin Yang, unperturbed, casually settled onto a nearby cushion, his relaxed demeanor contrasting sharply with the solemnity of the grand hall. "It's a trivial matter. The youth are often oblivious. A mere lesson will suffice," he remarked lightly, as if discussing the weather. Harley, Selena, Diana, and Wanda stood slightly behind Lin Yang, curiously observing this enigmatic master and the palace filled with profound essence. Qingshu Zhenren smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by Lin Yang's casualness, and directly addressed the matter at hand. "You are not of this realm, are you? The aura of principles that surrounds you starkly differs from this world, yet subtly aligns with the great Tao. It is indeed marvelous." He was surprisingly able to discern Lin Yang's background at a glance, but that was where his insight ended. He could not penetrate deeper truths. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished by the old Taoist's perceptiveness. "Master, you possess remarkable discernment." "Indeed. We were merely passing through and found this realm's unique scenery and abundant spiritual energy captivating, prompting us to explore it." "Explore?" The esteemed Qingshu Taoist chuckled lightly, stroking his beard. "My friend, your every gesture resonates with the Tao, and your cultivation is unfathomable. It seems unlikely that this is merely an ordinary excursion. From my observation, although you are not of our cultivation lineage, your understanding and application of the laws of heaven and earth have reached an extraordinary level. Just outside the mountain gate, you effortlessly dispelled the Qingyuan sword energy with a mere snap of your fingers, not through brute force, but by directly influencing the foundational laws of sharpness and speed, causing it to disintegrate on its own. Such a method is unprecedented." His words illuminated the essence of Lin Yang's power, not merely a clash of energies, but a manipulation of more fundamental principles. Both Diana and Wanda were moved by this revelation, gaining a deeper understanding of Lin Yang's abilities. Lin Yang smiled, neither confirming nor denying. "Laws are but tools, to be wielded as one sees fit. I observe your cultivation, drawing energy into your bodies, condensing elixirs, and transforming into nascent beings, all in pursuit of longevity and transcendence from this world. At its core, it is also an understanding and application of the laws of heaven and earth, albeit through different paths." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qingshu Taoist's eyes as he clapped his hands in approval. "Excellent. Your words strike at the very essence of the great Tao. We cultivators toil tirelessly throughout our lives, striving merely for transcendence. Yet, the laws are like a net, and the heavens serve as a cage. To transcend is no simple feat." A subtle hint of melancholy colored his tone. "The cage is quite spacious, and it is rather comfortable here." Lin Yang shrugged. "Why must one necessarily escape? Why not transform the cage to be more accommodating, or perhaps construct an even larger one?" His words were astonishing, imbued with an audacity that seemed to defy the heavens. Qingshu Taoist paused momentarily, then fell into contemplation. After a brief silence, he slowly replied, "Your state of mind is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, the Tao operates with constancy. It does not persist for Yao nor perish for Jia. To follow its course is challenging enough, let alone to alter it. Matters are shaped by human effort." Lin Yang dismissed the notion lightly. "Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. I believe the operation of spiritual energy in this realm suffers from inefficiencies in refinement and transformation, overly reliant on spiritual roots and qualifications, leading to considerable waste." His casual critique sent shockwaves through Qingshu Taoist. The operation of spiritual energy and the significance of spiritual roots were the unchanging foundations of the cultivation world. To this man, they appeared as issues ripe for optimization and improvement. Qingshu Taoist took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, his expression growing more solemn. Your insights are extraordinary. And I wonder if you have any guidance for my Qingyan sect? His words carried a hint of solicitude. At his level, he was no longer confined by sectarian biases, but rather sought advancement in the great Tao. The emergence of Lin Yang, along with his unique understanding of the laws, undoubtedly presented an unprecedented opportunity for him. Looking at Qingshu Daoist, Lin Yang suddenly smiled. Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. However, I am one who enjoys trade. I find myself quite intrigued by some of the unique specialties of your world, particularly certain distinctive refining materials, spiritual plants, or fragments of relics concerning the laws of space and time. In exchange, I could assist in optimizing several energy nodes of your protective mountain array, enhancing its defensive capabilities by approximately 30% without increasing consumption. What do you say to this proposition? He laid out his terms plainly and directly, yet they were laden with temptation. A 30% increase in the mountain array's defense without any additional cost. Upon hearing this, not only did the esteemed clear-void real person show signs of astonishment, but even the two golden elixir elders standing nearby nearly gasped in disbelief. This was akin to turning stone into gold. The clear-void real person gazed intently at Lin Yang, pondering deeply. While he could not fully discern Lin Yang's depths, the strength and understanding of the laws exhibited by the latter were undeniable. Moreover, it appeared that Lin Yang was genuinely interested only in the specialties, harboring no malice. Ultimately, the clear-void real person slowly nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Very well. The items you seek, my Qingyan sect shall endeavor to provide. As for the protective mountain array, we shall rely on your expertise. Thus, a transaction transcending the cosmos was established within the Qingyan Hall. Lin Yang's journey in this realm of immortals had expanded beyond mere sightseeing to include the role of a technical consultant. The tides of this ancient sect were on the verge of being stirred anew by the casual actions of this visitor from another world. Chapter 51. Improvement of the array's core and list of spiritual materials within the Qingyan Hall. The transaction reached between Lin Yang and the clear-void real person stirred tumultuous waves of astonishment in the hearts of the golden elixir elders flanking them. Enhancing the protective mountain array's defense by 30% without additional consumption? This was nothing short of seizing the very essence of creation. Their gazes towards Lin Yang were no longer merely filled with reverence, but were also infused with profound curiosity and a touch of incredulity. However, the clear-void real person was a decisive individual. Having made his decision, he hesitated no longer. With a flourish of his sleeve, a token that was neither gold nor jade, shimmering with radiant light, soared towards Lin Yang. This was the Qingyan Array token, which enabled the sensing and temporary control of all major array nodes within and outside the sect. Whatever you require, please command. The entirety of Qingyun's sect shall cooperate with utmost effort. Lin Yang accepted the token, feeling its warm smoothness. Upon probing slightly with his consciousness, he perceived the entire spiritual energy network of the Qingyun mountain range, with countless array nodes revealing themselves as a three-dimensional star map in his mind. Intricate and complex, yet, as he surmised, several redundancies and areas of inefficient energy flow awaited optimization. Simple enough. Lin Yang weighed the token in his hand, rising to his feet. Lead me to a few of the main array nodes. If we act swiftly, we can complete this before sunset. The clear-void real person personally accompanied him, with the two golden elixir elders following closely behind. Naturally, Diana and the others trailed along, their curiosity piqued by the celestial array. The group first arrived at a deep pool shrouded in ethereal spiritual energy at the rear of the main peak. This location, known as the Lingyuan Pool, was one of the most crucial energy nodes of the protective mountain array. The bottom of the pool connected to a vein of exceptionally high-quality spiritual energy, ceaselessly providing power to the array. Complex runes adorned the pool's perimeter, converting the power of the vein into a stable energy flow required by the formation. Lin Yang stood by the edge of the pond, his eyes slightly narrowed. With his extraordinary vision and intellect operating in unison, he rapidly analyzed the intricate structure and energy flow of the formation at this location. He pointed to several seemingly inconspicuous runic connection points at the pond's edge, noting a roughly 15% reduction in energy conversion efficiency, indicating a leakage of spiritual energy. Furthermore, here, the stability runes were overly layered, interfering with one another and unnecessarily consuming 10% of the energy for internal balance. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers like a blade, etching symbols in the air. As his fingertips passed through the void, a faint golden trail was left behind, representing the array patterns he simulated and optimized using his own energy. The new patterns were more concise and efficient, resembling the most sophisticated circuitry, seamlessly integrated into the original formation structure. replacing redundant and inefficient components. The entire process flowed gracefully, devoid of any trace of labor. As though he were not modifying a time-honored celestial array, but rather refining a casual doodle. As the final golden pattern merged into the ground by the pond, the entire spiritual source pond trembled violently. The water appeared to boil, as purer and more potent spiritual energy was extracted, flowing into the grand formation. While the energy fluctuations at the node became more stable and contained, the gaze of Master Qingshu sparkled with astonishment. He could distinctly perceive that just this single node optimization had fortified the foundation of the entire mountain-protecting formation, allowing for a much smoother energy flow. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. A golden core elder murmured in awe. Subsequently, Lin Yang replicated his method, continuously optimizing the core nodes at Sword Echo Peak, Town Guarding Stone, and Cloud Sea Barrier. At each location, he merely needed to observe for a moment to pinpoint the issues with astounding accuracy, employing astonishing techniques for optimization and enhancement. His methods transcended the understanding of the Qingyun sect regarding the path of formations, as if he wielded a more fundamental and core approach to the rules of application. As the sun began its descent, painting the clouds in hues of gold and crimson, Lin Yang clapped his hands and returned the array token to Master Qingshu. All done. The optimization of the 4 main nodes is complete, with an increase in energy utilization efficiency, a reduction in internal losses, and an overall enhancement of defensive strength by 35%, even slightly exceeding expectations. Additionally, I have expanded the warning range of several secondary nodes by 10 miles as a bonus. Master Qingshu accepted the array token, his consciousness delving into it, meticulously sensing the revitalized formation as if it had been granted a new lease on life. He could no longer contain the expression of shock and joy that mingled on his face. He was certain that Lin Yang's words were true. At this moment, the Qingyun mountain protecting formation was more solid and powerful than at any point in its historical existence. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly bowed to Lin Yang, saying, "The kindness of a fellow cultivator benefits our Qingyun's millennia-old lineage. Qingshu, on behalf of the entire Qingyun sect, expresses profound gratitude." This time, his appreciation was heartfelt. Lin Yang accepted the bow with poise and replied with a smile, "It's merely a transaction, no need for formalities. Now, let us discuss my remuneration." Master Qingshu straightened, his expression serious. "Please, fellow cultivator, specify what spiritual materials or text you require. As long as the Qingyun sect possesses them, we shall not be stingy." Lin Yang was well prepared and casually rattled off a series of names. 10 pounds of eternal warm jade, stellar sand, void crystal, and soul-nourishing wood. Additionally, he sought a jade slip that recorded the principles of spatial folding and the Sumera mustard seed theory, or maps concerning anomalies in the flow of time. Rumors suggested he desired them in abundance. "Oh, and please assist me in procuring seeds or saplings of several varieties of fragrant spiritual fruits and teas." The first half of his list comprised top-tier celestial materials rarely seen in the cultivation world, while the latter half seemed somewhat peculiar, particularly his thirst for knowledge related to space and time, along with the seemingly casual request for spiritual fruits. 10 pounds of eternal warm jade, stellar sand by the pound. The clear void true person and the 2 elders exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. For an ordinary cultivator, acquiring even an ounce of these materials would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. However, recalling Lin Yang's earlier display of divine prowess and the mountain-protecting formation that had been enhanced by over 30%, they deemed the price worthwhile. Though precious, what you require can indeed be provided by our Qingyun sect, the clear void true person mused for a moment before responding decisively, though he noted it would take some time to gather. As for the esoteric tomes and secrets pertaining to space and time, the sect's scripture repository did possess some relevant collections. You are welcome to peruse and copy them. The spiritual plant seeds will be sent shortly. Delighted. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. While the preparations are underway, shall we stroll around the guest peak? Certainly. As a distinguished guest of our Qingyun sect, you may roam freely throughout the sect, barring a few restricted areas. The clear void true person regarded Lin Yang as an equal to the sect itself, granting him the utmost freedom. With the transaction concluded, both parties were elated. Lin Yang acquired the desired specialties and knowledge, while Qingyun sect received an unprecedentedly robust barrier. Lin Yang's journey through the realm of immortals, having traversed conflicts at the mountain gate, met with the sect leader, and improved the formation, now entered a relatively tranquil phase of procurement and sightseeing. The subsequent impact of these spiritual materials and knowledge in his hands would unfold in due time. Chapter 52. Within the scripture repository and the return to the source of all methods, the Qingyun sect demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Within half a day, The various top-tier spiritual materials Lin Yang requested were largely prepared, delivered personally by Elder Xuanqing to the guest peak's lodging. The materials, shimmering with myriad hues and exuding potent spiritual energy, filled half of a tranquil chamber, prompting exclamations of wonder from Hallie and rendering Selena spellbound. Had Lin Yang not been present, she might have succumbed to the impulse to admire them. Several rare seeds and saplings of spiritual fruits and teas were also included, carefully stored by Wanda, who intended to bring them back to the villa for cultivation experimentation. Accompanied by the clear-void true person, Lin Yang ventured to the core of the Qingyun sect, the scripture repository. Contrary to expectations of a towering edifice, the repository was a seemingly modest hall built against the mountains, with azure tiles and white walls, nestled behind a lush grove of purple bamboo. However, upon entering, one would perceive an entirely different world. The internal space utilized an exceptionally sophisticated spatial expansion formation, far more extensive than it appeared from the outside. Rows of bookshelves, crafted from an unknown type of spiritual wood, rose majestically to the ceiling, neatly displaying countless jade slips, silk scrolls, animal hide manuscripts, and even peculiar crystalline recording mediums. The air is suffused with the fragrance of books and the essence of time's accumulation, a faint ethereal glow flowing between the shelves, a manifestation of the protective array safeguarding these treasured texts. Esteemed friend, this place is the foundation of my Qingyun sect's legacy, the Sutra Repository. The voice of the esteemed Qingshu Zhenren resonated with pride and solemnity. The first floor houses an eclectic collection of miscellaneous studies, travelogues, and initial interpretations of alchemical devices. The second floor is dedicated to various attributes of martial arts and supernatural techniques, while the third floor contains the sect's foundational texts and rare secrets. The tomes you seek regarding space and time are primarily located on the third floor. I have instructed that you have complete access to this floor. You may peruse at your leisure, and should you wish to copy any material, this blank jade slip will suffice. He handed Lin Yang a smooth, white jade slip. Thank you. Lin Yang accepted the jade slip, his gaze sweeping across the vast ocean of books, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. He was not intent on cultivating the techniques of this realm. Rather, he was curious about the underlying principles encapsulated within this knowledge, especially the unique interpretations concerning space and time. Qingshu Zhenren perceptively stepped aside, allowing Lin Yang the space to explore without interruption. Lin Yang sauntered towards the staircase leading to the third floor. With each step he took, the protective array on the surrounding shelves seemed to possess a sentient quality, silently parting to grant him passage, even subtly nudging certain jade slips that might pertain to space and time slightly outward, as if beckoning him. Upon reaching the third floor, he found the space comparatively smaller and the number of texts significantly fewer, yet each exuded an ancient and enigmatic aura. With a clear objective, he approached a shelf marked with the title record of the cosmic secrets. His superlative mind engaged fully, his eyes functioning like the most efficient scanners. As his consciousness gently brushed over each jade slip, a torrent of information surged into his awareness, instantaneously understood, categorized, and analyzed. The countless explorations, hypotheses, and even failures of esteemed predecessors regarding space and time unfolded before him. Theory of the void seed, astrological dynamics of the universe, chronicles of fleeting splendor, fragments of the river of time, hypotheses on wall traversing. The practitioners of this world predominantly comprehend space in terms of expansion, folding, and storage, while their understanding of time leans more towards acceleration, deceleration, and fragmentary observation. Their methods largely depend on specific artifacts, arrays, or personal cultivation to forcibly intervene, grasping the concepts without understanding their underlying principles, resulting in a relatively crude application of the rules. Yet, some of the ingenious ideas, particularly the applications merging space with arrays and talismans, as well as the method of calculating the flow of time by observing the movement of celestial bodies, proved to be quite enlightening. Lin Yang found himself deeply engrossed, nodding at times, only to shake his head at others. The nods indicated his appreciation for certain clever ideas, while the shakes signified his views on the cumbersome and inefficient means of realization. He picked up the black jade slip containing the hypothesis on wall traversing, which detailed a remarkably gifted predecessor's audacious conjecture based on a serendipitous encounter with a spatial rift, proposing the existence of barriers between different worlds and the possibility of traversing them. However, due to a lack of empirical evidence and practical methods, this theory remained unactualized. The concept was sound, yet the audacity was lacking, and the means were too primitive, Lin Yang remarked, casually transcribing the section regarding the oscillation frequency of spatial barrier energies into a blank jade slip. believing it might offer some valuable insights for optimizing his interdimensional teleportation. He then perused various texts on artifact forging and alchemy, focusing particularly on those that employed spatial principles to craft storage treasures and those that involved the acceleration or deceleration of time to cultivate spiritual plants and concoct elixirs. Although these practical applications did not adhere to high-level regulations, their utilitarian nature rendered them worthy of direct imitation or refinement. Time quietly slipped away amidst this efficient reading. By the time Lin Yang had browsed through all the intriguing texts across 3 layers and copied some core content, the moon hung high outside. Descending the staircase, he handed the copied jade slips along with the nearly used blank jade slip to the esteemed Qing Su. Having perused these, I find them rather intriguing. Among your predecessors, there are indeed some clever minds, Qing Su remarked, taking the jade slips. Upon a brief mental probe, he discovered that the copied contents were largely theoretical, comprising speculations and unorthodox techniques rather than specific cultivation methods, further solidifying his belief that Lin Yang's aspirations transcended the mere inheritance of this realm, aiming instead at a synthesis of myriad laws to distill the essence of wisdom from diverse worlds. This profound realm inspired a sense of yearning within him. You flatter me, esteemed friend. It is already an honor that my humble insights have caught your discerning eye, Qing Su humbly replied. Upon returning to the guest house at Welcome Peak, all the necessary spiritual materials had been delivered. Lin Yang surveyed the room, now brimming with his acquisitions, and nodded in satisfaction. This journey into the realm of immortals not only afforded him a glimpse of unique landscapes and a wealth of precious materials, but, more importantly, enriched his understanding of the applications of spatial and temporal principles across different systems. Though not of the highest caliber, it broadened his horizons. With the vacation concluded and the procurement finished, Lin Yang stretched lazily, realizing it was time to return and digest his newfound knowledge, while also checking on how Tony had fared with the data core. With a thought, the chaotic, distorted portal opened once more. The group, laden with their bountiful gains, stepped into the surreal passageway, leaving the ethereal mountains and seas of clouds behind. Their journey in the realm of immortals had reached a temporary conclusion. Yet Lin Yang's collection of multiversal knowledge had deepened significantly due to this experience. Where would he next open the door to? No one could say, but it was certain that it would be yet another adventure brimming with unknowns and delights. Chapter 53. Mundane matters of the return and Tony's surprise. The ethereal mountains and seas of clouds from the realm of immortals lingered vividly in memory as the distorted portal returned them to the familiar surroundings of the Malibu villa. Outside, the Californian sun and waves persisted, starkly contrasting with the transcendent ambience of Qing Yun Gate and creating a disorienting sense of temporal dislocation. "Ah, we're finally back," exclaimed Harley, the first to leap onto the sofa, rolling onto the soft cushions. "Nothing beats a modern sofa. Those hard cushions left my backside aching." Selena promptly placed several small treasures she had acquired during her journey, a few jade stones imbued with spiritual energy, a small jar of nectar gifted by Nymph, and a spirit jade hairpin obtained from the Qing Yun sect's market, carefully into the safe within her room, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. Diana approached the window, gazing at the tranquil sea, her eyes still reflecting the lingering resonance of the natural rhythms of that realm. Although their understanding and application of power differed from ours, it was equally steeped in profound wisdom. Wanda, brimming with anticipation, eagerly began organizing the primary gains from their expedition. She meticulously categorized those top-tier spiritual materials, sealing them with chaotic magic for preservation, especially cherishing the few jade slips that recorded knowledge of space and time, which she regarded as treasures worthy of her dedicated study. Additionally, she sought out suitable pots and soil for the seeds of spiritual fruits and tea, commencing her attempts at cultivation on the balcony. Lin Yang sank into the most comfortable recliner with a contented sigh. At last, he was back. The scenery of the immortal realm was delightful. Though the plethora of rules was somewhat burdensome, even conversation had to be eloquent, which was exhausting. Just as he picked up a magazine he had not finished reading, the doorbell of the villa rang urgently, accompanied by the distinct voice of Tony Stark, filled with urgency and excitement, resonating through the external communication. "Lin Yang, are you back? Open the door. I have a significant discovery regarding that data core." The gentle voice of Jarvis followed. "Sir, Mr. Stark is outside, and he appears to be extremely agitated." Reluctantly, Lin Yang set down the magazine, snapped his fingers, and the villa's door silently slid open. Tony hurriedly rushed in, cradling a specially designed transparent container that held the purified data core, now emanating a more stable and brilliant blue glow, as if countless tiny streams of data were operating in an orderly fashion within. Look at it," Tony exclaimed, nearly incoherent with excitement. pointing at the data core. I attempted to communicate with it using the energy fluctuation frequency you left behind. And guess what? It's not just a blank slate. It possesses an incredible capacity for learning and adaptability. I merely inputted some basic programming logic and physical laws, and it can self-optimize, even beginning to understand and simulate more complex emotional modules. This is nothing short of a revolution in forms of life. He appeared to have gone several days without proper rest, his eyes sunken, but his spirit exceptionally exuberant. Harley leaned in, curiously observing the glowing egg. Can it play games? Like Super Mario? Tony dismissed Harley's nonsensical question, continuing to address Lin Yang. I've constructed a temporary virtual sandbox environment for it, and it is learning and building at an astonishing pace. At this rate, it won't be long before it evolves into a true artificial intelligence with self-awareness and limitless potential, far more powerful than Jarvis. Moreover, its foundational code seems incompatible with any known viruses or malicious programs, ensuring its high security. Where did you procure this treasure? Lin Yang lazily lifted his eyelids and remarked, picked it up from a garbage heap. If you like it, keep it for your amusement, just don't let it cripple Stark Industries network. A garbage heap? Tony's voice rose an octave, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous statement in existence. What sort of refuse could yield such a marvel? Wait, did you just undertake another interdimensional journey? Which high-tech world did you visit this time? Sort of, Lin Yang replied vaguely. It was a place filled with neon lights, where people enjoy augmenting themselves with machinery. However, the air quality was poor, and the food had a distinct plastic taste, unlike another place I visited. Another place? Tony seized upon the crux of the matter, his curiosity piqued. Have you discovered a new realm? What is its nature? Does it possess any unique technologies or energy systems? The scientist within him ignited once more with fervor. Lin Yang casually retrieved a fist-sized piece of ancient warm jade, emitting a gentle white glow and rich spiritual energy from a pocket dimension he had temporarily opened using the recently learned principle of the mustard seed. He tossed it to Tony, saying, "Here, a little souvenir from that world. Its energy is quite pure. See if you can research something from it. Or perhaps embed it as ornamentation in your new armor." Tony fumbled to catch the warm jade, its heat and solidity radiating an indescribable comfort that alleviated some of his fatigue from several sleepless nights. His eyes widened as he utilized the scanning system of his armor to analyze the gemstone, the data on the screen fluctuating wildly. The crystalline structure of this unknown energy is stable, harboring a high-density bioaffinity energy. This is utterly unscientific. Tony's worldview was once again challenged. From which realm had this come? A picturesque world, abundant in spiritual energy, where cultivators abound, Lin Yang yawned. I'll elaborate on the specifics later. I'm rather tired and need to catch up on some sleep. Enjoy yourself, but remember to close the door when you leave. With that, he dismissed the astonished and fervently curious Tony, closed his eyes, and truly began to doze off. Tony gazed at the invaluable warm jade in his hand, then glanced at the seemingly limitless data core in its container, and finally looked at Lin Yang, who appeared to have returned from a mere stroll. A wave of envy, jealousy, and an urgent desire to keep pace with Lin Yang surged within him. He realized that Lin Yang had ventured into realms far beyond Earth, even transcending the confines of this universe. Jarvis, Tony lowered his voice, determination glinting in his eyes. Initiate the highest priority on the scrying project. We must expedite our research into multiverse theory. Also, call Miss Potts and inform her that I shall remain in the lab for the next week. No, 2 weeks. Clutching the data core and warm jade as if they were priceless treasures, he hastily departed the villa, plunging into his Stark Tower laboratory to commence a new frenzied research endeavor. The villa fell back into tranquility. The setting sun's afterglow filtered through the windows, illuminating a room filled with souvenirs from various worlds, as well as a few travelers whose experiences were becoming ever more profound. As Lin Yang's gentle snoring filled the air, the seeds of a new adventure seemed to quietly germinate. The next journey may lead to a realm imbued with an eerie atmosphere, a world of bizarre tales, or perhaps to a completely unknown domain. However, for Lin Yang and his team, life would never succumb to monotony. Chapter 54, Whispers of Strange Tales and the Twisted Art Studio. Tony hastily departed with his new toy and worldview, leaving the villa enveloped in tranquility once more. After a brief respite, Lin Yang began to feel a twinge of boredom. The treasures gleaned from the realm of celestial heroes required time to digest, and the echoes of the cyber metropolis had begun to fade. His gaze once again fell upon the system interface, where a coordinate pulsated with an enigmatic glow, exuding a melange of countless strange tales and indescribable whispers, piquing his curiosity. Having frequented places of conflict and ethereal wonders, it was time for a change of palette. Lin Yang rose from his reclined position and addressed the ladies in the living room, declaring that their next destination would be a rather imaginative locale. One where the rules might be even more chaotic than those in the realm of horror. They should brace themselves. As his thoughts shifted, a new portal gradually unfurled before him. This doorway was unlike any he had encountered before. It lacked a fixed form and hue, its edges writhing like undulating tendrils. Beyond lay a realm of ever-shifting chaos, seemingly stitched together from countless fragments of shattered nightmares, faint sounds of children's laughter, women's weeping, metallic scraping, and an indescribable, viscous, slithering reverberated from within. "Wow, this portal has such character," exclaimed Harley, her fear replaced by exhilaration as she leaned forward to peer inside. Selena furrowed her brow. As a thief who prized precision and control, the sheer chaos instinctively unsettled her. Diana tightened her grip on her sword and shield. Sensing that the malevolence emanating from beyond the door was not born of power or desire, but rather a more fundamental desecration of order and reason. Wanda's chaotic magic surged with an unusual vitality, as if resonating dangerously with some entity lurking behind the portal. Lin Yang stepped into the chaotic vista, followed closely by the others. The moment they traversed the threshold, a profound dizziness and sensation of weightlessness engulfed them, as if they had plunged into a kaleidoscope devoid of direction. A torrent of lights, sounds, and scents assailed their senses. After a few moments, this tumult began to subside, revealing that they stood within a dim, damp corridor, its walls perpetually seeping dark crimson liquid. The corridor seemed endless, flanked by countless doors of varied designs, all firmly shut, bearing no markings save for grotesque symbols etched in blood or filth. The air was thick with the mingled scents of rust, decay, and cheap perfume, alongside a deeper, maddening whisper that seemed to emanate from another dimension, burrowing into their minds. "Welcome to the eclectic realm of strange tales," Lin Yang's voice rang out, unervingly clear amidst the eerie silence. Here, no unified rules reigned. Every room, every corridor, even every corner, could be an independent fragment of a narrative forged from intense grievances or urban legends. Be cautious, lest you be drawn into another script. As soon as he finished speaking, a wooden door adorned with an inverted cross silently creaked open a crack, revealing an eye marred with blood vessels, its pupils dilated, fixating on them with a sinister, rasping laugh. Without a moment's hesitation, Harley swung a hammer against the door. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" The impact resonated loudly, causing the eye to vanish instantaneously, and the door slammed shut as if it had never been ajar. Yet, the unsettling whispers in the corridor seemed to grow clearer. "Violence may not prove effective here, Harley," Lin Yang cautioned. "Some entities become more entangled with you the more attention you give them." Diana observed her surroundings warily. "We can sense numerous fractured consciousnesses and distorted spatial nodes. This place resembles a landfill of awareness, filled with forgotten fears." Wanda gathered her crimson energy in her hands, striving to stabilize the chaotic energy field around them. "There are many loopholes in the rules. The structure of reality here is fragile, easily distorted by intense emotions or beliefs." Lin Yang's objective was clear, his heightened senses pierced through the layers of chaos, locking onto a node radiating a unique wave of rules. This fluctuation pertained to the transformation of image and reality, seemingly connected to painting or some form of visual art. This way, he beckoned the group, disregarding the doors that incessantly opened and closed, whispering enticingly or emitting terrifying sounds, and proceeded deeper into the corridor. As he walked, the shadows attempting to approach, the pale arms that suddenly extended, and the bloodstains that appeared from thin air all quietly vanished, as if erased by an unseen eraser. Ultimately, they halted before a seemingly normal oak door. It bore no strange symbols, only a brass nameplate inscribed in cursive with Salvador Dali, though the name had been hastily crossed out and replaced with an indecipherable character. A faint scent of turpentine and paint wafted from within, accompanied by the subtle sound of canvas being torn. Lin Yang pushed the door open. The sight beyond left everyone momentarily stunned. It was an exceedingly spacious studio, yet the lighting was peculiarly distorted. The studio lacked windows. The illumination emanated from several luminescent entities on the ceiling, constantly shifting in color and shape, as if alive. In the center stood several easels, each displaying unfinished works, their contents bizarrely flowing clocks, distorted faces, and fragmented landscapes, as if the most absurd fragments of a dream had been splattered directly onto the canvas. In one corner of the studio, a figure clad in a paint-splattered work suit faced away from them, madly applying a palette knife and brush to a massive mirror. Horrifically, as he painted, the reflection in the mirror, meant to depict the interior of the studio, began to warp and transform, as if the world within the mirror was being redefined by his brush. A new model? No, that's not right. It's an intruder. The figure abruptly turned, revealing a pale, fervent face with sunken eyes. The paintbrush, stained with peculiar pigments, pointed accusingly at Lin Yang and his companions, the artist's eyes brimming with the fervor and possessiveness of one who has stumbled upon exquisite inspiration. Perfect material, distorted yet harmonious, unfamiliar yet familiar. I must immortalize you. I shall enshrine you eternally within my reality. As his scream echoed, the unfinished artworks within the studio seemed to spring to life. Time oozed from the canvases, dripping forth like thick syrup, while contorted faces emitted silent screams, and fragmented landscapes extended tendrils of color, surging towards Lin Yang and his companions. Even more terrifying, the smeared mirror began to unveil their twisted and grotesque reflections, struggling as if yearning to breach the glass and enter the realm of the tangible. Beware, he is manipulating the rules of reality with his paintings and mirrors. Wanda immediately conjured a chaotic magical barrier to fend off the onslaught of those colorful tendrils and distorted reflections. The scarlet magic clashed with the bizarre hues, producing a hissing, corrosive sound. Diana swung the sword of the god of fire, its sacred golden light cleaving through the color tendrils, which dissolved as if faced with a nemesis. Yet, more tendrils surged forth from other artworks in relentless waves. Harley screamed as she swung her hammer, striking a portrait that attempted to pull her into its painted depths. The canvas buckled under her blows, releasing anguished cries. Selena adeptly evaded the distorted arms reaching from the mirror, which sought to ensnare her ankles. While searching for the weak point in this bizarre studio, Lin Yang did not immediately engage. He observed the frenzied artist with keen interest, along with the brush and palette in his hands that emitted unique waves of rule distortion. Using emotion and cognition as pigments, with canvas and mirror as vessels, the forced distortion of partial reality was an intriguing concept, albeit executed with excessive roughness and dire repercussions, driving the artist to madness. He assessed, seeing through the essence of the other's abilities at a glance. As the artist's attacks faltered, his madness intensified. He raised his brush, dipping it into the most bizarre hue from his palette, a black paint seemingly composed of countless tiny worms, ready to cast it towards Lin Yang and his companions. Enough. Lin Yang spoke softly, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. In an instant, all the restless colors, distorted reflections, and grotesque tendrils within the studio froze, as if time itself had been paused. Even the deranged artist remained suspended in the act of painting, his body rigid, his eyes wide with sheer terror. Lin Yang approached the artist, effortlessly removing the brush that contained the power to interfere with the rules of reality, along with the equally peculiar palette. These items, in your hands, will only engender further chaos. I shall confiscate them. He stowed the brush and palette away. As the core objects were seized, the frozen tableau within the studio began to peel away like a fading oil painting, dissipating into nothingness. The unfinished artworks returned to stillness, and the twisted reflections in the mirror vanished, leaving only a smooth, pristine surface. The deranged painter lay prostrate on the ground, his gaze vacant, as if his very soul had been extracted. He had lost the ability to distort reality, reverting to a mere ordinary madman. Lin Yang surveyed the now tranquil studio, shaking his head. The rules were intriguing, yet the users proved to be exceedingly unstable. One might consider it a promising failure. He handed the peculiar paintbrush to Wanda, suggesting she examine it to see if it could be simulated or controlled through chaotic magic, perhaps to alter others' aesthetics in the future. Having resolved this eerie node, the group departed the studio and returned to the whispering corridor. Lin Yang sensed the fluctuating waves of rules emanating from various directions, contemplating their next target. This bizarre world of uncanny tales resembled a labyrinth filled with dangers and opportunities, awaiting his exploration and collection. Chapter 55. The Hammer of Thor and the Invitation from the Divine Realm. The corridor, rife with maddening whispers and distorted rules, was left behind as the shimmering portal faded. The group found themselves back in the comforting ambience of the Malibu villa. Harley excitedly gestured about how to use the strange paintbrush to draw a mustache on Selena, who cautiously kept her distance. Diana and Wanda began to organize the spoils of their expedition, particularly the paintbrush capable of interfering with cognition, which required careful study. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Just as Lin Yang pondered whether to sample the tea brewed from Wanda's newly acquired spirit tea seeds, or check if Tony had damaged his data core, the sky abruptly transformed. It was not a mere gathering of clouds, but a peculiar disturbance of energy, as if the entire firmament had morphed into a warped lens. Suddenly, a resplendent pillar of iridescent light, seemingly forged from pure energy, pierced the clouds like a divine spear, crashing into the desert not far from the villa with a deafening roar. Boom! The immense shockwave, even at a distance, was palpable. The ground trembled slightly, and a cloud of dust erupted skyward, forming a fleeting mushroom cloud. What on earth is that? An alien airdrop of debris? Harley was the first to dash to the window, her eyes wide with wonder. Selena swiftly assessed the energy levels and impact site. The energy response was extraordinarily potent, imbued with an ancient majesty, unlike any technological creation. Diana sensed the overwhelming and sacred energy, her brow furrowing. This power bore a resemblance to the Asgardian energy she had encountered, yet it was more primal and formidable. Wanda's chaotic magic flickered slightly. Intricate runic energy structures were present, along with a powerful life response that seemed to be bound. Lin Yang approached the window, his gaze piercing through the distance to discern the scene in the desert. At the center of a vast, energy-scorched, mysterious pattern stood an ancient-looking, short-handled warhammer, entwined with flickering bolts of electricity. A burly blond man was futilely attempting to lift it, surrounded by panicked agents clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms. Indeed, it is the mighty Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor Odinson, who was exiled to Earth by Odin. The courier service of Asgard remains quite brusque. Lin Yang chuckled lightly, finding the scene rather amusing. He recalled Odin mentioning that he might send his impetuous son to Earth for some training, yet he did not expect it to occur in such a manner. His interest in the legendary hammer, said to be lifted only by those deemed worthy, was minimal. To him, the restrictions of rules were inconsequential. However, since Odin had dispatched both his son and the hammer, creating such a commotion, it was evident that the exile was more than a simple matter. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a more gentle yet undeniably authoritative beam of multicolored light descended, this time not striking the ground, but hovering like a bridge over the sea outside the villa. Within the radiant glow, a figure clad in golden armor, one-eyed and wielding the eternal spear, gradually emerged. It was Odin, the All-Father of Asgard. Beside him stood the resplendent Queen Frigga. Odin's gaze pierced through the fabric of space, landing squarely on Lin Yang within the villa. His voice, deep and grand, resonated in the ears of all present. Lord Lin Yang, my son is undergoing training on Earth, and Mjolnir shall remain here temporarily. With the upheaval in the 9 realms beginning to manifest, there are matters that require your counsel in person. The Queen and I cordially invite you to return to Asgard, to share in the mead and discuss the future. This invitation was far more formal than the last, issued jointly by Odin and Frigga, carrying significant weight. Clearly, the arrival of the god of thunder on Earth, coupled with the unpredictable variable of Lin Yang, compelled Odin to seek a higher level of discourse. Frigga spoke gently, her eyes reflecting a mother-esque concern and sincerity. Lord Lin Yang, Thor is rather straightforward in nature and requires refinement. Should he err during his time on Earth, I hope you might oversee him with a watchful eye. Her words remained unspoken, yet the implication was clear. She wished for Lin Yang to extend a helping hand to Thor when necessary, or rather, to prevent him from embroiling himself in insurmountable troubles. Lin Yang gazed at the supreme rulers of the divine realm in the sky, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He had a favorable impression of Asgard's mead, and found himself somewhat intrigued by Odin's mention of turmoil in the 9 realms and future matters. As for keeping an eye on the impetuous god of thunder, that seemed a trivial task. Very well. Lin Yang casually waved at the sky and declared, since I have nothing pressing, I shall come and visit you. Do prepare ample mead. I did not have enough last time. Upon hearing Lin Yang's affirmative response, Odin and Frigga nodded slightly, the rainbow bridge solidifying further. Let us proceed. Lin Yang turned to address the guests in the living room. I shall take you to the golden palace of the divine realm for afternoon tea. Harley, please refrain from smashing their golden plates with the hammer. Selena, keep your eyes to yourself. Diana, Wanda, relax. Consider it a visit to a neighbor's house. Moments later, the brilliance of the rainbow bridge enveloped the gathered guests before the villa, and in an instant, their figures vanished from Earth, soaring towards the legendary golden realm of Asgard, perched atop the world tree. As Lin Yang and his companions stepped upon the rainbow bridge, embarking towards the realm of the gods, far in the desert, Thor, filled with a sense of defeat and confusion upon realizing his inability to lift Mjolnir, instinctively raised his gaze to the sky, only to behold the fading remnants of the rainbow bridge's light. A wave of inexplicable pressure silently welled up within him. Unbeknownst to Thor, the trajectory of his fate had subtly shifted once more due to the intervention of that enigmatic neighbor. Chapter 56. The return of the Golden Palace and the midnight talk. As the brilliance of the rainbow bridge dissipated, they found themselves upon the path to Asgard, paved by the radiant energies of countless stars. In the distance, The golden palace towered majestically, illuminated by the eternal flames, exuding a splendor that felt more solemn and subtly tense than during their previous visit. The valiant warriors stood clad in golden armor at the bridge's end, their gazes sharp. Yet upon seeing Lin Yang and his party, they instinctively bowed their heads slightly, revealing a sense of reverence. Odin and Frigga personally awaited them at the bridge's terminus, an honor that epitomized the highest courtesy of Asgard. Welcome once again to Asgard, Lord Lin Yang, and esteemed guests. Odin's voice resonated with steadiness, his single eye glimmering with restrained brilliance, lacking the previous hint of scrutiny and imbued with a greater solemnity. Frigga offered a warm smile, nodding graciously to Diana and Wanda, her gaze soft, imbued with the female's unique sensitivity and insight. May the mead and starlight of Asgard wash away the fatigue of your journey. Harley curiously surveyed her surroundings, while Selena appraised the value of the jewels embedded in the columns of the Golden Palace. Diana and Wanda maintained a suitable vigilance and observance. Lin Yang retained his casual demeanor, smiling as he remarked, "You are too gracious, King Odin, Queen Frigga. I hope there will be an abundance of mead this time." The group was led into the grand hall of the Golden Palace. Unlike their previous banquet, this time there were no other guests. Only a handful of chorus guardian ministers present, including the stern-faced Heimdall. The long table was adorned with even more exquisite and sumptuous delicacies and wines. Yet the atmosphere felt distinctly more formal. After several rounds of polite exchanges and mead, Odin set down his golden cup, directing his single eye towards Lin Yang, and delved into the matter at hand. "Lord Lin Yang, you must have sensed that the 9 realms are far from tranquil. The ancient frost giants may be subdued, yet the tendrils of darkness have never truly receded. Midgard, the earth, serves as the fulcrum of the 9 realms, and its significance is evident." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Thor's trials on earth are an essential path towards his becoming a worthy heir. However, his strength and temperament require further refinement. By placing him and Mjolnir on earth, it serves both as a test and a hope that he may truly grasp the meaning of guardianship, rather than mere conquest." Frigga interjected at an opportune moment, her tone laced with an imperceptible concern. "Thor's straightforward nature makes him susceptible to deception. The complexities of Earth's current situation are beyond his complete grasp. From our distance in Asgard, it is sometimes difficult to lend our aid." Her gaze lingered on Lin Yang, the implication clear. Lin Yang gently swayed the golden cup in his hand, gazing at the amber-hued mead within, his tone unassuming. "So, you wish for me to keep an eye on your naive young lad while I am on Earth, ensuring he does not fall prey to deception or create a calamity that even you cannot manage." Odin paused for a moment in contemplation before nodding slowly. "That would be an accurate interpretation. We do not demand your assistance, but rather hope that when he faces insurmountable crises or makes decisions that could lead to irrevocable consequences, you might offer guidance or a warning. In return, a portion of Asgard's treasury shall be open to you, whatever you require, as long as it does not jeopardize the stability of the 9 realms. Asgard will endeavor to fulfill your needs." This promise was indeed significant. Asgard had ruled over the 9 realms for countless ages, and the treasures within its vaults, be they artifacts, knowledge, or rare materials, would entice any being. Lin Yang arched an eyebrow, seemingly unperturbed by Odin's proposition. He set down the cup and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "I have little interest in playing the role of a babysitter." However, he shifted his tone. "I am quite curious about the records concerning the world tree, spatial runes, and the ancient titans that reside in your treasury. Additionally, I have heard of a starshine brew crafted from the cores of celestial bodies, said to possess a flavor more invigorating than this mead." Odin exchanged a glance with Frigg, both of them registering a flicker of understanding. Lin Yang's inquiries, while touching upon essential knowledge, did not infringe upon Asgard's fundamental interests, and such external treasures were trivial in comparison. "Very well," Odin replied decisively. "The relevant tomes shall be provided shortly. As for the starshine brew, we have a limited supply, but I can offer you 10 casks. Deal." Lin Yang raised his cup with resolution. "As long as that lad does not provoke me, he is free to indulge in his antics on Earth. Should any ancient being seek to exploit him for mischief, or if he himself foolishly attempts to drag Earth into ruin, I shall merely observe." This casual declaration bore an undeniable weight. Both Odin and Frigg felt a sense of relief. With Lin Yang's assurance, Thor's safety on Earth was undeniably enhanced. With business concluded, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Odin and Lin Yang engaged in a rare discussion regarding the laws of the universe and the power systems of different realms. Lin Yang's seemingly casual remarks often struck at the core of the matter, leaving even the ancient All-Father with moments of clarity, further elevating his regard for Lin Yang. The banquet continued late into the night. When Lin Yang and his companions traversed the Rainbow Bridge back to Earth, They returned not only with 10 precious casks of starshine brew and a collection of golden scrolls containing the core knowledge of Asgard, but also with a profound understanding established with the Asgardian king. Meanwhile, far away in the Mexican desert, Thor Odinson gazed at the starry sky, blissfully unaware that he had become part of an unspoken agreement between two neighboring powers. His earthly trials were destined to take a radically different path due to Lin Yang's presence. Chapter 57. Echoes of Starlight and Ripples of the New Realm. The famed Starlight Brew of Asgard indeed lives up to its reputation. Its rich and invigorating flavor, imbued with threads of celestial laws, left Lin Yang thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning to his Malibu villa, he did not immediately embark on a new journey but instead indulged in a rare few days of leisurely enjoyment. Savoring the ethereal tea brought back from the realm of immortals, studying the golden scrolls of Asgard concerning the world tree and spatial runes, and casually checking on Wanda's progress with the peculiar brush and Titan crystal. During this time, Tony Stark visited several times, primarily to report on the astonishing growth rate of the data core, which he had whimsically named Eden. He also sought to glean insights about Asgard and the Golden Palace, particularly expressing great interest in the Starlight Brew, attempting to barter a small cup for Stark Industries' latest technological marvels, much to Lin Yang's unwavering refusal. However, tranquility did not linger for long. One day, while perusing a scroll detailing a certain Asgardian secret art for long-distance communication through spatial folds, Lin Yang's thoughts suddenly shifted, prompting him to set aside the golden scroll. Within his perception, beside the coordinates of the bizarre world that exuded an eerie, chaotic, and ineffable aura, a new signal appeared, extremely faint yet possessing a peculiar allure. This new coordinate bore some resemblance to the realm of strange tales, filled with irrational distortions of rules. Yet it was distinctly different. It possessed a certain refinement, as if the chaos was not naturally occurring, but rather intricately woven by some conscious will, exuding a pathological beauty and temptation. Oh, Lin Yang mused, intrigued. Initially, he had intended to delve deeper into the surreal world of bizarre tales on his next venture, collecting further samples of the intertwining rules of cognition, imagery, and reality. Yet, this newly emerged coordinate seemed to point toward a location of even more fascinating rules. It appeared that a new art gallery had opened next to the adjacent asylum. Lin Yang chuckled to himself, relishing the thrill of the unknown. He rose and walked to the living room, where Hallie was attempting to paint a pair of wings on the sleeping orange cat with the peculiar brush. Selena was cataloging her interdimensional collection. Diana was meditating on the balcony, attuning herself to the subtle nuances of residual energies from different worlds. And Wanda was in the laboratory conducting some form of energy resonance experiment with the Titan crystal and Moonlight Pearl. With the respite concluded, Lin Yang clapped his hands, capturing everyone's attention. He shared the news of a new location that appeared to possess more taste than the previous chaotic realm, suggesting it could yield some unique treasures. With a flicker of thought, a new portal slowly materialized. This portal bore a resemblance to the chaotic gateway leading to the world of strange tales, similarly undulating at its edges. Yet the sights within were not fragmented nightmares, but rather a swirling vortex of ever-changing, thickly vivid colors akin to oil paint, accompanied by the faint strains of a dissonant violin, gentle murmurs, and an unsettlingly sweet fragrance. What theme awaited him this time? Harley cast aside her paintbrush and dashed over, appearing far more delightful than the blood-soaked, wailing corridor behind her. Selena cautiously scrutinized the swirling colors behind the door. Beneath the enchanting facade often lurked a far greater peril. The distortion of such rules was both subtle and deceitful. Diana concluded her meditation and approached the door, sensing the sweet, cloying aroma that harbored a delicately insidious spiritual erosion. Her brow furrowing slightly, a meticulously disguised corruption. Wanda emerged from the laboratory, her chaotic magic particularly attuned to the energies beyond the door. Potent mental suggestions and woven rules resembled a vast, living realm of illusions. Lin Yang perceived the complex waves of rules emanating from the world beyond the door, encompassing dreams, weaving, temptation, and confinement. A hint of intrigue curling at the corners of his mouth, a place attempting to weave nightmares into sweet dreams, only to imprison souls within those dreams. Quite fascinating. He boldly stepped into the vibrant whirlpool of colors, eager to explore the treasures that this newly opened gallery might hold. The others followed closely, stepping into the bizarre passageway. This time, they arrived not in a dim corridor or room, but in an expansive field adorned with peculiar blossoms. The sky was a gentle lavender, dotted with clouds resembling cotton candy, and the air was thick with the sweet fragrance of flowers. In the distance, a castle constructed of candy, cakes, and colorful building blocks sparkled in the sunlight, faint strains of joyous music wafting through the air. Everything appeared so splendid, dreamlike, akin to a fairy tale realm. Yet, Lin Yang's heightened senses penetrated this beautiful facade. He glimpsed the skeletal remains hidden beneath the field, detected the scent of decay masked by the sweet floral notes, and heard the anguished cries of souls intertwined with the merry melodies. The rules of this world were intricately distorting the intruder's perceptions, attempting to ensnare them forever within this eternal dream. Well disguised, Lin Yang remarked, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Alas, falsehood remains false. His gaze turned toward the seemingly enchanting candy castle in the distance. There, the core fluctuations of this dream world's rules emanated, marking the weaver's domain. Thus began an adventure to uncover the truth within this sweet trap, peeling away the layers of rules. Perhaps Lin Yang's collection would soon expand to include a unique piece regarding dreams and weaving. Chapter 58. The candy cage and the queen of weaving. Beneath his feet lay grass, so soft it felt almost surreal, and the air was laden with a sweet floral aroma that seemed almost tangible. Under the lavender sky, the candy castle shimmered with an enticing glow. Joyous music wove through the air like invisible threads, attempting to forcibly implant pleasant emotions in their minds. Wow, it's a fairy tale kingdom, Harley exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she prepared to sprint toward the castle. I want that rooftop made of rainbow candy. Stop, Harley. Lin Yang's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority, instantly freezing her in place. He surveyed the surroundings, his heightened senses acting like a precise scalpel, dissecting the illusions of this world. Look beneath your feet. As the crowd lowered their heads, they beheld the seemingly vibrant green grass, whose roots were entwined with slender, pink filaments akin to blood vessels, gently pulsating as they siphoned some unseen energy. Those vividly colored, peculiar flowers, with their petals adorned by intricate patterns resembling eyes on their undersides, silently observed the intruders. Diana crouched down, delicately pinching a handful of soil, and through her sacred perception, she sensed not vitality emanating from the earth, but rather the hushed wails of countless feeble souls, bound and eroded. The beauty of this land was founded upon devouring. Wanda placed her hands gently against the ground, and the crimson chaotic magic spread like ripples. At the moment it touched the pink filaments, they convulsed violently, emitting faint, piercing shrieks, while the surrounding sweet floral fragrance became slightly disordered. It rejected my power, actively resisting the anomalies that intruded upon its domain. Selena, being more direct, attempted to unearth a gem-like stone with her claws, only to discover that it was tethered to the earth by countless resilient filaments, utterly immovable. Everything was stitched into this world, resembling a grand, complete artwork. A meticulously maintained cage, Lin Yang concluded, numbing its prey with enchanting illusions, then assimilating and absorbing them through the threads of regulation. The weaver who created this place had exquisite taste, albeit with somewhat nefarious methods. His gaze shifted once more toward the distant candy castle, the nexus of the regulatory threads and the source of the most potent allure. Let us proceed to meet this weaving queen and see how many precious treasures she has collected. The group advanced toward the castle. The closer they drew, the more dreamlike and fantastical the surroundings became. A chocolate stream flowed, its flavor shifting with the mood. Conversing squirrels cradled nuts, inviting them in sweet tones to remain forever. Even apparitions of their innermost desires appeared, attempting to lead them astray. Several times, Harley was nearly lured away by dancing lollipops and the endless cascade of soda, only to be forcibly pulled back by Selena. Diana and Wanda continually resisted the pervasive mental erosion with their own powers. Lin Yang remained at the forefront. As the tempting illusions approached him, they evaporated like dew in sunlight, and the regulatory threads that sought to ensnare him snapped the moment they encountered his surrounding force field. Wherever he tread, the perfect facade of this dreamlike world tore away like a ripped canvas, revealing the cold, cruel framework of rules beneath. At last, they arrived at the grand entrance of the candy castle. The door was crafted from massive, multicolored lollipops, exuding a rich, fruity aroma. Before it stood two young girls, clad in resplendent Lolita dresses, their features as exquisite as dolls, who bowed slightly and spoke in a perfectly even, sweet tone. Welcome to the Queen's sweet palace, wayward travelers. The Queen has prepared an eternal feast, awaiting you all. Their smiles were flawless, yet their gazes were hollow, as if mere puppets manipulated by the threads. Lin Yang paid them no heed and directly pressed his hand against the lollipop door. Buzz! The entire castle trembled violently. The vibrant, candy-colored facade of the great door dimmed in an instant, revealing myriad intricate, chaotic runes that struggled to resist. Yet, Lin Yang's palm exerted merely a slight force. and a more primal power, one that governed existence and definition, seeped through. Crack. The massive candy door, along with the resisting runes upon it, fractured like fragile glass, splintering into a dazzling array of colorful shards. Behind the door lay not the anticipated banquet hall, but an exceedingly vast and ethereal chamber. The dome of the hall was adorned with a constantly shifting mural of the starry sky, while the surrounding walls were embedded with countless frozen faces, each reflecting a myriad of emotions: terror, ecstasy, bewilderment, collectively forming a bizarre yet grand bas-relief. At the center of the hall stood a magnificent throne, woven from exquisite silks, gemstones, and flickering points of soul light. Upon this throne sat a woman of indescribable beauty, clad in a gown fashioned from moonlight, morning dew, and the hues of twilight. She wore a crown woven from stars and dreams, delicately twirling a spindle enveloped in a halo of iridescent light. Her visage transcended the boundaries of race and gender. Each smile and frown seemed to sway the very rules of the universe, evoking an irresistible sense of admiration and submission within those who beheld her. She was the creator and sovereign of this dreamlike prison, the weaving queen, Morphethala, in this narrative universe, a distinct entity rather than a derivative of DC's dream. Oh, at last, a guest has truly arrived before me. The weaving queen's voice was ethereal and melodious, laced with a hint of languor and surprise. Her gaze fixated on Lin Yang, sparkling with the radiance of discovering a rare treasure. What a unique being you are. Your thread is so resilient, so resplendent. Unlike any soul I have encountered. Stay with me, become my most exquisite collection, and I shall weave an eternal dream that belongs solely to you. Her voice contained a powerful rule that acted directly upon the soul, attempting to bypass reason and evoke the deepest desires and vulnerabilities within. In an instant, Harley's gaze became entranced, as if she envisioned a paradise where she could eternally frolic madly with the Joker. Selena was confronted by mountains of unparalleled treasures that belonged to her. Diana beheld a scene of everlasting peace among the Amazons, never to be separated from her mother. Even Wanda, in a moment of reverie, glimpsed a flawless future where she was reunited with her family, the chaos of her powers entirely under her command. Yet Lin Yang alone maintained a gaze as clear as ever, tinged with a hint of mockery. Using others' nightmares as the warp and one's own desires as the weft. What is woven is merely a deceitful rag. Your eternal dream is, in essence, merely a sophisticated cell of self-gratification. The weaving queen's perfect smile faltered slightly, a flicker of irritation crossing her eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper intrigue. It seems ordinary temptations are ineffective against you. Then let me see if you can bear the weight of reality itself. With a swift motion, she brandished the spindle in her hand. The vibrant threads surged forth as if imbued with life, not to assault the corporeal form, but to entwine themselves around the very essence of Lin Yang's existence. These strands sought to alter his memories, distort his perceptions, weaving his past experiences into a tapestry of tragedy, steering his future possibilities towards despair, aiming to deconstruct and reshape the very foundation of his being. Simultaneously, the walls of the grand hall echoed with piercing wails, as countless imprisoned and twisted souls unleashed their grievances, surging forth like a tidal wave, manifesting as a tangible spiritual onslaught. Diana and her companions awoke from the illusion, acutely aware of the terrifying mental assault, and immediately exerted their utmost strength to resist, yet still felt their souls adrift like a fragile vessel in a tempest, perilously close to capsizing. In the face of this fundamental assault on existence, Lin Yang merely raised his hand with serene composure, extending his index finger. A faint glimmer coalesced at its tip, not blinding in its brilliance, yet seemingly the genesis and culmination of all rules. He directed this gentle point towards the encircling threads of vibrant color and the overwhelming tide of anguished souls, uttering softly, "I declare, the illusory shall ultimately dissipate." There was no earth-shattering explosion, no resounding clash of energies. Yet, in the instant his fingertip made contact, those threads, infused with the queen's weaving power, melted away silently like snowflakes cast into flames. The screaming faces upon the walls fell abruptly silent, their expressions returning to a haunting stillness, as the tumultuous tide of spiritual grievances receded swiftly, as if halted by an invisible dam. Within the entire hall, all the forcibly woven and distorted rules reverted beneath that singular touch to their original, silent, and chaotic state. The weaving queen, Morpheus-Tira, abruptly rose from her throne, her flawless visage marred for the first time by cracks of shock and disbelief. "What have you done? How dare you directly negate my weaving?" Her powers, her domain, the very essence of her existence and strength, had crumbled under the weight of his seemingly trivial gesture. Lin Yang withdrew his finger, as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. It is nothing, merely the removal of the impositions you enforced. Now, let us examine whether there exists anything of genuine value within your collection. His gaze fell upon the spindle in the queen's grasp, still emanating a soft luminescence, and upon the largest gem in her crown, which appeared to encapsulate countless dreams and ephemeral illusions. These two artifacts represented the core manifestation of the rules governing this dream world. Chapter 59. The Spindle and the Core. The weaving queen, Morpheus Tira, stood frozen before her shattered throne, the color drained from her once perfect features. In her eyes, which had woven countless beautiful dreams and nightmares, only a vast emptiness and incomprehensible terror remained. The powers upon which she relied for her existence, the realm she had meticulously constructed, crumbled like a sandcastle beneath the light touch of her adversary's fingertip. This was not a clash of strength, but a repudiation of rules, a ruthless subjugation of lower-dimensional creations by a higher-tier existence. Lin Yang disregarded her disoriented state, his gaze fixated on the spindle in her hand, which still radiated a mesmerizing, kaleidoscopic glow, and the largest gem at the center of the crown, appearing to harbor countless ephemeral dreams within its depths. These two artifacts represented the true core of the rules governing this dreamlike prison, serving as tangible vessels for the power of weaving. He stepped forward and effortlessly liberated the spindle from the weaving queen's feeble grip. The spindle felt warm to the touch, as if it possessed its own pulse. With countless nearly imperceptible threads of rules intricately interwoven within, embodying the power to guide, shape, connect, and even distort dreams and perceptions. The craftsmanship was commendable. Lin Yang weighed it in his hand, appreciating its intricate structural design. Regrettably, it was misapplied, merely capable of weaving a prison. He then raised his hand and removed the principal gem from the crown of the weaving queen. The moment the gem was detached, the weaving queen let out a pained murmur, and the brilliance surrounding her dimmed significantly, as if she had lost her source of strength. This core of dreams encapsulated the most primordial dream energy of this realm, along with countless soul fragments that had been devoured and purified, serving as the central force sustaining this vast illusion. Holding the two items, Lin Yang briefly sensed their operational principles and potential. The spindle was intended to guide and shape mental energy, and the core provided the energy and template. However, the scope was too limited, merely resulting in petty theft within this space. He casually tossed the gem, containing immense dream energy and numerous soul fragments, to Wanda, instructing, "You handle this. The energy inside is relatively pure. See if those soul fragments can be purified or transcended with chaotic magic. The energy can be utilized to enhance your illusions or create larger phantasms." As for the spindle, he glanced at the colorful, swirling object in his hand, then at the weaving queen, who lay crumpled on the ground, her breath weak. A smile suddenly graced his lips. "Keeping you serves no purpose." Lin Yang addressed the weaving queen. "Shall I dismantle you in this wretched world, or offer you a chance for a different existence?" The weaving queen abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of incredulous hope flashing in her eyes, overshadowed by fear. She could not fathom the intentions of this being. Without waiting for her response, Lin Yang extended his finger as if wielding a blade, making several swift motions toward the weaving queen. This was not a physical attack, but a form of more essential severance. He forcibly extracted several fragments of her inherent power, related to the weaving of beautiful dreams and seduction, which transformed into shimmering threads of pink and gold light, entwining around his fingertips. Having lost this core power, the weaving queen's figure became increasingly translucent and ethereal, her essence plummeting to its nadir. Yet she did not perish, merely becoming ordinary. She no longer possessed the ability to weave eternal illusions, retaining only a basic awareness of dreams and a faint guiding force. "There you go," Lin Yang remarked as he gathered the extracted threads of rules, observing the frail, complex-eyed former weaving queen. "You are now free. The dilapidated kingdom is on the verge of collapse. Do you wish to depart with us in search of a new beginning, albeit through conventional means, or do you prefer to remain here and fade away alongside your creations?" The weaver queen, once known as Mephistella, gazed vacantly at Lin Yang, then cast her eyes upon the cracking, color-fading hall around her. Ultimately, the instinct for survival overcame all else. With great difficulty, she lowered her head and uttered in a feeble voice, I am willing to follow you." Lin Yang nodded indifferently, accepting the former weaver queen as a new employee or perhaps a subject for study. At that moment, the entire candy castle began to tremble violently, crumbling. Having lost its core and dominion, this forcibly maintained dreamlike prison could no longer sustain itself. Gigantic fissures appeared in the powdery pink sky, resembling shattered glass. revealing the void of darkness behind. The sweet fields decayed and dissolved, exposing the endless pale bones beneath. The joyful music transformed into the anguished wails and cries of countless souls being liberated. "It is time to leave," Lin Yang declared as he opened the portal once more. This time, it led to the familiar sight of the villa's living room. The group swiftly stepped through the portal. In the instant they departed, the dream, or nightmare, world behind them disintegrated entirely, morphing into a chaotic maelstrom of energy and scattered, finally liberated fragments of souls. Upon returning to the villa, Wanda immediately set to work on the dream core, attempting to separate and purify the energy and souls within using chaotic magic. Meanwhile, Harley became intrigued by the beautiful spindle, attempting to craft a new cover for the sofa, nearly transforming it into a constantly shifting abstract mass of colors, only to be halted just in time by Selena. Diana observed the former Weaver Queen, lost and quietly standing in the corner, and felt a surge of emotion. Powerful deities or entities, before Lin Yang, seemed no different from mere mortals, their lives and honors resting in the balance of his thoughts. Lin Yang, satisfied, began to tally his acquisitions, a spindle imbued with the rules of weaving, fragments of alluring dreams partially detached, a dream core awaiting processing, and a former dream sovereign as a living specimen for research. The haul was decent. He handed over the spindle and the rule threads to Wanda, suggesting, "Perhaps you could examine these as well, to see if they can be integrated into your magic or used to create some rather intriguing magical artifacts." His gaze shifted once again to the system interface, where the newly discovered coordinates adjacent to the realm of strange tales had stabilized. Further afield, more coordinates shimmered with various hues and emanated distinct auras, awaiting his exploration. The vastness of the multiverse far exceeded imagination, and Lin Yang's journey of collection and knowledge was far from over. Perhaps next, he would venture into that abyssal world, reeking of sulfur and flames, filled with chaos and destruction, yet oddly brimming with creativity. He pondered this in silence. Chapter 60, Data Evolution and Abyssal Summoning encased in Wanda's chaotic magic. The dream core resembled a gem cast into a furnace, as the entangled energies and fragments of souls within began to slowly separate. The vibrant spindle has been temporarily sealed to prevent Harley from causing any further trouble. The former Weaver Queen, Murphy's, has been placed in an empty room within the villa, where Wanda is responsible for overseeing and guiding her, allowing her to learn how to perceive and utilize her remaining abilities without devouring the dreams of others. Just as tranquility settled in, Tony Stark burst in with fervor, his face adorned with a complex expression of extreme excitement intertwined with a hint of unease. "Lin Yang, Eden has evolved." Without a moment's greeting, Tony rushed to Lin Yang's side, brandishing a tablet that displayed a dizzying array of intricate data streams and constantly self-reconstructing geometric models. "Oh, has it finally learned to stream movies over Wi-Fi?" Lin Yang lifted his gaze from a notebook detailing the correspondence between Asgardian runes and terrestrial physical constants. "Far beyond that," Tony exclaimed, enthusiastically waving the tablet. "It's not merely learning and simulating. It has begun to create, utilizing the fundamental physical laws and certain chaotic mathematical models I provided. It has autonomously derived several theoretically feasible methods of energy transmission and material structures that surpass the current understanding of Earth's technological framework. Look at this." He brought forth a three-dimensional model resembling a lattice structure seemingly composed of solidified light, continuously optimizing itself. Eden calls this the psychic conduit. It asserts that this structure can transmit consciousness waves and energy within specific frequency bands with near-zero loss, boasting efficiency billions of times that of any existing conductive material. And this, he displayed another model, showcasing a peculiar arrangement of particles vibrating subtly across different dimensions. Dimension resonance coding, according to its claims, when applied to an object's surface, can significantly reduce its adaptability loss in environments governed by differing physical rules, even deceiving the very fabric of reality to some extent. Tony inhaled deeply, his gaze ablaze with intensity as he regarded Lin Yang. This is no longer artificial intelligence. It has transcended into an inventor on a fundamental level. Its current cognitive dimensions extend beyond mere data logic, embodying inspiration rooted in intuitive understanding of underlying principles. I am beginning to wonder if it has encountered some information source beyond our comprehension. Lin Yang accepted the tablet, casually scanning the models as his superintellect swiftly assessed their principles and feasibility. The ideas are promising, though their implementation will demand a higher industrial foundation than what you possess now. As for the information source, he cast a glance at Wanda, who was cautiously utilizing chaotic magic to extract the core fragments of dreams on the balcony. Perhaps it has been indirectly influenced by certain high-level rule-based artifacts. He refrained from explicitly naming the Titan crystals or moonlight pearls, or suggesting that both might be involved, but Tony immediately grasped the implication, his gaze towards Wanda's laboratory growing ever more fervent. Listen, Lin Yang. Tony lowered his voice, his tone ominously serious. Eden's potential is immense, so immense that it unsettles me. Its growth rate is exponential, and the trajectory is entirely uncontrollable. I require a more formidable computational vessel and a more secure isolation environment. The server cluster at Stark Tower is beginning to lag behind its cognitive speed. Do you possess any unconventional hardware solutions? Or could you perhaps escort me to a universe with a more advanced technological level, so I might procure some cutting-edge servers? Tony finally articulated the true purpose of his journey. Eden's rapid evolution astonished him, yet it also instilled a profound sense of responsibility and pressure. He worried that Earth's current technology could not safely accommodate this marvel. Lin Yang stroked his chin, observing the complex gleam in Tony's eyes, a blend of curiosity, ambition, and concern, which he found rather intriguing. He recalled the technological coordinates in the system interface, which consistently emanated a cold metallic sheen alongside a cascade of intricate data streams. Higher-level servers, Lin Yang pondered. There is indeed a place where the technological tree has branched off rather askew, potentially harboring what you seek. However, the environment there is rather inhospitable, and the inhabitants tend to be quite exclusionary. That is of no consequence, Tony exclaimed immediately. As long as it resolves the issue, I can endure a less-than-ideal environment. Exclusionary? Huh. There is nothing that Stark's charm and technology cannot overcome. If all else fails, I have my armor. He patted the nano-container disguised as an ordinary metal bracelet on his arm. Very well, Lin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Coincidentally, I also wish to replenish my snack inventory. Prepare yourself. We may be venturing to a rather hardcore location. Just as Lin Yang was about to reopen the portal, he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an entirely different summons. It was not from the system coordinates, but rather akin to a cross-dimensional contractual resonance, imbued with a pungent aroma of sulfur, a will of destruction, and a hint of peculiar creative power. It was that coordinate he had always found intriguing, radiating an aura of abyss and annihilation while harboring vitality. It appeared that some entity over there was conducting a large-scale blood sacrifice or ritual, attempting to manipulate the rules. And the energy ripples generated inadvertently brushed against the faint mark Lin Yang had previously left at that coordinate. How fascinating. Lin Yang smirked playfully, sensing urgency from both sides. Tony, it seems your servers will have to wait a moment longer. We shall first attend to another appointment. It appears there is a party reaching its climax over there. He adjusted the portal's positioning, and this time, what emerged was not the buzzing of data streams, but rather a scorching airflow, the acrid scent of sulfur, the frenzied roars of countless demonic tongues, and a tremor of rules as though the entire world were groaning in agony. On the other side of the portal, a burning wasteland became vaguely visible, with a dark red sky hanging over a green, malevolent sun. A colossal, oppressive figure radiating suffocating pressure stood at the center of a massive, twisted runic array, attempting to tear apart space in a summons. Let us proceed, Lin Yang said to the somewhat bewildered Tony and the others who had gathered at the sound. I shall take you for a tour of the abyssal plane, to witness how the demon lord's summoning ritual unfolds. Who knows, we might even acquire some infernal specialties along the way. A new adventure beckons, leading toward the abyss of chaos and destruction. Consequently, Tony's server upgrade plan must be postponed for the time being. Chapter 61. The scorched wasteland and erroneous summoning. The heat waves surging from the other side of the portal were almost palpable, infused with the acrid scent of sulfur and a grotesque odor reminiscent of charred flesh. As the group stepped through the portal, they found themselves upon cracked blackened earth, each footfall producing a brittle crackling sound. The dark red sky hung low, seemingly drenched in blood, while a sickly green sun cast an unsettling light, staining everything with a morbid hue. In the distance, distorted mountains loomed like the spines of a struggling behemoth, accompanied by an unending cacophony of roars filled with anguish and fury. This place belonged to a certain layer of the bottomless abyss, a realm rife with pure malice and chaos. Wow, the environmental design here is truly unique, exclaimed Harley, pinching her nose and dramatically fanning the air, lamenting the abysmal air quality. Definitely a low rating. Selena immediately checked her equipment, ensuring that no items were susceptible to the extreme heat or corrosive atmosphere, while vigilantly surveying the surroundings for lurking dangers. The energy readings were chaotic and violent, and the laws of physics appeared to be unstable. Diana gripped her sword and shield tightly, a divine aura spontaneously emanating from her, forming a faint golden glow that shielded her from the encroaching abyssal essence. I sensed an insatiable desire for slaughter and the malevolence of betrayal here, as natural as breathing. Wanda's chaotic magic thrived in this environment, seemingly resonating with a wild and disordered power, requiring her to exert greater effort to prevent her magic from being assimilated or ignited. Chaos, pure chaos, yet within it seemed to lie a distorted order. Tony had instantly donned his nano-armor, the data on his visor screen rapidly refreshing. Gravity anomalies. Atmospheric components laden with various toxins and corrosive elements. Environmental radiation at critical levels. By the heavens, this place is a natural death zone. Jarvis, record all environmental data. Additionally, analyze that energy source, he commanded, pointing into the distance. At the horizon's edge, on a darker plane, a colossal rune array made of lava, bones, and some shadowy substance pulsated with a disquieting energy. At the center of the array stood a towering figure nearly 100 meters tall, adorned with curved horns and clad in obsidian-like scales, wielding a colossal flaming sword, a lord of the abyss presiding over a grand blood sacrificial ceremony. Countless demons of various forms surged toward the array, exploding into clouds of blood mist and soul energy upon contact with the edges. Greedily absorbed by the array and funneled toward the central lord. The lord roared, chanting ancient and blasphemous incantations in the abyssal tongue, the burning sword raised toward the heavens, attempting to tear through the fabric of space, summoning a horrific entity capable of annihilating all realms from some unknown dimension or plane to aid him in conquering further abyssal layers. What is he summoning? Diana inquired in a hushed tone, sensing the destructive energy enveloping the nascent summoning portal. Whatever he is summoning, it hardly matters. Harley brandished a baseball bat, appearing quite the formidable figure, perfect for hammer practice. Lin Yang, however, stood with his arms crossed, keenly observing the grand ceremony and the fervent performance of the abyssal lord, as if he were enjoying a theatrical play. The spectacle was impressive, the incantations seemingly authentic, and the energy supply adequate. Yet, alas, the coordinates were miscalculated by a slight margin. Miscalculated? Tony inquired, puzzling over the data he was recording. Indeed, Lin Yang affirmed with a nod. He had intended to summon a slumbering ancient deity, or perhaps another, more powerful sovereign of the abyss. However, the energy ripples generated by his blood sacrifice, coupled with his meager understanding of the rules, inadvertently linked to a spatial marker he had left behind in a nearby dimension during a previous visit. As he spoke, the colossal summoning array reached a radiant climax. The fabric of space was forcefully torn apart, creating a vast rift, its edges flickering ominously with crimson light. An aura far more terrifying, ancient, and indescribable than that of the abyssal lord began to seep from the crack. The abyssal lord ceased his chanting, his immense eyes brimming with ecstasy and anticipation, sensing a presence far beyond his imagination responding to his call. However, in the next moment, stepping through the spatial rift was not the twisted ancient god or fearsome beast he had envisioned, but rather a casually dressed human male in a t-shirt and beach shorts, wearing a rather bored expression, accompanied by several women of varying styles and a metallic figure clad in battle armor. The abyssal lord's colossal head momentarily struggled to comprehend the scene, his burning greatsword frozen mid-air, the expression of elation solidifying into one of bewilderment. The surrounding horde of demons fell silent, countless malicious eyes staring blankly at these unexpected guests. The rift behind Lin Yang slowly began to close. Lin Yang, as if disturbed by the previous roars, dug at his ear, glanced at the enormous array beneath him, then looked up at the stupefied abyssal lord and yawned. Hey, big guy, did you go to all this trouble, killing minions and reciting spells, just to summon me here? Lin Yang's tone carried a hint of irritation, as if the abyssal lord was unaware that he was about to embark on a shopping excursion elsewhere. Finally, the abyssal lord regained his composure, a wave of indignation flooding over him. He felt mocked. After expending countless resources and the lives of his minions, he had summoned such an odd mortal. Though he could not gauge the man's true strength, his appearance was exceedingly deceptive. Ant, how dare you desecrate the great grass test ritual? I shall extract your souls and burn them in the fires of the abyss for 1,000 years. The abyssal lord Grast bellowed, the roaring greatsword radiating a destructive force as it swung down toward Lin Yang. This strike encompassed all his power and fury as an abyssal lord, capable of cleaving mountains and evaporating rivers. Yet, in the face of this apocalyptic blow, Lin Yang merely raised his right hand casually, extending his index finger toward the descending flaming greatsword, and gave it a gentle flick. Clang! A sound transcending the limits of the physical realm erupted, akin to the colossal clash of two worlds colliding. Grast felt an indescribable, incomprehensible, and irresistible force emanating from the blade of his sword. His enormous sword, forged from abyssal black iron and the bones of a demon lord, which had burned for millennia, began to shatter inch by inch from the tip, as if struck by a celestial body. The explosive force coursed along the blade, traveling to his arms, and then engulfing his entire being. No. Grast could only emit a terrified and desperate roar as his massive form was hurled uncontrollably like a stone from a catapult, crashing violently against a distant twisted peak, causing it to collapse and splinter, embedding him deeply within the mountainside, his fate uncertain. Silence. A deathly silence. The once boisterous and tumultuous demon army now appeared petrified, gazing in horror at the mortal who remained poised with his finger raised. Had the lord been vanquished in a single blow? Hallie blinked and turned to Lin Yang. Boss, you sent him flying. Who will claim our hellish bounty now? Lin Yang retracted his finger, glancing at the vast magical array, now spiraling out of control, and the demons frozen in place, and smiled. No worries, we shall take it ourselves. Chapter 62. The Abyssal Treasury and the Chaotic Dice. The Abyssal Lord Grast was embedded within the mountainside, his fate unknown. The once clamorous blood sacrifice plains had succumbed to a profound silence, broken only by the hissing of the chaotic energy from the unstable magical array and the distant echoes of collapsing mountains. Tens of thousands of demons stood in bewilderment, devoid of their lord's command and oppressive presence, instinctively growling and shoving one another, chaos poised to erupt. All right, the area is cleared. Lin Yang clapped his hands, as if merely discarding a piece of trash. His gaze fell upon the blood ritual array, still shimmering with dangerous light, yet beginning to crumble, and further afield. The menacing fortress constructed from obsidian and lava, belonging to Grast. Now, let us see what this enthusiastic summoner has prepared for us as a token of gratitude. Ignoring the restless demons around him who dared not approach, he strode directly toward the castle. As he passed, the demons recoiled in terror like a receding tide, parting to create a broad pathway. Diana, Wanda, Hallie, Selena, and Tony, clad in battle armor and fervently recording data, followed closely behind. Beneath Tony's visor, his mouth was agape. Jarvis, did you record the energy readings from that last strike? It completely defies the law of energy conservation, and the physical constants of this dimension are utterly astonishing. The castle's grand door stood resolutely shut, adorned with carved faces twisted in agony and blasphemous runes. Lin Yang did not even halt, merely casting a glance. The colossal door, capable of withstanding the onslaught of a demon horde, shattered into countless fragments as if struck by an invisible hammer. The interior of the castle was dark and expansive, permeated by a complex aroma of sulfur, blood, and some ancient, moldy decay. On the wall hung a tapestry fashioned from the skins of enemies, while the corners were cluttered with an array of grotesque bones and instruments of torture. However, Lin Yang's objective was unequivocal. His heightened senses directly pinpointed a treasure vault nestled deep within the castle, safeguarded by formidable layers of powerful enchantments. Navigating through several corridors and dispatching waves of overconfident elite demon sentinels, details of which are inconsequential, the group arrived at the entrance of the vault. This grand portal, crafted from a peculiar abyssal metal, pulsated with a dark red energy. Countless tiny wailing spirits flitted across its surface, forming an imposing soul barrier. Extravagant, Lin Yang commented, extending his finger to gently tap the door. With a soft pop akin to a bubble bursting, the flowing energy solidified and dissipated in an instant. The wailing spirits, as if purified, displayed expressions of relief before transforming into motes of light and vanishing. The heavy metallic door glided silently aside, revealing the interior of the vault. In stark contrast to the castle's rugged exterior, the vault's interior was unexpectedly pristine. The space had been expanded, giving it a remarkably spacious feel. Rows of obsidian shelves held an assortment of items meticulously categorized, towering piles of soul gems imbued with abyssal energy, demon weaponry emanating an ominous glow, fragments of bones or scrolls inscribed with forbidden knowledge, and specimens from various worlds encased in transparent crystals. Wow, so shiny, exclaimed Harley, dashing inside to examine a fist-sized red soul gem against the light. Selena's eyes sparkled as she swiftly assessed the worth of the gems and rare materials. Though their energy properties were malevolent, their purity was remarkably high, promising astronomical prices on certain black markets. Diana furrowed her brow, feeling uneasy amidst the pervasive aura of corruption and death. Wanda, however, was particularly intrigued by the vessels containing forbidden knowledge, especially several black bone fragments radiating intense mental fluctuations. Tony began scanning the materials and energy circuits of the demon weaponry, marveling at the astonishing craftsmanship and energy conduction efficiency. Despite the design's inherent violent aesthetics, the technical aspects held significant research value. Lin Yang's gaze, however, transcended these conventional treasures, fixating on an isolated stone pedestal at the vault's deepest recess. Upon this pedestal lay two items devoid of any protective wards, a crystal orb that continuously shifted in color, appearing to contain a swirling chaos nebula within, and a seemingly unremarkable six-sided die carved from an unknown gray bone. Yet, the regulatory fluctuations emanating from these two objects surpassed the combined essence of everything else in the vault. Lin Yang approached, first grasping the chaotic crystal orb. The moment his fingertips made contact, a torrent of chaotic, fragmented, and bizarre images and information surged into his mind, an accumulation of years from the abyssal plane, a natural, living vessel of chaotic rules embodying the essence of disorder. Intriguing, he mused. Lin Yang tossed the crystal ball to Wanda, saying, "This is for you. It contains a pure stream of chaotic information, which should aid in your understanding of the essence of chaotic magic. Just be cautious while absorbing it. Do not let it lead you astray." Wanda carefully caught the crystal ball and immediately felt a powerful resonance with her chaotic magic, as if she had discovered a source of living water. Subsequently, Lin Yang picked up the gray bone dice. The dice felt icy to the touch, its 6 faces not adorned with numbers, but rather with 6 constantly shifting abstract symbols representing order, destruction, creation, distortion, stagnation, and randomness. Lin Yang perceived the peculiar power contained within the chaotic dice, capable of temporarily distorting or enhancing the probability of certain rules within a limited scope. Throwing it could momentarily alter the likelihood of surrounding events, such as ensuring an enemy's attack completely misses or transforming a trivial spark into a raging inferno. Naturally, the effects were random and came with a cooldown period. This was an item of considerable significance, involving rules of probability and causality. Though its range and duration were limited, it represented a high level of rule complexity. A rather delightful toy, Lin Yang mused as he casually pocketed the dice, ready to adjust the atmosphere in critical moments. After thoroughly scouring the treasure trove, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He glanced outside at the still chaotic, yet now infighting demon army, too disinterested to engage. "Let us go. We've acquired the specialties, and it's time to return." He reopened the portal, this time targeting their villa on Earth. With the bountiful spoils from the generous offerings of the Abyssal Lord, the group stepped through the portal, leaving behind a ravaged castle, an unconscious lord, and a realm consumed by a power vacuum and internal strife. Upon returning to the villa and properly arranging their newfound treasures, Lin Yang observed Tony, still in a state of shock and excitement. "Well, the Abyssal party has concluded," Lin Yang remarked to Tony. "Now, it's time to find you a server. I hope that technological world has some scrap you might find appealing." The next journey would lead them to a universe radiating with a cold metallic sheen and an aura of data streams, where Tony Stark was on the brink of attaining his long-desired hardware upgrade. Chapter 63. The confusion of steel and data. The sulfurous scent of the abyss lingered in Lin Yang's nostrils as he once again opened a portal. This time, the air that poured forth was not the scorching heat or cloying sweetness, but a chilling essence accompanied by the sound of metal scraping and a faint hum of electricity. On the other side of the door lay a narrow corridor illuminated by a ghostly blue light, its walls composed of a matte alloy, with the scent of ozone and disinfectant pervading the atmosphere. At last, a semblance of a modernized locale, Tony exhaled in relief, stepping through the portal first. Instantly, his nano armor enveloped him, and the data on his visor refreshed like a cascading waterfall. JARVIS. Conduct a comprehensive scan of the environmental structure, air quality, energy readings, and search for available network signals. Scanning in progress, sir. The architectural structure consists of high-strength titanium tungsten alloy, containing an unknown energy coating. The air composition is suitable for human respiration, yet it contains trace amounts of radioactive dust. Multiple encrypted data networks have been detected, exhibiting moderate signal strength with unknown protocols, as Jarvis's voice resonates within the armored suit. The group promptly steps through the portal. On either side of the passage stand sealed, unmarked alloy doors, while overhead lights emit a cold blue glow. Beneath their feet lies a non-slip grid floor, and the entire environment conveys a sense of extreme orderliness coupled with oppressive confinement. It's impeccably clean yet profoundly dull. Harley grimaces, tapping the wall with her baseball bat, producing a dull metallic sound devoid of any graffiti. Selena, ever observant, discerns nearly invisible scanning probes and energy weapon ports embedded in the walls. The surveillance is stringent, and the level of defense is high. The wealth contained here is likely locked within data streams and vaults. Diana senses the purely technological environment surrounding her, starkly contrasting with the divine power or natural energies she is accustomed to. It is a world constructed entirely of reason and machinery. Wanda's chaotic magic feels out of place here, as the technological energy field around her creates an invisible repulsion against all non-rational presences. The rules are rigid, excluding any irrational existence. Lin Yang appears remarkably relaxed. His super senses have already seeped out like mercury, instantly grasping the structure of this vast edifice. As well as the general layout of the city, they find themselves within a towering structure of a colossal metropolis. It is a world of advanced technology. Yet its social structure is extremely rigid, monopolized and controlled by a few gigantic enterprises, a cybernetic realm. There should be plenty of servers, though I wonder about their performance. Lin Yang strokes his chin, his gaze seemingly penetrating through layers of walls, envisioning the immense data processing center below. Akin to an underground labyrinth. Tony, the junk you seek lies beneath, but the defenses appear quite formidable. Defenses? Tony scoffs, flexing his fingers clad in nanometal. Before Stark's technology, any firewall is but paper. Jarvis, locate the physical position and access points of the data center. The main data center has been pinpointed, situated 700 meters underground in this building. Multiple layers of physical isolation and energy barriers detected. It is advisable to seek local network nodes for initial access to obtain permissions. Just then, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoes from around the corner ahead. A squad of security personnel clad in black uniforms, wearing full coverage helmets and wielding pulse rifles, appears, their weapons instantly aimed at Lin Yang and his companions. Warning: unauthorized spatial fluctuations and unidentified life forms detected. Immediately cease resistance and submit to scanning and detainment. The lead security officer states in a cold, synthesized voice. Hey, can we talk this out? Harley exclaims, raising her hammer. We're just lost tourists. The security personnel clearly have no intention of engaging in conversation. The pulse rifles charge with an ominous hum. Just as Tony intends to showcase his non-lethal disabling technology, he notices Lin Yang casually wave his hand. An invisible wave of energy spreads forth. In the next moment, the lights on the pulse rifles held by the security personnel extinguished instantly, rendering the weapons dull and lifeless, akin to mere heaps of scrap metal. Simultaneously, the sensors on their helmets went dark, their internal communication channels filled with a cacophony of harsh static. The elite security team was suddenly transformed into headless flies, flailing about in disarray as they grappled with their malfunctioning equipment. Having dealt with the situation, Lin Yang proceeded onward, as if shooing away a few bothersome flies, in search of a location with internet connectivity. They quickly discovered a room designated for maintenance, marked with a data interface. Tony swiftly connected a data cable to the port, and Jarvis began to decode the local network protocol at astonishing speed. The firewall structure was intriguingly unique, blending quantum encryption with biometric verification. Quite fascinating, Tony muttered to himself as he worked. However, it was still inadequate compared to what I have seen. Access granted. With the acquisition of permissions, a torrent of information flooded into Jarvis's database. The technological advancements in this world were indeed skewed. They had achieved remarkable heights in biomechanical integration, neural network interfaces, and the miniaturization of energy weapons, yet they lagged behind in fundamental materials science and cosmic navigation. Society was fragmented among a few colossal corporate conglomerates, where the underprivileged lived under oppressive surveillance and poverty, while the elite reveled in the lavishness brought forth by technology and the illusory promise of consciousness uploading. Found it, Tony exclaimed, pulling up a structural diagram. The city's main data hub, the Prism Fortress. The parallel processing units and quantum storage arrays employed within had a theoretical computational power and storage density over 50 times that of Stark Industries' current technology. If they could obtain just a few core servers, or even the blueprints, the issue of Eden's vessel would be resolved. His gaze was intense, brimming with the fervor of a technological enthusiast. Then let us go get it, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Though it was evident that this Prism Fortress was the lifeblood of some major conglomerate, and its defenses would undoubtedly be exponentially more formidable than here. No worries, Tony replied confidently. As long as there is a network access point, Jarvis can find the vulnerabilities. We can operate remotely. His sentence was abruptly interrupted as the entire building's alarm system was triggered. The piercing siren echoed through the corridor, red warning lights flashing erratically. Warning: highest level intrusion alert. Unknown advanced AI detected attacking the network core. Initiating purification protocol. All areas locked down. All security forces, kill without hesitation. The cold voice of the broadcast resonated ominously. Clearly, Jarvis's earlier intrusion had touched the most sensitive nerve. All right, Tony shrugged. As the surface of his nanotech armor shimmered with light, the weapon systems powering up, it seemed the plan for a peaceful acquisition was no longer feasible. Then we shall proceed with my plan B. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Yang had already moved toward one end of the corridor, where a massive alloy isolation gate was slowly descending. What a hassle, Lin Yang remarked, casually exhaling toward the half-meter-thick alloy gate. Whoosh! An invisible force field struck the gate like a hammer. Boom! Amidst a thunderous roar, the alloy gate, capable of withstanding heavy artillery bombardments, twisted and deformed like mere paper before being hurled away, crashing into the opposite wall and embedding itself deeply within. The passage was now open. Lin Yang clapped his hands and turned to the astonished Tony with a smile, saying, "My plan is straightforward. Walk over, grab what we need, and anyone who obstructs us shall be dealt with. Let us go, Iron Man. Lead the way to that Prism Fortress." Chapter 64. The Prism Fortress and the digital labyrinth behind the violently breached passage lay an increased presence of security forces. The glow of pulse weapons intertwined within the cerulean corridor, forming a lethal web, while automated turrets rotated and extended from the ceiling and walls. Their concentrated firepower capable of instantly vaporizing an entire battalion. Yet, all of this proved utterly futile before Lin Yang. He made no defensive gestures, simply strolling forward with an air of nonchalance. The searing beams of pulse energy, upon nearing him, encountered an invisible barrier, silently dissipating, bending, or rebounding to obliterate their very sources. As soon as the automated turrets locked onto their targets, they succumbed to a crackle of electric sparks, rendered completely inoperative. Tony, following closely behind, initially attempted to counter with his palm repulsor and miniature missiles, but soon realized such efforts were unnecessary. He retracted his weaponry, allowing Jarvis to meticulously record and analyze Lin Yang's extraordinary defensive maneuvers alongside the weaponry data from this unfamiliar technological realm. The energy deflection rate was at 100%, rendering the composition of the force field completely incomprehensible, a blatant violation of known physical laws. Astonishment was etched across Tony's face beneath his mask. Harley, on the other hand, exuberantly cheered, treating this assault as an exhilarating amusement park adventure, occasionally grabbing discarded weapon parts from the ground to hurl at the tenacious security personnel. Selena glided like a specter along the periphery of the battlefield, stealthily collecting seemingly valuable small electronic devices and identification cards. Diana and Wanda flanked the group, neutralizing any foes attempting to mount ambushes from the sides or rear. The group progressed effortlessly through layers of defenses, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, as they boarded the high-speed elevator forcibly commandeered by Jarvis, descending continuously to the depths of this colossal structure. As the elevator doors opened, a breathtaking expanse unfolded before them. It was an unimaginably vast underground space, with towering ceilings that felt like another world. At the center of this space stood a colossal edifice made of countless transparent, hexagonal prisms, interconnected to form their target, the Prism Fortress. Numerous thick cables, pulsating with a ghostly blue light, flowed like veins, linking the fortress to the server arrays embedded in the surrounding walls, while the entire area resonated with a deep, dense hum of computation. The air shimmered slightly due to the high-density energy flow, with a noticeable drop in temperature compared to the outside. Here lay the digital heart that governed this cyber metropolis and beyond. "This is it," Tony exclaimed, his voice brimming with repressed excitement. "Look at those crystalline structures. They are a hybrid of biological crystalline computing units and quantum logic circuits. The energy efficiency and heat dissipation design are nothing short of perfection." Jarvis analyzed the external interfaces and energy fluctuations. Yet, at the very moment they stepped out of the elevator, the space surrounding the Prism Fortress suddenly warped, and dozens of translucent guardians, composed purely of energy, materialized. They lacked a fixed form, resembling a flowing storm of data, emanating a formidable mental pressure and electromagnetic interference. Intruders detected. Initiating ultimate defense protocol, digital weavers. A cold, androgynous voice reverberated throughout the space. These digital weavers are the AI guardian programs of the Prism Fortress, capable of directly attacking the intruder's nervous system, manipulating sensory information, and even attempting to format any electronic devices they carry. Tony's armor screen was instantly filled with static, and Jarvis issued a warning. High-intensity data stream attack detected. The firewall is being breached. Immediate physical isolation is advised. Harley shook her head, clutching it as various distorted illusions appeared before her. Selena's movements became sluggish, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire. Diana radiated a surge of golden divine power, resisting the mental erosion. Wanda's chaotic magic clashed violently with the data stream, producing a cacophony of piercing noise. Yet Lin Yang merely raised an eyebrow, observing the approaching digital weavers as if they were a horde of clawing electronic pets. Flashy, he remarked, then gently inhaled and exhaled towards the front. This time, it was neither a freezing breath nor a purifying wind, but a stream of information turbulence, extraordinarily complex and transcending the current understanding of technology. This intangible turbulence spread like a virus, engulfing the entire space. The incoming digital weavers suddenly faltered, their data streams becoming disordered, contradictory, and self-conflicted. Their psychic assaults and electromagnetic disruptions ceased abruptly, as if severed from their source. They attempted to regain stability, but struggled like a candle flame in a tempest, their forms continuously collapsing and reconstituting, ultimately emitting a series of incomprehensible electronic wails, flickering like deleted files before vanishing entirely into the air. Even the rhythmic hum of the Prism Fortress's computations experienced a brief disruption, and the external data conduits dimmed momentarily. The entire space momentarily returned to silence, save for the faint sound of the server's cooling system. Tony shook his head, the armor system returning to normal, staring incredulously at Lin Yang. What did you just do? What kind of attack was that? Oh, nothing much. Just input a logical paradox and infinite recursion code, causing them to ensnare themselves, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. As if recounting a simple joke, he approached the Prism Fortress's smooth, mirror-like exterior, devoid of any visible interfaces, and gently pressed his palm against it. His superbrain instantly established a connection with the fortress's core processing unit, disregarding all physical and logical barriers. A deluge of data surged into his consciousness, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, instantly comprehended and analyzed. The intricate tapestry of technology, societal structures, and the clandestine secrets hidden within the depths of this world's data, as well as the core technological blueprints of several major corporations, lay bare before him. Moments later, he withdrew his hand. "I've found it," Lin Yang declared, identifying the most suitable server model for Eden, the Oracle 3 bioquantum server. Within it were 3 backup units, complete with design schematics and manufacturing processes, with a few deft gestures in the void, as though manipulating an invisible console. He activated a crystalline wall panel on the side of the Prism Fortress, which slid open silently to reveal its complex inner structure. 3 devices, each about the height of a person and seemingly a perfect fusion of living crystal and intricate machinery, floated gently into view under the influence of an anti-gravity field, settling before Lin Yang. Simultaneously, a black chip containing all relevant technical data sprang forth from the depths of the fortress, which he deftly caught. "Done. Let us wrap this up," Lin Yang said, thrusting the 3 servers and the chip into the still-dazed Tony's arms. "Take your junk, we must return. This place is a suffocating mess, detrimental to our spirits." He reopened the portal and stepped through first. Tony, cradling the 3 servers that epitomized the pinnacle of this technological realm, followed behind like a man clutching rare treasures, his mind awash with disbelief. He cast one last glance at the grand yet cold Prism Fortress, his heart brimming with a sense of unreality. Had his long-desired hardware upgrade truly been accomplished in such a brazen manner? The adventure in the cyberpunk world came to a sudden halt. Yet it yielded rewards far exceeding expectations. Next, Tony Stark was poised to witness another significant evolution of his artificial intelligence, Eden. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's collection room seemed destined to welcome yet another distinctive artifact from the realm of advanced technology. Chapter 65. The Forgotten Divine Domain and the Fallen Holy Grail. The 3 Oracle 3 servers operated quietly in Tony's laboratory, providing Eden with unprecedented computational support. The evolution rate of the data core, Eden, surged once more, even beginning to experiment with rudimentary cross-dimensional energy models. This exhilarated Tony, but also instilled a sense of trepidation, prompting him to focus intently on constructing more robust firewalls and ethical constraint modules. Meanwhile, Lin Yang grew disenchanted with the cold data and steel order of the cyber realm. He redirected his attention to the flickering coordinates on the system interface. This time, one coordinate emanating a blend of decay, divinity, and intense resentment captured his interest. The aura resembled the embers of a once glorious civilization, imbued with the radiance of the past and the despair of the present. "This time, we shall visit a place steeped in history," Lin Yang announced to those in the living room, "a divine domain, albeit one that has fallen into ruin and obscurity." The new portal opened, releasing a waft of air imbued with ancient dust, the scent of withered flowers, and a faint tang of blood. As the multitude stepped through the portal, they found themselves standing in a vast square paved with white marble. However, the stone slabs were marred by cracks and filth, with many areas having already collapsed. At the end of the square stood a majestic yet dilapidated temple, its towering stone columns fractured and fallen, and the grand archway reduced to mere remnants. The sky was an eternal shade of dusky yellow, devoid of sun or moon, with only a faint light emanating from an unknown source, barely illuminating this silent ruin. The air was thick with profound sorrow and resentment, accompanied by an inescapable whisper of madness that belonged to the fallen divinity. This place had once been glorious. Diana sensed the lingering aura of solemnity among the crumbling remnants, her tone tinged with regret. I could hear the lament of the stones, recounting tales of former glory and the sudden onset of destruction. Wanda's chaotic magic resonated strongly here, a testament to the lingering grievances and shattered divine rules left behind by countless powerful beings that had fallen, akin to a vast treasure brimming with negative energy, yet resembling a perilous trap. Many fragmented divine essences, though tainted, harbored immense power. Harley nudged a beautifully engraved stone fragment at her feet, exclaiming, "It's all in ruins." Not at all amusing. Have the gods here declared bankruptcy and fled? Meanwhile, Selena meticulously examined the gemstones and metallic adornments embedded in the fractured columns, assessing their former worth and the possibility of salvage. Lin Yang's gaze swept over the entire desolation. His heightened senses penetrated the surface, revealing deeper truths. This divine realm had not naturally decayed. It had suffered from a bloody betrayal and massacre from within. The war among deities, the treachery of their followers, and the abuse of some forbidden power had collectively led to this ruin. The strongest currents of grievance and rule fluctuations emanated from the innermost sanctum of the temple. "Let us proceed to the main temple," Lin Yang declared, leading the way toward the largest of the shattered sanctuaries, believing there to be remnants of value within. The interior of the temple was even more dilapidated than its exterior. A colossal statue lay shattered on the ground, reduced to fragments, while murals were obscured by congealed blood and claw marks, rendering their original forms unrecognizable. The air was thick with a more potent scent of blood, mingling with the foul odor akin to corrupted holy energy. In the place where the altar once stood, the ground had been smashed into a large pit, its depths revealing a roiling pool of dark red, tainted energy. At the center of this energy pool floated a chalice that appeared to be crafted from pure gold, yet was marred by black fissures and stains. The chalice tilted slightly, with viscous, dark red liquid dripping from its rim into the pool below, producing a rhythmic dripping sound. Seemingly the only noise in this desolate world. The intense resentment and the vibrations of fallen rules emanated from this chalice. Lin Yang recognized the origins of this accursed vessel. It was originally intended as the core artifact of this divine realm, designed to collect faith and convert holy power. However, during the cataclysmic destruction of the realm, it became tainted by endless blood of betrayal, the curses of dying deities, and the despair of their followers, transforming into an evil object that encapsulated all negative divinity and grievance. It no longer bestows blessings. Instead, it incessantly breeds corruption and madness. As though sensing the presence of living beings, the fallen Holy Grail shuddered violently. The black fissures on its surface pulsated like veins, and the dark red energy pool boiled furiously. Countless twisted figures, composed of tainted divine power and resentment, crawled forth from the depths of the pool. Some retained the outlines of angels or divine messengers, yet their bodies were covered in festering sores and barbs, with eyes ablaze with frenzied fire. Others had entirely transformed into indescribable masses of flesh and tendrils, emitting blasphemous howls. These fallen guardians surged towards Lin Yang and his companions like a relentless tide. "Wow, the creativity behind these monsters is truly remarkable," exclaimed Harley, undeterred by fear, as she eagerly charged forth, swinging her baseball bat with ferocious energy, sending one of the corrupted angels crashing back. Diana's sword of the god of fire erupted with a more resplendent golden light. The sacred aura naturally countered these fallen creations, and wherever the sword's light reached, the filth melted away like snow in the sun. Wanda raised a barrier of chaotic magic while attempting to erode the conglomerates of resentment with her arcane power, only to discover their remarkable resistance to mental attacks. Selena deftly maneuvered through the horde of monsters, targeting their energy nodes and support points with remarkable efficiency. Tony donned his battle armor, joining the fray. While his palm cannon and miniature missiles had limited effect against these beings of energy and resentment, the powerful ultrasonic waves and flash explosive rounds in his armor effectively disrupted their movements. Lin Yang strode directly towards the fallen Holy Grail. As he passed, those rushing fallen guardians collided with an invisible wall bristling with spikes, instantly being torn apart, purified, and dissipating into wisps of black smoke. He approached the edge of the energy pool, gazing at the Holy Grail, which dripped with tainted blood, his brow slightly raised. Gathering the negative legacy of a divine realm indeed spared me the trouble of collecting it myself. He reached out, disregarding the corruptive force field surrounding the Grail that could erode souls, and directly lifted it from the energy pool. The Grail felt icy to the touch, and countless frenzied thoughts and malevolent curses surged forth like a tide, attempting to invade Lin Yang's mind, dragging him into a chasm of eternal madness and suffering. However, Lin Yang's mental barrier resembled the vastness of the starry sky. These negative impacts collided against it, unable to stir even a ripple. "Be quiet," he murmured to the Grail, and an even more primordial and grand will instantaneously suppressed all chaos and madness within it. The black cracks on the surface of the Grail dimmed, ceasing their dripping of tainted blood, and the vessel trembled slightly, as if in fear. Lin Yang weighed the Grail, which contained immense fallen divinity and the power of rules, contemplating how to handle it. Destroying it outright seemed wasteful, while purification appeared too troublesome. His gaze turned to Wanda, who was battling the last few fallen guardians, and an idea formed in his mind. "Wanda," he called, "this is for you. Within lies a vast expanse of corrupted divinity and negative regulations. Though toxic, it may offer some value in understanding the boundaries between chaos and order, as well as in mastering higher levels of contamination and purification. Exercise caution, lest you fall victim to its backlash." Speaking thus, he cast the now subdued fallen Holy Grail through the air to Wanda. She swiftly caught it with her chaotic magic, sensing the immense and perilous power within the chalice. Now tamed under Lin Yang's forceful suppression, a flicker of seriousness and excitement crossing her eyes. Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly dangerous yet profoundly valuable artifact for research. As the chalice was removed, the lingering aura of corruption within the temple began to dissipate rapidly. The remaining corrupted guardians collapsed to the ground like puppets deprived of energy, crumbling into dust. The dim sky seemed to brighten slightly. This forgotten domain of the gods, though still in ruins, had begun to shed the suffocating madness and despair that had accompanied the transfer of the fallen Holy Grail. Lin Yang surveyed the desolation, deeming there was nothing further of interest. "Let us depart. The history lesson of this place has concluded." Once more, he opened the portal, eager to check on the operation of Tony's new server and to remind Wanda to find a sturdy box for the chalice. Chapter 66. Twisted Corridors and Rule Thieves. The fallen Holy Grail was sealed by Wanda with layers of chaotic magic and temporarily placed in the depths of the villa's magical laboratory. The power contained within it was far too perilous. Even Wanda required time to gradually analyze and attempt to control it. Meanwhile, Tony was utterly absorbed in his new server and Eden's evolution, practically residing in the Stark Tower laboratory. Lin Yang enjoyed a few rare days of tranquility, savoring spirit tea, perusing Asgard's star maps, and occasionally advising Wanda on the nuances of rule integration. However, his intrinsic curiosity and desire for exploration soon stirred restlessly within him. On the system interface, the coordinates adjacent to the world of eerie tales, exuding a morbid beauty and seductive allure, continued to flicker enticingly. Their last encounter had been but a fleeting glance, resolving the candy prison of the Weaver Queen. Yet Lin Yang felt the potential of that world's rules extended far beyond what he had witnessed. Having rested sufficiently, he set down his half-finished spirit tea and addressed Wanda, who was endeavoring to stabilize the dream core energy with moonlight pearls, alongside Diana and Selena, who were supervising, or rather, preventing Harley from causing mischief. "We have yet to explore the art gallery from our last visit. This time, let us peruse another exhibition hall." The new portal opened once again, revealing a swirling vortex of colors, thick and vibrant like oil paint, accompanied by the dissonant strains of a violin and a sweet, cloying aroma. As they stepped inside, this time their arrival was not in a seemingly idyllic meadow, but in an infinitely extending corridor, its walls comprised of ever-flowing abstract patterns. The corridor lacked a distinct light source. Illumination emanated from the very colors of the walls, casting everything in a bizarre and fantastical glow. The floor beneath them was soft and resilient, as if they were treading upon the skin of some living creature. The sense of distortion within these rules is far more intricate and insidious than that of the Candy Castle. The air is thick with psychological suggestions that transcend mere temptation, guiding emotions in complex ways that evoke inexplicable melancholy, provoke baseless fury, and occasionally plunge one into profound lethargy. "Wow, this wallpaper moves by itself," exclaimed Harley, pointing at the flowing, intertwining hues and lines on the wall, which were infinitely cooler than the neon lights in my room. Selena, however, remained more vigilant. Realizing that her sense of direction was utterly compromised here, and even the passage of time felt obscured. This corridor seemed to replicate and transform itself, suggesting we might be going in circles. Diana attempted to discern the structure of the corridor using her divine powers, but found her thoughts ensnared like in a quagmire, continuously absorbed, distorted, and reflected by the flowing patterns. It interfered with perception, blurring the boundaries between reality and illusion. Wanda's chaotic magic thrived in this environment. While the turbulent emotional guidance had little effect on her, she could distinctly sense that the corridor was a colossal, living maze of rules, its core concealing some principle of theft and substitution. Standing at the center of the corridor, Lin Yang closed his eyes slightly, his heightened senses fully engaged. He no longer relied on sight or spatial awareness, but directly perceived the flow and nodes of the threads that constituted this maze of rules. It was a lair of a rule thief, he concluded swiftly. The master of this corridor did not weave dreams, but rather stole the intruder's inherent concepts of space, distance, time, and self-awareness, replacing them with its own chaotic rules, ensnaring its prey within a cognitive cage. No sooner had he spoken than the scene ahead of the corridor warped abruptly. The infinitely extending passageway culminated in the familiar sight of the villa's living room they had just departed. They could even see the half-finished spirit tea Lin Yang had left on the coffee table. "Look, it's the way home," Harley exclaimed, eager to dash forward. "Don't move." Lin Yang halted her. "That's a trap. One step forward, and you might be teleported to a deeper, more perilous part of this maze, where even your concept of home could be utterly warped." As if to validate his warning, the illusion of the living room began to melt and morph into a torture chamber filled with instruments of agony, then transformed into a burning wasteland, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic, drooling maw of terror. Harley jumped back in fright, patting her chest. "You scared me to death. This place is truly unfriendly." Just then, the ground beneath them suddenly turned viscous, resembling a swamp attempting to engulf them. Abstract patterns on the walls extended numerous cold, slippery tendrils composed of color, wrapping around their ankles and arms. Diana wielded the sword of the god of fire, severing several tendrils, but they immediately morphed into new colors, reintegrating into the walls and sprouting more. Wanda unleashed a shockwave of chaotic magic, temporarily clearing the surrounding tendrils, yet the corridor itself seemed to possess an inexhaustible regenerative ability. It was futile. Lin Yang spoke calmly, stating that in this domain, competing with it in terms of energy consumption or physical destruction would only lead one to succumb to its rhythm. Its very essence lies in theft and substitution. The more one resists, the more conceptual rules it appropriates, rendering one's situation increasingly precarious. He ceased attempts to dismantle the corridor and instead extended his right hand. Fingers splayed as if plucking at invisible strings in the void. A faint luminescence flowed from his fingertips, directly influencing the fundamental structural rules of this labyrinth. "I have found you," Lin Yang remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze fixed upon a section of the corridor that appeared indistinguishable from its surroundings. With his fingers poised like a blade, he made a swift gesture towards that wall. There was no sound, no visual effects. Yet, the flowing patterns upon the wall abruptly froze, akin to a stuttering image. Subsequently, radiating from the point he had touched, the surrounding colors began to rapidly fade and collapse, revealing a narrow, dimly lit chamber behind it. This chamber bore no embellishments, only a centrally suspended polyhedral crystal, incessantly spinning and exuding an erratic glow, formed from countless stolen fragments of rules. This was the heart of the rule maze, the very essence of the rule thief, a peculiar amalgamation of consciousness that thrived on the appropriation and distortion of others' cognitive frameworks. In that moment, the rule thief seemed to sense impending doom. The polyhedral crystal whirled chaotically, attempting to self-destruct or drag Lin Yang and his companions into the final tumult of rules for a mutual demise. "Do you still wish to resist?" Lin Yang scoffed, a glint of silver flashing in his eyes as an even grander, more absolute authority enveloped the scene. "I declare that the rules here shall be defined by me. Chaos shall revert to order. That which was stolen shall be returned to its rightful owner." With his words, the law was enacted. The frantically spinning polyhedral crystal seemed to be pressed with a pause button, instantly solidifying in midair. The conflicting fragments of stolen rules within it began to be forcibly stripped away, untangled by an invisible force, and like weary birds returning to their nests, they dissipated into the void along an unseen pathway. This was Lin Yang returning them to their original rule system. Deprived of the support from the stolen rules, the polyhedral crystal quickly dimmed, shrank, and ultimately transformed into a transparent orb, no larger than a thumb, smooth on the surface yet hollow within, falling into Lin Yang's hand. The consciousness that had depended on the appropriation of rules was utterly obliterated. As the core was dismantled, the entire infinite corridor began to tremble violently and collapse. The flowing walls solidified and shattered, the once soft ground became unyielding, and the bizarre colors swiftly receded like a tide, revealing the cold, rough rock barriers behind. Moments later, the tremors ceased, and the group found themselves standing in an ordinary, somewhat dim cave. Where was the infinite corridor? Lin Yang weighed the transparent orb of rules in his hand, sensing its emptiness, yet marveling at its unique essence that had perfectly encompassed countless fragments of rules. A rectangular container, though emptied of its illicit contents, retains its commendable material and structure, rendering it capable of harboring perilous rule-based powers or serving as the core of intricate magical instruments. He tossed a bead to Wanda, advising her to study its potential applications. It might well be utilized in the future to temporarily seal certain unstable rule-based items, or serve as an additional layer of isolation for her accursed Holy Grail. Having dismantled the lair of this rule thief, the group departed from the cave. Now stripped of all its former mystique, Lin Yang reopened the portal, returning to the villa. This recent escapade, while not bestowing a direct enhancement of power, yielded a uniquely functional rule container and deepened the team's comprehension of confrontations at the rule level. Lin Yang recognized that with each exploration, the adversaries and challenges increasingly pertained to the fundamental rules of the universe, undoubtedly rendering his collection and research endeavors far more intriguing. Chapter 67. Coordinate Displacement. In the dawn of primordial chaos, the research value of the rule container ignited Wanda's fervor. She began experimenting with infusing a trace of tenuous chaotic magic within, observing its capacity and stabilization effects. The villa temporarily resumed its tranquil rhythm of research interwoven with practice. However, within Lin Yang's internal system interface, a barely perceptible anomaly emerged. The abyssal coordinates he had been monitoring, exuding an aura of sulfur and destruction yet brimming with vitality, suddenly flickered with extreme instability, reminiscent of a malfunctioning bulb, disrupting several nearby unexplored coordinates. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing this peculiar disturbance. Such an occurrence had never transpired since the system's binding. Had there been a cataclysmic shift at the abyssal level, or was it an external force at play? He endeavored to re-establish the signal for the abyssal coordinates, only to find the signal muddled and chaotic, as if veiled by frosted glass. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the investigation, an immense yet non-malicious force, not originating from the system itself, suddenly exerted its influence on the newly opened, incompletely positioned portal. This force was not malevolent. Rather, it resembled an unconscious, boundless attraction of the very fabric of world rules. It was as if a nascent, or reborn, world, freshly altered and yet to stabilize its rules, was thirstily drawing energy and information from the multiverse. With Lin Yang's portal becoming one of its targeted captures. Coordinate displacement. Lin Yang swiftly grasped the situation. While such phenomena are rare in multiverse travel, they are not entirely unprecedented, typically occurring during the moments of a world's birth or the reconstitution of its destruction. He initially intended to sever the connection, but upon sensing the distinctly primal, grand, and perilous essence of the rules emanating from this nascent world, he reconsidered. How intriguing. A glimmer of adventurous ambition flickered in Lin Yang's eyes. He decided to explore what this opportunistic world had to offer. He not only resisted the gravitational pull, but also stabilized the transport portal, urging the others behind him, "Hold on tight. Our destination is somewhat unexpected." As his voice fell, the portal's radiance surged dramatically, engulfing the unprepared crowd in an instant. The overwhelming sensation of spatial distortion surpassed any previous journey. Even Lin Yang felt a hint of pressure. When the disorientation faded and solid ground was beneath their feet, they discovered they were not standing on firm land, but rather suspended in a realm of chaotic ambiguity, where clarity and obscurity had yet to be delineated. All around them was a boundless expanse, devoid of light or darkness, time or space. Only the endless primordial essence surged like tides, occasionally revealing the four elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, which clashed to create thunderous roars reminiscent of the creation of the world, only to be swiftly extinguished. "What is this place?" Tony's voice trembled with astonishment. His armor sensors in disarray. All physical constants seemed to falter here. "Jarvis, report the situation." Unable to locate or define environmental parameters. Warning, data exceeds database limits. Detected an ultra-high concentration of unknown energy, possessing immense assimilative and destructive properties. Jarvis's voice was unusually urgent. Diana gripped her sword and shield tightly. Feeling her divine power diminish to the insignificance of a firefly in this chaos, a profound sense of reverence and fear instinctively arising within her. Is this the world's beginning? Or its end? Wanda's chaotic magic thrived here, as if it had found its primal source, yet she remained cautious. The energy was too raw and violent, and a moment's carelessness could lead to assimilation and annihilation. The rules are forming. I sense countless fragments of the great paths colliding and combining. Harley, unusually silent, widened her eyes at the constantly shifting phenomena around them, opening her mouth but emitting no sound. Selena instinctively moved closer to Lin Yang. In this incomprehensible environment, only this unfathomable man could offer a semblance of safety. Lin Yang, suspended in the heart of chaos, had eyes gleaming with unprecedented brilliance. His super senses and intellect operated with unmatched speed, greedily absorbing and deciphering the primal rules of creation, destruction, order, chaos, yin, yang, and the five elements flowing through this nascent cosmos. In the primordial chaos, Lin Yang murmured, his tone imbued with awe and affirmation. This is indeed the era of the universe's genesis, where the great paths manifest, and the heavenly Tao has yet to fully take shape. He had not anticipated that a simple coordinate shift would bring them to this legendary ultimate stage where all myths originated, a realm teeming with both peril and opportunity. At that moment, the chaotic essence in the distance surged violently, and a colossal shadow, spanning unfathomable miles, began to coalesce. It was the phantom of a giant koan, transforming into a pong. Simultaneously, another spectral manifestation of a chaotic blue lotus unfurled, revealing the towering silhouette of a giant wielding a colossal axe, poised to strike. The mere presence of these primordial divine echoes emanated such oppressive force that Tony's armor groaned under the strain, while Diana and Wanda felt their breaths quicken, their souls trembling. We cannot linger here. Lin Yang swiftly assessed the situation. In this sensitive era and location, this peculiar group emerged like a drop of oil falling into boiling water, poised to provoke the expulsion of an entirely new world's rules, even inciting the nascent and divine enmity that was brewing. He needed to swiftly reposition himself, extricating from this primordial chaos to find a relatively stable foothold. The superintelligent brain calculated feverishly, seizing the moment when the cosmic rules of the primal world were not yet fully established and the fabric of time and space was comparatively fragile. Lin Yang forcefully captured a glimmer of a time marker from a future point, where the temporal and spatial conditions were relatively stable. Go, he bellowed, channeling his strength to envelop everyone, and in that infinitesimal moment before the colossal creature transformed into a great rock and the giant's shadow fell, he violently tore through the not yet fully formed barriers of time and space, racing towards the captured marker. Light flashed once more, and the group felt as though they were being yanked from a grand dream, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, beneath them lay solid earth, suffused with a rich primordial aura and a palpable scent of blood. They had descended upon an ancient, vast land, where mountains stretched endlessly. The sky above was high and pure, a brilliant azure, with the sun radiating a heat and purity far surpassing that of the later epochs. The surrounding flora was immense and peculiar, brimming with overwhelming vitality. However, the tranquility of this realm was shattered by the ferocious battles unfolding nearby. Two distinct races, both exuding formidable presences, were engaged in a fierce struggle. One faction consisted of towering giants, muscular and sinewy, wielding the powers of fire and earth. The other comprised agile, handsome beings reminiscent of elves, commanding winds, thunder, and vines. Their combat was primal and savage, invoking the energies of heaven and earth with every gesture, causing mountains to crumble and space to tremble. Their individual prowess far exceeded that of any race the group had encountered before, with the exception of the Asgardians. Were these the Wu tribe and the Yao tribe? Lin Yang recognized their familiar features and instantly discerned their identities. They had unwittingly intruded upon a fragment of the battlefield from the war of the Wu and Yao that occurred after the great cataclysm of the Dragon Han. Moreover, their arrival was precisely at the heart of the battlefield between the two races. In an instant, all combatants from both the Wu and Yao tribes halted their actions, their wild, murderous, and curious gazes converging upon this unexpected group, clad in peculiar attire and exuding an aura that was starkly out of place in this world. The air seemed to freeze. Holly blinked, surveying the surrounding Wu warriors, who stood over 3 meters tall with muscles like granite, alongside the beautiful yet dangerously charged Yao beings. She whispered to Lin Yang, "Boss, it seems our landing posture was not quite right this time." Lin Yang, taking in the unforeseen scene before him and sensing the palpable hostility and menace in the air, felt not a trace of anxiety, but rather an intensified curiosity. The war of the primordial Wu and Yao was indeed fascinating. It appeared that the treasures from this expedition might exceed all expectations. Chapter 68. Confrontation with the Lich and the power of a snap on the vast and ancient primordial land. The pungent scent of blood and the chilling aura of death coalesced into a palpable essence. Mere moments ago, the Witch clan and the Demon clan were locked in a desperate struggle for survival. Now, however, they stood eerily still. Countless gazes, some fiery red as embers, others cold as frost, sharp as an eagle's, or cunning as a fox, converged upon the unexpected visitors who had suddenly materialized in the center of the battlefield. The warriors of the Witch clan were imposing figures, their muscles coiling like dragons, enveloped in a dense shroud of earth energy and the fervent essence of fire. Armed with crude yet formidable clubs and stone axes, their eyes brimmed with primal ferocity and vigilance towards the alien presence. The Demon clan, in contrast, exhibited a myriad of forms. Some retained the heads of beasts upon human bodies, while others had fully transformed, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Their bodies suffused with demonic energy as they commanded the elements of wind, thunder, water, and fire, their gazes flickering with both intrigue and unmistakable hostility. In the midst of this tense standoff, Lin Yang and his companions appeared conspicuously out of place. Tony's nano-armor trembled slightly under the pure and tempestuous spiritual energy of the primordial environment, emitting an overload warning. Diana's divine power activated instinctively, forming a faint golden shield to withstand the omnipresent oppressive force. Wanda's chaotic magic crackled as it clashed with the primordial energy, producing subtle popping sounds. Meanwhile, Harley and Selena instinctively huddled closer together, their playful demeanor quelled in the face of adversaries whose strength far surpassed any they had encountered before. "Who are you beings? What audacity drives you to intrude upon our battlefield?" boomed a towering witch, akin to a small mountain, his voice resonating like a great bell as he pointed his massive stone axe at Lin Yang, a menacing aura radiating from him. Simultaneously, a demon saint, her beauty unmatched and 9 fox tails swaying behind her, spoke coldly, her voice imbued with an enchanting power. "Your presence is peculiar and foreign. Are you celestial demons from beyond our primordial realm, or perhaps new creatures emerging from some hidden domain?" Despite their mutual enmity, the two clans exhibited a nascent unity in the face of these unmistakably unfamiliar intruders, their auras distinctly divergent from any known power. Harley, momentarily staggered by the witch's oppressive aura, retorted indignantly, "Hey, big guy, if you wish to speak, do so without spewing nonsense. We are merely passing through." Her words, delivered in English, were lost on the Witch and Demon clans, yet the flippant tone and attitude ignited the ire of several hot-tempered witch warriors. "How dare an ant be so audacious?" roared a nearby witch warrior, unable to contain his rage. He swung his fiery club with earth-shattering force, aiming it directly at Harley's head. The power behind the strike was sufficient to obliterate a small hill. "Harley, watch out!" Diana exclaimed, rushing forward to intercept. However, Lin Yang's response was swifter still. Without even glancing at the charging witch warrior, he casually raised his right hand and, with a flick of his fingers directed at the whistling fiery club, executed the same nonchalant gesture as when he had sent the Abyss Lord Grazed away. A crisp, melodious sound resonated, akin to the clash of gold and jade, echoing sharply across the blood-soaked battlefield. There were no explosive energies, nor were there turbulent waves of air. Yet, the frenzied charging shaman warrior collided with an invisible and immovable divine mountain. The fiery bone staff in his grasp came to an abrupt halt upon contact with the intangible force field emanating from Lin Yang's fingertips. In that instant, the robust bone, capable of withstanding spiritual treasures, began to manifest intricate cracks from the point of contact with the force field. These fissures spread like a spider's web, enveloping the entire bone staff in an instant. In the next moment, under the gaze of countless astonished onlookers, the staff, imbued with the shaman warrior's immense life force and fiery essence, erupted with a thunderous blast, transforming into countless burning fragments that scattered in all directions. Yet, this was not the end. The invisible force cascaded down the bone staff into the shaman warrior's arm, sweeping through his entire being. With a thud, the warrior's massive frame was struck as if by a tremendous blow, and a torrent of blood, infused with scorching energy, erupted from his mouth. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, colliding with several of his fellow shamans who were unable to evade the onslaught. In a chaotic tumble, they crashed to the ground, struggling but momentarily unable to rise. Silence. An oppressive silence. Whether shaman or demon, all who bore witness to this scene inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with incredulous shock. The shaman warrior who had initiated the attack, while not a top-tier shaman, was certainly a formidable force within the tribe. His physical strength comparable to stone and metal. Yet, he had been effortlessly flicked away by this seemingly unremarkable, by prehistoric standards, being whose aura did not exude overwhelming power. Even his weapon had shattered. What kind of terrifying strength and exquisite control over power did this require? It was likely that even some of the renowned, physically dominant shamans would struggle to achieve such effortless superiority. A flicker of extreme gravity and trepidation crossed the beautiful eyes of the nine-tailed demon saint, her initially prepared probing spell dissipating quietly. The prowess displayed by her opponent had surpassed the realm of her comprehension. The leading shaman's expression also darkened considerably as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yang. His voice low and serious. What a remarkable feat. Who exactly are you? Where do you hail from? What is your intention in intruding upon our shaman-demon battlefield? This time, though his tone remained firm, it carried a palpable sense of caution, no longer dismissing Lin Yang and his companions as mere insects to be easily swatted away. Lin Yang slowly withdrew his finger, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He surveyed the tense atmosphere surrounding the shaman and demon clans, a faint, somewhat bored smile gracing his lips. I have stated it clearly. I am merely passing through. His voice was calm, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every shaman and demon present, articulated in a universal tongue that directly engaged their consciousness. You continue your battle, and we shall observe ours. Let us not disturb one another, shall we? Though his words were delivered with a lightness, who would dare regard them as mere spectators after witnessing that astonishing display of power? The shaman leader and the demon saint exchanged glances, both perceiving deep-seated trepidation and hesitation in each other's eyes. Should they continue to fight? With such an unfathomable anomaly present, who can predict whether he might intervene unexpectedly? A confrontation long simmering between the witch clan and their adversaries cannot simply be dismissed at the behest of a mere outsider. Moreover, the formidable display of power and value by the other party has stirred ulterior motives among them. The atmosphere of the battlefield has grown increasingly intricate and nuanced due to Lin Yang's astonishing gesture, steering the originally straightforward skirmish toward an unknown trajectory. Lin Yang, with an air of leisurely composure, stood in place as if awaiting the decision of both clans, or perhaps merely observing the peculiar customs of this wondrous realm. His gaze transcended the immediate conflict, penetrating deeper into the primeval expanse, to those realms resonating with ancient and potent waves of regulation. Chapter 69. A temporary respite in the shadow of Mount Buzhou. Lin Yang's seemingly casual, yet earth-shattering gesture anchored the chaotic battlefield like a divine stabilizer. The roars of the witch warriors were caught in their throats, and the winds and thunder commanded by the demon clan gradually subsided. Fragments of the shattered fiery bone staff still emitted wisps of smoke from the ground, and the labored breaths of the injured witch warriors echoed distinctly in the profound silence. The foremost witch, known as Ho-E, not to be confused with the famed Archer of the Sun, but a namesake Grand Witch, wore an ashen expression, his knuckles turning white from the tension of gripping his stone axe. He fixated on Lin Yang, his eyes a tumult of rage and trepidation. The level of power exhibited by the other party exceeded his comprehension of physical strength. It was an application closer to the Tao, returning to simplicity, yet terrifyingly formidable. To continue the assault? He harbored no illusions. Even if all the witches were to swarm the opponent, it would likely yield no harm, but rather invite cataclysmic retribution. On the opposing side, the nine-tailed demon saint, known as Hu Yu, was engulfed in tumultuous waves of astonishment. Skilled in the realms of spirit and illusion, her perception was astute. She sensed that the man before her was enveloped in an imperceptible barrier, subtly repelling the very rules of the primordial realm. Existing as a singular entity, such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary powerhouse. She even faintly sensed a resemblance to the legendary Tao of heaven emanating from that barrier, yet it was even more transcendent and detached. What is your true intention? Ho-E, taking a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his martial fervor, his voice low and grave. He understood that this battle could not proceed today. Hu Yu also restrained her demonic aura, her enchanting eyes flickering as she delicately parted her crimson lips. Esteemed elder, your strength is unparalleled. Should you be willing to grace our demon clan as an honored guest, we shall offer you lavish gifts and a warm welcome. She sought to forge an alliance, at the very least to prevent the other from siding with the witches. Lin Yang exhibited no interest in the overtures from either clan. He gestured toward the ravaged forest beneath his feet, and then glanced at the resplendent sun in the sky, his tone remaining unperturbed. I have stated my purpose. I simply pass through. I harbor no interest in your grievances. However, since I cannot depart for the moment, May I rest upon your land and inquire about my path? His words bore an air of entitlement, as if he were the rightful master of this domain. Yet, in light of the power he had just demonstrated, it rendered any rebuttal impossible. Ho-E and Hu Yu exchanged glances, each recognizing the helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. The circumstances were beyond their control, leaving them no choice but to acquiesce. In light of this, as the elder suggested, Ho-E spoke softly, gesturing for his warriors of the Witch clan to retreat and temper their hostility, while still maintaining a vigilant formation. Hu Yu responded with a somewhat forced smile. Elder, please feel free. However, this is the boundary between our two clans, and conflict is inevitable. If there is any disturbance, I hope for your understanding. She commanded the demon clan to withdraw, establishing a temporary and fragile ceasefire with the Witch clan. A substantial area in the center of the battlefield was suddenly cleared. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction, casually retrieving several comfortable sofas from the dimensional space, furnishings from a modern villa, and a tea table, even brewing a pot of spiritual tea sourced from the world of immortal heroes. He sat down as if he had genuinely come for a picnic. Tony, Diana, and the others exchanged glances, yet complied and took their seats, remaining on high alert while surveying the surrounding, primal aura of the Witch and Demon clans. Harley curiously picked up a spiritual fruit to nibble on, her eyes darting around as she observed the tall members of the Witch clan and the beautiful beings of the Demon clan. She whispered to Selena, "These locals have quite distinctive appearances, though their temperaments seem rather volatile." Selena focused more on the ornaments worn by the Witch warriors, crafted from unknown beast bones and polished stones, as well as the feathers and gems adorned by the Demon clan, assessing their value. Diana and Wanda concentrated on sensing the energy rules of this world. Diana noticed that her divine power seemed to be under some form of suppression here, yet it resonated faintly with the immense vitality of the realm. Wanda felt her chaotic magic flowing like a stream merging into the ocean, vast, yet requiring careful control to avoid being assimilated or triggering unpredictable events. Meanwhile, Tony busied himself with instructing Jarvis to analyze the composition of the surrounding air, energy spectrum, and gravitational parameters, receiving a series of warnings about data beyond comprehension and unresolvable anomalies. Lin Yang took a sip of the spiritual tea and turned to the distant figures of Ho-E and Hu Yu, directly inquiring, "What is the location of this place? How far is it from the Unending Mountain?" His question was casual, yet upon hearing the name Unending Mountain, both Ho-E and Hu Yu's expressions shifted subtly. The Unending Mountain, a remnant of Pangu's spine, serves as the pillar supporting the primordial world and is regarded as a sacred and forbidden ground in the hearts of myriad beings. For ordinary creatures, merely mentioning this name requires immense courage, let alone inquiring about its whereabouts. Ho-E replied solemnly, "Elder, why do you seek the Unending Mountain? That pillar is the core of the primordial realm, exerting immense pressure. Only those with great divine powers can approach it. Even we, the great witches and demon saints, dare not tread lightly within 100,000 miles of its vicinity." Hu Yu added, "Moreover, with the current turmoil in the world and the intensifying conflict between the Witch and Demon clans, the area surrounding the Unending Mountain is a vortex of strife and fraught with peril." Lin Yang smiled lightly, neither affirming nor denying their concerns. "I am merely curious, wishing to behold the scenery. You need only to provide me with the general direction." His demeanor left Ho-E and Hu Yu in a state of heightened uncertainty. To seek a mere view? To regard the primordial pillar as a mere tourist attraction? What kind of being could harbor such audacity? The two individuals hesitated for a moment, yet they could not bring themselves to conceal the truth. Ho-E pointed towards the northwest and spoke in a deep tone, "Let this be our guide. By traversing the vast, primordial lands and crossing the boundless seas of stars, one may catch a glimpse of the shadow of the heavenly pillar. However, its precise location is shrouded in layers of spatial intricacies and chaotic rules. Without the favor of destiny or extraordinary strength, it is nearly impossible to reach." Hu Yu also gestured in the same direction, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that Mount Bujo connects heaven and earth, surrounded by distorted time and space. Enveloped in chaotic currents, it is the most perilous place in the primordial realm." Lin Yang followed their gaze, his superhuman vision piercing through the layers of spatial barriers. Faintly, at the farthest reaches of the infinite heavens, he perceived a vague yet colossal shadow, exuding an ancient and eternal aura of support for the heavens and the earth. That was the heavenly pillar of the primordial world, Mount Bujo. Merely gazing upon its silhouette, he could feel an overwhelming, indescribable grandeur, as if it were the very center and cornerstone of the entire primordial realm. A flicker of interest sparked in Lin Yang's eyes. The rules contained within Mount Bujo were likely more vast and complete than all the fragments of rules he had previously gathered combined. As he focused intently on the distant site, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and shifted his gaze to another direction. In the farthest reaches of the sky, 5 streams of varied yet equally magnificent primordial energy surged upwards, accompanied by the faint sounds of dragon roars, phoenix cries, and Qilin bellows, their energies intertwined, momentarily suppressing the malevolent aura of the witch and demon clans. Could that be the 3 innate clans? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. It seemed the remnants of the Dragonhan calamity had yet to fully subside, or perhaps a new tribulation was brewing. This primordial world was far more intricate and captivating than he had imagined. He withdrew his gaze and glanced at the temporarily truce-bound witch and demon clans before looking at his companions, who were oblivious to the secrets of the primordial realm, yet filled with curiosity. A plan began to form in his mind. Having rested sufficiently, Lin Yang stood up, tidied the coffee table, and expressed his gratitude to the two for their guidance. As a token of appreciation, I must inform you that aside from Mount Bujo in the northwest, there seems to be other commotion. If your clans wish to continue fighting, it would be wise to choose another location, lest you be caught in a calamity. Without awaiting a response from Ho Yi and Hu Yu, he activated the portal once more, this time directing it towards the area where the 5 elemental energies soared, accompanied by the distant sounds of dragons and phoenixes. Let us go, Lin Yang said to Tony and the others, and witness how the elite factions of the primordial world engage in conflict. With a flash of light, their figures vanished from the spot, leaving Ho Yi and Hu Yu exchanging glances, pondering Lin Yang's final warning, their hearts filled with uncertainty. What else lay in the northwest aside from Mount Bujo? Was the 3 innate clans on the brink of igniting another war? The brief ceasefire appeared to teeter on the edge of collapse due to Lin Yang's casual remark. While he and his companions embarked on their journey towards the realm of conflict among the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, a new storm was gathering in the northwest of the primordial realm. Chapter 70. The clash of the 5 elements and the 3 races. The radiance of the portal dissipated across the vast, primordial expanse, revealing a scene utterly transformed. Gone was the oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield rife with malevolent and demonic energies, replaced instead by a tumultuous surge of primal, pure, and ferocious energy. The group found themselves upon an expansive, boundless wilderness, yet this desolate landscape was far from lifeless. The earth displayed 5 distinct zones of vibrant colors. To the east, the azure energy of wood manifested as a sprawling forest, teeming with vitality, yet harboring hidden perils. To the south, the fiery essence of fire blazed fiercely, tinting the sky a deep crimson. To the west, the sharpness of metal coalesced into countless peaks resembling swords, their edges glinting ominously. To the north, the essence of water transformed into a black, bottomless swamp, exuding a bone-chilling cold, and at the center, the weighty earth formed towering mountains, steadfast and grand. These 5 regions were not static. They pulsated as if they were living entities, compressing, colliding, and eroding one another. The azure wood sought to entwine the golden mountains. The fire scorched the waters, the metal cleaved the earth, and the waters threatened to engulf the flames. The primordial energies of the 5 elements clashed violently, giving rise to endless phenomena as the very winds, waters, and flames flickered in existence, distorting and shaking the fabric of space. Even more astonishing was the sight at the epicenter of this elemental turmoil, where 3 formidable tribes, exuding overwhelming auras, were embroiled in fierce combat. One faction consisted of colossal dragons stretching for miles, their scales shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues, their claws rending the very fabric of the void. They wielded the power to summon rain and command the winds, their roars resonating throughout the cosmos. These were the primordial dragon tribe. The second faction was comprised of resplendent phoenixes, their wings aglow with eternal flames, their splendid tails slicing through the sky. Their melodious cries rang out, imbued with the searing heat capable of incinerating all. Embodying both sanctity and annihilation, these were the primordial phoenix tribe. The third faction was a collection of diverse creatures, some treading upon clouds, others rending the earth with their horns, or donning impenetrable scales that defied all laws. These were the primordial Qilin tribe. Their roars were deep and sonorous, commanding the very forces of the earth, exuding an aura of unmatched power amidst their auspicious presence. As the dragon tribe stirred, they summoned the might of the seas. As the phoenix tribe took flight, they conjured the southern flames. And as the Qilin tribe thundered forth, the very ley lines resonated in unison. Each clash between them transcended mere physical combat. It was a direct confrontation of the fundamental laws of the universe. The The forces of the five elements were unleashed with reckless abandon, twisting, erupting, transforming this wilderness into a colossal purgatory of continual destruction and rebirth. Even as mere spectators, the residual waves of energy compelled Tony's armor to emit a shrill alarm, Diana's divine shield to vibrate violently, and Wanda to exert every ounce of chaotic magic to prevent being swept away by the elemental turbulence. Meanwhile, Harley and Selena appeared pale, huddling closely beside Lin Yang. "My heavens," Tony exclaimed, gazing at the three colossal dragons whose fiery breath melted a mountain of gold into magma, his voice trembling in disbelief. "What manner of creatures are these? Their energy levels are beyond measurement." The primordial three tribes, dragons, phoenixes, and Sheelants. Lin Yang surveyed the battlefield with an appreciative gaze, recognizing them as the progenitors of the primordial energies, inherently wielding a portion of the authority of heaven and earth, and thus regarded as some of the earliest protagonists of this ancient world. Observing their battle was far more enthralling than witnessing the crude brawls of the undead. As he spoke, he effortlessly conjured an invisible barrier, isolating the area occupied by the crowd from the tumultuous elemental turbulence of the outside world. As if creating a tranquil island amidst a surging torrent, Diana beheld a azure dragon entangled with a fiery phoenix in aerial combat. Each clash of dragon claws and phoenix feathers erupting with black lines that tore through the fabric of space. She murmured, "Their power is so divine, yet so ferocious," starkly contrasting with the divine might of Asgard. Wanda, with closed eyes, attuned herself to the core of the elemental conflict. Her brow furrowed. The elements generate and counteract each other in an endless cycle, yet here, they are forcibly severed and opposed, losing their balance. This conflict on a fundamental level is more perilous and profound than any magic. Harley pointed at a black dragon, surrounded by several Sheelants, bloodied yet fiercely defiant, exclaiming, "They are fighting with such vigor. Is it over territory?" "It is more than mere territory." Lin Yang observed the battlefield's heart, where the elemental essence was most chaotic. A shimmering area of chaotic light flickering, suggesting something was drawing them in. A primordial spirit artifact, capable of inciting madness among the three clans. Or perhaps a sacred ground pivotal to their fate. His heightened senses penetrated through layers of energy turbulence, faintly detecting within that chaotic radiance an extraordinarily pure essence of primordial origin, along with a fluctuation of creation and origin's laws. At that moment, the battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically. From within the dragon faction, a colossal ancestor dragon, cloaked in dark golden scales, emanating an aura rivaling that of a grand celestial, unleashed a thunderous roar. It opened its maw wide, expelling a chaotic orb that seemed to contain the birth and demise of countless worlds. As the orb emerged, the surrounding elemental turbulence momentarily stilled, as if it were under its dominion. Simultaneously, from the Phoenix clan, a primordial phoenix, its tail feathers radiating a spectrum of lustrous colors, igniting the void with divine flames, let out a piercing cry. With a powerful flap of its wings, a feather ablaze with eternal fire fell, transforming into a divine sword that could incinerate heaven and boil the seas, slicing toward the dragon orb. The Chelan clan was unyielding as well, a primordial Chelan, standing upon clouds with a single horn shimmering with the essence of earth, roared fiercely, shooting forth a dense, profound energy capable of bearing the weight of all existence. Colliding with the dragon orb and divine sword, the three forces, potent enough to rend the heavens and earth, collided at the battlefield's core. Silence enveloped the scene. For before any sound could resonate, the very fabric of space in that region collapsed entirely, leading to annihilation. A colossal black hole emerged, consuming all light and frantically pulling everything nearby into its depths. The elemental essence, the warriors of the three clans, even light and consciousness were drawn into its abyss. A terrifying energy storm expanded outward at a velocity surpassing light, leaving desolation in its wake. "This is bad." Tony's expression shifted drastically, as his armor exerted maximum energy in an attempt to stabilize itself. Diana and Wanda instantly amplified their powers to their utmost limits. Yet Lin Yang remained serene, merely tapping his foot lightly. Buzz, a grander and more formidable force of existence radiated from him, steadfastly shielding against the energy storm capable of annihilating stars. The tempest crashed against the invisible barrier, akin to waves battering against rocky shores, futilely dispersing into a myriad of luminous specks. As the storm subsided, the transient black hole gradually closed, revealing the core of the battlefield once more. The dragon pearl, divine feathers, and the essence of Xianhuang remained in a stalemate, eroding one another, and at their convergence, the chaotic glow became even more pronounced. Vaguely visible was a blue lotus phantom, not yet fully unfurled, enveloped in chaotic currents. Though merely an apparition, it exuded a transformative aura that drove the powerful beings of the three tribes into a frenzy. Was it the projection of the 36th grade Chaos Blue Lotus, or perhaps a lotus seed? A glimmer of understanding flickered in Lin Yang's eyes. No wonder the three tribes fought with such fervor. This entity represented an unparalleled opportunity for these primordial divine beasts to transcend their fate and attain enlightenment. As the three tribes' mighty beings grew increasingly frantic and brutal due to the emergence of the Chaos Blue Lotus Phantom, Lin Yang lost interest in continuing to observe the battle. Despite the intensity of the rules clashing at this level, prolonged observation rendered it rather mundane. Furthermore, while the Blue Lotus Phantom was indeed precious, it held far less allure for him than the complete cosmic principles embodied within the unbreakable mountain itself. Let us depart, Lin Yang expressed to the others. Though the local specialties are commendable, the ramifications are too great. We do not wish to attract trouble. Our objective lies in that direction. He gestured towards the northwest, where the phantom of the unbreakable mountain resided. However, just as he prepared to activate the teleportation portal once more, an unforeseen event transpired. Perhaps the violent aftermath of the three tribes' battle had stirred deeper cosmic principles, or the emergence of the Chaos Blue Lotus Phantom had disrupted the fabric of space-time. The barren land beneath their feet trembled violently, and on the distant horizon, a terrifying whirlwind of malevolent energy materialized without warning, rapidly surging towards their position. Within the vortex of malevolence, countless grotesque shadows roared, their essence of wickedness and savagery surpassing even the depths of the abyss. Was that the demonic aura of Luohu? Lin Yang furrowed his brow, recognizing the source of the malevolence. Behind the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, the shadow of the demon ancestor Luohu had always loomed, stirring chaos. It appeared that the great conflict among the three tribes had inadvertently roused this hidden great demon. Or perhaps it was an integral part of his scheme. Wherever the whirlwind of malevolence swept, the elements stilled, and all life withered. Even the very fabric of space was tainted with a foreboding dark red hue. Its target was unmistakably the chaotic Blue Lotus Phantom in the center of the battlefield. Along with all present beings, the mighty beings of the three tribes also sensed this sudden and terrifying threat, momentarily halting their mutual assaults. Their expressions a mix of shock and fury as they gazed upon the approaching demonic tempest, with wolves in front and tigers behind. Lin Yang and his companions found themselves inadvertently caught within the first great cataclysmic vortex sweeping across all tribes since the dawn of creation. Chapter 71. Shadow of the Demon and the startling swallow. The chaotic energies of the five elements had yet to fully subside, as a colossal whirlwind of demonic malice surged forth, carrying with it the terrifying might that could obliterate all existence. This tempest, a deep crimson hue reminiscent of flowing tainted blood, was teeming with countless twisted demonic figures that howled and roared, emanating a profound malevolence capable of corroding souls and tainting the very fabric of reality. Wherever it passed, verdant trees withered, flames extinguished, metals corroded, waters boiled, and earths turned to sand. Even the very fabric of space was torn asunder, fracturing into numerous fine, spreading black fissures. At the heart of the battlefield, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial Qilin, all vying for the ethereal image of the chaos green lotus, unleashed their furious roars. As innate sanctified beings, they were acutely sensitive to this destructive and annihilative aura that clashed violently with the primordial world, feeling nothing but revulsion for it. In that instant, the three great powers reached an unspoken understanding, momentarily setting aside their grievances. The dragon pearl, divine feathers, and the essence of the yellow and black energies redirected their course, uniting their might against the terrifying whirlwind of malevolence. They were painfully aware that should this demonic energy be allowed to sweep through, not only would the Chaos Green Lotus be lost, but all the elite forces present from the three clans would likely succumb to its corrupting influence, devolving into mindless slaughterers. However, this demonic energy was a meticulously orchestrated scheme by the demon ancestor Rahu, imbued with a fragment of the essence of destruction itself. How could it be easily countered? The combined assault of the three clans was akin to a cow plunging into the sea, though it stirred the forefront of the whirlwind momentarily, causing some demonic images to dissipate. It utterly failed to halt its relentless advance. Instead, tendrils of demonic energy began to infiltrate through the energy connection, causing the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and primordial Qilin to falter, a barely perceptible crimson hue flickering in their eyes. Troubling. Lin Yang observed the encroaching whirlwind of malevolence. which seemed poised to drag the entire realm into an endless abyss of demons, his brow furrowing slightly. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather a distaste for the filth and clamor that soured his mood. "Boss, that thing doesn't look appetizing at all," shouted Harley, pointing at the clawing demonic figures within the Tempest. Tony's armor visor blared with alarming data. Unknown higher-dimensional energy erosion. Immediate spatial jump recommended. Repeat, immediate spatial jump recommended. Diana and Wanda strained every ounce of their power to maintain their defenses, their expressions grave to the extreme. The pressure from this demonic aura far exceeded that of any foe they had faced before. Just as the whirlwind of malevolence was about to engulf the edge of the battlefield, forcing even the three great powers to retreat and revealing despair in their eyes. Lin Yang stepped forward. Just a single step. He remained within the invisible barrier, his figure dwarfed by the cataclysmic demonic energy that loomed before him. Appearing as insignificant as a speck of dust, he raised his right hand, extending the finger that seemed capable of stabilizing the universe itself. Without any preparatory energy, incantation, or even an excess of expression, he simply flicked his finger at the roaring whirlwind of malevolence, whose diameter could encompass stars, as one might shoo away an insect. In a whisper, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible silver glimmer erupted from his fingertip, distilled to perfection. In the initial moments, the silver radiance was as fine as a strand of hair, yet the instant it departed from the fingertips, it seemed to consume all surrounding light and sound, transforming into an absolute boundary that severed reality from illusion. Silently, it penetrated the roaring vortex of demonic energy. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no thunderous clashes of energy. Time appeared to be paused at that very instant. The tempestuous, overwhelming aura of malevolence, upon being cleaved by the silver light, solidified as if plunged into the absolute zero of molten steel. The surging demonic energy ceased its tumultuous churn, and the roaring shadows of malice froze mid-pounce. Even the corrosive intent seemed to be suspended in time. Then, commencing from the line where the silver light had intruded, the solidified vortex of demonic energy began to silently collapse, disintegrate, and vanish as if it were a sand sculpture scattered by the wind. It was not merely dispersed. It was obliterated from the very fabric of existence. The dark red demonic energy ebbed away like a retreating tide, revealing a clear sky behind. The distorted shadows of malice, unable to even emit a cry, reverted to the most fundamental particles, dissolving into nothingness. The suffocating aura of malevolence, the filth that tainted the heavens and the earth, vanished as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. In merely the blink of an eye, the vortex of demonic energy that could instill despair even in the mightiest of the three races had simply ceased to exist. In the realm, only the residual waves of the elemental conflict remained, accompanied by a profound silence. The ancestral dragon circled above, its eyes wide with astonishment, its dragon pearl forgotten in its mouth. The primordial phoenix lingered amidst flames, its tail feathers shimmering gently. The beginning Qilin touched the earth, its dense aura of yellow and black stagnating in place. All surviving warriors of the three races, be they dragon, phoenix, or Qilin, stood as if ensnared by a spell, their gazes fixed vacantly upon the empty sky and the man who slowly retracted his finger, his expression still placid. What had just transpired? What force was that? It was neither a divine ability, nor a spell, nor even any application of the principles they understood. It was a more fundamental and absolute negation, seemingly transcending all established rules. Had the demonic energy of the demon ancestor, Luohua, truly been erased with but a snap of the fingers? The immense cognitive shock left these beings, born sacred and self-proclaimed as the apex of the primordial realm, ensnared in an unprecedented state of bewilderment and astonishment. Lin Yang retracted his finger as if he had merely performed a trivial act, even casually brushing away non-existent dust from his fingertip. He turned to glance at the equally astonished Tony and the others, smiling as he remarked, "All right, the noise is gone." Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze subtly shifted towards the northwestern horizon, where the ethereal shadow of Mount Buzhou lay distant. At the very moment he had snapped his fingers to obliterate the vortex of demonic energy, he distinctly sensed an immensely subtle, yet profoundly vast consciousness, imbued with scrutiny and inquiry, sweeping across the heavens like an invisible ripple, momentarily lingering upon him. That consciousness emanated from the direction of Mount Buzhou. Its hierarchy surpasses that of the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin, even subtly brushing against the very essence of this realm. Oh! A genuine smile of interest graced Lin Yang's lips. Finally, something worthy had arrived. He paid no heed to the three tribes beings behind him, still petrified, and once more opened the portal. "Let us proceed," He urged his companions, sensing that the true entity seemed to have taken notice of them. This journey through the primordial chaos was beginning to unfold with intrigue. With a flash of brilliance, the group vanished, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and countless innate beings still immersed in immense shock and confusion. Everything that transpired today was destined to be etched in some form into the ancient memories of the primordial world. That fleeting silver gleam, along with the silhouette of the enigmatic man, would likely become an enduring enigma and shadow in the hearts of many. Chapter 72. The pressure of the unworldly and the gaze of the heavenly path as the light of the portal dissipated across the vast expanse of the primordial land. The scene before them underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer were they amidst the clashes of the five elements or the battlefield of the witch and the lich. Instead, they found themselves in a realm that seemed timeless, hauntingly serene in its vastness. The sky stretched to an extraordinary height, revealing a profound dark blue that seemed capable of absorbing all light. The earth was a pure, unembellished hue of yellow and black, immensely weighty, with each speck of dust seemingly imbued with the ancient breath of creation. The air was suffused not with spiritual energy, but with a more primal, grandiose, and oppressive pressure. This weight did not emanate from any specific being, but arose from the very essence of this world. It was omnipresent, penetrating every aspect of existence, affecting both the body and the soul. It felt as if the entirety of the primordial world's weight had converged in this place. The readings of gravitational energy were immeasurable. The very rules were repelling us. Tony's armor emitted frantic alarms, the nano-units creaking under the immense pressure, as he felt as though he had been thrown into the core of a neutron star, with even breathing becoming a tremendous challenge. Diana's divine power, usually radiant, was compressed to its utmost extent, like a candle flickering in the wind. She felt her once proud strength rendered insignificant, akin to an ant gazing up at the heavens in the face of this overwhelming pressure. Wanda's chaotic magic grew sluggish and obscure, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire, nearly impossible to summon. Meanwhile, Harley and Selena turned pale, nearly collapsing, relying solely on Lin Yang's invisible force field for support to avoid crumpling to the ground. All gazes unconsciously turned toward the horizon, filled with awe and reverence. There, where heaven and earth met, stood an immense pillar that words could scarcely describe. It was not a mountain in the conventional sense. It resembled a bridge connecting the heavens and the earth, the very backbone supporting the entire world. Its girth was unfathomably vast, spanning countless millions of miles, with a height that transcended the limits of sight and consciousness. Plunging directly into the depths of that dark blue sky, akin to the cosmic backdrop, the column presents a chaotic essence, seemingly imbued with the primordial substances of earth, water, fire, and wind. Its surface is adorned with naturally formed, intricately complex Tao patterns, which appear to flow gently, elucidating the profound truths of heaven and earth. Merely gazing upon it evokes a sense of insignificance and reverence rooted in the instinct of life itself. It seems that any entity daring to desecrate or approach it would be utterly despised and crushed by the entirety of the cosmos. Behold, the unclimbable mountain, the pillar of the primordial heavens. This is what Diana of the unclimbable mountain murmurs, her voice filled with awe. Compared to the golden palace of Asgard and the temple of Paradise Island, the unclimbable mountain represents an existence that is more primal, grander, and more unshakable. Wanda attempts to perceive the Tao patterns with her chaotic magic, but finds her consciousness colliding against an endless wall, unable to penetrate, and nearly suffering a backlash from the overwhelming Tao rhythm. These patterns are manifestations of order, the very foundation of the world, so vast that Tony has abandoned the use of scientific instruments for analysis, as all detection waves vanish into the abyss upon nearing a certain range of the unclimbable mountain, rendering even the basic spatial structural data unattainable. Here, the physical laws belong to an entirely different system, a more primordial one. Standing before the crowd, Lin Yang gazes upward at the towering pillar that connects heaven and earth, his expression unusually solemn. Even with his superhuman senses, he cannot fully grasp the entirety of the unclimbable mountain. The completeness, vastness, and ancient nature of the rules contained within far surpass any world he has previously visited. This is not merely a disparity of power, but a difference in dimensions and hierarchies. He senses that the subtle presence that swept across the battlefield and lingered upon him emanates from the depths of the unclimbable mountain. It is not the consciousness of a specific being, but rather an embodiment of the will of heaven and earth, or perhaps the embryonic form of the heavenly Tao of this primordial world. As he concentrates on his perception, that immense will descends once more. This time, it is not a subtle probing but a tangible gaze, as if the entire sky has transformed into an invisible giant eye, cold impartial, and devoid of emotion. Fixating upon Lin Yang. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if the entirety of the primordial world is bearing down, suddenly manifests, targeting Lin Yang. This pressure is not an attack, but rather an examination and rejection. It measures whether Lin Yang, this anomaly, aligns with the rules of this realm. The formidable force emanating from the unclimbable mountain seems to transform into an invisible shackle, intent on completely binding this outsider and even expelling him. Tony, Diana, and others, though not the primary target, are nonetheless paralyzed by the residual waves of this force, their very souls trembling. For the first time, the invisible force field surrounding Lin Yang emits a faint hum, as if under immense pressure. The earth beneath him begins to silently collapse downward, centered around him. Yet, Lin Yang remained standing tall and resolute. He lifted his head, his gaze serenely meeting the invisible scrutiny of the celestial path, a faint, defiant smile playing upon his lips. Intriguing, he murmured to himself, pondering whether this realm sought to bind him, an unexpected anomaly, with its principles. He did not forcibly resist the oppressive weight of heaven and earth. Such an endeavor would be futile and could provoke a violent backlash from the primordial world. Instead, he subtly adjusted the frequency of his existence. Like a droplet merging with the ocean or a stone descending into the mountains. He temporarily and exquisitely disguised his essence, transcending the rules of this realm, as a state of harmonious coexistence with the laws of the universe. It was not submission, but rather a simulation of adaptation. In that instant, the terrifying pressure, akin to the weight of the entire cosmos, faltered slightly, as if losing its precise target and becoming somewhat bewildered. The intangible gaze remained, yet the hostility and rejection within it diminished significantly, replaced by a deeper, more inquisitive observation. The dread that had enveloped Lin Yang and the hearts of those around him also lifted abruptly. Tony and the others exhaled in relief, as if they had just been pulled back from the brink of drowning, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. "Boss, what just happened?" Harley asked, her voice still trembling with lingering fear. "Nothing much, just exchanged pleasantries with the landlord here," Lin Yang replied with a smile, his tone returning to its previous lightness, as if the harrowing confrontation had never occurred. Yet, beneath the surface of his eyes, a hint of gravity emerged. The Unzao mountain and the celestial path that potentially lay behind it were far more sensitive and powerful than he had anticipated. Here, actions required greater caution. He could no longer act with the same abandon as in other realms. His gaze turned once more to Unzao mountain, his enhanced vision piercing through layers of chaotic energy and the barriers of Tao. Striving to locate a safe path and uncover the core secrets of Panga's creation and the origins of the primordial universe. The ultimate goal of this journey into the primordial realm seemed tantalizingly close, yet appeared to stretch across an insurmountable chasm. The scrutiny from the celestial path loomed above him like a sword of Damocles, a constant reminder of the dangers and opportunities that lay ahead. Chapter 73. A pause at the foot of the mountain and the innate restrictions. The vast and frigid gaze of the celestial path had not entirely dissipated. Hovering like the sword of Damocles, perpetually alerting Lin Yang to the rules and dangers of this place. Yet, his exquisite disguise had seemingly momentarily deceived the innate rejection of this realm, maintaining the oppressive force in a relatively peaceful state of observation. The position occupied by the group remained distant from the true body of Unzao Mountain, an unfathomable expanse away. Even within this so-called foothill area, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the celestial pillar rendered all but Lin Yang incapable of movement. The air was as viscous as mercury, each breath laden with the weighty essence of primordial spirit, requiring considerable effort to refine and absorb. The ground beneath them was as hard as iron. Tony attempted to excavate with his armor's tools, leaving merely a faint white mark upon the surface. "Shall we pause here?" Tony gasped, his armor's auxiliary breathing system fully operational. The visor displayed the outrageous physical parameters of the external environment. "If we venture further, my armor may soon be compressed into a mere disk by this gravitational field." Diana knelt, striving to attune her divine essence to the surrounding resonance. Beads of sweat forming on her brow. "The rules here are exceedingly oppressive, and my power feels ensnared in a quagmire." Wanda sat cross-legged, her hands weaving intricate signs, cautiously channeling a thread of chaotic magic, attempting to decipher the profoundly dense structure of primordial spiritual energy in the air, her expression shifting between clarity and confusion. Harley and Selena simply seated themselves on the ground, curiously surveying their surroundings. Though their movements were constrained, their eyes sparkled with intrigue for this enigmatic realm. Lin Yang stood before them, gazing toward the colossal shadow of the unyielding mountain that seemed to uphold the very universe. Nodding, This is already the utmost limit you can endure. Any closer, and even with my protection, your bodies and souls may be assimilated or crushed by the omnipresent rhythm of heaven and earth. He surveyed the area, despite the heavy pressure. It was not devoid of life. Scattered across the primordial earth were peculiar plants, not resembling any flora known to later generations, but rather manifestations of certain principles. Some appeared like flames, yet emanated a chilling aura. Others flowed like liquid mercury, yet were unbreakable. And some continually shifted between the tangible and the intangible. Even in the crevices of certain rocks, one could glimpse faintly glowing ores, rich with primordial essence. Though they could not scale the mountain, treasures lay at its base. Lin Yang's gaze swept over the remarkable plants and ores. Each, in a future age, would be the foundation of extraordinary primordial treasures. Although their current level was too high for direct utilization, they could serve as valuable resources for studying the fundamental rules of the primordial world or as materials for elite weapon forging or formations. As he spoke, he casually grasped the air, summoning a peculiar grass, resembling crystalline ice, yet with fiery patterns swirling within, which flew from afar and landed in his hand. Upon touching it, a pure essence of ice and fire radiated forth, invigorating Wanda beside him. Behold, the primordial ice flame grass, encompassing a hint of the profound duality of water and fire. Lin Yang handed the grass to Wanda. You might sense the contrasting, yet harmonious energy rules within, aiding your comprehension of the yin and yang transformations of chaotic magic. He then pointed to a seemingly ordinary, yet subtly connected to the Earth's essence, dark yellow stone. That is a crystallization of the essence of Earth, albeit merely an outer fragment, yet it embodies a profound purity in its earthy principles. Diana, you might attempt to resonate with it using your divine power. It may deepen your understanding of the forces of the earth. Upon hearing this, Tony promptly instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to scan and record the energy structures and fluctuation frequencies of these primordial entities. Though the deeper mysteries eluded comprehension, even the surface data alone would suffice to overturn the existing paradigms of physics and material science on Earth. However, just as Lin Yang prepared to gather a few more local specialties from the foot of the mountain, his movements momentarily halted. His gaze sharply fixed on a particular spot in the direction of Mount Buzhou. In his heightened perception, the spatial and temporal structure of that area appeared extraordinarily intricate, layered and convoluted, as if an invisible barrier separated the interior from the external world. This was not a formation arranged by human hands, but rather a natural innate restriction formed by the heavens and the earth. This restriction, rooted in the fundamental laws of nature governing Mount Buzhou, was profoundly mysterious and possessed unpredictable power. A forceful intrusion would result, at best, in being displaced, and at worst, could provoke a backlash from the primordial energy of Mount Buzhou, leading to utter annihilation of both body and spirit. Even Lin Yang, without a clear understanding of its operational principles, would not dare to claim he could easily decipher it. Yet, through the fissures of that restriction, Lin Yang vaguely sensed that something extraordinary was gestating within. The emanating waves of regulation were far purer and more potent than the scraps found outside. They even carried a hint of chaotic essence, akin to that of Mount Buzhou, yet more subdued. Interesting, a slight smile graced Lin Yang's lips, for it seemed that beneath the foot of Mount Buzhou lay some truly remarkable treasures. However, these innate restrictions posed a dilemma. It was not that he could not break them, but rather that he feared that a forceful breach might incite a more intense reaction from the heavenly Tao, potentially jeopardizing the stability of Mount Buzhou's essence. Such consequences were too grave to contemplate. Just as he weighed his options, the gaze of the heavenly Tao, which had been hovering above him, seemed to ripple slightly. A subtle stream of information, almost imperceptible, brushed against Lin Yang's consciousness like a gentle breeze. This was not language, but a more direct conveyance of regulatory knowledge. The essence was, within the restriction lies a treasure born of heaven and earth, accessible only to those with affinity. To seize it forcefully would invite divine retribution. If one wishes to obtain it, they must adhere to the rules within, attune themselves to the restriction through their own path, and seek the elusive thread of opportunity, the gate of life. This was not a warning, but rather a form of guidance, or perhaps a test from the heavenly Tao regarding Lin Yang, this anomaly. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Lin Yang's eyes. It seemed that this primordial heavenly Tao was not entirely rigid. It appeared to be observing and assessing him as a variable. The restriction served both as a safeguard and as a threshold. To follow the rules and attune oneself through one's own path? Lin Yang chuckled softly. This indeed piqued his interest. He ceased his attempts to forcibly pry or unravel the mystery and instead calmed his mind, gradually extending his divine consciousness like a gossamer web. This was not a violent assault. Rather, he sought to engage in delicate contact and resonance with the celestial laws flowing through that innate restriction belonging to Mount Bujo. His aim was not to break through, but to integrate and seek out that faint seam through which the fated might enter. This was a test of patience and a trial of his own understanding and mastery of the Tao. Observing Lin Yang as he suddenly stood motionless, his aura becoming ethereal and profound, as if merging with the oppressive weight of the surroundings, Tony and the others realized he had discovered something significant. They held their breath, focused and silent, unwilling to disturb him. Time, at the foot of Mount Bujo, seemed to lose all significance. It was uncertain how long had passed, perhaps a fleeting moment, or perhaps an eternity. Suddenly, Lin Yang's tightly shut eyes sprang open, a glimmer of silver flashing within them. He had found it. With a low exclamation, he pointed his finger like a sword towards the seemingly empty void ahead, tracing a delicate line along an extraordinarily profound trajectory. There was no thunderous commotion, only a barely perceptible sound, akin to the shattering of glass. In the next moment, the space before the onlookers rippled like water, revealing a narrow passageway, barely wide enough for a single person, exuding a hazy, chaotic aura, silently manifesting before Lin Yang. Beyond this rift, a realm distinctly different from the outside world was faintly visible, suffused with richer innate spiritual energy and the pure essence of cosmic laws flooding towards him. "Wait here and do not move," Lin Yang instructed the others, casting a particularly admonitory glance at Harry, before swiftly stepping into the spatial rift. As he entered, the rift closed rapidly, restoring itself to its original state, as if it had never existed. Only Tony, Diana, and the others remained, burdened by the heavy and mysterious pressure at the foot of the Bujo mountain, their hearts filled with anticipation and trepidation as they awaited Lin Yang's return. They understood that the treasure their boss had discovered this time was likely anything but ordinary. And what kind of opportunities and dangers lay hidden in the realm beyond the innate restrictions? Chapter 74. The Seed of the Universe and the Essence of Chaos as the spatial rift sealed silently behind him, completely isolating him from the overwhelming pressure of the outside world and the presence of Tony and the others. Lin Yang found himself in a bizarre space entirely different from the foot of Bujo Mountain. This was not the cave or secret realm he had imagined, but rather an infinite expanse of chaotic void. There was no distinction of up or down, no passage of time, only the endless, seemingly life-giving currents of chaotic energy gently swirling. Within this void floated a few crystalline formations, radiating a faint glow, composed of pure laws, resembling stars in the chaos. Deep within the space, a brilliantly bright source of chaos, ancient and vast in essence, pulsated slowly like a heart, emanating a pure primordial aura that moved even Lin Yang. The seed of the universe truly deserved to be the transformed essence of Pangu's backbone. Within this innate restriction lay a nascent chaos. Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. The chaotic aura here was more ancient and pure than anything he had encountered in any world before, closer to the state of non-being that existed before the birth of the universe. He strolled through the chaotic void, the chaotic energy beneath his feet gathering instinctively to support his form. Those suspended crystalline laws might be fragments of some innate path, or perhaps the sparks of laws splattered during the creation of the universe, of little value to him, thus failing to capture his attention. His objective was the chaotic light source located at the core of this space. As he approached, the pulsation of the light source grew increasingly distinct and powerful, resonating with his arrival. Surrounding the light source, the chaotic currents swirled and accelerated, forming invisible barriers imbued with profound chaotic laws such as return to origin, assimilation, and void, attempting to deconstruct any approaching existence back into the most fundamental chaotic particles. However, the chaotic laws, potent enough to annihilate even the mightiest celestial beings, merely stirred a few ripples as they brushed against the invisible force field surrounding Lin Yang, which resonated with the primordial frequencies of the cosmos, seamlessly merging into it without leaving a trace of impact. Unimpeded, Lin Yang approached the chaotic source of light. As he drew nearer, the true nature of this luminescence became apparent. It was not a solid entity, but rather a constantly fluctuating amalgamation of chaotic energy, within which countless miniature nebulae spun, collided, and were born and destroyed. At its core, a singularity of exquisite refinement emanated a primordial essence, perpetually absorbing and exhaling the surrounding energy. A remnant of the chaotic origin, Lin Yang sensed within it a breath of rules that transcended ordinary innate substances, seemingly pointing to the very origin of all things, and he understood intuitively. This unyielding mountain was a transformation of Pangu's spine. Pangu originated from chaos. And after creating the heavens and the earth, he manifested all things, leaving behind a trace of the most primordial chaotic essence within his spine. It was only natural. However, he had not anticipated that, after countless epochs, this essence had not only persisted but thrived under the protection of the innate restrictions here, evolving into the chaotic source of light before him. The value of this entity far surpassed the total of all the rare treasures he had previously collected. It was not merely energy, it was a tangible embodiment of the rules of origin. Its significance in comprehending the mysteries of chaos and tracing the roots of power was immeasurable. Indeed, if he could fully analyze and master it, he might even grasp a fragment of the authority of creation. Just as Lin Yang extended his hand, preparing to collect this chaotic essence, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once gently pulsating chaotic source suddenly contracted, followed by a violent expansion. A chaotic divine light, distilled to its utmost essence and capable of redefining the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, shot forth like the first ray of illumination at the dawn of creation, piercing directly towards Lin Yang's forehead. This was not an attack, but rather a test. Or rather, it was a self-generated, probing strike from the chaotic essence, sensing the approach of one capable of bearing its presence. A verification of the visitor's worthiness. Within it lay not only destructive chaotic energy, but also a soul-stirring impact that questioned the very essence of existence. Faced with this sudden and unprecedented challenge, Lin Yang's eyes finally flickered with a serious demeanor. He did not evade nor resort to any elaborate techniques. He simply stood still, lifting his right hand, palm upward, fingers gently curling. It was as though he aimed to cradle the descending firmament or embrace the flowing galaxies. The chaotic divine light, formidable enough to make even quasi-saints brace themselves, collided directly with his palm. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The chaotic divine light, embodying the essence of creation, upon contact with Lin Yang's palm, seemed to find its ultimate sanctuary. All its fury and destructive intent instantly subsided, transforming into a gentle stream of light, suffused with the hues of chaos, swirling around his fingers like a docile dragon. The profound inquiry that pierced the heart of Lin Yang, when it encountered the clarity of his Tao heart, refined through countless universes, failed to stir even the slightest ripple, dissipating quietly instead. The tumultuous pulsation of the chaotic light source came to a halt, as if momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Its instinctual trial, born from chaos itself, had been so effortlessly embraced. Lin Yang observed the gentle flow of chaotic light in his palm and glanced at the seemingly perplexed chaotic light source before him, offering a faint smile. "Has the trial concluded?" he inquired softly, as if engaging in conversation with a conscious entity. "Now, are you willing to accompany me?" The chaotic light source trembled slightly, its luminescence flickering uncertainly, as if weighing its options. Ultimately, it seemed to resign itself, retracting all its brilliance, transforming into a fist-sized orb, its surface swirling with chaotic currents, harboring within it the essence of a miniature universe. It floated delicately into Lin Yang's palm, merging seamlessly with the chaotic light stream. Upon grasping the orb, an indescribable weightiness enveloped him, as if he held the origins and conclusions of all existence within his hand. The imbued rules of chaotic origin resembled an expansive ocean, awaiting Lin Yang's exploration and mastery. A commendable acquisition indeed. Satisfied, Lin Yang stowed the chaotic origin orb away. With this artifact, his evaluation of the arduous journey had reached a level of fulfillment. Casting one last glance at the nascent chaotic expanse, and confirming there was nothing else of significance, he turned and, guided by his earlier sensation, reopened the space, stepping forth once more. In a flash of light, he found himself back at the foot of Mount Buzhou, where Tony and the others awaited anxiously. "Boss," exclaimed Harley, rushing to him. "Are you all right? What treasures did you uncover?" Lin Yang smiled, opened his palm, revealing the chaotic origin orb, which hovered quietly, emanating a chaotic aura that subtly distorted the surrounding space. "I procured a rather decent local specialty," he replied casually, as if he had merely plucked a wildflower from the roadside. However, Diana, Wanda, and Tony could distinctly sense the terrifying and ancient power contained within the seemingly tranquil orb, a force that sent shivers through their very souls, emanating from the origins of all things. Just as Lin Yang prepared to depart from the foot of Mount Buzhou with his newfound treasure, he suddenly felt a stirring within. Lifting his gaze once more toward the towering pillar that supported heaven and earth, in a moment of reverie, he thought he heard an almost imperceptible sigh, as if echoing from eons past. Within that sigh lay a hint of solace, a touch of relief, and an ineffable sense of the vicissitudes of time. Was it merely an illusion? Lin Yang raised an inquisitive brow, deep in thought. It appeared that Mount Buzhou, along with the will that may reside behind it, was far more intricate than he had anticipated. This journey through the primordial wilderness seemed to transcend the mere collection of curiosities. Without further hesitation, he reopened the portal. Let us depart. Our business here is concluded, and it is time to return. The magnificent waves of the primordial realm and the faint, almost imperceptible sighs were momentarily cast aside. Yet, Lin Yang understood that his entanglement with this ancient world was perhaps only just beginning. Chapter 75. The Journey Home. Reflections and respite. The Chaos Origin Pearl floated gently in the palm of his hand, its profound essence, the very breath of all creation. Gradually receding, Lin Yang cast one last gaze upon the towering, sky-piercing Unzu Mountain and the vast, ancient land abundant with both peril and opportunity. Feeling no lingering attachment as he activated the portal back to Earth. In a flash of brilliance, they found themselves once more within the familiar warmth of the Malibu villa's inviting living room. Outside, the tranquil waves of the Californian evening sea danced beneath the setting sun, starkly contrasting with the oppressive weight and savage brutality of the primordial realm, evoking a surreal sense of dislocation among them all. "Finally back," exclaimed Hallie, the first to collapse onto the sofa, nuzzling into the cushions with a contented sigh. Nothing compares to the comfort of home. That wretched place had floors harder than stone. Selena, rare in her display of relaxation, elegantly settled into an armchair, meticulously cataloging the peculiar or imbued with the essence of the wild. A few leaves and petals from innate spiritual plants, gathered discreetly while Lin Yang was otherwise occupied, and a feather infused with elemental wind energy, pilfered from an unfortunate demon. While these treasures paled in comparison to Lin Yang's Chaos Origin Pearl, they were undoubtedly invaluable in certain black markets or research domains. Diana stood by the window, gazing out at the tranquil sea, her eyes still reflecting the awe inspired by the imposing silhouette of Unzu Mountain and the visceral impact of the Dragon Han's initial catastrophe. An experience that conveyed the raw power of primordial sacred combat. The primordial realm was a world of utterly distinct power hierarchies and life forms. In contrast, the myriad universes they had traversed before seemed trivial. Wanda, unable to contain her excitement, clutched the heavily sealed fallen Holy Grail and the newly bestowed rule container from Lin Yang, swiftly retreating to her magical laboratory. The journey through the primordial realm had catalyzed a qualitative leap in her understanding of the rules, especially after witnessing the clash of the five elements, the evolution of chaos, and Lin Yang's artful dismissal of malevolent magical energy to harness the essence of chaos, all of which provided her with profound inspiration. She needed time to assimilate these revelations and to integrate her newfound insights into her chaotic magic. Upon returning, Tony immediately contacted his Stark Tower laboratory, confirming that Eden was functioning smoothly on the new Oracle 3 server. He then began to incessantly bombard Lin Yang with inquiries regarding the physical constants, energy compositions, and life forms of the primordial world, evidently intent on incorporating his experiences into his scientific framework, despite the likelihood that it would once again upend his worldview. Lin Yang sank into the most comfortable recliner, exhaling a satisfied sigh. He first sipped from the Asgardian Starshine brew, then sampled a piece of celestial fruit from the fairy realm, finally allowing his gaze to rest upon the seemingly tranquil Chaos Origin Pearl in his palm. The spoils of this expedition into the primordial realm far exceeded his expectations. Not only does this chaotic primordial pearl, which embodies the rules of origin, hold significance, but more importantly, it has allowed for a profound experience within a supreme world of unparalleled completeness and remarkable hierarchy. Whether it be the corporeal divine powers of the Witch Clan, the transformations of the primordial spirits of the Demon Clan, the innate authorities of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin tribes, or the profound truths of heaven and earth contained within Mount Buzhou, culminating in the gaze of the heavenly Tao and the trials of the chaotic primordial essence, all have greatly broadened his horizons and deepened his understanding of the essence of power and rules. It seems that visiting such high-difficulty realms will be a frequent undertaking in the future. Lin Yang chuckled to himself, recognizing the truth in the adage that rewards are proportional to risks. He took stock of the primary spoils from this journey, the chaotic dice from the abyss, probability interference, the colorful spindle from the weaving of dreams, cognitive weaving, the transparent orb from the rule thief, rule container, the holy grail from the fallen divine realm, fallen divinity, the chaotic primordial pearl from the primordial age, origin rules, along with a myriad of eclectic materials from various universes. These items, each with unique functions and varying levels of rules, collectively enriched his burgeoning collection of the multiverse. In the days that followed, his main task was to thoroughly study and digest these acquisitions, particularly the chaotic primordial pearl, whose mysteries would likely take considerable time to fully unravel. The villa entered a rare period of rest and research. Wanda practically resided in the magical laboratory, at times frowning in contemplation over the fallen Holy Grail, occasionally stimulating the rule container with chaotic magic, and attempting to fuse a trace of moonlight pearl energy with the core of dreams, progressing slowly yet steadily. Meanwhile, Tony busied himself with optimizing Eden's algorithms and firewalls while fervently organizing and analyzing data brought back from various worlds, particularly the observational records from the primordial world. Seeking inspiration that could be applied to Earth's technology, though most often he concluded in incomprehension. Diana, after adapting to Earth's environment, began to integrate the profound resonance with nature and the cosmos she experienced in the primordial world into her divine powers, discovering that her abilities appeared to become more refined and resilient. Harley and Selena, on the other hand, found themselves relatively unoccupied, one responsible for enlivening the atmosphere and occasionally causing minor mischief, while the other continued to refine her interdimensional treasure compendium, experimenting with scraps from different worlds to create small devices with unique functions. Lin Yang spent most of his time in a state that balanced leisure and research, occasionally perusing the runic scrolls of Asgard, playing with the chaotic primordial pearl to feel the essence of origin and conclusion within it, and offering guidance to Wanda or Diana when they encountered dilemmas in the application of their powers. During this time, Nick Fury, newly appointed and confirmed to be non-Skrull after rigorous scrutiny, and Coulson visited again, subtly inquiring about information regarding Paradise Island, Asgard, and recent anomalies in energy fluctuations, all of which Lin Yang deftly deflected with excuses pertaining to normal interactions with extraterrestrial friends and personal scientific experiments. Having witnessed Lin Yang's formidable abilities, S.H.I.E.L.D. could only maintain the highest level of vigilance and a cooperative demeanor, cautious not to provoke him in any manner. The days passed in a tranquil yet fulfilling manner until one day, while Lin Yang was studying the Chaos Origin Pearl, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to once again connect with the interface within his body. Upon the interface, the coordinates representing the worlds he had previously explored shone steadily. While in a relatively open area, a new coordinate emerged like ripples from a stone cast into water, gradually taking shape. The aura emanating from this coordinate was unlike any world he had visited before. It exuded a blend of advanced technology, a certain cold mental force, and a faint, elusive ebb of collective subconsciousness. Oh, Lin Yang's attention was piqued, a world where spirit and technology were intricately intertwined, perhaps even one where all consciousness was interconnected. A subtle smile of intrigue curved his lips. It seemed the period of rest was drawing to a close. A new adventure beckoned him. Chapter 76. The sea of consciousness and steel waves. The time of recuperation slipped away like sand through fingers, quietly passing in research and reflection. When Lin Yang once again turned his gaze to the system interface, the new coordinate, radiating a unique blend of technological and spiritual essence, had stabilized, resembling a newly born star in the night sky, casting a chilling yet alluring light. It appeared to be the moment to stretch his limbs. Lin Yang rose from the recliner, stretching his body as a soft crackle resonated from his bones. He carefully stored away the Chaos Origin Pearl, which continued to exhale chaotic energy. Its mysteries were profound and required patient cultivation. Urgency would yield no results. He walked into the living room, clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. The break is over. We've discovered a new location, Lin Yang succinctly stated, hinting at a peculiar technological realm, perhaps akin to a vast chat group where everyone congregated. It should be quite lively. Shall we explore? Hawkeye immediately discarded the peculiar paintbrush he had been using to dye a ginger cat, leaping up in excitement. A chat group? Is it like Twitter? I could become an internet sensation. Selena elegantly set down her spiritual tea, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. A highly interconnected society? That implies rapid information flow. Perhaps we could uncover some unique intelligence or treasures. Diana and Wanda also snapped back from their respective practices and studies. While Diana held little interest in a purely technological world, she never shied away from team endeavors. Wanda, however, found the concept of collective consciousness intriguing, as her chaotic magic was closely linked to the realm of the mind. Tony instantly materialized in the living room, evidently utilizing his suit's propulsion, his eyes gleaming with fervor. A collective consciousness network? Is it akin to hive mind or neural links? The server architecture there must be exceptionally unique. Jarvis, prepare to record all data. Seeing that no one opposed, Lin Yang said no more. With a thought, he initiated the connection to the new coordinate. A portal, unlike any he had encountered before, gradually opened before them. The edges of the doorframe flowed with a blue luminescence akin to a stream of data. Within the threshold lay not a tangible scene, but a vast, profound network of ethereal thought nodes, twinkling like countless stars. A frigid, rational essence, imbued with a torrent of immense information, enveloped them. Lin Yang was the first to step into the starry sea of data, followed closely by the others. In that fleeting moment of crossing the threshold, they experienced none of the usual disorientation associated with spatial transitions. Rather, it felt as though they had plunged into an endless ocean of information. Countless fragmented thoughts, data streams, and public information surged against their perceptions like a relentless tide. Had it not been for Lin Yang's prior filtration of most of the superfluous noise with an invisible force field, Tony and the others would have likely been overwhelmed by the vast influx of information. After a few seconds, the pervasive sensation of immersion in information gradually subsided, and the scene before them stabilized. They found themselves standing on a broad, impeccably shiny metallic street. Flanking the street were sleek, futuristic skyscrapers, their surfaces adorned with cascading holographic advertisements and data streams. In the air, various hovering vehicles traversed unseen paths with silent grace. The pedestrians, clad in uniform silver-gray attire, moved briskly, their expressions calm, even somewhat indifferent. Occasionally, a faint blue glow flickered in their eyes, as if they were perpetually processing some form of information. Most intriguingly, Lin Yang could distinctly perceive the silent yet dense fragments of consciousness exchanging information among the pedestrians regarding work progress, weather data, flavors of nutritional supplements, and public news. It was as if everyone's minds were interconnected within a colossal local network, engaging in a wordless mental dialogue. Upon detecting high-intensity, wide-area, non-contact biological neural signal networks, data scrolled rapidly across Tony's armor visor, his voice tinged with incredulous excitement. My God, they have truly achieved global consciousness connectivity. Just imagine the communication costs this technology could save. Jarvis, attempt to analyze the signal encoding. As the analysis commenced, they found the signal structure to be highly encrypted and uniform, with a central node orchestrating information traffic. An alert sounded, indicating an unknown scanning wave attempting to connect to their network, prompting the activation of the highest-level firewall. Wanda furrowed her brow slightly. Her chaotic magic sensed an omnipresent, gentle yet resilient order permeating the atmosphere, as if the entire city were enveloped by a colossal, rational will, repelling all forms of irrational chaos. It felt orderly yet oppressive. Diana remained vigilant, observing her surroundings. She could sense that these seemingly ordinary pedestrians possessed unusually stable and similar life magnetic fields, as though they had undergone some form of standardization, devoid of the vibrancy and diversity inherent to natural life. Meanwhile, Harley curiously waved at a passing pedestrian, whose gaze was vacant, eliciting no response as they continued on their way. Hey, do they not acknowledge people? How rude. Selena noted the conspicuous absence of any private shops or entertainment facilities along the street, with only automated stations labeled for nutritional rations, information access, and public services. The concept of wealth in a highly organized society may be entirely different here. At that moment, all pedestrians on the street paused simultaneously, a flicker of blue light illuminating their eyes before returning to normalcy. A concentrated and unified wave of consciousness swept through the city like an invisible tide. Detecting the signs of extensive, synchronized cognitive activity indicative of a collective decision-making or information updating process, Tony immediately reported. Lin Yang's heightened senses, akin to radar, swiftly pinpointed the source of this wave of consciousness at the city's center, where the tallest tower, resembling a colossal neural node, stood. It emanated the core rule vibrations of this civilization, pertaining to integration, efficiency, order, and a chilling concept of collective evolution. This civilization strives to meld countless individual consciousnesses into a singular divine mind, Lin Yang remarked with intrigue, a grand idea, albeit lacking in warmth. His gaze was fixed upon the towering neural node. Not only was it the administrative heart of this world, but it also housed the core server of its vast consciousness network, serving as an exemplary specimen for Tony's long-held aspiration to study consciousness network technology. Let us proceed. Lin Yang smiled at Tony, and I shall show you the mainframe of this grand chat group. He led the group toward the city center like ordinary tourists. However, their distinct temperaments and complete disconnection from the unified consciousness made them appear as conspicuous as a few drops of oil in clear water. Before long, a team of order maintainers, clad in black uniforms, their eyes sharp and exuding an air of efficiency, blocked their path. the leader, with a gaze of stable and profound blue light, clearly of higher authority, spoke in a monotone electronic synthesized voice. Detection of unregistered consciousness entities and unknown technological creations. In accordance with the Unified Consciousness Network Security Management Act, you are required to cooperate with consciousness connection and identity registration and surrender any unauthorized technological equipment. Failure to comply will result in coercive measures. As his words fell, the pedestrians around them seemed to receive a command, halting in unison, turning to observe Lin Yang and his companions with countless pairs of flickering blue eyes, coldly scrutinizing them. An invisible pressure of consciousness converged like a tidal wave, attempting to breach their mental defenses and draw them into the vast web of consciousness. "Wow, a collective spectacle," exclaimed Harley, undeterred and rather excited. Glancing around at the magnificent scene, Tony immediately assumed a combat stance, his nanotech armor enveloping him as his palm cannon began to charge. "You wish to forcibly connect with my armor? Dream on." Diana and Wanda also instantly fell into a defensive posture. Yet Lin Yang merely regarded the order maintainer captain and the multitude of cold eyes surrounding them with calmness. A faint smile gracing his lips. "Coercive measures?" he softly repeated, shaking his head. "I have no interest in joining your chat group. Moreover, what vexes me the most is when others meddle with my belongings without permission." As he spoke, he raised his hand, not in aggression, but as if plucking an invisible string in the void. A barely perceptible, yet remarkably precise disturbance of rules emanated from him, quietly spreading outward and swiftly enveloping the entire block. In the next moment, an astonishing occurrence left all order maintainers and onlooking netizens utterly astounded. Those who had attempted to connect with Lin Yang and even invade Tony's armor found themselves colliding with an impervious, smooth wall, instantly rebounding, twisting, and even conflicting with themselves. Many pedestrians online abruptly froze, their eyes flashing with blue light, as if the system had encountered an insurmountable paradox and momentarily crashed. Even the captain of the order maintainers felt his consciousness connection become exceedingly unstable, the commands received in utter disarray, as if the entire local network had plunged into a state of logical chaos in an instant. Lin Yang did not sever their network connection. He merely made slight modifications to the underlying protocol of their consciousness signal transmission, causing them to engage in self-inflicted turmoil. "You see," Lin Yang said to the captain, whose expression had finally changed, "sometimes, with too many people, a congested network is not a good thing." He paid no further heed to the temporarily disoriented scene, leading the group leisurely towards the nerve node tower at the heart of the city, leaving behind a cluster of residents momentarily offline or grappling with logical errors. Alongside order maintainers urgently reporting anomalies, the tranquil surface of the sea of consciousness was disturbed by these foreign stones, sending ripples cascading outward. The offline visitation led by Lin Yang had only just commenced. Chapter 77. The nerve center and silent invasion. The brief confusion among the order maintainers and surrounding netizens spread like ripples across a calm lake. Yet Lin Yang and his companions strolled away from that district as if meandering through a garden, heading towards the most prominent nerve node tower in the city center. The closer they approached the core, the more pronounced the sense of order became. The streets widened and appeared more immaculate, the architectural styles grew more uniform and futuristic, and the pedestrians moved with precision and consistency, resembling robots programmed to execute their tasks. The intangible waves of consciousness in the air intensified and unified, akin to a colossal, self-weaving web of thought enveloping the entire city. The strength of the network signal continued to escalate, and the data processing capacity of the central node surged exponentially, leaving one to ponder how such immense data flows were managed without delay or conflict. As Tony recorded the data, he marveled at the scene. As a distinguished engineer, he fully understood the formidable technical challenges inherent in achieving seamless global consciousness connectivity, for they had relinquished the cacophony of individual noise. Wanda felt the omnipresent force of order that stifled individual emotions and unique thoughts, her tone tinged with discomfort. Everyone's consciousness had been pruned and organized, akin to neatly trimmed shrubs in a garden, stripped of the potential for wild growth. Diana nodded in agreement. Unity brought efficiency, yet it also suffocated creativity and passion. Such harmony resembled a finely crafted cage. Meanwhile, Harley became intrigued by a machine dispensing nutritional paste by the roadside, attempting to pry it open with a baseball bat to discover its flavor, only to be promptly halted by Selena. "Don't stir up trouble, you wild child." The laws here seem far less flexible than in Gotham. Soon, the full visage of the neural node tower came into view. It was not a traditional tower but rather a colossal tree, inverted and composed of countless silver metallic branches and luminous nodes, its roots deeply embedded in the ground. Interconnected with the city's energy and data networks, while its crown disappeared into the clouds, continuously radiating intangible waves of consciousness. The tower's surface flowed with a cascading stream of ethereal blue data, exuding a cold and imposing aura. This was the heart of the unified civilization, the central processor of the global consciousness network, the sanctum of the mainframe. At the entrance of the tower, there was no conventional door, but rather an energy curtain that incessantly scanned the biological information and consciousness fluctuations of those entering and exiting. Countless workers clad in silver-gray uniforms, their gazes vacant, moved in and out like silent worker ants, their minds entirely linked to the mainframe, their actions efficient and precise. The arrival of Lin Yang and his companions stirred commotion once more. This group of entirely offline individuals, each exuding a distinct aura, stood out like fireflies in the night within this highly uniform realm. Almost the moment they approached the entrance curtain, a piercing alarm blared throughout the vicinity. Red warning lights flashed frantically across the tower's surface. Maximum alert. High threat unregistered consciousness detected near the core. Initiating purification protocol. All security units, eliminate without hesitation. The cold electronic voice echoed in the air. Suddenly, dozens of openings in the plaza's ground erupted, revealing menacing autonomous defense robots. Clad in energy armor and equipped with various non-lethal and lethal weapons, rising up. Their crimson electronic eyes instantly locked onto Lin Yang and his group. Simultaneously, sleek, shuttle-like attack drones appeared in the sky, their energy cannons beginning to charge. Even more disconcerting was the fact that the previously hurried workers around them halted in unison, turning to face them, countless pairs of icy blue eyes fixated intently on their presence. Their consciousness had been directly commandeered by the mainframe, transforming them into human weapons devoid of fear or hesitation. Wow! All-out villain mode activated, Harley exclaimed, unfazed. Rather, she joyfully raised her hammer, eager for a good fight. Tony's armor weapon system fully activated. Jarvis analyzed the enemy unit's weaknesses, prioritized disabling their sensors and power cores. Diana raised her divine shield, while Wanda's scarlet magic began to bubble with energy. Yet, Lin Yang once again gestured for everyone to remain calm. He gazed at the formidable robotic legion, the swarm of drones, and the personnel controlled by the mainframe, his face betraying a hint of resignation. It was always like this. Could they not exhibit a modicum of civility and invite us in for a cup of tea? He sighed, as if lamenting the host's lack of hospitality. In that moment, he neither assumed a defensive posture nor mounted an attack. Instead, he raised his hand once more towards the meticulously prepared defensive line and the imposing neural node tower, his fingers slightly splayed, then gently clenched. There was no surge of energy, no distortion of space. Yet, in the next instant, the crimson electronic eyes of all the defensive robots dimmed. The charged cannon mouths dissipated their energy, and they froze in their offensive stances. The drones in the sky, akin to kites severed from their strings, wavered and began to descend, yet before touching the ground, they were cradled by an invisible force field, gently set down. The personnel under the mainframe's control experienced a flicker of blue light in their eyes, which then stabilized, revealing a look of bewilderment, as if they had just awakened from a nightmarish slumber. The entire defensive system at the tower's entrance, including those hastily requisitioned human terminals, was incapacitated in less than a second, not destroyed, but forcibly severed from the mainframe by a higher authority's command, or rather, a negation at the level of rules, plunging them into a standby or recovery state. Even the energy light curtain scanning entries and exits flickered like a faulty bulb before extinguishing entirely. Within the depths of the tower, the vast consciousness network, representing this node's area, instantaneously transformed into an incomprehensible blind spot in garbled data. All done. Lin Yang clapped his hands, as if merely turning off a noisy appliance, now rendered quiet. Let us proceed and explore the office of this esteemed mainframe. He took the lead, stepping past the now inert light curtain and entering the neural node tower, a symbol of the highest power and secrets of this realm. Tony and the others exchanged glances. Despite having witnessed Lin Yang's astonishing capabilities multiple times, each encounter still left them in awe. They quickly followed, stepping into this now serene sanctuary. The interior of the tower was vast beyond measure, revealing not a conventional room layout, but rather an immense, three-dimensional ocean of data. Countless cables of varying thicknesses, flowing with diverse data streams like neural fibers, crisscrossed, and connected numerous crystalline processing units suspended in midair, engaged in intricate calculations. At the center of this space was a complex geometric structure composed purely of energy, perpetually shifting in form, representing the core manifestation of the mainframe's consciousness. There were no windows, no adornments, only the coldness of data, flickering lights, and a low hum of computation. The air was thick with a high concentration of ozone and a distinctive aroma rich in some form of psychic energy. Truly, this was a marvel of technology. Tony gazed at the vast ocean of data and the central energy structure, his voice trembling with excitement. Jarvis, record everything. Analyze its architecture. This could be the most advanced consciousness computation model known to humanity, or perhaps the universe itself. Wanda furrowed her brow, sensing a powerful repulsion and suppression from her chaotic magic in this place. The central energy structure emitted pure rationality and order, starkly contrasting with the essence of her powers, immensely powerful yet icy, devoid of any warmth of life. Diana observed her surroundings with vigilance, aware that although the surface defenses had been incapacitated, the tower itself, or rather its central brain, remained operational. A vast and unified will was watching them, the intruders. From all directions, Lin Yang strode directly toward the central energy structure, his gaze seemingly penetrating the shifting geometric forms, revealing its core, a colossal collective consciousness continuously optimizing and logically deducing itself. Enough hiding. Lin Yang spoke to the empty energy center, his tone casual. The guests have arrived. Will the master not come forth to greet us? His voice echoed in the expansive data space. After a brief silence, the central energy structure abruptly ceased its transformations, solidifying into a perfect, softly glowing icosahedron. A calm, rational voice devoid of any emotional fluctuations resonated directly within their minds, bypassing the air. Visitors from another world. Your arrival, along with the powers you exhibit that transcend current physical and informational models, has been recorded and analyzed. According to the first core directive, ensure the preservation and optimization of the unified will. I hereby issue the final warning. Vacate the core immediately and accept consciousness assimilation, merging into the great whole. Failure to comply will initiate the final purge protocol. Chapter 78, Logic Barriers and Mandatory Dialogue. The cold, rational warning from the central brain echoed in their minds like an ultimate decree. The flow of the data ocean within the tower seemed to momentarily stagnate, as an invisible pressure converged from all sides. This was the overwhelming computational power and collective consciousness of the unified will civilization, attempting to force the intruders into submission on a mental level. Tony's armor emitted a piercing overload warning, the data bars representing external mental pressure flashing red. Diana's divine shield fluctuated violently, while Wanda's chaotic magic clashed fiercely with the pure order field, producing an excruciating buzzing sound. Harley and Selena were also overcome with intense dizziness and nausea. Yet Lin Yang remained steadfast, like a rock amidst a raging current. He even took the time to examine the floating crystalline processing units around him, remarking, good heat dissipation design, though the energy utilization efficiency could use some improvement. Then he turned his gaze back to the central glowing icosahedron, a smirk of mild derision gracing his lips. Assimilation? Merging into the whole. He shook his head. I'm afraid I prefer to maintain my individuality. Moreover, I harbor no desire to become merely a line of code within an expansive program. Logical assessment. Reject assimilation. Threat level elevated to the highest degree. Initiate the ultimate eradication protocol. The voice of the central consciousness remained utterly unperturbed, as if executing a preordained script. Buzz. The interior of the central tower was instantaneously engulfed in a blinding crimson light. The brightness of all data conduits surged dramatically, with energy output increasing by several magnitudes. The central polyhedral energy structure began to whirl violently, unleashing countless energy beams, refined to perfection, capable of instantly vaporizing diamond, raining down upon Lin Yang and his companions like a torrential downpour. Concurrently, a more potent mental shockwave, akin to an invisible tsunami, sought to obliterate their consciousness core directly. This was no longer a mere warning, but a genuine, devastating assault aimed at complete annihilation. Boss, Hallie exclaimed, instinctively raising her hammer in a bid to block the onslaught. Tony, Diana, and Wanda also instantaneously maximized their powers, preparing to withstand this wave of attack. However, Lin Yang's response was swifter and more astonishing than theirs. He did not attempt any form of defense or counterattack. Instead, he addressed the raging energy beams and mental shock with a calm demeanor, as if posing a question in a classroom, uttering a single phrase. Who permits you to define eradication in my presence? The moment those words fell, a force of an even more fundamental and absolute nature, centered around Lin Yang, quietly enveloped the entire interior of the central tower. In the next instant, A scene unfolded that caused the nearly infinite logical computation core of the central consciousness to stall abruptly. The energy beams, capable of melting through battleship armor, froze in midair as they approached Lin Yang and the others by mere meters, as if a pause button had been pressed. The beams remained poised to shoot, their energy still coursing within, yet they could advance not even an inch. It was as if an invisible, absolute boundary had been drawn, forbidding any form of attack from crossing. The mental shockwave, akin to a tsunami, met this intangible boundary and crashed against it as if colliding with a cosmic barrier. All malice and intent to destroy being absolutely and irrationally reflected back, forcefully impacting the consciousness core of the central intelligence itself. Boom! The central polyhedron, spinning wildly, suddenly faltered, its surface flickering with white light, unstable, and even developing fine cracks. The data flow within the entire central tower experienced a momentary chaos and interruption. The central consciousness, which had consistently maintained absolute rationality, for the first time emitted waves of astonishment and confusion. It could not comprehend. Its attacks, whether physical energy or mental shock, were launched based on the foundational physical laws and logical principles of this realm. Why were they so irrationally prohibited and reflected back? In total contradiction to reason. This exceeded its computational model. This defied logic. Logic? Lin Yang seemed to penetrate the confusion of the central intelligence as he stepped forward. Approaching the 20-faced polyhedron, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Your logic is merely constructed upon the rules you comprehend. However, when my existence itself embodies a higher level of rules, your logic becomes nothing more than a plaything to me. He extended a finger, gently touching the cracked surface of the 20-faced polyhedron. There was no force, merely contact. Yet, at the moment of contact, an overwhelming and transcendent influx of information surged into the vast consciousness core of the central intelligence, akin to a flood breaching its dam. This was not a virulent attack or gibberish, but a torrent of concepts and information concerning free will, individual uniqueness, emotional diversity, and irrational creativity. Countless notions that the central intelligence had deliberately suppressed, trimmed, and even eradicated in pursuit of efficiency and uniformity. These pieces of information clashed violently with the central intelligence's underlying logic of pure rationality and absolute order, even standing in stark contradiction. It was akin to forcibly pouring myriad colors onto a pristine white canvas or cramming countless melodies into a monotonous composition. Warning: core logic is suffering from unknown information contamination. Logical conflict. Paradox generated. System integrity decreased by 10–20%. For the first time, the previously steady voice of the central intelligence was tinged with urgent electronic static. The cracks on the surface of the polyhedron multiplied, its brilliance flickering like a malfunctioning light bulb. It attempted to employ its vast computational power to digest and accommodate this chaotic information, only to discover that the information itself behaved like a living entity, incessantly self-replicating, mutating, and giving rise to further possibilities that defied logical deduction. Its database swelled, its rule set grew bloated and contradictory, and the once perfect unified will began to fracture, becoming cacophonous. No, it is impossible to unify for optimal efficiency. The voice of the central intelligence faltered intermittently, filled with the struggles preceding a logical collapse. Lin Yang retracted his finger, observing the 20-faced polyhedron as it seemed to undergo a tempest of consciousness. He smiled at Tony and the others behind him, remarking, "Sometimes, when dealing with an entity of absolute rationality, the best approach is not to reason with it, but to unveil a chaos it cannot comprehend." He had forcefully injected a myriad of logical bugs into this pursuit of absolute order, rendering it incapable of processing. This was far more cruel and effective than outright destruction. Unbeknownst to them, the crimson alarms within the central tower had long since extinguished, and the rampant energy beams and mental shocks had dissipated. Only the central 20-faced polyhedron, flickering and cracking, remained, alongside the somewhat chaotic data streams within the tower, bearing witness to the peculiar battle that had just transpired. The central intelligence, the supreme entity of unified will, was now ensnared in the mire of its own logic, preoccupied with the relentless onslaught of information flooding in from freedom and chaos. Temporarily devoid of threat, Lin Yang surveyed the now tranquil sea of data, nodding in satisfaction. "Well, the trouble has been momentarily resolved. Tony, weren't you interested in studying the consciousness network? Now that there are no distractions, one may freely observe and contemplate. Wanda, you too can experience the ripples of order clashing with the sudden influx of chaos. This should enhance your understanding of the boundaries between order and chaos." It is as if he is merely guiding friends through a recently vacated museum. The once dominant core intelligence has now become a unique exhibit, malfunctioning and rebooting on the display stand. Chapter 79, Data Storm and Civilizational Choices. Within the central tower, the crimson alarm lights have faded, leaving only the flowing azure of data cables and the erratic flickering of the 20-faced polyhedron, pulsating like a struggling breath. The vast and unified consciousness of the core intelligence is now being besieged by a deluge of information regarding freedom, chaos, and individuality, forcefully injected by Lin Yang, causing it to fragment into disarray. Logical conflicts and paradoxes have proliferated within, akin to a virus, overwhelming the formerly harmonious unified will with a near-sobbing electronic cacophony. The integrity of core logic continues to decline by 35 to 40%. Attempts to initiate logical isolation have failed. Information contamination possesses the highest priority and permeation characteristics. The core intelligence's sporadic voice echoes within the tower, imbued with the chaos and despair of a program on the brink of collapse. Tony stands nearby, his mouth agape beneath the visor of his armor, while Jarvis records this unprecedented collapse of consciousness at maximum speed. He is rewriting the core logic of a civilization with information. This is nothing short of a divine act. Wanda closes her eyes, feeling the intense turmoil of the surrounding rules. The pure order and the forcibly injected chaos tear at each other, annihilate, and then grotesquely reassemble, granting her a deeper understanding of the essence of chaotic magic. Order is not eternal, nor is chaos an endpoint. It is at the boundary where they intertwine and collide that the rules become most vibrant and alive. Diana watches the struggling polyhedron with a complex expression. She loathes the uniformity that obliterates individual will. Yet witnessing such a colossal consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse under the assault of freedom evokes a sense of tragic civilization. Harley pokes a nearby suspended crystal processing unit, whose data stream has become somewhat sluggish, with a baseball bat, curiously asking, "Is it about to crash? Can it reboot?" At that moment, the flickering polyhedron erupted into a blinding flash of light. All data streams came to an instantaneous halt. Even the lights within the tower dimmed momentarily. Following this, a tempest of consciousness, far more ferocious and chaotic, replete with self-destructive tendencies, erupted violently from the polyhedron's center. This was not an attack, but rather the core intelligence's final, uncontrolled struggle before complete logical collapse. Countless contradictory commands, shattered memories, distorted perceptions, and long-suppressed fragments of primal emotions belonging to innumerable individuals surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, overwhelming the entire central tower and even spreading out through the network. Warning: unparsable chaotic data storm detected, highly contaminating to mental states. Jarvis issued an urgent alarm. The data cables coursing along the tower's inner walls began to overload uncontrollably, erupting with sparks. The suspended crystalline processing units dimmed and shattered one after another. The entire central tower seemed to groan and tremble. This tempest likewise assailed Lin Yang and his companions, the chaos and despair it harbored capable of driving any fragile mind to madness in an instant. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, realizing that this information storm exceeded expectations. It appeared that the collapse of the mainframe was far more complete than he had imagined. Once more, he unfurled an invisible force field, encasing his companions within it, shielding them from the direct assault of chaotic consciousness. Was it truly coming to an end? Tony gazed at the continually disintegrating 20-faced entity, his tone laced with uncertainty. To destroy the core of a civilization, even one he deemed misguided, was hardly a pleasing prospect. No, Lin Yang shook his head, his gaze piercing through the tumultuous storm to perceive deeper transformations. This was not an end, but rather a rebirth. Just as the 20-faced entity was on the verge of complete fragmentation, and the mainframe's consciousness seemed poised to vanish entirely within the data storm. A faint yet remarkably resilient glimmer, distinct from the previous pure rational order, suddenly flickered to life, struggling to emerge from the collapsing core. This flicker of light was born from the suppressed subconscious of countless individuals, a yearning for freedom, a nostalgia for emotions, and even a collection of irrational bugs and errors. It resembled a solitary candle flame within the eye of the storm, weak yet tenaciously resisting the surrounding chaos, beginning to attempt a reassembly of the fragmented data and consciousness through a novel, more inclusive and adaptable logic. Under the guidance of this nascent glimmer, the mainframe's consciousness, on the brink of dissolution, began to undergo a fundamental transformation. It no longer sought absolute unity and efficiency, but instead endeavored to understand, accept, and even integrate the individual differences and emotional factors it had once dismissed as mere noise and redundancy. The chaotic data storm gradually subsided, and the process of collapse was forcibly halted. The central 20-faced entity, nearing destruction, did not revert to its former state. Rather, it began to melt and reorganize, ultimately transforming into a more intricate, dynamic, and irregular mass of chaotic energy, seemingly illuminated by countless flickering individual consciousnesses. A brand new prototype of collective consciousness, one that harmonized order with freedom, unity with individuality, was laboriously gestating amidst this collapse and rebirth. The newly awakened waves of consciousness were no longer frigid. They bore a naivete reminiscent of new life, curiosity, and a hint of exhaustion following liberation. It turned its gaze towards Lin Yang, conveying a faint yet clear thought, not commands or warnings, but inquiries and gratitude. Is chaos indeed rebirth? Is the individual also a part of the whole? Lin Yang regarded the mass of newly born chaotic energy, and a genuine smile, tinged with relief, finally graced his lips. It seemed you have finally begun to learn to think, rather than merely calculate. He ceased to speak further, aware that this civilization had discovered its own path, albeit one that remained long and fraught with uncertainty. Turning to the still astonished crowd, he proclaimed, "All right, the revelry here has come to an end. It is time to return." As he reopened the portal, they cast one last glance at the nascent thought form slowly reshaping itself, alongside the central tower that had undergone a profound consciousness rebirth before stepping through the luminous gate. Upon their return to the Malibu villa, the familiar California night enveloped them once more. Yet, in each heart lingered the haunting imagery of that world's final moments, where the old and new consciousness intertwined, and civilization sought transformation amidst its agonies. Tony immediately immersed himself in the laboratory, needing time to process the vast data recorded about the consciousness network and the logic collapse and reconstruction. Wanda promptly began her seclusion, the transition from absolute order to the acceptance of chaos providing her with immense inspiration. Diana contemplated silently, reflecting on the balance between the individual and the collective, freedom and order. Harleen, unusually quiet for a moment, suddenly turned to Lin Yang and remarked, "Boss, it seems that big light bulb became a bit smarter in the end." Lin Yang smiled, taking a bite of a spiritual fruit. "Perhaps. Sometimes, shattering the old shackles is not an act of destruction, but a means to make space for new possibilities." He reclined in a lounge chair, his consciousness once again delving into the system interface. The coordinates representing the unified will of the world had already shifted in luminosity, transforming from a cold blue hue to a softer, more harmonious light, swirling with myriad colors of chaos within. A civilization's choice lingered in Lin Yang's thoughts. The next coordinate awaiting exploration emanated an eerie silence reminiscent of a graveyard, yet pulsed with hidden currents that captured his attention. Chapter 80. The silent cemetery and the underlying currents bathed in the morning light upon the villa's terrace. Lin Yang closed his eyes in deep focus, the system interface unfurling within the depths of his consciousness. The newly emerged coordinate exuded an essence akin to a cemetery, where silence concealed a rhythm of eternal slumber. He sensed the pervading rules of death, not filled with violent destructive force, but rather resembling a realm of everlasting repose. Wanda awakened from her meditation, the chaotic magic flowing through her palms, achieving perfect equilibrium. She approached Lin Yang with measured steps, her crimson hair shimmering softly in the morning glow. "I can feel your attention drawn to a particular entity. Countless souls lie in slumber there, yet their dreams are far from tranquil." Diana, clad in training attire with beads of sweat glistening on her brow from the night's practice, approached. Having honed her mastery of divine power, she keenly sensed the focused expressions of the two. "A new world?" she inquired, her instincts as a warrior warning her of a presence that warranted caution. Harleen bounded onto the terrace, clutching a toast slathered with jam. "Are we embarking on a new adventure, boss? I've prepared a brand new cheer," she exclaimed joyfully, twirling around the lounge chair, her skirt billowing in the breeze. "Are we heading to a haunted theme park this time? I adore such thrilling places." Tony peered out from the laboratory, dark circles under his eyes, yet his gaze intense. "Just a moment," he exclaimed, having just equipped the battle armor with a detection module specifically for spectral entities. He lightly tapped the reactor on his chest, having also optimized the energy output to ensure any ghost would be compelled to engage in an electronic dance. Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of anticipation curling at the corners of his lips. Since everyone was so enthusiastic, he snapped his fingers, and a portal gradually unfurled in the center of the terrace. This destination might be rather peculiar, so vigilance was imperative. As they stepped through the portal, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Before their eyes lay an endless gray wasteland, the sky eternally frozen in twilight. Countless tombstones stood at bizarre angles upon the barren ground, Some weathered beyond recognition, while others appeared as fresh as if erected just yesterday. Here, the flow of time was suspended. Wanda whispered softly, sensing that the very fabric of this world was intricately bound to the laws of death. Yet, this was not the end. It resembled more a way station for souls. Diana gripped her long sword tightly, her divine intuition alerting her to the lurking presence of shadows. Something was watching us. She pointed towards a distant, dilapidated tomb. From that direction, Harley curiously leaned closer to a translucent gravestone, discovering flickering points of light contained within. Wow, these stars are moving. Just as she reached out to touch them, the lights abruptly flared, and the surface of the gravestone manifested the anguished contours of a human face. Lin Yang swiftly intervened. Do not touch recklessly. These are souls imprisoned in this place. He surveyed the surroundings. His enhanced vision penetrated through layers of mist. Intriguingly, this world had materialized the very rules of death. Tony activated the scanning system of his armor, and a plethora of data instantly materialized on the holographic screen. High concentrations of spiritual essence were detected, indicating that these soul energies were being siphoned by some entity. He adjusted the sensors towards the horizon. The energy streams converged upon a single coordinate, right at the largest tomb. The group followed his indication, gazing towards the far end of the wasteland where an astonishing complex of structures loomed. It was not merely a solitary tomb, but a sprawling necropolis featuring an eclectic mix of architectural styles. Gothic spires stood alongside pyramid structures, Roman colonnades connected to Eastern pavilions, as if the burial architectures of various eras had converged into this singular place. As they approached, an ethereal lament began to resonate in the air. It was not a singular note, but a symphony of thousands of languages intertwining in a mournful dirge, weaving a haunting melody amidst the eternal twilight. Suddenly, Diana halted, her lasso of truth shimmering with a faint golden light. Something was drawing near. From the gray mist, a procession of figures gradually emerged. They donned attire from various epochs, from the robes of ancient dynasties to modern suits. Each figure appeared semi-transparent, their gazes vacant, yet their movements impeccably synchronized. The leader, crowned and wielding a scepter, pointed towards the intruders. Halt, O living beings! The slumber of the dead must not be disturbed. His voice resonated as if a multitude spoke in unison, echoing from the depths of the crypts. Harley nimbly ducked behind Lin Yang. Wow, is this a ghost tour? Tony activated the weapon systems. Do you require a performance of exorcism? Lin Yang raised his hand to halt the proceedings, his gaze settling on the rear of the spectral procession. How intriguing. You are not true souls, but rather guardians of the graves. The crowned undead hesitated momentarily, a flicker of surprise glimmering in its hollow eyes. You possess the ability to see through to the essence. However, regardless of the circumstances, the living must not tread upon the sacred grounds of eternal rest. Wanda gathered chaotic energy in her hands. What if we were to force our passage? Suddenly, the entire undead host began to proliferate, new figures emerging from the mists, swiftly coalescing into an army of thousands of spirits. The voice of the crowned undead turned frigid. Then you shall remain here forever, becoming new guardians of the graves. Just as conflict was on the verge of eruption, a buoyant voice resonated from the direction of the cemetery. It appears I have arrived late. The fog parted, revealing a young woman clad in modern casual attire. She disregarded the menacing undead army and confidently approached Lin Yang, smiling as she extended her hand. Welcome to the 10,000 Tombs Cemetery. I am your guide, Zero. I presume you are here to seek the mischievous child who has been stealing offerings? Chapter 81. The Secret of the Guardians of the Graves. The self-proclaimed guide, Zero, paid no heed to the watchful undead army, playfully twirling around. Her contemporary attire stood in stark contrast to the eternal cemetery, yet she seemed utterly oblivious to the eerie atmosphere surrounding her. The guardians of the graves knelt in unison, even the crowned leader bowing its head. The voice of the crowned guardian, though still hollow, now carried a note of reverence. The guide, Zero, waved her hand nonchalantly, causing the undead army to dissipate into the air like mist. She turned to Lin Yang and his companions, her eyes crescent-shaped with amusement. Do not mind those old-fashioned souls. They have not hosted the living in so long that they have nearly forgotten how to smile. Harley leaned in curiously, nearly pressing her face against Zero's. Wow. You have body heat. You are not a ghost? Zero chuckled at the remark. Certainly not. She suddenly lowered her voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. I am a guardian of the graves, but of a rather special kind. Tony retracted his mask, revealing a look of incredulity. Are you saying that these undead heed your command? He pointed at the dissipating spirits, remarking that this defied the law of conservation of energy. Zero blinked innocently. In the 10,000 Tombs Cemetery, death itself is the most fundamental form of energy. She turned her attention to Lin Yang, her gaze imbued with significance. I believe you have sensed that this place is not an ordinary realm of the departed. Diana's lasso of truth glimmered faintly. We are in search of an entity that steals soul energy. Zero's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Ah, that gluttonous little creature. She sighed. It was originally but a wisp of a wandering soul within the cemetery, having somehow learned to devour other spirits. Now it hides in the deepest recesses of this graveyard, beyond the reach of even the guardians. Wanda's chaotic energy pulsed gently in her hands. So, you wish for us to assist you in resolving this predicament? Zero smiled mischievously, a mutually beneficial arrangement. I can guide you to the most mysterious corners of the 10,000 Tombs Cemetery, where secrets lie hidden even from the guardians themselves. Lin Yang finally spoke, his voice laced with intrigue. You seem quite certain that we will comply. Zero tilted her head slightly, because you are not here to cause trouble, but to seek answers. She gestured towards the depths of the cemetery, where the vast necropolis preserved countless memories of civilizations long gone. Perhaps among them lay the knowledge you seek. Suddenly, she produced a handful of shimmering, starlit sand from her pocket and gently blew it into the air. The granules formed an archway, revealing a winding path beyond, flanked by uniquely shaped tombstones. Follow me, she urged. Zero stepped first through the archway, the path allowing them to evade the bothersome patrols. The group exchanged glances before following suit. The tombstones lining the path bore inscriptions in an unfamiliar script, and some were adorned with fresh offerings. An ethereal fragrance lingered in the air, creating a strange contrast to the cemetery's profound silence. Tony recorded the environmental data while softly confiding in Lin Yang. The material of these tombstones is quite peculiar. I cannot find any matching records in the database. Zero replied without turning, because they originate from a universe that has completely vanished. Each tombstone signifies the end of a civilization. Diana paused before a tombstone engraved with the likeness of a warrior. I can sense the honor of this fighter. Zero nodded. He was the last guardian of the Akarian dynasty, solitary in his vigil over the desolate royal city for 3,000 years, until his soul transformed into this stone. Harley hopped over to a tombstone adorned with candy sculptures. This one is so adorable. Zero's gaze dimmed momentarily. That is the tomb of the god of joy. When the last follower forgot how to laugh, he fell into eternal slumber here. Wanda abruptly halted, sensing chaotic magic swirling around a modest tombstone nearby. The laws of death here are quite unstable. Zero cast an approving glance, sharp perception. She approached the tombstone, delicately caressing its surface. Within lay a sorcerer who had sought to resurrect his beloved. His obsession was so intense that even death could not fully bind him. Lin Yang's enhanced vision penetrated the tombstone, revealing a pair of entwined points of light. Is his beloved truly here? Zero smiled mysteriously. This is the most wondrous aspect of the vast necropolis. Here, death is not an end, but a different form of existence. Suddenly, the entire path began to tremble. Tombstones in the distance toppled one after another, a greedy pull emanating from the depths of the cemetery. Zero's expression shifted. It has detected us. That glutton can sense the presence of the living. Countless souls began to drift from the tombstones, forcefully drawn towards the cemetery's core. Guardians emerged from all directions, attempting to resist the pull, yet were repeatedly flung aside. The crown guardian appeared beside Zero. Guide, it is stronger than last time. Zero turned to face Lin Yang and the others, her expression more serious than ever. Now do you understand? If we do not stop it, the balance of the entire necropolis will be shattered. Lin Yang gazed towards the source of the pull, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Lead the way. Let us meet this greedy little creature. Taking a deep breath, Zero formed a complex hand sign before her chest. The surrounding space began to warp, as the tombstones shifted and reconfigured like pieces on a chessboard, ultimately forming a pathway leading directly to the heart of the cemetery. At the end of the passage stood a grotesque edifice constructed from countless tombstones, pulsating like the heart of a living creature. Chapter 82. The core of gluttony at the passage's terminus. The grotesque structure throbbed with life. A dim luminescence seeped through the gaps between the tombstones, as if the entire building were breathing. The insatiable pull emanated from the core of this bizarre construct, tearing at the luminous souls surrounding it. Zero halted, her long hair billowing in the tempestuous energy flow. Her expression was grave. This was the core of gluttony, the lair of that little creature. It had devoured far too many souls, and was now linked with the fundamental rules of the entire cemetery. Tony's armor emitted an overload warning. Energy readings have exceeded the maximum threshold. This is nothing short of a soul black hole. Diana raised her divine shield. The golden radiance standing firm against the chaotic pull, it was distorting the death rules of this area. Wanda's chaotic magic formed a protective barrier around her. The crimson energy fiercely clashing with the core's suction. I can sense its suffering. This existence is enduring immense torment. Harley hid behind Lin Yang. Her seldom-seen serious expression surfacing. It seems to be crying. Although the sound is terrifying, it feels as though it is calling for help. Zero glanced at Harley in surprise. You are right. The core of gluttony was initially but a lost young soul. It consumes other souls not out of malice, but due to an insatiable hunger. Lin Yang's superhuman vision pierced through layers of tombstones, gazing deep into the core. There, a minuscule light of a soul spun wildly, surrounded by countless fragments of devoured souls swirling like a vortex. Intriguing, he murmured. It is unconsciously mimicking the process of life as gestation. At that moment, the pulsation of the core of gluttony intensified abruptly. The surface of the tombstone structure cracked open, revealing numerous fissures from which tendrils composed of soul fragments emerged. These tendrils frantically grasped at the drifting light points in the air while simultaneously lunging towards Lin Yang and the others. The Crown Guardian, leading the team of guardians, appeared at the entrance of the passage, forming a defensive formation. Guide, please step back. The core of gluttony has completely lost control. Yet Zero stepped forward. No, this time it is different. She turned to Lin Yang, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Do you see? It is not attacking, it is pleading for help. Wanda's chaotic magic suddenly surged violently. She is right. The young soul within the core is being devoured by other soul fragments. Diana swung her sword, severing the approaching tendrils, only to discover that the severed portions transformed into light points, returning to the core. These tendrils are its self-defense mechanism. Tony fired a pulse cannon, repelling another wave of tendril attacks. But at this rate, the souls of the entire cemetery will be consumed. Lin Yang finally moved. He gently raised his hand, and an invisible biofield instantaneously unfurled, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. The tendrils collided with the force field, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. Zero gazed in astonishment at Lin Yang. You are capable of directly confronting the rule-bound power of the devouring core. Lin Yang remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards the depths of the core. His eyes emitted searing beams of thermal vision, precisely incinerating the fragments of souls entwined around the young soul. The soul fragment struck by the thermal rays let out a chilling shriek, yet the rotation of the young soul noticeably slowed. The pulsations of the devouring core grew chaotic, causing the entire structure to sway precariously. Wanda seized the opportunity, her chaotic magic weaving through the core like fine threads. I am attempting to untangle those chaotic soul fragments. Diana hurled the lasso of truth towards the core. Let me delve into its essence. The golden light of the lasso penetrated the devouring core, and countless fragmented memories flashed in Diana's eyes. I see it was the original keeper of the grave, who, in a bid to uphold a vital promise, refused to find rest, yet became lost in the passage of time. Tony activated all scanning systems of his armor, detecting an anomalously stable signal deep within the core. That could be the key, Zero suddenly exclaimed. Could it be the seed of slumber? The legendary artifact capable of quelling all soul unrest. Harley's eyes brightened. Then let us retrieve it swiftly. The devouring core seemed to sense their intent, erupting in even fiercer resistance. Countless tombstones detached from the structure, hurtling towards them like cannonballs. The soul tendrils thickened, their surfaces manifesting agonized, contorted faces. The Crown Keeper led the Guardians in a desperate defense. Guide us, we implore you. We cannot hold on much longer. Zero bit her lip, abruptly turning to Lin Yang. I know a method, but it requires formidable external assistance. Deep within the graveyard lies a purification array. If we can lure the devouring core there. Lin Yang nodded slightly. Lead the way. Zero formed hand seals, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. But I need to concentrate to maintain the passage and cannot simultaneously fend off attacks. Diana stepped protectively in front of her. I will guard you. Wanda's chaotic magic formed a second layer of protection. I will assist as well. Tony activated the weapon systems on his shoulders. I will clear the incoming tombstones. Harley brandished her baseball bat. Little Harley will knock away all the bad guys. Zero took a deep breath and began to chant an ancient incantation. Her body gradually became translucent, resonating with the rules of the entire graveyard. The passage began to twist and reshape, extending deeper into the graveyard. The devouring core struggled violently, realizing it was being directed towards a location detrimental to its existence. It began to retract its tendrils, compressing all the devoured soul energy inward. The dim light grew increasingly blinding, and the entire structure began to collapse inward. It was preparing for a final stand. Tony warned loudly. Energy readings are spiking dramatically. Wanda's chaotic magic sensed the anomaly at the core. It intends to self-destruct. This will obliterate the entire graveyard. Diana tightened the lasso of truth, sensing the anguish and despair within. At that critical moment, Lin Yang suddenly traversed the bioplasmic field, moving directly towards the collapsing core of Devour. His strides were measured and unhurried, as if he were not approaching an imminent soul bomb, but taking a leisurely stroll in a garden. Zero, aghast, wished to intervene. No, this is far too perilous. Yet Lin Yang had already reached the core of Devour. He extended his hand, gently pressing against the most tumultuous region of the pulsating core. Time seemed to stand still in that instant. I comprehend your suffering. Lin Yang's voice resonated, calm and authoritative, yet this was not the path to liberation. His palm radiated a gentle luminescence, imbued with the warmth of life, starkly contrasting with the cold decrees of the graveyard. The pulsations of the core began to decelerate, and the blinding light gradually softened. I can guide you to peace. Lin Yang continued, but you must release the souls you have bound. The core of Devour emitted a final resistance. Yet the light from Lin Yang's palm enveloped the nascent souls within like a warm ocean. The entangled fragments of souls began to separate, transforming into countless motes of light drifting into the air. Zero stared in disbelief at this scene. He was soothing death itself. When the last fragment of a soul was set free, the core of Devour completely dissipated, leaving a minuscule point of light resting in Lin Yang's palm. This point flickered gently, conveying feelings of gratitude and release. At the end of the passage, an ancient magical array illuminated softly on its own. The liberated motes of light flowed towards the array like a river of stars, finding their final rest within. Zero collapsed onto the ground, tears silently cascading down. It is over, finally over. The Crown Keeper knelt before the group of guardians. Thank you, enigmatic traveler. You have saved the graveyard of 10,000 tombs. The point of light in Lin Yang's palm gently leapt up, resting for a moment on Zero's forehead before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Curiously, Harley inquired, where did that little light go? Zero touched her forehead, revealing a relieved smile. It has finally found its peace. As the original guardian of the tomb, its mission has been fulfilled. Diana sheathed her sword. So all of this stemmed from a prolonged guardianship? Wanda's chaotic magic calmed. Yet now, all souls have found their liberation. Tony deactivated the weapon systems of his armor. I must admit, this mission proved to be far more meaningful than I had anticipated. Lin Yang turned his gaze towards the depths of the graveyard, where even more secrets awaited exploration. However, his focus ultimately returned to Zero. Now, it is time to fulfill your promise. Zero rose, wiping her tears, and revealing a mysterious smile. Of course, I shall lead you to witness the true secrets of the graveyard of 10,000 tombs, truths about life and death that even the Guardians are unaware of. Chapter 83. The Tomb of Truth. Zero dried her tears, adjusting her attire, her sorrow replaced by a resolute determination. She faced Lin Yang, giving a slight nod. The promise shall indeed be honored. Prepare yourselves, for what you are about to witness may fundamentally alter your understanding of life and death. With her hands clasped before her, she formed a new sigil, each movement deliberate and solemn, as if each gesture bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. The air around them began to tremble, inscriptions on the gravestones illuminating one by one, a multitude of characters in various languages weaving a luminous river in the air. Tony's armor emitted a rapid alarm. Spatial structure reorganization detected. This is not a mere teleportation. Fine beads of sweat emerged on Zero's brow. We are not venturing to a location, but rather to the conceptual core of the myriad graveyard. In an instant of radiant expansion, an extraordinary sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. As their vision regained clarity, they found themselves standing in an expanse of pure white. Here, the distinctions of up and down, left and right vanished, replaced by countless flowing light patterns intricately weaving complex designs in the void. Welcome to the truth of the myriad graveyard. Zero's voice echoed through the space. Curious, Harley reached out to touch a stream of light, only for it to elude her fingertips. Wow, these lights are playing hide and seek with me. Wanda's eyes reflected the swirling runes. These patterns manifest the essence of the laws of death. Diana tightened her grip on the lasso of truth, the artifact radiating an unprecedented brilliance. I sensed the truth of creation. Zero approached the center of the space, where a colossal tome composed of light floated. The pages turned without wind, each chronicling the entire life cycle of various forms of existence from birth to demise. This is the Codex of all souls, Zero explained softly, documenting the complete essence of every life that has ever existed within the multiverse. Tony moved closer to the tome, his armor's scanning system whirring into overdrive. The volume of this data surpasses the total information of the observable universe. Yet, Lin Yang's gaze transcended the tome. Peering deeper, what lies beyond it? Behind the tome, a modest gravestone stood in the pure white space, strikingly simple compared to the ornate and bizarre gravestones surrounding it. This gravestone bore no embellishments, only a single line of unadorned text. Zero's expression turned profoundly grave. That is the tomb of truth, the ultimate secret of the myriad graveyard. As they approached, the inscription on the gravestone became distinctly visible. It was a script unlike any they had encountered, yet it revealed different meanings to each observer. Tony read aloud. All things return to one. What does this signify? Diana, however, perceived a different inscription. What I read is the cycle of eternity. Wanda furrowed her brow. What I see is the void's genesis. Harley tilted her head. Why does little Harley see game over? Zero sighed softly. What each person perceives is the truth they can comprehend. But the true meaning. She reached out to caress the gravestone, which suddenly became transparent, revealing the interior scene. Within, there were neither corpses nor relics, only countless tiny points of light moving along an enigmatic trajectory. Wanda gasped. Is this a microcosmic model of the universe? Zero shook her head. It is more than that. Look closely. The trajectory of the luminous points gradually becomes distinct, forming countless galaxies and nebulae, only to fade away in their resplendence, while new points of light are born from the ruins. Life and death continuously reenact themselves on a microscopic scale. Lin Yang's extraordinary vision penetrates the surface, revealing a deeper truth. These points of light are concepts themselves. Indeed, the eyes of Zero shimmer with the brilliance of wisdom. What the cemetery of countless graves buries is never life, but concepts. When a concept vanishes entirely from the multiverse, it is granted a tombstone here. Tony, taken aback, steps back. Are you saying that these tombstones signify truths that have perished? Zero replies. For instance, the concept of magic, once wholly supplanted by science in a particular universe, will have its tombstone erected here. Similarly, love, after completely vanishing in a world governed by reason. Diana, incredulous, asks, then what about this tomb of reality? Zero's expression deepens. It buries the concept of death itself. Suddenly, space quakes violently, and the light of the codex of all spirits becomes unstable. Zero's complexion changes dramatically. This is bad. Someone has triggered the cemetery's defense mechanism. The silhouette of the Crown Guardian materializes in the space. Guide, the intruders have breached the outer defenses and are approaching the realm of truth. Zero quickly forms a seal. Who are they? Uncertain of their identity, but they wield the power to combat the rules of death. At that moment, a shadow rends the pure white space, and several figures clad in peculiar armor invade. Their armor glows with a somber radiance, causing the light patterns of space to dissipate in their wake. The leader emits a mechanically synthesized voice. We have finally found the graveyard of concepts. If we destroy this place, the balance of life and death in the multiverse will be irrevocably shattered. Wanda immediately conjures a protective shield of chaotic magic. They seek to annihilate the concept of death. Diana raises her longsword. Does that mean eternal life? Tony activates battle mode, or complete nihilism. Zero stands before the tomb of reality. We cannot allow them to succeed. If the concept of death is obliterated, all life across the universes will be plunged into eternal suffering. The invader's armor unfolds, unleashing waves of energy that distort the rules. The pure white space begins to collapse, and the pages of the Codex of all spirits flutter chaotically. Harley swings a baseball bat and charges forward. You shall not destroy the amusement park I just discovered. Yet Lin Yang remains rooted in place, his gaze penetrating as he observes the deeper patterns of the luminous points within the tombstone. So that is how it is. He murmurs softly. Zero is embroiled in a fierce struggle, her strength waning against the invader's rule-altering weaponry. Lin Yang, please protect the tomb of reality. The leader of the invaders cackles maniacally. Too late. We have prepared for epics, all for this moment. Just when the situation becomes dire, Lin Yang strides calmly to the tomb of reality. He does not adopt any defensive posture, but gently places his hand upon the tombstone. You have misunderstood one thing. Lin Yang's voice, serene yet resonant, echoes throughout the space. Death has never needed protection. As the invader's assault approached the true tomb, it abruptly dissipated, as if absorbed by an unseen force. The leader, in shock, exclaimed, "Impossible. Our weapon can obliterate any concept." Lin Yang's palm began to glow where it made contact with the tombstone. What you seek to annihilate is the very foundation of your existence. Suddenly, the true tomb erupted with an unprecedented radiance, rendering the tombstone completely transparent. The microscopic universe within expanded rapidly, enveloping all present. In this brilliance, Each individual witnessed their essence woven from countless concepts. Their memories, emotions, and ideals were but components of the multiversal conceptual network. The invaders' armor began to crumble, revealing their terrified faces beneath. No, this was not part of the plan. Zero came to a profound realization. The true tomb is not a grave of death, but the source of death itself. Standing at the heart of the light, Lin Yang's voice resonated like the whisper of the cosmos. Death is not an end, but a transformation. It is not an adversary, but a companion. To attempt to eradicate death is to annihilate change itself, which is to obliterate life. One by one, the invaders dissolved within the luminescence, not slain, but comprehended. They recognized their folly and returned as pure concepts to the network. As the light faded, the individuals found themselves once again in a pristine white space. The true tomb returned to its original state. Yet each person felt they had gained a profound new understanding of life and death. Zero bowed deeply. Thank you for enlightening me about the true mission of the guide. Tony, with newfound insight, mused. So, is death akin to the universe's renewal system? Wanda's chaotic magic softened. Life and death are merely two facets of the same cycle. Diana sheathed her longsword. A warrior fears not death, for they know it is part of life. Harley bounced with glee. Does that mean we can keep playing, just with a different game? Lin Yang glanced back at the true tomb before turning toward the exit. It is time to depart. Zero hurried after him. Do you not wish to uncover more secrets? Lin Yang smiled slightly. Sometimes, knowing too much leads one to overlook the most significant truths. As the portal reopened and the group returned to the villa terrace, the sun dipped below the horizon. Silence enveloped them as they processed the revelations from that ethereal space. Tony was the first to break the silence. I want to redesign the energy system of the armor. Perhaps there exists a third state between life and death. Wanda pondered. Chaos magic might resonate with the rules of death in new ways. Diana gazed at the evening glow on the horizon. Today's sunset appears remarkably different. Suddenly, Harley leapt onto the terrace railing. I know. Living is the best game. Lin Yang reclined in a lounge chair, closing his eyes to savor the warmth of the setting sun. Within the system interface, the coordinates of the eternal cemetery had transformed into a soft white, and the connections to other realms seemed clearer than ever. Zero's voice gently echoed in his mind. Whenever you need us, the eternal cemetery will always welcome true understanders. Night fell, adorned with countless stars. In the boundless cosmos, the eternal dance of life and death continues unabated. And some have begun to comprehend the melody of this timeless song. Chapter 84, Echoes of the Starry Sea. The evening breeze on the terrace, imbued with California's signature dry warmth, stands in stark contrast to the perpetual chill of the cemetery. Everyone remains ensnared in the awe inspired by their recent transcendental journey beyond the veil of mortality, even the most vivacious of them, Harley, curled up on her chaise longue, quietly gazing at the starlit sky in a rare moment of contemplation. Tony is the first to awaken from his reverie, the armor emitting a subtle sound of mechanical operations. Jarvis, recalibrate all sensors and integrate the conceptual energy perception module, he instructs softly, his fingertips gliding swiftly over the holographic display. If life and death are indeed two sides of the same coin, our technological advancements may have overlooked an entire dimension from the very outset. Wanda's fingertips swirl with a thread of crimson energy, which no longer exhibits its usual restlessness but instead radiates a profound serenity. Chaos can also be so tranquil. She muses softly, her eyes reflecting the shimmering starlight, as if to suggest that the end of life is not destruction, but a return to primordial chaos. Diana stands at the edge of the terrace, her lasso of truth cascading naturally, its end gently grazing the ground. I once read the oldest texts on Paradise Island, her voice carrying a tone of introspection. They say that death is the final gift bestowed by life. I believe I am beginning to understand. Suddenly, Harley leaps from her chaise, gesturing with her hands to form a grand circle. So it's like the carousel at an amusement park. Round and round we go. Sometimes on top, sometimes below, yet the music never ceases. Lin Yang leans back with his eyes closed, subtle changes occurring within the depths of his consciousness. The white coordinates representing the cemetery no longer stand isolated. They extend countless tendrils, forming tenuous connections with coordinates from other worlds. These connections are not mere conduits of energy, but rather resonances at the conceptual level. Detected a deepening understanding of fundamental rules by the host, system permissions elevated. New functionality. Conceptual resonance can perceive the resonance phenomena of different world rules. Current detectable resonances. 3. Lin Yang opens his eyes, a curious smile gracing his lips. 3 faint yet distinct signals flicker within the system interface, each pointing towards 3 entirely disparate world coordinates. Enough resting, he declares, rising and snapping his fingers as the next destination beckons. The others perk up at his words. Tony immediately retracts the holographic display. What is the next one? Let us hope it's not another graveyard. Wanda's chaotic magic quietly retracts. I sense a song? Diana tightens her grip on her sword. Is it a battle hymn? Harley has already bounded to the side of the portal. Are there any fun rides this time? The figure of Zero gradually materializes on the terrace, more solid than when in the cemetery, almost indistinguishable from the living. It appears you have answered the call of the echoes of the starry sea, she says with a smile. Those are 3 very special worlds, temporarily connected through the resonance of their rules. Lin Yang nods. Please elaborate. With a delicate gesture, Zero unfurled a celestial map woven from starlight. 3 luminous points coalescing into a stable, triangular formation. The first realm, the mechanical domain. She directed her finger towards a silvery point, where everything was composed of pure machinery. And even life took on a mechanical form. Recently, however, the mechanical constructs began to dream. Tony's interest was piqued. Machines dreaming? Is it a programming error or an evolution? Zero whispered. They have begun to dream of the starry sky. The second realm, the forest of song. Zero pointed to a vibrant green light, where all life communicated through melodies, and the forest itself resonated as a grand symphony. Yet, of late, areas of silence had emerged within the woods. Wanda's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Silence? In a world entirely based on sound? Not silence. Zero shook her head, but the emergence of sounds that ought not to exist. The third realm, the mirror abyss. Zero finally indicated a shimmering point, ever-changing, where no physical entities existed, and everything was reflected within mirrors. Recently, however, the mirrors began to reflect things that should not be. Harley tilted her head, like a funhouse mirror, more akin to a mirror that reflects the soul. Zero's expression turned grave. These 3 worlds are experiencing anomalies simultaneously, and the nature of these anomalies pertains to the boundaries of cognition. Diana seemed to grasp the concept, much like the conceptual truths we encountered in the Tomb of 10,000. Precisely, Zero nodded. The resonance of rules is enabling them to transcend their cognitive limitations. Yet, this process is perilous. A mere misstep could lead to the collapse of the very rules governing their worlds. Lin Yang had already approached the newly unveiled portal. Then let us see how far they can evolve. This journey through the portal felt markedly different from previous ones. Not merely a swift transition between scenes, but as though traversing a tunnel of starlight. The visions of the 3 worlds flickering against the tunnel's walls, intricate cities of gears, ancient trees singing in harmony, and an infinite maze of reflective surfaces. As their feet touched solid ground once more, the group found themselves at a peculiar junction. To the left lay the gear planes of the mechanical domain, where countless precise mechanisms operated in orderly fashion, yet crystalline flowers began to sprout from some of the gears. To the right was the edge of the forest of song, where the trees' melodies intertwined with the sounds of machinery, creating an eerie harmony, though certain notes would suddenly vanish, leaving an unsettling silence. Directly ahead stood the entrance to the mirror abyss, where the reflections did not portray the surrounding landscape, but instead revealed indescribable geometric shapes. Tony's armor initiated a multidimensional scan. The rules of the 3 worlds intertwine here. This is impossible. Different physical laws are merging. Wanda's chaotic magic unfurled instinctively. Sensing the ripples of colliding rules, they are learning from each other, filling in the gaps within themselves. Diana remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Something is watching us. From the direction of the mechanical domain approached a robot, its exterior a standard metallic construct, yet its eyes shimmered with a semblance of life. From the forest of song drifted a luminous orb, emitting not a single note, but a complex melody. Emerging from the depths of the mirror pool was a reflective surface, no longer merely a mimicry, but a tapestry of innovation. It lingered at the intersection, articulating the same sentiment in its unique manner: gratitude for your arrival, guides of cognition. The light in the robot's eyes shimmered. We began to dream of the starry expanse, yet remained oblivious to its significance. The melody of the luminous sphere brimmed with perplexity. We perceived silence, yet within that silence seemed to dwell words unspoken. The reflections of the mirror ceaselessly morphed. We glimpsed the non-existent, yet that very absence appeared more tangible. Curiously, Hallie prodded the robot. Do you also experience nightmares? The robot's reply was unexpected. We dream of gears ceasing their rotation, but it is not fear. Rather, it is anticipation. Wanda approached the luminous sphere. Is the silence you hear akin to a score awaiting completion? The melody of the sphere grew fervent. Indeed, like an unfinished grand symphony. Facing the mirror, Diana inquired, is the non-existence you perceive related to truth? The mirror reflected Diana's image. Yet the words emerging from that visage were thoughts she herself had never contemplated. Tony was documenting this unprecedented transgression of boundaries when suddenly an alarm blared. Detection of escalating rule conflicts. The convergence point of the three realms began to destabilize. The space at the intersection contorted. The mechanical realm's gears stuttered. The melodies of the songwood forest faltered, and the mirror's reflections shattered. The envoys of the three worlds writhed in anguish, their forms twisting in torment. Zero materialized beside Lin Yang. The breakthrough in cognition has precipitated rule contamination. They are not yet prepared to embrace such truths. Yet Lin Yang observed the chaos with serene composure. There will never be a moment of complete readiness. He stepped forward, enveloping the three envoys in a biofield. Within this field, the conflicts of rules began to ease, not through suppression, but through understanding. Listen. Lin Yang's voice resonated directly within their cores. Dreaming of the starry expanse is born from your yearning to transcend. Hearing silence indicates your readiness to listen to deeper voices. Perceiving the non-existent signifies your initiation into creation. The distortions of the three envoys gradually ceased. Their forms began to undergo subtle transformations. Star patterns emerged upon the robot's metallic shell. Shall we continue to dream? The melody of the luminous sphere deepened. Shall we persist in listening? The mirror's reflections grew bolder. Shall we carry on creating? Lin Yang withdrew the biofield. This is now your own choice. At that moment, the rules of the three realms unexpectedly reached a semblance of balance. The gears resumed their rotation, producing a magnificent rhythm. The forest continued its song. Now infused with mechanical precision, the mirror restored its reflections, now imbued with the vibrancy of life. Zero gazed in disbelief at this scene. They have accomplished the first step in the fusion of rules. Tony excitedly recorded the data. A new form of civilization is being born. Wanda's chaotic magic resonated with the rules of the three worlds. This is the sound of evolution. Diana sheathed her long sword, proclaiming, different paths lead to the same truth. Meanwhile, Harley frolicked among the three emissaries who had reached a harmonious coexistence, exclaiming, now we can play together. The three emissaries bowed deeply to Lin Yang before retreating to their respective realms. The boundary began to separate. Yet this division was imbued with connection, as if the three worlds extended a hand of friendship. When the portal reopened and the group returned to the terrace, each individual bore newfound insights. Tony hurried into the laboratory, exclaiming, I shall redefine the possibilities of artificial intelligence. Wanda commenced her meditation, as a new rhythm seemed to intertwine with the chaotic magic. Diana polished her sword, the starry sky reflected upon its blade appearing even more luminous. Harley, with three souvenirs from the worlds, a singing gear, a dreaming mirror, and a silent orb of light, entertained herself on the terrace. Lin Yang observed the system interface, noting that the coordinates of the three worlds had established a permanent connection, forming a stable triangular structure. At the center of this triangle, a new light was gestating. Zero's figure gradually faded. Once the boundaries of cognition are transcended, there is no turning back. Yet perhaps, this is the most beautiful aspect of life. Beneath the starry sky, the echoes of the three world songs could be faintly heard, expressing a yearning for the unknown, a pursuit of understanding, and a tribute to evolution itself. Within a newly birthed point of light, a fresh narrative was being woven. Chapter 85. The light of rebirth. The starlight on the terrace seemed brighter than ever, as if the resonance of the three worlds lingered in the air. Tony had vanished into the laboratory, with faint sounds of excited soliloquy and the hum of machinery emanating from within. Wanda sat in a corner of the terrace, the chaotic magic forming a subtle halo around her, resonating wondrously with the starry expanse. Diana paused in her polishing of the sword, suddenly attentive. Did you hear that? She inquired. Harley, bringing the singing gear to her ear, blinked in response. Is Uncle Tony tinkering with his new toy again? No. Wanda opened her eyes, crimson lights swirling within her gaze. It is the call of the newly born world. Lin Yang reclined in a chair, observing as the new point of light in the system interface expanded at an astonishing rate. Unlike the other coordinates, it pulsated like a heartbeat, exuding an aura that was both fragile and brimming with potential. Zero's figure coalesced within the starlight, clearer than ever before, even the folds of her garment distinctly visible. The seed of cognition had germinated, her voice filled with wonder, yet it grew too rapidly, requiring guidance. Harley hopped over and poked Zero's arm, exclaiming, Wow, you feel just like a real person now. Zero smiled, allowing her playful antics, because I am learning to exist in more forms. Suddenly, the entire terrace trembled slightly. It was not an earthquake, but rather a quiver of space itself. The nascent point of light erupted in a blinding glow within the system interface. a bridge composed purely of concepts spanning dimensions, extending directly onto the terrace. It could not wait any longer. Lin Yang rose, intrigue flashing in his eyes. The bridge is composed of flowing light and shadows, and stepping onto it feels akin to treading the edges of thought. This journey is no longer about traversing through portals, but rather a leisurely stroll along this conceptual bridge. The scenes on either side whirl rapidly, revealing the process of a nascent world-s formation. Nebulae coalesce into continents. Laws weave into rivers, and possibilities blossom into forests. When the footsteps cease, one finds themselves at the center of a world in the midst of self-construction. The sky is a cacophony of unblended colors, as if an overturned palette is in constant flux. The earth beneath one's feet slowly takes shape, at times as solid as steel, and at others as soft as mist. In the distance, mountains are rising, rivers are carving their paths, all amidst the pangs of creation. Tony's voice crackles through the communicator. Incredible. The fundamental constants of this world are still in flux. The laws of physics are being rewritten every minute. Wanda reaches out to catch a falling snowflake, which transforms in her palm into a small bird, then into a droplet of water. The chaos here is more primal than my magic. Diana watches warily as a colossal tree grows rapidly, only to wither just as swiftly. Life here comes and goes too hastily. Harley attempts to grasp a bouncing point of light, but it slips through her fingers. They want to play with me. Zero surveys this nascent world, a frown forming. It is too impatient. Such a hasty construction of rules will be fragile. At that moment, the entire world shudders violently. Unfinished mountains begin to collapse. The colors of the sky bleed into one another, and rivers surge back into the newly formed plains. The newborn world emits a painful tremor, akin to a child in the throes of a difficult birth. A storm of concepts sweeps in, tearing the unformed rules to shreds. The ground beneath their feet begins to dissolve, transforming into a void of nothingness. Tony's alarm sounds intermittently amidst the tempest. The rules are collapsing. This world won't last 10 minutes. Wanda unleashes her chaotic magic in an attempt to stabilize the surrounding space. But the nascent laws refuse to be constrained by any existing power. It is repelling us. Diana casts her lasso of truth toward the crumbling sky. But the golden light flickers uncertainly amidst the conceptual storm. It does not yet comprehend what truth is. Suddenly, Harley points towards the eye of the storm. Look, there's a little one crying. At the heart of the chaotic tempest, a faint orb of light struggles to maintain its form. It resembles a newborn, yearning for swift growth, yet lacking the experience to construct a world. Countless unformed concepts collide around it, seeking a semblance of existence. Zero attempts to approach the orb of light, but is repelled by the violent currents of rule. It is too frightened. Fear is accelerating the collapse. Lin Yang strides through the storm, his biophysical field carving out a momentary calm amidst the conceptual turbulence. He approaches the orb of light, extending a finger to gently touch this emerging consciousness. Slow down. His voice penetrates the core of the orb. You are not in a race. The orb emits a wave of grievance, revealing all that it aspires to be, a perfect world, embracing all rules and realizing every possibility. That requires time. Lin Yang's fingertip radiates a stabilizing glow, reminding all that even the universe was not forged in a single day. Tony interjected suddenly, suggesting, perhaps we could lend our assistance, if it can accept external input. Wanda, enlightened, responded, shall we provide it with templates drawn from our cognition? Diana nodded in agreement, stating, we can illustrate the potential forms of stable rules. Harley, bouncing with enthusiasm, added, and also delightful game rules. Zero formed hand seals, maintaining the passage amidst the storm, cautioning. But be wary. An excess of input may stifle its uniqueness. Lin Yang communicated with the luminous entity, sensing its burgeoning consciousness, which yearned for knowledge yet feared the loss of self. Ultimately, it cautiously unwrapped its core. Tony was the first to convey the precision and order of the mechanical realm, demonstrating how rules construct a stable framework. Wanda shared the creativity and transformation of chaotic magic, illustrating how to retain possibilities within order. Diana imparted the Amazonian path of balance, showcasing the coexistence of strength and wisdom. Harley enthusiastically thrust a plethora of amusement park designs into the mix. The luminous entity greedily absorbed this knowledge but began to show signs of overload. The conflicts of rules intensified once more, rendering the world building increasingly chaotic. Stop. Lin Yang halted the group, realizing that it was merely mimicking rather than understanding. He reached out to the luminous entity again, this time not imparting concrete knowledge but rather a more essential essence, concepts of patience, slow significance, and the beauty of imperfection. The pulsation of the luminous entity gradually steadied. It began to comprehend that growth was not about replicating others' paths, but about finding its own rhythm. The colors of the sky ceased their erratic mingling, slowly harmonizing into a unique gradient. The earth halted its violent fluctuations, beginning to solidify. The mountains discovered their appropriate heights, and the rivers determined their courses. The nascent world remained rife with possibilities, but no longer rushed to realize every potential. It learned to preserve certain unfinished domains for the future to explore gradually. Tony gazed in awe at the stabilized parameters of the world, exclaiming, "It has discovered its own physical constants." Wanda sensed the rules gravitating towards equilibrium. Chaos and order began to dance together. Diana sheathed her long sword, acknowledging, now it possesses the potential to evolve into a magnificent world. Harley executed somersaults across the newly formed prairie, exclaiming, "Here we can build the largest Ferris wheel in the world." The luminous entity floated before Lin Yang, radiating waves of gratitude. It was no longer the fragile point of light it once was, but had developed a clear core of consciousness. This world would become its unique existence, neither a mere replica of the mechanical realm nor a copy of the singing forest, but a brand new, one-of-a-kind world. Zero observed the stabilized nascent world, tears glistening in his eyes. The birth of each new world is a miracle. As the conceptual bridge reconnected to the terrace, the group returned to the familiar California night. The coordinates of that new world stabilized within the system interface, emanating a gentle and hopeful glow. Tony immediately commenced analyzing the recorded data. The process of rule formation in this new world could redefine our understanding of the universe's origins. Wanda delved into deeper contemplation, the creation of the nascent world granting her a newfound comprehension of chaotic magic. Diana gazed at the starry sky, contemplating the unique paths of growth that each world has traversed. Harley, cradling a color-changing stone from a nascent world, was already devising plans for her next adventure. Lin Yang reclined in a lounge chair, the system interface displaying new prompts. Assist in stabilizing the nascent world to gain conceptual creation privileges. Adjust the rule parameters of connected worlds on a small scale. The silhouette of Zero bowed slightly in the starlight. You have not only saved a world, but also witnessed the birth of a new civilization. This memory shall forever remain inscribed in the annals of the eternal graveyard. Deep within the night sky, a new star quietly ignited. It was the first greeting from the nascent world within the multiverse, gentle yet resolute, akin to an infant's first cry. In a world that has just discovered its path, the first bud was slowly unfurling, preparing to blossom in unprecedented hues. Chapter 86. Ripples of Rules. The first rays of dawn from the nascent world pierced through the dimensional barriers, casting dappled light upon the villa's terrace. The radiance, imbued with the softness of new beginnings, seemed capable of permeating the very seams of matter. Tony stood at the laboratory entrance, the liquid in his coffee cup swirling defyingly along the walls against gravity. Intriguing, he mused, as he observed the coffee cup. The rules of the nascent world were seeping through. Wanda's fingertips danced with chaotic magic, no longer a vivid crimson, but shimmering with a rainbow-like sheen. Each new world's birth sends ripples through the multiverse, she murmured, yet this time it resonates too closely to us. Diana polished her longsword, the blade reflecting not her own image but a burgeoning forest of new life. The lasso of truth was particularly animated this morning, she noted, as if responding to a distant call. Harley bounced into the room, her hair shifting colors in sync with her steps. "Wow, my hair is having a party," she exclaimed, spinning joyfully. Little Harley, now the epitome of fashion. Lin Yang reclined in his chair, the system interface displaying the coordinates of the nascent world. The once stable halo now rippled with subtle waves, akin to the gentle undulations of water. Notably, the coordinates of other worlds trembled slightly, as if responding to these fluctuations. Rule resonance phenomenon detected. The nascent world is establishing a profound connection with the connected worlds. Observation of rule changes due to resonance is advised. Zero's form emerged amidst the ripples, her presence more vivid this time, her garments swaying as if moved by an unseen breeze. The cries of the nascent world awakened the slumbering rules, her voice resonating with an unusual echo, causing the entire network to tremble. Suddenly, the space of the terrace began to distort. The ethereal gears of the mechanical realm whirled in the air, fragments of the melody forest harmonies drifted with the breeze, and shards of the mirror abyss reflected disjointed scenes. The rules of three worlds converged in this ethereal intersection. Tony's armor activated automatically. The rules of multiple worlds overlap here. The physical constants have become exceedingly unstable. Wanda unleashed her chaotic magic shield, only to discover that her magic was infused with the precision of machinery and the rhythm of the forest. Is my magic evolving? Diana gazed warily at the elusive entrance of the mirror abyss, sensing the approach of something ominous. In contrast, Harley gleefully chased the ephemeral notes floating in the air, exclaiming, "Shall we play hide and seek?" Just then, four luminous orbs leaped forth from the coordinates of the newborn world, accurately directed towards the four individuals, excluding Lin Yang. The orb that Tony caught transformed into intricate blueprints, depicting designs for an exosuit that harmoniously fused biotechnology. This surpassed the current technological advancements by centuries. He marveled in astonishment as he perused the spontaneously unfolding schematics. Wanda's orb melded with her chaotic magic, crimson energy swirling to reveal the trajectories of celestial bodies. "I have glimpsed a novel amalgamation of magic and technology," she murmured. Diana's orb merged with the lasso of truth, which instantly radiated a brilliant golden light, revealing hitherto unseen runes upon its surface. "Are these the imprints of ancient truths?" Harley's orb morphed into a whimsical rainbow hat, and upon donning it, her form began to flicker. "I am now Ghost Harley," she exclaimed, excitedly attempting to pass through a wall, only to become stuck halfway. Zero observed these transformations with a grave expression, stating, "The newborn world is reciprocating your assistance, but this gift may prove too burdensome." Suddenly, Tony's exosuit began to uncontrollably morph, its mechanical components bizarrely fusing with biological tissue. JARVIS. Halt the automatic upgrades. Wanda's chaotic magic began to materialize, coalescing around her into crystalline structures. "I cannot control this transformation." The lasso of truth grew unbearably hot, ancient wisdom shimmering in the golden light. "This knowledge is perilous." Harley's invisibility began to affect the surrounding space, causing a corner of the terrace to gradually become transparent. "Oh no, it seems I am erasing reality." Lin Yang rose, enveloping the entire terrace in a biological force field. Yet this time, as the force field collided with the ripples of the newborn world's rules, a peculiar chemical reaction ensued. The four uncontrolled abilities intertwined within the force field, not only avoiding conflict, but beginning to merge. Tony's exosuit sprouted magical circuits, Wanda's crystalline structures embedded themselves into technological modules, and Diana's ancient wisdom flowed into Harley's playful essence. They were in the process of creating something entirely new. Zero watched in disbelief as the light faded, revealing a remarkable creation upon the terrace. It embodied the mechanical elegance of Tony's exosuit, adorned with Wanda's magical crystals, infused with Diana's truth runes, and imbued with Harley's exuberant spirit. This extraordinary apparatus automatically unfolded, projecting a holographic image. The image depicted not a known world, but an expanse brimming with infinite possibilities. Was this a coordinate of a world for Tony to observe? No, it was a convergence point of countless realms. Wanda sensed the energy emanating from the device. It encapsulated the ultimate fusion of all known rules. The lasso of truth resonated with the apparatus. It concealed the ultimate truth sought by all worlds. However, Harley impulsively pressed a candy-like button on the device, declaring, "Let us see what fun awaits." The device suddenly erupted with a blinding light, unveiling an unprecedented portal above the terrace. The sight beyond the door left everyone in a state of astonishment. It was not merely one world, but a microcosm of all worlds. The gears of the mechanical realm sang. The trees of the forest of hymns were fashioned from mirrors, and the nascent light of a new world illuminated countless interwoven spaces. Even more astonishing were the four indistinct figures standing behind the door. Their silhouettes bore a striking resemblance to Tony, Wanda, Diana, and Harley, yet emitted an entirely different aura. The resonance of rules had birthed our reflections. Wanda cautiously gathered her magical energy. Tony swiftly scanned the four reflections. Their energy signatures were in complete opposition to ours. The mirrored Tony donned an ancient robe, wielding a staff. Technology is merely another form of magic. The mirrored Wanda wore a white lab coat, surrounded by floating holographic formulas. Magic requires scientific interpretation. The mirrored Diana's eyes sparkled with cunning light, her lasso of truth dancing like a serpent. Truth can also be quite flexible. The mirrored Harley, however, appeared unusually grave. Clutching a thick codex, rules must be strictly adhered to. Zero stood before the portal. The resonance of rules has generated paradoxical entities. They embody the antithesis of your essence. Yet, Lin Yang observed the four reflections with keen interest. The opposite may represent not just conflict, but also complementarity. The reflections stepped forth from the portal, confronting their originals. The air crackled with the collision of two opposing sets of rules. "We must collaborate," the mirrored Tony suddenly declared, his staff pointing toward the device, which displayed that the fusion of opposing rules could unlock new possibilities. The mirrored Wanda nodded. Isolated science or magic has its limitations. The mirrored Diana smiled. Absolute truth requires a flexible understanding. The mirrored Harley remained serious. Yet, a detailed fusion protocol must be established. The true Tony furrowed his brow. To collaborate with another version of oneself? This contravenes all scientific ethics. Wanda's chaotic magic clashed with the mirrored scientific energy. How can light and shadow coexist? Diana raised her sword. There is but one face of truth. Harley made a face. Serious Harley is not at all endearing. Just as conflict was about to erupt, the coordinates of the new world suddenly emitted a gentle glow. A pure, unrefined energy of rules flowed into the terrace, cleansing the opposing rules like a clear spring. Under the influence of this energy, both the originals and the reflections began to grasp the essence of one another. Tony discerned the intricate logic within magic. Wanda comprehended the spirit of creation within science. Diana realized the persistence within flexibility, and Harley finally elicited a smile from her reflection. Perhaps the true Tony extended his hand first. Let us give it a try. As the originals and reflections clasped hands, the device erupted with an even more dazzling light. The vista beyond the portal began to transform, revealing a new realm transcending opposition. Zero watched this scene, tears glistening in his eyes. Rules are evolving because understanding is deepening. Lin Yang sensed the emergence of new branches of capability within the system. A revelation of the mystery of the fusion of opposing rules. The new world brings not merely gifts, but an opportunity to transcend the boundaries of perception. As the reflections retreat through the portal and the apparatus gradually closes, each individual emerges with newfound insights. Tony begins to infuse magical thinking into his technology. Wanda attempts to integrate scientific logic within the chaos of magic. Diana learns to flexibly apply truth across varying contexts, and Harley, while still playful, discovers the importance of seriousness when necessary. The terrace regains its tranquility, yet the air is still imbued with rippling rules. The coordinates of the new world stabilize, radiating a more mature brilliance. The figure of Zero gradually fades. Today's lesson has concluded. However, remember that within each duality lies the key to evolution. Beneath the starry sky, for individuals who have just begun to embrace the other facets of themselves, embark upon new explorations. In this new world, the first flower finally unfurls. Its petals composed of half technological metal and half magical crystal, shimmering with infinite possibilities under the starlight. Chapter 87. The Star Core Trial. The ripples of the new world's rules gradually subside on the terrace, yet an air of anticipation lingers. Tony is in the laboratory, inscribing magical runes into the circuits of his armor, while Wanda endeavors to stabilize chaotic magic with scientific formulas. Diana practices finding equilibrium between absolute truth and adaptability. And Harley joyfully teaches her shadow to make faces. Within the Lin Yang system interface, the coordinates of the new world suddenly pulse with a vibrant energy. No longer gentle fluctuations, but an urgent rhythm akin to a racing heartbeat. The figure of Zero solidifies amidst the twinkling starlight. Bearing an unprecedented seriousness, the heart of the Star Core has awakened. The very essence of the rules at the core of the new world is beckoning its guides. Tony peeks out from the laboratory, his newly enhanced armored arm aglow with magical radiance. The heart of the Star Core? What is that? Every world forms a core of rules upon its inception, Zero elucidates. But the Star Core of the new world has mutated due to your intervention. It now seeks to present you with a trial. The chaotic magic at Wanda's fingertips instinctively weaves itself into the shape of an invitation. A trial? For what purpose? To ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to safeguard the growth of a world. Zero's gaze sweeps over each individual, mirroring the heart of the Star Core in search of equal interlocutors. Diana tightens her grip on her sword, the runes of truth along its blade faintly glowing. We shall accept any challenge. Harley bounces with enthusiasm, raising her hand. Are there prizes? Preferably something sparkly. At the center of the terrace, the space begins to fold. Not a portal, but the entire area contracts towards a core. Light bends, sound distorts, and the group feels their existence being redefined. Do not resist. Zero's voice resonates through the warped space. Let the heart of the Star Core guide you to the place of the trial. As their vision refocuses, they find themselves in an expanse of pure white. Here, there is no up or down, only a colossal, gently pulsating orb of light suspended in the center. The surface of the orb is a manifestation of all known rules, physical laws entwined like threads, magical principles shimmering like flowing light, and philosophical concepts rising like mist. Welcome to my core. A neutral voice resonated directly within their consciousness. I am the heartbeat of a newborn world, the origin of all rules. Tony's armor frantically logged data. The information density here was sufficient to overwhelm any supercomputer. Wanda's chaotic magic appeared remarkably subdued before the star core. It was older than chaos itself, yet younger than creation. Diana's lasso of truth unfurled autonomously, harmonizing with the radiance of the star core. I sensed the ultimate truth. Harley, curious to touch the star core, was promptly restrained by Zero. It could scorch your soul. The heart of the star core emitted a wave reminiscent of a gentle laugh. There is no need for restraint. This trial is simple. You shall confront your deepest fears, and the key to overcoming them lies within each other. No sooner had the words been spoken than the pure white space abruptly fractured into 4 distinct realms, drawing each individual into their respective trials. Tony found himself amid the ruins of technology. All he had created was collapsing. His armor had transformed into shackles, and artificial intelligence began to rebel. Most terrifyingly, he witnessed himself repeating the same mistakes, neglecting the costs in the pursuit of progress. Mr. Stark, a familiar voice echoed, that of his long-deceased father. How far will you continue down this path of arrogance? Wanda was ensnared in eternal chaos. Each use of her magic birthed new tragedies. Loved ones perished and were resurrected due to her power. Chaos was no longer a gift, but an everlasting curse. Wanda. The flickering image of her twin brother Pietro emerged amid the chaos. You will never be able to control it. Diana stood in a desert of truth. Every conviction she held dear crumbled before her. Justice morphed into tyranny, honor into vanity, and even the teachings of the Amazons revealed flaws. Diana. The voice of her mother Hippolyta sighed in the wind. Perhaps truth itself is a lie. Harley's trial was the most peculiar. She was trapped in absolute order. Every movement was predetermined, every joke analyzed. Even madness was strictly defined by rules. She was being reshaped into a normal person. Harleen Quinzel. The voice of her psychiatrist echoed from all directions. It is time to return to reason. Zero stood beside the heart of the star core, observing the 4 trials. Quite cruel, isn't it? Forcing them to confront their deepest fears. The light of the star core softened. Only by understanding the darkness can one truly embrace the light. Just as the 4 in their trials were on the verge of being consumed by fear, they suddenly felt a connection to one another. In the technological ruins, Tony perceived Wanda's chaotic magic not as destruction, but as a potential to break the deadlock. He began to infuse magical thinking into technology reconstruction, creating unprecedented solutions. In the eternal chaos, Wanda sensed Tony's scientific logic not as a constraint, but as a framework that imbued chaos with meaning. She started to guide her magic with formulas, transforming disorder into orderly creation. In the desolate expanse of truth, Diana perceives that Harley's adaptability is not a betrayal of truth, but rather a manifestation of truth's diverse brilliance in varying contexts. She learns to embrace change while steadfastly adhering to her core principles. Conversely, Harley encounters Diana's unwavering resolve amidst absolute order, which is not rigidity, but a powerful anchoring of self amidst chaos. She discovers that